Chapter 1. Upon a vast expanse of azure sea, a small boat gently swayed amidst the turbulent waves, as though a mere surge of water could easily capsize it. On board this humble vessel sat a man with a visage that bore a hint of maturity, his violet hair and violet eyes striking against the backdrop of his dark purple coat, emblazoned with the character for Ling on the back, and a black blade sheathed at his waist. Having arrived in this world for 3 days now, I wonder where exactly this place is, the man mused, gazing helplessly at the endless ocean before him. 3 days prior, he had traversed from a planet named Blue Star. As for the manner of his crossing, that tale belongs to a paid narrative. Upon his arrival, he had been bestowed with a system, from which he gained a variety of abilities. One was the blade he wielded, and the other was a power known as spirit technique. Primarily, the weapon in his grasp, named Lightning, was a unique artifact known as a sealing tool, which contained 9 distinct powers. However, to unlock these seals, one must utilize rare items. Furthermore, his spirit technique was an extraordinary ability that encompassed offense, defense, binding, healing, and sealing capabilities. This cursed world is devoid of anything but endless ocean, the man lamented, pondering if he might be the first to perish from sheer boredom among the legion of traversers. Just as he voiced his grievances, a colossal ship loomed in the distance, approaching his small craft. "Captain, we have spotted a small boat ahead." "A small boat? Let's move closer to investigate," commanded a disheveled man clad in a long coat. "Only one person aboard? Long bread, fetch me some cake." "Yes, Lingling." These 2 individuals were none other than the future Empress of the Sea, Big Mom, Charlotte Lingling, and her chef, Longbread. The man on the small boat looked up to see 10 figures standing aboard the larger vessel. They were Captain Rox, the future Empress of the Sea, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Gold Lion Shiki, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Bikino Gom Stussy, Longbread, and a stunning beauty he did not recognize. Rox Pirates. Is this truly the world of pirates? Ding. Host detected to be on the verge of their first battle. All attributes enhanced by 300, lasting for 5 days. Is combat about to commence? Jahahaha. Allow me to destroy him. Gold Lion Shiki soared towards the front of the small boat. Wave slash. Gold Lion Shiki swung his sword, unleashing several arcs of sword energy toward the man. Spirit technique. Defense. Water spirit shield. The man murmured, and the water of the sea coalesced into a shield, animated as if alive, to defend him. The sword energy from Gold Lion merely dissipated upon striking the water shield, akin to raindrops merging into the ocean without a ripple. Spirit technique. Attack. Azure Sea 100 Spears. Following the successful defense against Gold Lion strike, spears formed from the sea water surged toward Gold Lion. Jahahaha. An interesting lowbrat. Lion's 1,000 cuts. Gold Lion persistently swung his sword, countering the sea spears with fierce strokes. Indeed, as expected of the notorious pirate Gold Lion, my ordinary abilities cannot harm him. It appears I must resort to other means. Demon release, the man softly declared as he rose. Boom! An immense surge of energy erupted from his being, the first layer of the seal on the sealing tool unlocking, enhancing his speed by 80, strength by 50, swordsmanship by 30, and special abilities by 10. Moreover, this was compounded upon the 300 enhancement from the system. Simultaneously, a purple armor enveloped his left leg. Jahahaha! Let me witness your prowess. Lion's might, royal domain. A colossal lion's head surged toward the man. Boom! The lion's head obliterated the small boat, while the man appeared to be submerged into the depths of the ocean by Gold Lion's attack. Jahahaha! Is that all you can muster? One sword style, sword flash. A brilliant flash of sword energy sliced through the air towards Gold Lion, but the latter, possessing observation hockey, had already sensed it and deftly evaded. What incredible speed! Whitebeard observed the battle, his thoughts racing. That little brat is surprisingly fast. Moreover, he has managed to withstand so many of Gold Lion's attacks. Observation hockey, is it? Let's see how you fare against this. One sword style, 1,000 cuts, sun and moon cycle. A barrage of flying slashes hurtled towards Gold Lion Shiki. What a dense barrage of flying slashes! Gold Lion remarked, astonished. Such a multitude of strikes would challenge even his agility to evade. Lion's 1,000 cuts. Gold Lion was compelled to counter with his own dual sword flying slashes to nullify the man's onslaught. Countless flying slashes erupted in the air. The two combatants' flying slashes mirrored each other perfectly, their attack speed synchronized. That fellow's attack speed is identical to that of Gold Lion, and judging by his appearance, he seems merely 15 or 16. Jehahahaha. Boy, would you care to join my crew? I must decline, as you do not appear particularly remarkable. Jehahahaha, little brat, do you know who I am? To dare refuse me. Gold Lion, feeling slighted by the man's disdain, intended to display his true capabilities. Enough, Shiki. Bring that brat down here, Rox interjected. TCH. Though Gold Lion was displeased with Rock's command, he had no choice but to comply, recognizing the futility of resistance. Upon hearing Rock's words, the man sheathed his sword and leaped onto Rock's ship. Young man, you are quite impressive. What is your name? Rox inquired as he settled into his throne-like seat, his imposing aura pressing upon the man, making it difficult for him to breathe. So this is Rox? I possess no means to resist him. My name is Doker D. Ling Tian. D, an intriguing little brat. Join my ship then. Sail the seas as a member of the Rox Pirates. Rox stood, extending an invitation to Ling Tian. Very well, I shall board your vessel. Ling Tian conceded, recognizing his inability to challenge Rox. Remaining on his ship would be advantageous, especially as he anticipated being defeated by Garp and Roger in the future. Could always disembark then. Wahaha, I am the captain of the Rox Pirates, Rox D. Jibek. Rox introduced himself with a hearty laugh. Gold Lion Shiki, the Gold Lion who had battled Ling Tian, also introduced himself. Though unnecessary, he felt obliged to show respect as even the captain was introducing himself. Though they had all joined Rock's crew out of necessity. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and their lack of power was to blame. Edward Newgate, called a towering man with flowing golden locks and a crescent-shaped beard. This was none other than the future Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Charlotte Lingling, announced a strikingly beautiful woman. It must be stated that the youthful Charlotte Lingling was indeed attractive. One could hardly fathom how she would transform into the figure she would become in the future. John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Flame Flower, chimed in another beautiful woman whom Ling Tian had never encountered before. Flame Flower? Who might that be? Does the Rox Pirates have such a member? Ling Tian nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that within the Rox Pirates, one either possessed strength to be a member or lacked it to be mere cannon fodder. Once aboard the ship, Rox assigned Ling Tian a cabin, and they continued their journey. From their conversations, Ling Tian gleaned that they were headed to a place known as Winter Island, where Rox sought a particular item. What that item was, Ling Tian, along with Edward Newgate and the others, did not know. He paid it no mind as he returned to his designated room. Ding! Congratulations, host, for joining the Rox Pirates. You now possess the method to unlock abilities. Please open the Attributes panel to review. Attributes panel. Host, Doker D. Ling Tian. Abilities. Sealing Tool, Lightning. First Layer Seal, Demon Release, unlocked. Second Layer Seal, Moonlight, requires a Devil Fruit to unlock. Third Layer Seal, Barbaric, unlock the previous layer to discover unlocking method. Swordsmanship. One sword style complete. LV1 requires 50 swordsmanship points to unlock the next level. 2 sword style complete locked. Requires a second supreme great blade or higher to unlock. Spirit technique. LV1 requires 50 spirit points to unlock the next level. 3 color hockey. Armament hockey. Unlocked. Requires 20 spirit points. Observation hockey. Unlocked. Requires 20 spirit points. Conqueror's hockey. Unlocked. Requires 30 spirit points. Swordsmanship points. 0 waving a sword 1,000 times daily grants 5 swordsmanship points. Spirit points. 0 gaining 2 spirit points for every hour of training note. Sword waving time counts as training time. Upon seeing this, Ling Tian ventured outside to commence his sword practice. 1, 2, 3, 567, 568, 569. Gula la 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 la, youngster. Are you training? Indeed, after all, being on the same ship as monsters like Newgate, one must grow stronger. Gula la 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 la. Do not belittle yourself, for at your age, even I may not possess such prowess. Perhaps, but in this world, others do not concern themselves with whether you are but a child. What is your dream, young one? Why have you strived to become so formidable? Newgate inquired, seated upon the deck, observing Ling Tian's swordplay. A dream? Am uncertain becoming stronger is merely a means to survive. Ling Tian replied, recollecting the memories of the original owner, images of pirates pillaging and burning on the islands. To be frank, had it not been for the formidable power of rocks, Ling Tian would never have joined his pirate crew. After all, the Rocks pirates were not benevolent, they were notorious for their brutality, leading the charge in plundering during this era. Newgate, what is your dream? For me? I simply desire my family. Family, you say? Indeed, Newgate remains the Whitebeard who fights for his family. 3 days later, after training for 10 hours daily, Ling Tian accrued 60 spirit points and 15 swordsmanship points. He utilized 40 spirit points to unlock armament hockey and observation hockey. Today, he trained for merely 1 hour, yielding 5 swordsmanship points and 2 spirit points. This was due to the arrival of the Rocks pirates at Winter Island, coinciding with the Navy's arrival as well. Aboard the Navy's ships were Vice Admiral Garp, Rear Admiral Sengoku, Rear Admiral Zephyr, among other Navy Vice Admirals. Wahahaha, Sengoku, where's that old fool Kaido? Are you not afraid that I shall obliterate you? Rocks bellowed from the bow of the ship, taunting Sengoku. Rocks, it is unnecessary for our Admiral Akenu to intervene. I shall defeat you myself, Sengoku retorted, but before he could finish, Garp interjected, shouting at Rocks. At this time, Garp was still youthful, brimming with vigor, unafraid of anything. Wahahaha. Garp, do you think this little brat can take me down? You all are woefully overestimating yourselves. Men, seize everything they possess. Before Sengoku and the others could respond, Rocks commanded. Jia! Using the powers of the float fruit, Shiki was the first to charge forward. Wave slash. Shiki swung his blade, aiming at Sengoku, but a Vice Admiral leaped forth to intercept his attack. Golden Lion, your opponent is me. The Vice Admiral engaged Shiki with fierce determination. As for Rocks, he faced off against both Garp and Sengoku, while Newgate was held back by Zephyr, and Lin was occupied by 2 Vice Admirals, with others similarly engaged by their respective Navy counterparts. Pointing the gun, a Lieutenant Colonel approached Ling Tian with a Navy Type 6 in hand. Spiritual technique. Attack. Hurricane deflected the point of the gun with a small tornado, which then surged towards the Colonel. Iron block. The Colonel shouted, squatting in a stable stance, utterly unfazed by the hurricane. After all, it was merely a level 1 spiritual technique, ineffective against a Colonel of the Navy headquarters. In that fleeting moment. Ling Tian swiftly maneuvered behind the Colonel, wielding a blade as dark as night, and unleashed a series of radiant sword techniques, with one sword style, flowing light. Puff, the flashes of light instantly cleaved the Colonel into several pieces. And the arm slash had no resistance from the Colonel. Kid, taste my fist. Garp, witnessing Ling Tian effortlessly dispatch a Colonel, was instantly enraged. He handed Rocks over to Sengoku and charged at Ling Tian with a powerful punch. Sengoku interjected, Demon's Piece, release, one sword style, ultimate technique, cutting 1,000 willows. Upon seeing Garp's attack, Ling Tian immediately employed the ultimate technique of one sword style, attempting to buy himself time to evade Garp's assault. However, that armed attack barely scratched Garp's physical defense. After all, Ling Tian's armed color and sword techniques were only at level 1. Realizing his attack could not deter Garp for even a second. Ling Tian raised his sword to block Garp's punch. Clang! Garp's fist struck the blade, forcing him to stagger back a few steps while Ling Tian crashed into the ship's wall. What a sturdy sword. It didn't even shatter under my fist. Boom! Ling Tian broke through the wall pressing against him, and suddenly noticed a devil fruit rolling to his feet. He picked up the fruit. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a devil fruit. Would you like to use it to unlock the second seal of the container? Moonlight? Unlock. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the second layer of the container, Moonlight. Kid, what are you mumbling about over there? Let me see the strength of the Navy Vice Admiral. Moonlight, release. Boom. Ling Tian's legs were enveloped in purple armor. The second seal of lightning, Moonlight, grants an increase of 100 in speed, 50 in strength, 30 in sword techniques, and 10 in special abilities, while unlocking the ability, Moonlight Illusion. Moonlight Illusion can create 100 tangible clones that can attack enemies, while the enemies cannot hit the clones. What a peculiar kid. Take another punch from me. Garp, noticing Ling Tian's transformation, covered his fist with a pitch-black armed color, Steel Bone. Air Cannon. A and Air Blast surged towards Ling Tian. .1 sword style, Willow Slash. Ling Tian dodged Garp's attack as if teleporting, relentlessly slashing at Garp like whipping willow branches. Yet, even with such a flurry of strikes, he could not breach Garp's defenses. Annoying Fly, Steel Bone, Desperate Strike. Garp's fist collided with Ling Tian's sword. Although Ling Tian's speed was impressive, Garp's observation haki was top-notch, instantly predicting Ling Tian's next move, while Ling Tian's observation haki was not as strong as Garp's. It was still sufficient to block Garp's attack. After all, Ling Tian's special ability had increased by 20. However, despite blocking Garp's assault, Ling Tian felt the repercussions, even though most of the impact was absorbed by lightning. A small fraction still struck him directly. Cough. No wonder he will be called a hero of the Navy. Ling Tian half-kneeled on the deck, coughing. Why on earth hasn't that guy been dealt with yet? At that moment, Sengoku jumped beside Garp and spoke. Ling Tian noticed that Rox had mysteriously vanished. Sengoku, why did you come here? Where's Rox? Garp asked, maintaining his combat stance. That guy ran towards Winter Island. I feared an ambush. So I came here to deal with this brat before we chase after Rox, Sengoku explained. By the way, how come it's taking you so long to handle a mere kid? This fellow is no ordinary brat. His speed is remarkable, and that sword of his is exceptionally hard, withstanding even my 2 punches unscathed. It must be a supreme blade. Garp elaborated. In that case, let us eliminate him together. With such talent at such a young age, he will undoubtedly become a threat to our navy. Do you two really think you can take me down here? Such foolish delusions. Ling Tian scoffed. Moonlight Illusion. With a soft command, 100 clones surrounded Garp and Sengoku. Is this a devil fruit user? Sengoku murmured, gazing at the 100 clones. The clones wasted no time, immediately unleashing various sword techniques upon Sengoku and Garp. Ling Tian's aim was to stall them. As long as he could delay them until Rox returned, he would be safe. He firmly believed that given his now exposed strength and age, Rox would undoubtedly come to his aid. He was betting on Rox ensuring his safety. The myriad sword techniques from the 100 clones assailed Garp and Sengoku, but to little effect. Garp was already immensely strong physically. Even without any defense, a slash to his chest would barely faze him, especially when he was fully focused. As for Sengoku, the defensive power of the Zoan type, human fruit, mythical Zoan, great Buddha form was astonishing, rivaling even Garp's defense when he wasn't using his armed color. Steel Bone, Shattering Fist. Garp noticed a clone lunging at him and immediately struck it. His keen senses detected the murderous intent from that clone. However, as Garp's fist connected, he passed right through the clone, and its attack failed to reach him. This fellow's ability is truly strange. It's akin to a demon. They can hit us, but we cannot hit them, and this brat's speed and sword techniques are formidable. Damn it, why hasn't Rox returned yet? Ling Tian inwardly cursed. His clones were entirely dependent on his stamina, although his endurance was decent. Creating 100 clones was taxing. He estimated he could hold off Garp and Sengoku for about 10 minutes. After that, he would be completely drained of energy and unable to act. Under the relentless assault of Ling Tian's 100 clones, Garp and Sengoku found themselves at a loss. They could not strike Ling Tian's clones and could only defend passively. And so, 10 minutes passed. It's over. A thought crossed Ling Tian's mind. The 10 minutes elapsed, and all his clones vanished in an instant. Huff. Ling Tian, gripping his sword and plunging it into the deck, half-kneeled and gasped for breath. He now lacked the strength even to stand. Kid, it seems your abilities only last 15 minutes. Prepare to die, brat. Garp tightened his fist and charged at Ling Tian. It's over. Garp, you won't get away with this. Although Newgate was engaged in battle with Zephyr, he remained aware of Ling Tian's situation. Upon witnessing Ling Tian single-handedly holding off Garp and Sengoku, he was taken aback. However, seeing Ling Tian half-kneeling and exhausted, Newgate concentrated the power of the Tremor fruit into his Song Yun cut, slashing Zephyr away before leaping in front of Ling Tian, covering himself with armed color to block Garp's attack and sending him flying back. Thank you, Newgate. Gururara. Kid, just stay to the side. I've got this. Newgate, are you being too arrogant? Do you think you can take on all 3 of us alone? Zephyr interjected as he joined Garp and Sengoku. Gorarara, let us see about that. With that, Newgate gathered the energy of the tremor fruit into his Song Yun cut and swung forward, causing the space in front of him to shatter like glass. Instantly, the surrounding waves began to churn violently. Newgate, are you insane? As a devil fruit user, you will sink into the sea. Zifa, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim, Gulala, I shall no longer partake in your games. Newgate, lifting Ling Tian, laughed heartily. Wait a moment, little brat. What is your name? Garp called out as he saw Newgate preparing to depart. Ling Tian, my name is Dokuri ID. Ling Tian, the boy replied from Newgate's embrace. Ling Tian, I shall remember you, Newgate declared as he leaped back onto Rock's ship, shouting towards the Golden Lion. Shiki, I understand. Shiki responded, having anticipated Newgate's use of the tremor fruit, though they were rivals. A certain unspoken understanding had developed among them after such a long time on the same ship. Venomous snake, Shiki murmured, and Rock's ship began to ascend. Meanwhile, those who had been engaged in battle with the Navy returned to the ship as Newgate unleashed the power of his fruit. Those who remained behind were merely fodder. Wahahaha. At that moment, Rock leaped aboard, carrying a small boy with him. Shiki had already elevated the ship to over 50 meters in height, yet Rox managed to leap aboard while carrying someone. Yoshi, Shiki, we are leaving this place, Rox declared as he joined the crew. I understand. At this point, Ling Tian had been set against the ship's wall by Newgate. He assured Newgate that he was merely fatigued and did not require rest in his quarters. Ling Tian then recognized the person Rox had brought back from Winter Island. It was none other than Kaido, one of the future 4 emperors. However, at that time, Kaido had yet to consume the fish fruit. So aside from his imposing physique, he bore no remarkable traits. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, a burly man with spiky white hair and clad in an admiral's coat inquired, did Rox manage to escape? This man was none other than the current fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong. Yes, that rascal Rox slipped into Winter Island, and Garp and I were obstructed by a little brat. Sengoku recalled Ling Tian with a headache. A little brat, Garp remarked nonchalantly while picking his nose. If it weren't for that kid's strange abilities, I could have taken him down with a single punch. Garp, you scoundrel. Sengoku snapped, irritated by Garp's flippant attitude. Had Garp not been so rash in confronting Ling Tian, Rox would not have evaded capture. Sengoku understood that casualties were inevitable when dealing with pirates, especially when facing the Rox pirates. It was entirely reasonable to lose a few vice admirals. He had long accepted the possibility of dying in battle. Enough, Sengoku, Steelbone Kong interrupted. Our next course of action is to thwart Rox. His likely objective is God Valley. God Valley? Is he planning to strike against the Celestial Dragons? Sengoku pondered, immediately associating the name with the Celestial Dragons. That seems plausible, considering that Rox belongs to the D. clan. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku recalled. That little brat also appears to be from the D. clan. Oh, you mean the kid who blocked your path in Garps is also from the D. clan? Indeed. His name is Dokuri ID. Ling Tian, Garp affirmed. Then let us issue a bounty for that little brat. For his first bounty, let us set it at 125 million berries, considering he is a member of that man's crew, Steelbone Kong proposed after a moment of thought. I understand. The following day aboard Rock's ship. Hey, Ling Tian, Newgate called out as Ling Tian was swinging his sword. Ling Tian turned to see Newgate waving something in his hand, beckoning him to come closer. What is it, Newgate? Ling Tian asked, perplexed as he approached. Look, Newgate said, handing him a newspaper. Ling Tian glanced at the paper and read aloud. Captain of the Rox Pirates, Rox D. Jibek, bounty 5.532 billion berries. Crew member, Edward Newgate. Bounty 2.853 billion berries. Crew member, Charlotte Linlin. Bounty 2.682 billion berries. Crew member, Shiki. Bounty 2.666 billion berries. Crew member, John. Bounty 1.910 billion berries. Crew member, Wangji. Bounty 1.811 billion berries. Crew member, Silver Axe, bounty 1.690 billion berries. Crew member, Flame Flower, bounty 1.5 billion berries. Congratulations, Newgate, your bounty has risen once more. In this world, pirates were often judged by the height of their bounties, though this was not an absolute measure of strength, as some high bounty pirates simply accumulated wealth through nefarious deeds. Gulala, take a look at this one, Newgate said, pointing to an upside-down bounty notice. Ling Tian, confused, flipped it over and was instantly electrified with excitement upon seeing the inscription, crew member of the Rox Pirates. Swordsman Demon Dokuri ID. Ling Tian, bounty 125 million berries. This is my bounty. Ling Tian exclaimed, laughing heartily. After all, Possessing a bounty meant that the Navy recognized his strength. Gulala. It seems the Navy has finally acknowledged your abilities, though there remains a considerable gap between you and Newgate. It is indeed a promising start. After chatting for a while, Ling Tian resumed his training, for it was the only path to his growth. Of course, utilizing a devil fruit was also an option. But those fruits were not so easily obtained. While it was true that the original story featured numerous devil fruits, he currently possessed none, so he could only train diligently. You were Ling Tian. Correct. Kaido approached, observing Ling Tian as he trained. You are, Ling Tian replied, recognizing Kaido as the boy whom Rox had brought back the previous day. Though he was aware of Kaido's name, Rox had not mentioned it upon their return. So pretending ignorance seemed prudent. I am Kaido, and I wish to challenge you to a duel. Kaido brandished an unknown material spiked club, exuding a fierce intent. Nanny, teacher Kaido wishes to fight me? Does that mean I will experience the same awakening as Luffy with a single strike? Ling Tian pondered, glancing at Kaido and suddenly realizing that they were on Rock's ship. It was uncertain whether Kaido had mastered Haki yet. Kaido, do you know Haki? Ling Tian inquired curiously. Haki, what is that? Kaido responded. Bewildered, having never encountered the term. Indeed, it appears that Kaido has yet to learn Haki. Watch closely, Ling Tian instructed, extending his right hand for Kaido to observe. A layer of black Haki enveloped Ling Tian's hand. This is Haki. What purpose does it serve? Kaido asked, still puzzled by Ling Tian's darkened arm. Sigh, it seems that Kaido is still rather inexperienced, akin to a child who has just emerged from the cocoon. Utterly oblivious to the world. Use your spiked club to strike my right hand, Ling Tian directed without further explanation, wishing for Kaido to witness the effects firsthand. Are you certain? Kaido asked, gazing at Ling Tian with incredulity. In the present, Kaido has yet to become the formidable Yonko of the future. He remains rather naive, eager merely to engage in a duel with Ling Tian to prove his worth to those aboard the ship. He harbors no desire to harm Ling Tian. Just come at me. It's perfectly fine. Ling Tian chuckled at Kaido, who appeared hesitant to strike. Who would have thought that the future Emperor of the Sea, Kaido of the Beasts, would possess such a side? Well then, here I come. Kaido raised his kanabo and inquired. Bring it on, Ling Tian replied. Observing this, Kaido dismissed any further contemplation, concluding that if he were to injure Ling Tian, he would simply care for him for the rest of his life. With that, Kaido swung his kanabo with all his might toward Ling Tian's right hand. With a resounding boom, Ling Tian's hand remained unscathed while Kaido was sent reeling backwards from his own momentum. Others turned their attention to the source of the commotion. What is this? That newcomer is actually fighting Ling Tian. How could he possibly be a match for him? Indeed, Ling Tian is on par with Lord Shiki. How could a mere novice at sea hope to compete? Most regarded Ling Tian as an experienced sailor, having seen him aboard a small vessel, while they viewed Kaido as merely a fledgling brought back by their captain, Rox. Shiki, overhearing their chatter, nearly leapt over to seize the collar of one crew member. Ready to declare, I was merely going easy on that little brat. If I took him seriously, he wouldn't stand a chance. However, reflecting on the potential embarrassment of such an action, he opted to silently turn away. That is quite tough. Kaido climbed to his feet, shaking off the numbness in his hand. Now you understand the purpose of Haki, do you? Ling Tian smiled at Kaido. Armament Haki can enhance your defensive capabilities and can also be applied to your weapons to amplify your attack power. That is impressive. Ling Tian, could you teach me? Kaido exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He called me big brother. Has he lost his mind? Nevertheless, Ling Tian consented. Certainly, I can teach you armament Haki. His agreement was not entirely voluntary. The system had suddenly assigned him a task. Ding. Task assigned. Instruct Kaido in mastering the 3 forms of Haki. Each form mastered will reward you with 200 sword technique points and 200 spirit points, totaling 600 sword technique points. An amount that typically requires 120 days of training to acquire. All right. Kaido beamed with excitement at Ling Tian's willingness to teach him. TCH, he doesn't even possess basic Haki. I wonder how the captain allowed him on board, Shiki remarked, rolling his eyes. Ha ha ha. After all, he is just a novice at sea. It's only natural he lacks Haki. Newgate chuckled heartily after taking a swig of his drink. Thus, for several days, Ling Tian diligently instructed Kaido in the art of Haki. It must be said that Ling Tian exhibited remarkable talent in this discipline. Within merely 3 days, Kaido had grasped the fundamentals of armament Haki, although he had yet to cover his entire arm with it. He was on the verge of mastering that as well. Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. A lookout shouted from the crow's nest. Ha ha ha. Crew, prepare to open fire on them. With a command from Rox, his ragtag crew surged forward. As for those like Shiki, they had no intention of joining the fray. After all, it was merely an ordinary pirate ship, lacking the prestige of the Roger pirates. Looks like there are some noteworthy opponents. Kaido, shall we test the results of your training? Dion suggested. Having activated his observation haki to assess the opposing ship, he discerned an individual whose strength was comparable to the current Kaido, a suitable challenge for him. Absolutely. Let them witness the fruits of my training, Kaido declared, seizing his kanabo and leaping aboard the enemy vessel. Dion followed suit, though he remained wary that Kaido might charge in recklessly, reminiscent of the future Jack. Given his youthful exuberance and lack of experience, upon landing on the enemy ship, Kaido confronted a man clad in samurai attire, a blade sheathed at his waist. I am Yenside Mingshi, captain of the Sword and Blade Pirates. The man introduced himself. Who cares who you are? Take this, Kaido shouted, leaping forward to strike, but Mingshi, as a swordsman, evaded the blow with agile grace. One sword style, drawing slash, Mingshi unsheathed his sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of light that struck Kaido, forcing him back several steps. Indeed, Kaido's speed is currently a significant weakness, Dion mused as he observed the clash. Unlike before, Kaido lacked the mastery of top-tier observation haki that would allow him to anticipate attacks. Damn it. Kaido launched a series of assaults against Mingshi, aware that while speed was his shortcoming, his endurance was his strength. He resolved to outlast his opponent, believing victory would ultimately be his. However, executing this strategy proved more challenging than anticipated. As Mingshi was no fool, he adeptly dodged each of Kaido's strikes. This guy possesses remarkable stamina, and with another opponent lurking nearby, escape is not an option. It seems I must resort to a desperate gamble. Mingshi contemplated while evading Kaido's flurry of attacks, daring to focus on anything else while fighting me. You seek your own demise, Kaido roared, enraged at Mingshi's distraction, and unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at him. Although the blow did not connect, the sheer force cleaved the enemy ship in twain. What terrifying power! Mingshi gasped as he witnessed the destruction, though he too could sever a ship in half with full effort. His ability stemmed from years of rigorous training, while Kaido's display was purely raw physical strength. One sword style, Tiger Leap, Mingshi retaliated, pushing Kaido back and creating distance between them. I know I cannot escape this time. But before I meet my fate, allow me to demonstrate my most formidable sword technique. As he spoke, a mist of purple energy enveloped him, coalescing around his blade. This was the swordsman's life energy. Readily recognized by Shiki and the others watching, though Dion remained oblivious, lacking the acuity to discern life energy at present. One sword style, ultimate technique, sword body, a colossal slash surge toward Kaido. Instinctively, Kaido understood that should he absorb this attack, it would spell his end. However, evading it was beyond his current speed. He could only brace his kanabo against his chest, hoping to mitigate the strike's force. Spirit technique, defense, light drive, despite being unaware of the mist's nature. Dion recognized the potency of the incoming attack and refused to stand idly by. After all, he was now Kaido's elder brother. Countless beams of light materialized into 3 shields, positioned before Kaido, with a series of cracking sounds. Dion's shields were shattered instantaneously. The attack, originally requiring a charge, was thwarted by Dion's rapid execution of a mere LV1 spirit technique, proving insufficient to withstand the blow. Dion understood that his shields would not withstand the assault. His aim was solely to diminish its impact. Crack, boom, thud. Kaido's kanabo splintered under the force of the slash, and he was sent hurtling into the sea. Spirit technique, assistance, wind. Gentle breezes lifted Kaido from the ocean's depths, revealing a massive gash across his chest, extending from shoulder to waist. Even such a grievous wound merely rendered Kaido unconscious, prompting Dion to marvel at his resilience. The future mightiest creature on land and sea truly possessed an extraordinary physique. Was my strongest strike merely enough to knock him out? It was a defeat for me. Mingshi gazed at the unconscious Kaido, shaking his head with a bitter smile. In the next moment, Mingshi's skin rapidly aged, ultimately turning to dust, leaving behind only a pile of white bones, a sword, and a devil fruit. Dion picked up the sword and the devil fruit. Ding, detecting a devil fruit on the host. Would you like to utilize the devil fruit to unlock the next layer of the lightning seal? Ding, the devil fruit possessed by the host is an animal type, fish fruit, mythical zoan. Azure dragon form, triggering selection tasks. Task 1. Absorb the animal type, fish fruit, mythical zoan, azure dragon form devil fruit, altering the plot of One Piece. Reward, 300 sword technique points, 300 spirit points. Task 2. According to the original plot, give the animal type, fish fruit, mythical zoan, azure dragon form devil fruit to Kaido. Reward, 300 sword technique points, 300 spirit points, and unlock the lottery shop. I choose task 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Tian made his decision. Although the rewards for both choices were similar, the second option also included the opportunity to unlock the lottery shop. Moreover, with Kaido now as his subordinate, it was only reasonable to hand the devil fruit over to him. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Reward: 300 sword technique points, 300 spirit points. Ding, the lottery shop has been opened. Please check it at your convenience. Friendly reminder: please follow the chosen path. If the host absorbs the devil fruit, the system will reclaim all of the host's abilities. Ling Tian felt indifferent to the system's prompt. After all, as long as he acted according to his choice, there should be no issues. After reading the system's notification, Ling Tian used his spiritual technique to transport Kaido back to the Rock's pirate ship, placing him on his bed and tending to his wounds. Since Kaido was merely an ordinary crew member at present, his quarters shared space with other regular pirates. The ship's space was limited, aside from a few powerful crew members who could secure private rooms. The rest shared accommodations, often with dozens of individuals in one room. Naturally, Ling Tian had his own independent quarters, allowing him to care for Kaido's recovery more effectively. Observing his attribute panel displaying 320 sword technique points and 322 spirit points, he allocated 150 sword technique points to his one-sword style, 150 spirit points to his spiritual techniques, 40 to armament haki, 40 to observation haki, and 90 to unlock Conqueror's Haki level 1. Enhancing his Conqueror's Haki. Attribute panel host, Dokili ID. Ling Tian abilities, Sealing technique, Lightning. First seal, Ghost Piece, unlocked. Second seal, Moonlight, unlocked. Third seal, Savagery, requires a devil fruit to unlock. Fourth seal, Domination. Unlocking the previous level will reveal the unlocking method, Swordsmanship. One sword style. LV3 requires 200 sword technique points to unlock the next level. Two sword style, not unlocked. Requires possession of a second supreme great blade or a weapon of greater value to unlock. Spiritual techniques. LV3 requires 200 spirit points to unlock the next level. 3 types of haki. Armament haki. LV2 requires 80 spirit points to unlock the next level. Observation haki. LV2 requires 80 spirit points to unlock the next level. Conqueror's Haki. LV2 requires 120 spirit points to unlock the next level. Sword technique points, 170. Wielding a sword 1,000 times daily grants 5. Sword technique points, spirit points, 2. Gaining 2 spirit points for every hour of training. Note: sword wielding time counts as training time. Lottery shop. Available lottery chances. 1 chance daily. Lottery pool levels range from low to high. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, purple gold. Odds: bronze, 63.9. Silver, 20. Gold, 10. Platinum, 5. Diamond, 1. Purple gold, 0.1. 10 consecutive draws guarantee 1 gold item. 50 consecutive draws guarantee 1 platinum item. 100 consecutive draws guarantee 1 diamond item. 1,000 consecutive draws guarantee 1 purple gold item. Ling Tian examined the description of the lottery chances and accessed the lottery shop. Lottery shop, bronze. Common items that hold no significance for strength enhancement, that can also be purchased for 10 spirit points. Silver, a haphazard assortment of items that may be useful for strength enhancement. It all depends on your luck. Gold, items that will undoubtedly enhance strength. The extent of the enhancement relies on your luck. Platinum, items that will certainly enhance strength. The items drawn will elevate the user's strength to at least the level of future warlords, if not to that of Buggy. Diamond, items that will undoubtedly enhance strength. The drawn items will elevate the user's strength to the level of future emperors. Purple gold, items that will undoubtedly enhance strength. The drawn items can elevate the user to the pinnacle of strength in this world, enabling them to easily defeat the 5 elders and kick Emu. What the hell? Ling Tian exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the Rock's pirate ship. What's wrong with that kid? Why is he shouting so loudly all of a sudden? Newgate was startled by Ling Tian's outburst, nearly spilling the rum he held. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, he was simply aware that if he could endure for 3 years, he would possess the power to punch the 5 elders and kick Emu. Ding. Detecting the host has 1 lottery chance available. Would you like to draw? As this is the first lottery, the host is guaranteed to receive at least a gold level item. Lottery. Ling Tian contemplated for a moment before deciding to draw. At the very least, he was assured a gold level item, and reasonably speaking, it shouldn't be too disappointing that if he could draw a platinum or diamond item, it would be a tremendous gain. Before him, a wheel of fortune materialized. Divided into 4 segments. Gold occupied 40 of the wheel, Platinum 30, Diamond 20, and Purple Gold a mere 10. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing down, and Ling Tian's heart raced as he saw the pointer nearing the Purple Gold segment. Could it be that today I can punch the 5 elders and kick Emu? Just as he thought this, the pointer shifted past the threshold between Purple Gold and Gold. Ling Tian clearly observed that the pointer lingered slightly more in the Gold segment than in Purple Gold, just by a hair's breadth. And oh! Ling Tian shouted in despair. With a loud crash, a bottle of rum that had just been uncorked outside on the deck fell and shattered. Newgate, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had just opened a bottle of rum when he heard Ling Tian's shout, causing him to lose his balance and drop the RUM.I in Ling Tian's room. A golden light emanated from the wheel, and a massive spiked club materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the item Thunderbolt Spiked Club. Ling Tian gazed at the spiked club that had appeared before him, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did the system know that Kaido's spiked club was broken? Ling Tian began to examine the attributes of the spiked club. Thunderbolt Spiked Club, a spiked club forged from special metal, possessing the ability to summon lightning. This spiked club boasts the highest hardness found in the pirate world. It will not be damaged regardless of the impact it endures. Ling Tian, considering the spiked club's hardness, contemplated testing whether lightning could cut through it. After all, both items were produced by the system, but he quickly extinguished that thought. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the Rock's pirate ship was heading towards God Valley, with orders to notify Garp, instructing him to stop Rocks. It was imperative to prevent Rocks from harming the celestial dragons who were pregnant in God Valley. Steel Bone Kong looked at the report in his hands and addressed Sengoku. God Valley, the place where the celestial dragons give birth. Although Mariewa is deemed safer, it hosts an abundance of slaves, many of whom perish there. Numerous celestial dragons believe that giving birth in Mariewa may adversely affect their children. So a birthing area was established in God Valley. I understand, Marshal Kong. I will notify Garp immediately. Sengoku recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly went to inform Garp. Meanwhile, Garp was in pursuit of Roger, laughing heartily as he spotted the Roger pirates within reach. Ha ha ha. Roger, surrender. I will not allow you to escape. Garp, your phone. A Marine held a Din Din Mushi and spoke. This particular Din Din Mushi was exclusively connected to Sengoku, and he would only use it in special circumstances. Garp glanced at the Din Din Mushi before picking it up. What is it? Sengoku. Garp hoped that Sengoku was calling because he was unable to reach his designated Marine Din Din Mushi. After all, he did not wish for any troublesome events to unfold. Unfortunately, Garp's assumption was incorrect. Sengoku was indeed facing a significant dilemma that necessitated this call. Garp, a critical mission has been assigned to you. The Din Din Mushi, mimicking Sengoku's visage, declared. What is it? Garp replied, absent-mindedly picking his nose. Pay attention, Garp. This matter is exceedingly grave, Sengoku retorted, detecting Garp's lack of seriousness. Listen carefully. Garp, the Rocks pirates are currently heading towards God Valley. The Admiral suspects that Rocks' objective lies with the celestial dragons within God Valley. Therefore, you, being the closest to God Valley, must stop Rocks at all costs. Explore every possible avenue to thwart him. If feasible, you may collaborate with the Roger pirates. I believe they will not stand idly by. As Sengoku elucidated the mission, he offered Garp advice. TCH, you want me to protect that detestable group of celestial dragons? Garp scoffed at the notion of being tasked with safeguarding the celestial dragons. Garp, I understand your reluctance, but this time you must comply. You must realize the catastrophic consequences should the celestial dragons be slain in God Valley. I understand, Garp replied before hanging up the Din Din Mushi. He recognized the severity of the situation. If Rocks were to murder the celestial dragons in God Valley, it would inspire others to follow suit. Nations oppressed by the celestial dragons would rise against them, and it would not be long before the celestial dragons faced lethal retribution upon leaving Mariewa. While the celestial dragons were typically surrounded by CP agents, there was no guarantee that powerful individuals would not launch an assault on them. Full speed ahead, we are heading to Roger's ship, Garp commanded. He understood that he could not halt Rocks alone, so he intended to seek Roger's cooperation, especially since Sengoku had suggested it. Captain, Garp's ship has accelerated. Should we speed up as well? Jabba, one of the arms of the Roger pirates, inquired upon noticing Garp's ship surge forward. Ha ha ha. No need. If Garp wishes to engage in battle, let them witness the might of the Roger pirates, Roger proclaimed, grinning as he observed the accelerating warship from the stern of the Oro Jackson. Men, prepare for battle. Roger's crew immediately assumed combat stances upon hearing his command. Ha ha ha. Roger, there is no need for such hostility towards an old man, Garp laughed heartily as his ship neared the Oro Jackson. Don't jest, Garp. I am a pirate. Do you expect me to greet you Marines with open arms? Roger chuckled, resting his left foot on the railing at the back of the Oro Jackson. Rest assured. Roger, I did not come here to fight, Garp said, taking a bite of a rice cracker. Are you kidding me, Garp? When Marines and pirates meet, you dare say it's not for battle? Roger replied incredulously. Instead of responding, Garp allowed his first mate, Bogart, to explain to Roger that the Rock's pirates were en route to God Valley, detailing the potential repercussions should they gain entry. After contemplating Bogart's words, Roger decided to cooperate with Garp. Although he was a pirate, he did not wish to witness chaos engulfing the world. The other crew members of the Roger pirates voiced no objections. Wherever the captain went, they would follow, for they were the renowned Roger pirates. Men, change course. Our destination is God Valley. Understood. Thus, Garp and Roger set sail towards God Valley together. What's the matter, kid? Why aren't you training today? Shiki inquired, noticing Ling Tian lost in thought on the deck. Typically, at this hour, Ling Tian would be engaged in training, but today he simply stared at the sea. Oh, it's Shiki, Ling Tian muttered, preoccupied with his thoughts and ignoring Shiki's question. What's wrong with you today? Shiki asked, sitting beside Ling Tian with a bottle of rum. It seems things might become rather tumultuous in the coming days. You know about it too, Shiki? Ling Tian asked with curiosity, recalling how he had learned from Newgate that their current course was directed towards the Celestial Dragon's God Valley. Having familiarized himself with the original story, Ling Tian understood the dire consequences of the Rock's Pirates' journey to God Valley. In the original tale, it was here that the Rock's Pirates disbanded, and where Rox himself met his demise at the hands of Garp and Roger. From his observations over the past few days, Ling Tian realized that the members of the Rock's Pirates were not particularly united. They were merely compelled to remain aboard due to Rox's formidable presence. He had often wondered while watching the anime how it was possible that such a formidable crew, boasting 3 future emperors of the sea and the notorious Shiki, could be defeated by just Garp and Roger. Now it dawned on him that the crew had no genuine desire to aid Rox. It was likely that they would abandon ship at the first sign of failure. Indeed, the rum on board is nearly depleted, and our current course provides no opportunity to resupply, Shiki lamented, taking a swig from his bottle. Ling Tian, unsure of how to respond, chose to ignore Shiki and walk towards the officers' quarters. In the original narrative, Kaido's ability to leave God Valley as a newcomer was attributed to Charlotte Linlin's presence. However, due to Ling Tian's arrival, Kaido had no connection to Linlin. He needed to devise a plan to ensure Kaido's escape, as he might not even be able to leave God Valley himself with his current strength. The last time he managed to fend off Garp and Sengoku's combined might was due to their ignorance of his abilities, coupled with Newgate's presence, which prevented them from unleashing their full power. Should Sengoku and Garp exert their full strength, he feared he would fall within moments. As Ling Tian pondered, he reached the door of an officer's exclusive room, where a crescent-shaped mustache was painted on the entrance. Indeed, this was Newgate's room, and he sought to see if Newgate could assist him in taking both himself and Kaido to safety. Knock, knock, knock. Ling Tian rapped on Newgate's door. Come in, Newgate called from within. Upon hearing Newgate's voice, Ling Tian opened the door and stepped inside. Garara, so it's you, Ling Tian, Newgate said, taking a swig of rum. What brings you here? Newgate, I need your assistance, Ling Tian stated bluntly. Garara, speak up, Ling Tian. If it is within my power, I shall certainly help you, Newgate replied generously. What do you think the captain's purpose is in heading to God Valley? Ling Tian posed a question rather than stating his request. Did the captain not mention? We are going to God Valley because there lies a formidable devil fruit, Newgate responded. Merely for a devil fruit? The captain intends to venture into the Celestial Dragon's territory? Ling Tian inquired, sitting beside Newgate. Newgate, what do you believe will happen if the captain harms the Celestial Dragons? The Marines, or even the world government, might retaliate. Newgate took a sip of his rum and remained silent. Should the captain injure or even kill a celestial dragon, the Marines and the world government will undoubtedly send forces to eradicate Rox and anyone associated with the knowledge of this matter from the Rox pirates. Ling Tian continued. Newgate set down his rum and spoke. It seems you are aware. Ling Tian was taken aback by Newgate's response. What do you mean? Just as you said, the captain's aim in heading to God Valley concerns the celestial dragons. He likely intends to eliminate them and sow discord in the world. That is why I specifically informed you of our ship's destination this morning. Newgate stated gravely. It is likely that the Marines and the world government have already dispatched personnel to God Valley. Although Newgate holds such beliefs, the reality is that only a handful of CP agents and Garp, along with Roger, are currently en route to God Valley. This situation arises from the arrogance of the celestial dragons. Even though the Navy is aware that the Rocks Pirates' course leads to God Valley and has conveyed this information, the celestial dragons remain convinced that Rocks would not dare to make a move against them. Consequently, they have dismissed the reinforcements sent by the world government. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, the Navy is merely their obedient hound, summoned at will. So, Newgate, what are your intentions? Ling Tian is eager to hear Newgate's plans and observe his approach. Let us assess the situation first. If the captain cannot confront them, we will depart immediately. If the captain can handle them, we shall remain. Newgate acknowledges this. Yet he is acutely aware that it is a pipe dream for Rocks to contend with the world government. Unless they offer unwavering support to Rocks, such an outcome is implausible. Newgate understands that none in the Rocks Pirates would risk their lives for him. Should Rocks falter, they would abandon him to save themselves. If the captain truly faces defeat, could you ensure Kaido's escape? Ling Tian reveals the purpose of his visit. Kaido, is that the little brat you taught? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Newgate recalls the young one who learned hockey under Ling Tian's guidance. Indeed. And you? Newgate inquires, curiosity piqued. I will find my own way out, but I fear I cannot guarantee Kaido's safety. After all, I do not possess the same strength as you, Newgate. Ling Tian explains. Is that so? Worry not, lad. I shall grant your request, Newgate declares, taking a swig of rum. Seeing Newgate acquiesce, Ling Tian discusses some plans before taking his leave. As for why Ling Tian does not wish for Newgate to accompany him, it is certainly due to the tasks assigned by the system. Ding, the system issues a task, the fall of a tyrant. Follow the Rocks Pirates to God Valley and witness Rocks' downfall. Ding, the system issues a task, worlds apart, leave God Valley using your own strength. Due to these two tasks, Ling Tian must accompany the Rocks Pirates to God Valley. Were it not for these tasks, Ling Tian would have considered disembarking midway. Once Kaido awakens, Ling Tian informs him about God Valley and assures him that Newgate will ensure his escape if trouble arises. For the past few days, Ling Tian has been teaching Kaido hockey. Whether it is due to the previous battle or Kaido's exceptional talent, within just 2 days, Kaido has mastered armament hockey. Following this, Kaido seems to have unlocked extraordinary potential, learning observation hockey in a single day and unleashing Conqueror's hockey the next. Ling Tian cannot help but marvel at Kaido's prowess. Thus, on the 5th day, the Rocks Pirates ship nears God Valley. Kaido, consume this. Early on the 5th day, Ling Tian calls Kaido over, presenting him with a devil fruit. This fruit is the Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast form, Azure Dragon, which Ling Tian previously acquired. This Kaido exclaims. Staring at the fruit in Ling Tian's hand, it's far too precious. I cannot accept it. You forget what I told you about what will happen next. Ling Tian responds sternly, you must possess formidable strength to survive the impending battle. This Kaido hesitates, gazing at the devil fruit. Accept it. If you still regard me as your elder brother, then consume this fruit, Ling Tian insists, pressing the fish fruit into Kaido's hands with a hint of irritation. Fine, Kaido concedes, taking the fish fruit. He understands that only with great power can he survive the upcoming conflict. However, Ling Tian assures him that Newgate will be responsible for his escape, yet if he perishes before leaving, even Newgate cannot assist. As Kaido consumes the fish fruit, his body slightly expands. Familiarize yourself with this fruit quickly, Ling Tian instructs before heading outside, as an island appears ahead, signaling their arrival at God Valley. Previously, Ling Tian had accumulated 600 sword skill points and 600 spirit points from training Kaido in hockey, spending 600 to elevate his one-sword style to LV5, and 480 spirit points to raise armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey to LV3, while spirit techniques reached LV4. The maximum level for sword techniques and spirit techniques is LV10. While hockey caps at LV5. This means his hockey now matches that of a typical lieutenant commander, and his swordsmanship has reached the level of a rear admiral, excluding Garp, of course, whose strength surpasses that of an admiral, and he remains a distance from the 5 elders. As for him, the pinnacle of power in the pirate world, he is leagues beyond. Ling Tian even muses that even a united Rocks Pirates would struggle against him alone. How does Ling Tian know this? Obviously, it is conjecture. Having never encountered him, how could he ascertain him's true strength? As the ship of the Rocks Pirates reaches God Valley, Garp's naval vessel and Roger's pirate crew have already arrived. Wahahaha, Garp, are you here to thwart us? Rocks bellows from the ship's bow, eyeing Garp with a hearty laugh. Rocks, should you dare to strike against the celestial dragons, the world government will not permit it. I shall thwart your schemes here, Garp retorts. Wahahaha. Men, advance. I wish to see how you intend to stop me. Rox commands, gesturing for his crew to charge forth, though his officers remain behind, unperturbed by their lack of participation. Rox knows that defeating Garp will compel the others to submit. He has long recognized that his officers do not genuinely follow him. But he remains indifferent. With sufficient power, they will yield to him. Thus, Rox leaps forward to confront Garp. What? The esteemed Navy seeks to ally with pirates? He mocks, glancing at Roger beside Garp. Any means to defeat you is justified. Garp responds, unfazed. As long as he can take down Rox, he has no qualms about collaborating with Roger, who he knows is not a savage pirate, while Rox engages in battle. Ling Tian and the others find themselves in a tense standoff with Rayleigh and the other pirate officers, as well as Bogart and the naval commanders. So, shall we have a brawl? Shiki, the golden lion, brandishes his twin blades, eager for confrontation. Ma'am, Shiki, if you wish to fight, go ahead. I have no desire to join you. Charlotte Linlin chuckles, savoring a slice of cake. Tisich, so boring. Shiki grumbles, retreating to the cabin for a drink of rum. Newgate and his crew have no intention of clashing with Rayleigh and the others. Should Rox falter against Garp and Roger, they can swiftly escape. Observing that Newgate and his crew are not inclined to engage, Ling Tian refrains from action, planning to wait until Rox is defeated by Garp and Roger. Then follow the main group to depart, thus perfectly fulfilling the system's tasks. Ding. The system issues a task. Challenge the strong. Spar with Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Completing this task rewards 1,000 sword skill points and 1,000 spirit points. A gentle reminder, this task is optional. Will you accept? System, you dare tempt me with such an allure? Who can resist such an offer? This is a chance for 1,000 sword skill points and 1,000 spirit points. Achieving this through ordinary training would take an eternity. System, you think you can reap my rewards without effort? With that thought, Ling Tian draws his sword and leaps from the pirate ship. Hey, where's that kid going? Newgate muses, watching Ling Tian jump overboard with a hint of confusion. However, there is nothing to be said. After all, Ling Tian has tasked him with protecting Kaido. In his heart. Newgate contemplated that Ling Tian might possess his own means. Ling Tian pointed his blade at Rayleigh and spoke. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, the kid opposite wishes to seek your counsel, Jabba said with a grin directed at Rayleigh. Well then, since that is the case, I shall impart some guidance. Rayleigh replied as he leapt down from the pirate ship, drawing his sword. The Rox pirates, with a bounty of 125 million berries, the sword demon, Doker D. Ling Tian, announced the blade in Ling Tian's hand, which was enveloped in a pitch-black armament hockey. Ha! The Roger pirates, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, silvers, Rayleigh proclaimed as he introduced himself, though he did not coat his blade with armament hockey. Observing this, Ling Tian understood that Rayleigh looked down upon him. Realizing that the mere bounty of over 100 million berries was likely seen by Rayleigh as nothing more than a slightly larger cannon fodder. One sword style, spiraling dragon. Ling Tian swung his sword forward, unleashing a black dragon towards Rayleigh. Jiang. Rayleigh executed a flying slash, effortlessly blocking Ling Tian's strike. Moonlight, release. Upon witnessing this, Ling Tian directly unsealed the second layer of lightning seal, and his feet were immediately clad in purple armor. The second layer of the seal enhanced his speed by 100, strength by 50, swordsmanship by 30, and special abilities by 10. This transformation allowed Ling Tian's speed to reach a level sufficient to match Rayleigh's. Sensing the aura emanating from Ling Tian, Rayleigh couldn't help but grow slightly serious, perceiving a hint of threat from him. 1 sword style, sword return. Ling Tian moved at high speed, launching a flurry of slashes towards Rayleigh. Yet, Rayleigh merely shifted his body slightly to evade Ling Tian's onslaught, a testament to his advanced observation. Hockey. 1 sword style, locking demon sword. Ling Tian, realizing that Rayleigh was dodging with minimal movement, let out a roar as dark red chains ensnared Rayleigh, while numerous flying swords lunged towards him. Such a peculiar ability. Are you a devil fruit user, kid? Rayleigh inquired, glancing at the dark red chains binding him. Who knows? Ling Tian replied, watching as the myriad of flying swords aimed for Rayleigh. Boom! An invisible energy shattered the flying swords and the chains restraining Rayleigh. Ling Tian instantly recognized this energy as Conqueror's Haki. As expected of the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, even this rare Conqueror's Haki is at his disposal. Ling Tian praised Rayleigh, and in response, a similar energy erupted from within Ling Tian. Now it was Rayleigh's turn to be astonished. He hadn't anticipated that a crew member from the unheard-of Rox Pirates would possess the aura of a king, that I didn't expect this kid to also wield Conqueror's Haki. Bogart, Garp's aide, was similarly taken aback. This kid hides his depth well, the Golden Lion thought, taking a sip of rum. his surprise evident. Gololala, Ling Tian, you truly give us a grand surprise. Newgate laughed heartily as he regarded Ling Tian. Each person present experienced their own transformations. Kid, after such a lengthy exchange, it is now my turn. Rayleigh tightened his grip on his sword, channeling armament haki as he swung down, unleashing a colossal black slash towards Ling Tian. Spirit technique, enhancement, sword skill. This technique could augment swordsmanship ability by 50%. The blade in Ling Tian's hand grew even darker, a result of him fully activating his armament haki. Observing this, Ling Tian poured all his strength into amplifying his swordsmanship. One sword style, Star Shatter. Countless beams of light converged into a colossal slash, which collided with Rayleigh's strike, releasing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Boom, the two strikes negated each other, leaving behind a massive crater in their wake. Kid, it seems your swordsmanship is quite impressive, Rayleigh remarked, eyeing the deep pit before him. Ling Tian realized that even with his utmost effort, he could only cancel out Rayleigh's casual strike empowered by armament haki. Rayleigh, next comes my strongest move. If you can withstand it, then consider your victory assured, Ling Tian declared gravely, gazing intently at Rayleigh. Oh, then let me witness your strongest move, kid, Rayleigh replied, intrigued by Ling Tian's assertion. Ling Tian sheathed his sword. One sword style, ultimate secret art, flowing light. This was the most potent secret art of the one sword style, of which there were 3 ultimate techniques, and this was the strongest among them. Ling Tian drew the blade from his waist, though it appeared swift, to the onlookers, it felt agonizingly slow. Rumble, a vortex formed in the sky, and a colossal blade emerged from it. What is this? Rayleigh exclaimed, astonished by the size of the immense sword. Not only Rayleigh, but everyone around was taken aback. That enormous blade was larger than the entirety of God Valley. With a single strike, it would spell doom for not only Rayleigh but for everyone present in God Valley. Ling Tian, kid, Newgate shouted towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian was acutely aware of the potential consequences should this sword descend. However, as it was his first time wielding this move, he could only strive to control the descent of the gigantic blade. Everyone, join forces. Newgate discerned Ling Tian's state and promptly called out to the other officers of the Rocks Pirates. Recognizing Ling Tian's condition, no one opposed him. Not just the members of the Rocks Pirates, but the Roger Pirates, the Marines, and anyone with a modicum of strength rushed to intervene. Various attacks surged towards the colossal sword. Crack! Yet, even with this multitude of assaults, they merely created a fissure in the enormous blade. After all, this was the strongest strike granted by the system, the ultimate move of the one-sword style. Although its full power had yet to be unleashed, its defensive capabilities were already at maximum. Rumble, a bolt of lightning erupted from afar, instantly shattering the colossal sword. At Mariewa, among the 5 elders, one holding a saber remarked, was that just now the action of Lord M? It seems so. That direction is God Valley, replied another elder with a mustache, glancing towards the site. Is something happening at God Valley? Pondered another elder with curly hair. God, what was that move just now? Shiki swallowed nervously as he gazed at the source of the lightning. The others paid no heed to Shiki, while Newgate leapt from the pirate ship to Ling Tian's side. Having executed this technique, Ling Tian had exhausted all his strength and now knelt on the ground. Had it not been for the lightning sustaining him, he would have collapsed long ago. Ling Tian. Kid, are you all right? Newgate asked, supporting Ling Tian. I'm fine, just completely drained, Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian did not disclose his specific circumstances to Newgate. In truth, aside from his exhausted stamina, he had also depleted a significant amount of his life force. Ling Tian estimated that after using his abilities 3 or 4 more times, he would succumb to death due to the total depletion of his vitality. I concede, Rayleigh remarked, observing Ling Tian being supported by Newgate. Acknowledged, Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning 1,000 sword technique points and 1,000 spirit points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ling Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, his life force had not been squandered in vain. Attribute panel host, Dorkly D. Ling Tian abilities, sealing techniques, first seal, Ghost Tranquility, unlocked, second seal, Moonlight, unlocked, third seal, Savage. Requires a devil fruit to unlock, fourth seal, Overlord. Unlocking the previous level reveals the method, swordsmanship, 1 sword style complete. LV5 requires 800 sword technique points to unlock the next level, 2 sword style complete. Not unlocked. Requires possession of a second supreme great blade or a weapon of higher grade to unlock spirit techniques. LV4 requires 400 spirit points to unlock the next level, Haki, armament Haki. LV3 Requires 160 spirit points to unlock the next level. Observation Haki. LV3 requires 160 spirit points to unlock the next level. Conqueror's Haki. LV3 requires 240 spirit points to unlock the next level. Sword Technique Points. 1170. Swinging a sword 1,000 times daily earns 5 sword technique points. Spirit Points. 1122. Training for 1 hour earns 2 spirit points. Note: sword swinging time counts as training time. Lottery Shop. Lottery Attempts. 5. 1 lottery attempt can be made daily. The lottery pool is ranked from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, purple, gold. The probabilities are bronze, 100, silver, 50, gold, 10, platinum, 5, diamond, 1, purple, gold, 0.1. 10 consecutive draw guarantees 1 gold. 50 draws guarantee 1 platinum, 100 draws guarantee 1 diamond, and 1,000 draws guarantee 1 purple, gold. Ling Tian pondered over the attribute panel for a moment before directly spending 800 sword technique points to elevate his 1 sword style complete to LV6. He expended 640 spirit points to max out his armament Haki, used 160 spirit points to upgrade his observation Haki to LV4, and spent 240 spirit points to enhance his Conqueror's Haki to LV4. Feeling the changes within his body, Ling Tian sensed that he could now defeat Rayleigh in an instant. You're cheating. You're remarkable, Rayleigh thought. Though he refrained from challenging Ling Tian to a duel, Ling Tian was escorted back to the pirate ship by Newgate. While Rayleigh also leapt back aboard. As for Bogart, he instructed a marine soldier to record the battle between Ling Tian and Rayleigh, harboring a premonition that Ling Tian would not turn into a formidable pirate threatening the seas in the future. Although he thought this way, Bogart did not attempt to capture Ling Tian. Firstly, the members of the Rocks Pirates were present, making it uncertain whether he could apprehend Ling Tian, who would undoubtedly receive no assistance from Rayleigh and the others. Furthermore, the primary objective was currently the Rocks crew. Brother, are you all right? Kaido expressed concern upon seeing Newgate supporting Ling Tian. I'm fine. Ling Tian reassured Kaido with a slight smile, acknowledging his worry. Just as the battle on Ling Tian's side concluded, the conflict on Rock's end was also nearing its conclusion. Rocks, Garp, and Roger were all bloodied, but with his LV4 observation Haki, Ling Tian could distinctly sense that Rock's aura had diminished, while Garp and Roger radiated immense strength. Old man, I'm leaving first, Shiki declared, perceiving Rock's weakened state. With that, he took flight, sweeping away a small pirate ship as he departed. Rayleigh and the others paid him no mind, aware that they needed to prevent any potential betrayal by the Navy once their captain and Rocks finished their confrontation. Mamama, I shall take my leave as well, Charlotte Linlin announced, riding a cloud. We should depart too, Newgate said, glancing at Ling Tian. Newgate, you and Kaido should go ahead, Ling Tian urged. Nonsense. How could you possibly escape under their watch in your current condition? Newgate replied, slightly irked. Indeed, brother, you should come with us, Kaido chimed in, echoing Newgate's sentiments. Given Ling Tian's current physical state, escape from Garp and Roger was implausible. It's all right, Newgate. Do you not recall your promise to me? Ling Tian reminded him of their prior agreement. Kaido, once Newgate takes you away, go establish your own pirate crew. When your crew's fame reaches its zenith, I shall seek you out, Ling Tian comforted Kaido. Brother, Kaido acknowledged Ling Tian's character with a nod. When my crew becomes renowned, you must come find me. Agreed, Ling Tian affirmed, presenting Kaido with a golden bracelet, a locator he had drawn during a previous lottery. With this device, Ling Tian could find Kaido regardless of where he was. However, Newgate still wished to take Ling Tian with him. It's fine, Newgate. I'm entrusting Kaido to you, Ling Tian reassured him, seeing Ling Tian's resolve. Newgate refrained from further protest, leaping aboard a pirate ship with Kaido before departing. The only other person remaining with Ling Tian was John, the earliest follower of Rocks, who intended to stay until the end, hoping for a chance to assist Rocks in escaping. Kid, aren't you going to follow Newgate and the others? Rayleigh inquired as he noticed Ling Tian's decision to stay. Ha ha ha, the battle of the 3 strongest men on the seas is a rare spectacle. How could I possibly miss such an occasion? Ling Tian laughed heartily, explaining his choice to remain due to Rocks still being alive and the necessity of completing his system task. Rayleigh, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, burst into laughter. Oh, you have the courage to come aboard our ship for a drink. Rayleigh beckoned to Ling Tian. What is there to fear? Ling Tian replied, leaping onto the Aro Jackson. In the original narrative, Roger's character resembled Luffy's, thus he felt no apprehension regarding any potential hostility from Rayleigh and the others. It was possible that Roger and his crew might even protect him from leaving God Valley. Ha ha ha, You have quite the spirit, Rayleigh chuckled, tossing a bottle of rum to Ling Tian. Ling Tian caught the bottle and took a swig. Rayleigh, I assume you have visited the island known as the Final Island? Ling Tian queried. Indeed, we have been to Water 7, but it is not the final island, Rayleigh replied. Indeed, Water 7 is not the final destination. To reach the final island, you must first gather 4 pieces of red poneglyphs. We are aware of this, yet we lack an archaeologist capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, rendering our efforts futile even if we collect them, Rayleigh expounded. One day, you will encounter the person who will lead you to the final island. Laughtail. How do you know the final island is called Laughtail? That is a secret. TCH, if you won't share, then don't, Rayleigh remarked, suddenly feeling an urge to draw his blade against Ling Tian. Do you know how frustrating it is to be kept in suspense? Either tell me everything or say nothing at all. However, Rayleigh reconsidered. Given Ling Tian's current condition, he had no intention of attacking. After all, if Ling Tian wielded that enormous blade again, they might truly meet their demise here. It's not that I refuse to tell you, Rayleigh, but revealing it could prevent you from reaching Laughtail. Ling Tian concocted an excuse, initially aiming to impress Rayleigh. As Ling Tian conversed with Rayleigh, Rox had already been defeated by Garp and Roger, now lying unconscious before them. It seems to be over, Rayleigh remarked, taking a sip of his drink. No wonder it is Roger. Garp, what will happen to Rox? Roger asked, panting heavily as he regarded the unconscious Rox. He understood that Rox would need to be handed over to the world government. Not because they were unable to deal with a pirate, but because he had sensed someone secretly aiding Rox during their battle. Thus, Roger comprehended that there was undoubtedly another powerful figure from the world government present. Leave Rox to me. Before Garp could respond to Roger, a voice echoed through the air. The source of that voice belonged to a figure clad in black attire, their face obscured by a mask radiating an aura of divinity. Upon the appearance of this individual, Roger instantly recognized them as the one who had previously struck against Rox from the shadows. Who are you? Garp inquired, a hint of surprise mingling with a sense of understanding. You know him, Roger remarked in response to Garp's words. It was Roger who had entrusted the task of dealing with Rox to him. Garp, however, refrained from answering Roger directly, instead stating a simple truth. As a high-ranking officer of the Navy, he was, of course, aware of the identity of the newcomer. I see, Roger replied, sheathing Ace's sword before making his way toward the ORL Jackson, having dealt with Garp for many years. He understood that if Garp had something to say, he would have said it long ago. The fact that Garp remained silent suggested only one possibility. The newcomer's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. So powerful that even combined, he and Garp would stand no chance against this individual. The mysterious figure had slain Rox and taken his corpse away. Meanwhile, the God Valley lay in ruins due to the clash between Garp and the others. And it was anticipated that in a few days, the entire valley would succumb to the depths of the sea. Above the valley, the celestial dragons suffered casualties from the aftermath of their battle. Kids, let us start the feast, Roger exclaimed upon returning to the ORL Jackson, laughter spilling from his lips. Oh. So, Garp, shall we celebrate together? Roger invited Garp to join the festivities. No, Roger. I must report the situation here to Sengoku. Moreover, as a Navy officer, how could I possibly indulge in a banquet aboard a pirate ship? This time I'll let it slide, but next time, I will certainly apprehend you. Although Garp often appeared carefree, he never took important matters lightly. Is that so? Until we meet again, Roger grinned, revealing his crescent-shaped teeth. Garp returned to the warship and departed from God Valley, regarding the celestial dragons with indifference, stating, I'm merely a vice admiral. I lack the power to intervene. Kid, aren't you afraid to board my ship alone? Roger questioned as he observed Garp leaving. Ha ha ha. I doubt the infamous Roger pirates would strike while I'm injured. Ling Tian replied, taking a sip from a nearby drink. Ha 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 ha, you're quite amusing, kid. How about joining my crew? Roger proposed to Ling Tian. No, Roger, I do not belong to your ship, and I have no desire to board a vessel without a few years left. Ling Tian responded, though he found Roger rather agreeable. His ambition was to witness the vastness of the pirate world, while Roger aimed for the ultimate island, Raftel. Thus, Ling Tian was destined not to join Roger's crew. Ha 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 ha, do you know the state of my health? Roger laughed nonchalantly, fully aware that his body was nearing its limits. He simply wished to complete his journey along the Grand Line before his demise. What, Roger? You? Rayleigh and the others overheard Roger's conversation with Ling Tian, worry etching their faces. You should have told us about this sooner. Rayleigh firmly grasped Roger's shoulder. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, we are pirates. A little injury is quite normal. Isn't it? Roger replied, appearing nonchalant. You rascal, Rayleigh sighed, determined that they must seek a doctor. All right, Roger conceded, understanding Rayleigh's concern, but insisted that they celebrate first. Thus, Ling Tian enjoyed the revelry aboard the Roger pirates until late into the night. While the other crew members succumbed to intoxication, including Roger and Rayleigh, only Ling Tian remained sober, as he had consumed only milk aside from the bottle of liquor from Rayleigh. The reason for this was that Ling Tian's milk packaging bore an uncanny resemblance to rum bottles. And even the milk was transparent. This particular milk was procured by Ling Tian from the System S lottery shop, bought with 20 spirit points for a case, and he had purchased 2 cases over 2 days. Ling Tian could only muse. I want to sit at the kids' table. Sigh, it has been nearly a month since I arrived in this world. Ling Tian reflected as he gazed at the moon from the lookout of the pirate ship. The following morning, bright and early, Rayleigh spotted Ling Tian perched on the railing. Oh, you're up early, kid. Rayleigh exclaimed. Of course, I'm not drunk, Ling Tian silently retorted. Rayleigh, when do you plan to set sail? Ling Tian inquired. Bypassing Rayleigh's comment. Well, that depends on Roger's decision, Rayleigh replied, failing to provide a definitive answer. All right then, Ling Tian thought about asking Roger to take him to an island called Roria. Last night, he had received a mission from the system. Ding. Mission issued, the beginning of the world. Travel to Roria Island and await the start of the plot. Upon completion, the system will elevate all abilities of the host to maximum level, and the host's age on Roria will not change with the passage of time. Upon seeing this task, Ling Tian readily accepted, as the reward was 2 enticing maximum abilities and eternal youth. Once Roger awoke, Ling Tian discussed his desire to be taken to Roria Island. Without hesitation, Roger agreed, as they too were unaware of the ultimate destination, Raftel. Around noon, Roger and the crew set sail for Roria. After several days at sea, they finally arrived at their destination. However, upon reaching Roria, Ling Tian was taken aback to discover it was a primitive island, devoid of any towns. Rayleigh and Roger had not informed Ling Tian about the island's condition, as they only knew it was uninhabited and assumed Ling Tian had some purpose for coming here before returning with them. Although taken aback by the island's desolation, Ling Tian deemed it insignificant compared to the prospect of attaining maximum abilities. Thank you for bringing me here. May fate allow us to meet again, Ling Tian expressed to Roger before leaping from the pirate ship. Rayleigh and the others were stunned, wondering if this kid intended to reside on the island. Hey, kid, you're not thinking of living here, are you? Roger called out. Is there a problem? Ling Tian, upon hearing Roger's words, felt a twinge of confusion. Kid, are you mistaken? This is a primitive island, Rayleigh exclaimed, directing his voice at Ling Tian. I am aware. I intend to live in seclusion for a few years. Ling Tian casually fabricated a reason. All right, just make sure you don't get devoured by the island's beasts, Roger teased. Rest assured, rather than worrying about me, you should be more concerned about your own health, Ling Tian retorted, suddenly recalling something and leaping back onto the Oro Jackson. What's the matter, kid? Planning to abandon your seclusion? Roger chuckled as he saw Ling Tian jump back. I have something to tell you. There is a highly skilled doctor at the entrance of the Grand Line. With his help, you should be able to extend your life for a few more years. Ling Tian had just remembered Crocus, which prompted his return to the Oro Jackson. The ship's doctor, you say? I understand. In the year 1483 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ling Tian settled in Roria. On his first day, he constructed a wooden dwelling suitable for habitation. As for drinking water, Ling Tian could procure a distiller and a purifier from the lottery shop. Regarding food, with the plethora of creatures inhabiting the island, he had no cause for concern. On the second day of his stay in Roria, a newspaper bird flew by, and Ling Tian casually purchased a copy. The headline read, Edward Newgate establishes the Whitebeard pirates. Accompanying it was an image of Newgate wielding the Tsong Yunxia, alongside a man with pineapple-like hair. Ling Tian immediately recognized him as the future Phoenix, Marco. A month later, Ling Tian cultivated some food on Roria. After all, with so few animals on the island, he needed to stay for an extended period, and the available creatures would not suffice. Ling Tian held a newspaper in his hands, the headline announcing the addition of a new crew member to the Roger Pirates, featuring an elder whose head seemed adorned with a flower. In the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Whitebeard Pirates welcomed a formidable new member named Kazuki Odin. By 1494, a great war erupted at sea between the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates. Ultimately, a torrential downpour led to the Roger Pirates' victory, a battle that would be remembered as the Battle of Edward. In 1495, a corner of Roria had been transformed by Ling Tian into a perfect environment. Today, he observed 2 pirate ships approaching the island from the north and south. An hour earlier, in the northern part of Roria, a man with pineapple hair spoke to a tall figure resembling a crescent moon. "Old man, there is an island ahead. Should we not dock and rest?" "Gula la 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 la. Since that is the case, let us move to the island for a respite," Newgate declared, striding to the bow. "Sons, steer the ship closer." Soon, the Moby Dick of Whitebeard anchored at Roria. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Roria, Rayleigh advised Roger, "This time, we must inquire about where to find an archaeologist capable of translating historical texts." With only 3 years remaining in Roger's life, they needed to reach Loguetown within that time frame. "Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, there's no need to rush. If fate has it that we find Loguetown, we shall find it." Roger laughed heartily. He too yearned to reach Loguetown, but without locating the archaeologist, he felt powerless. This statement served not only to comfort Rayleigh but also to reassure himself. Shortly thereafter, the Oro Jackson of the Roger pirates arrived at the southern edge of Roria. "Old man, we've spotted the Oro Jackson of the Roger pirates to the south of the island," a member of the Whitebeard pirates shouted upon returning from reconnaissance. Just as he spoke, a samurai dashed towards the southern part of the island. "Hey, Odin," Marco called out as he noticed Odin running. Is he really going out there against Roger, who shares the same name as the old man? As Odin charged forth, Whitebeard waved his hand and followed suit. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates, seeing their captain's gesture, rushed out as well. Meanwhile, on Roger's side, a crew member reported, "Captain, it appears Whitebeard's crew is in the northern part of the island, and a samurai is heading our way." They had also spotted the Moby Dick. "Whitebeard? Perhaps this will be our last meeting," Roger mused, pondering the legendary samurai. As Odin sprinted closer, he unsheathed the 2 swords at his waist, the sin of beasts. Rayleigh and Jabra also drew their weapons, preparing to engage Odin in combat. "We cannot allow you to be harmed." Roger, noticing the samurai, dashed past Rayleigh and Jabra without a second thought. "Seems like he just wants to fight," Rayleigh remarked, rolling his eyes at Roger's concern for their safety. Jabra nodded in agreement. Odin and Roger grew ever closer. "Hello, samurai." "Shinbiki." Roger greeted Odin before launching a powerful attack that sent him flying. As Odin was propelled back, Whitebeard leaped forth, enveloping the Tsong Yunxie in his conqueror's haki. Roger, not to be outdone, similarly coded ace in haki. Whitebeard descended from above, swinging the Tsong Yunxie at Roger, who retaliated with a downward slash of ace. However, their weapons did not clash. Instead, an unseen force separated them, creating a vast black void between their blades. This was the energy field generated by the collision of their conqueror's haki. Both Whitebeard and Roger were pushed back a few steps. "Looking well, Roger. How many years has it been?" "Newgate. Leave your belongings behind." "Engage," Marco shouted. "Charge." Jabra raised his axe, and immediately, both pirate crews prepared to clash fiercely. Yet, a tremendous force pressed down upon both parties, rendering even Newgate and Roger barely able to move. "I say, Roger, Newgate, you two aren't planning to demolish my island, are you?" A man with purple hair and purple eyes, clad in a black and purple coat emblazoned with the character for Ling, stood atop a tree and spoke. "Ling Tian, kid," Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment. "What happened? It's only been a few years. How have you become so powerful?" Such thoughts crossed not only Whitebeard's mind but also Roger's. When they had left Ling Tian on this island, he had barely been able to hold his own against Rayleigh. How had he grown so formidable in just a few years? Ling Tian smiled, releasing the pressure he had placed upon them. Thus, Ling Tian prevented a protracted battle between the 2 pirate crews on this island. In truth, he had not desired this outcome, but he worried that if Roger and Newgate became too incensed, they might inadvertently destroy the island. After all, this was his singular path to standing at the pinnacle of this world. Ling Tian descended from the tree. "Long time no see, everyone. Little brat, how did you become so strong?" Newgate remarked, ruffling Ling Tian's hair. "Hey, Newgate, I'm no longer that rookie from before. Can't you show me a little respect with so many people around?" Ling Tian complained. Previously, he had been a novice in the Rocks Pirates. Under Newgate's care, he was unsure why Newgate had taken him under his wing, but he felt quite pleased about it. Newgate had always patted his head, and back then, everyone recognized him as a rookie. So it didn't matter whether Newgate did or not. However, just as he had just manifested the persona of a strong individual, it was abruptly shattered by a mere head pat from that rascal. "Newgate, who on earth is this fellow?" Marco inquired of the other crew members as he observed Ling Tian engaging in jovial conversation with Whitebeard and Roger. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates exchanged bewildered glances, responding, "If you don't know him, how could we?" However, it wasn't long before Whitebeard approached Ling Tian. "Allow me to introduce him. He was once a crew member on the same ship as I, and his name is Newgate." He scratched his head and turned to Ling Tian. "By the way, young man, What is your full name again? Ling Tian had only mentioned his full name when he first boarded the ship. But that was several years ago. Ling Tian, Monkey D. Ling Tian, he replied with a hint of exasperation. Yes, it's Monkey D. Ling Tian, Newgate informed Marco. This lad's bounty has now reached an astonishing 1.023 billion berries. Due to the earlier confrontation between Ling Tian and Rayleigh being documented by Bogart, the Navy had increased his bounty to that impressive figure. Newgate suddenly had a realization. By the way, Ling Tian, you look exactly the same as you did back then, without a hint of change. I honestly don't know, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. He certainly couldn't disclose the existence of his system. After a while of conversation, Newgate, Roger, and Ling Tian commenced a feast. As for the ingredients and liquor for the banquet, Newgate and Roger had audaciously rummaged through his home, unearthing all the food and wine he had accumulated over the years. Watching Marco and Vista haul out box after box of his provisions, Ling Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth but opted to remain silent. This wine is truly exquisite. Indeed, Newgate and Roger exclaimed after tasting Ling Tian's brew. Of course, this is wine I personally crafted. I only managed to produce this little over the years, Ling Tian declared with pride. Enough with the nonsense. You little brat, speak up. How did you become so powerful? Newgate playfully delivered a punch to Ling Tian's head. Goodness, is this the famed Iron Fist of Love? All right, Ling Tian interjected, shifting the topic, rather than discuss my matters. Why are you two here? Oh, it's nothing. Our ship is merely taking a breather here, Newgate replied candidly. I asked that so. So it's merely a coincidence, Ling Tian mused, taking a sip of his rum-infused milk. And Roger, what brings you here? As for me, we came to inquire if you have any leads on an archaeologist, Roger stated, taking a sip of his drink, aware that he now had only 3 years left to live. I didn't have any leads, but now that Newgate is here, I may have a way, Ling Tian smiled, glancing at Newgate. What do you mean, young man? Are you suggesting we have an archaeologist aboard our ship? Since Newgate's goal was not to reach Raftel, he lacked any historical texts, leaving him unaware that Odin could comprehend such documents. Not exactly, Newgate thought if I'm not mistaken. The warrior who just fought with Roger should be from Wano. Right? Indeed. Odin is indeed a samurai from Wano, but what does that have to do with it? Whitebeard inquired, puzzled, as he was unaware of the connection between Odin and the historical texts. Didn't Odin mention it to you? Newgate asked. Mention what? The historical texts were written by the ancestors of Wano. Ling Tian replied casually. What? Exclaimed both Whitebeard and Roger, astonished, for while the existence of historical texts was well known in the pirate world, their origins remained a mystery. Roger, if you take Odin with you, wouldn't you be able to reach Raftel? Ling Tian chuckled, then quietly walked away, having anticipated the ensuing chaos. By the way, Roger said excitedly. Newgate, lend me Odin for 3 years. Stop joking around, Roger, Whitebeard retorted, brandishing his sword towards Roger, who swiftly drew ace in response. Odin is my family. A tremendous tension erupted from the vicinity of Newgate and Roger. Marco and Rayleigh, who were hosting the banquet, immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere and stood up. As they saw Ling Tian sauntering over, curiosity piqued about what transpired there. Hey, Ling Tian, what on earth is happening over there? Rayleigh was the first to inquire. Marco, equally anxious, looked at Ling Tian, clearly concerned for Whitebeard's safety. Although they all knew how formidable Whitebeard was, worry still lingered. Why don't you go and see for yourselves? Ling Tian suggested without answering Rayleigh's question. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Marco transformed into his phoenix form and soared towards Whitebeard. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates followed suit. Seeing this, Rayleigh also rushed over with the Roger pirates. Enough chatter, Roger. I will never hand Odin over to you. Whitebeard sliced at Roger with his sword. Newgate, just 3 years. I promise I will return Odin to you afterward, Roger countered while deflecting Whitebeard's attacks. Fully aware of his dwindling time. Hey, Whitebeard, what on earth is going on? Odin shouted towards Whitebeard. Hearing Odin's voice, Whitebeard paused. Odin, come aboard my ship, Roger interjected before Whitebeard could speak. Roger, I've said it. Odin is my family, and I will never hand him over to you, Whitebeard exclaimed, angered that Roger would dare to poach his family before his eyes. What on earth is happening, Whitebeard? Odin asked curiously. Whitebeard remained silent, fixating his gaze on Roger. Roger produced a piece of paper and asked Odin, Odin, can you understand the writing on this? Odin took the paper from Roger's hand, glancing at it. Isn't this the script of our Kazuki clan? As expected, Roger said. Odin, come aboard my ship and let us journey to Raftel together. But I am already a member of Whitebeard's crew, Odin replied. looking at Whitebeard before turning to Roger. Whitebeard, I too wish to see Raftel. Odin felt a premonition, sensing that this was his calling to the sea. What? Odin, do you realize what you are saying? Whitebeard's anger surged upon hearing Odin's words. I know, Whitebeard, but I feel a calling. This is my destiny at sea. I want to see Raftel and understand the purpose behind the writings left by my ancestors. Odin explained to Whitebeard. Indeed, Newgate, 3 years. Just lend me Odin for 3 years. Roger extended 3 fingers, declaring, Humph. Whitebeard said nothing but turned his head away. Sitting on the ground. Farewell, Newgate. After Odin boarded Roger's ship, Roger promptly set sail aboard the Aro Jackson, eager to depart quickly, knowing he had only 3 years left. Hey, old man, Roger and his crew left behind a great deal of food. Marco exclaimed, noticing the provisions Roger had left as a token of gratitude to Newgate for allowing Odin to join the Roger pirates. What? Newgate turned upon hearing Marco's words, his eyes widening at the sight of the enormous amount of food scattered on the ground. You fools, hurry and return the food. What if Odin has nothing to eat? Whitebeard bellowed, quickly summoning his crew to gather the food and set sail toward the direction Roger had departed. That Newgate doesn't even bother to bid me farewell. Ling Tian remarked as he watched the departing Moby Dick. On board the Moby Dick, old man, look at this, Vista exclaimed, bringing a box before Whitebeard. What is this? Whitebeard opened the box to find it filled with wine. Accompanied by a note, Newgate, this is my special brew. I've only managed to make this one box over the years for you to try. And remember to drink less. This box of liquor was purchased by Ling Tian from the lottery shop. Using his last 10 spirit points, as Ling Tian's abilities reached their zenith in Lydolia, he had not trained over the years, and thus, naturally, he had no income from spirit points. Damn brat, Newgate chuckled, glancing at the note. Old man, this is the liquor that brother Ling Tian sent us, exclaimed Marco, excitedly lifting a bottle of Mount Eye. The several boxes of liquor Ling Tian had provided during the banquet in Lydolia had been exquisite. And this box gifted to them must surely be even finer. Stop your nonsense. This is the liquor that Ling Tian, that young rascal, has sent to me, your old man, Newgate declared as he snatched the bottle from Marco's grasp and returned it to the box. Old man, you're being too stingy. We always pay when we go out for drinks. What's wrong with you treating us to one bottle? Marco complained, noting that Newgate often mooched off them during their outings. Although Marco understood that Newgate was saving his funds for an island, it did not prevent him from voicing his grievances. All right, you can share these 3 bottles, Newgate conceded, feeling slightly guilty upon hearing Marco's protest. He then retrieved 3 bottles from the box for Marco and the others to divide among themselves. Oh, Marco and his companions exclaimed in excitement upon witnessing the notoriously frugal old man generously offering them 3 bottles of liquor. They quickly produced dozens of cups to pour the drinks, for the Whitebeard pirates had not yet expanded to their future grandeur, making 3 bottles sufficient for everyone to enjoy a small cup. This liquor is truly delightful, as expected of brother Ling Tian. Indeed. Next time we pass through Lydolia, we must ask brother Ling Tian for more. Yes. Ling Tian interjected, you're thinking too much. This is the last box. Ever since Roger and Newgate departed from Lydolia, Ling Tian returned to his ordinary life. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, a year that shocked the entire world, the Roger pirates reached the final island. Laughtail, completing a circumnavigation of the Grand Line. The captain of the Roger pirates was hailed as the Pirate King by all. In January 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar. Another monumental announcement reverberated throughout the world, the only crew to have reached Laughtail. The Roger pirates had disbanded. By June 1497, Roger himself arrived at Lydolia. What brings the illustrious Pirate King to my humble island? This is indeed an honor, Ling Tian mused, sensing Roger's approach even before the small boat touched the shores of Lydolia. He had been curious about the purpose of Roger's visit. Ha. What Pirate King? I'm merely a man nearing his end, Roger boomed as he docked his small vessel at Lydolia's coast. Ling Tian, hearing Roger's words, said nothing, instead leading him back to his modest abode, where he presented 2 bottles of liquor to Roger. So, what brings you here? Ling Tian inquired, settling across from Roger. I've reached Laughtail and seen what lies upon it. Would you care for the details? Roger asked Ling Tian. No, Roger, as you know, I have no interest in that, Ling Tian replied, revealing his disinterest in Laughtail, for his dream was to behold the myriad landscapes of the pirate world. Having been a recluse in his previous life, he had rarely ventured out. Thus, upon entering the pirate realm and acquiring a system, he had set this dream. Is that so? Roger responded, unfazed by Ling Tian's words. Recalling that Ling Tian had declined his invitation to join the crew. By the way, kid, Why do you look exactly like you did back in God Valley? Roger remarked, scrutinizing Ling Tion's face. Don't ask me. I'm not someone like Newgate, Ling Tian replied. Newgate had believed Ling Tion's claim of ignorance because he understood that if Ling Tian chose not to speak, he would not press further. Well, you see. I underwent an immortality procedure performed by a user of the surgery fruit. Ling Tian suddenly recalled the setup he had seen regarding the surgery fruit and explained to Roger. I see. Roger mused, having certainly heard of the immortality procedure associated with the surgery fruit, given his stature as a great pirate. Here, take this, Roger said, drawing Ace from his waist and tossing it to Ling Tian. Is this your sword? Why are you giving it to me? Ling Tian asked, perplexed as he caught Ace. I had sought out Newgate previously, but that fellow refused my ace, so I can only entrust it to you. Roger continued after a sip of liquor. Ace is a fine sword. It should not belong to a man with a fleeting lifespan like mine. Since Newgate has declined, it must be entrusted to you. Do not let Ace down. Do not let my sword down, Roger proclaimed, taking another swig of liquor. Are you planning to turn yourself into the Marines? Ling Tian queried, gazing at Ace in his hands. Ha 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 ha. After all, I'm but a man nearing death. In that case, I shall use my life to forge a new era. You know, we reached Laugh Tale too early, but time is no longer on my side. Roger stated, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes as he savored his drink. I asked that so? You must have more to tell me, right? Ling Tian pressed, recalling from the original storyline how Roger entrusted his wife, Port Asti. Rouge, to Garp's care, ultimately leading to Rouge's demise while protecting Ace. No, I have nothing more to share, Roger reflected after a moment's contemplation. Thus, Roger spent a day with Ling Tian before taking his leave. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Supreme Sword Ace, unlocking the full mastery of dual-wielding. In August 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, another shocking announcement emanated from the Navy headquarters. The Pirate King, Gold. Roger, had been captured by the Marines and was to be executed in October at his hometown. Loguetown. In September 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Golden Lion, Shiki, doubted that Roger would be easily apprehended by the Marines, thus launching an assault on Marineford. However, due to Shiki's inability to match the strength of the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Marine hero Garp, he was ultimately defeated and imprisoned and impelled down. Ling Tian, pondering over the newspaper in his hand, decided to witness Roger's execution in Loguetown to witness the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Subsequently, Ling Tian dispatched a physical clone to row a small boat towards Loguetown. To fulfill the system's task, Ling Tian's main body had to remain in Lydolia, but his physical clone was free to depart. As fate would have it, Ling Tian had just drawn the ability to create a physical clone the previous day. At impelled down, Garp arrived aboard a warship. Vice Admiral Garp, Magellan greeted respectfully as he emerged from impelled down. Having anticipated Garp's visit and waited at the entrance, I will go see Roger. You need not accompany me, Garp commanded, dismissing Magellan and the other Marines, including his aide, Bogard. On the 6th level of impelled down, Garp confronted Roger. Why did you choose to turn yourself in, Roger? Garp inquired. Garp, I don't have much time left, so I have a request to make, Roger replied, sidestepping the question. What is it? Garp pressed out on Batarilla Island. My wife, Port Asti. Rouge, and my soon-to-be-born child, after my death, the world government will undoubtedly go to great lengths to hunt down my bloodline. I hope you can protect them, Roger explained earnestly, looking into Garp's eyes. Don't be ridiculous, Roger. I'm a Marine, Garp retorted angrily. Our bond was forged through countless battles. I believe you will honor my final request, Roger implored. Upon finishing his words, Roger returned directly to his cell, confident that Garp would acquiesce to his request. Garp, however, remained silent and simply left. The date was October 15th in the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, marking the day before Roger's execution in Loguetown. After a month of sailing, Ling Tian had finally arrived at Loguetown. With one more day before Roger's sentence was carried out, Ling Tian intended to visit a tavern. He casually pushed open the door of a nearby tavern and stepped inside. To his surprise, he recognized several familiar faces. Among them were former members of Roger's pirate crew, including the future Yonko, red-haired Shanks. At present, Shanks appeared to be just a child. Yet his strength likely surpassed that of his own when he first boarded the rock ship. Then there was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Buggy, a former crew member of Roger's, who would later become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a Yonko. When Ling Tian entered, they did not notice him immediately. After all, a tavern sees many patrons coming and going daily, and it was unlikely they would take notice of every newcomer. Moreover, Marco, Shanks, and the others were now renowned pirates in the New World. "May I join you?" Ling Dian approached Marco's table and inquired. "Big brother Ling Dian," Marco exclaimed, lifting his gaze and recognizing him with excitement. "Long time no see, Marco." "Indeed, long time no see, big brother Ling Dian. How's Newgate?" Ling Dian asked as he took a seat. "Ah, father is well, though ever since you gifted him that crate of wine, he has been complaining about the poor quality of the drinks on the ship," Marco replied with a hint of exasperation. "Really? I thought Newgate might have sworn off alcohol," Ling Dian mused, recalling the times he trained aboard the rock ship, with Newgate always drinking nearby. "Big brother Ling Dian." Shanks suddenly stood up from his seat to address Ling Dian. "What is it, Shanks?" Ling Dian replied, puzzled by the unexpected call. Having met during a banquet in Roria, Shanks had insisted on calling Ling Dian uncle upon witnessing him overpower both Roger and Newgate. As a result, Ling Dian had playfully introduced Shanks to his loving Iron Fist. "I am still just a 29-year-old young man. Why call me uncle?" Of course, that had been Ling Tian's age back then. He was now 31. Following the encounter with Ling Tian's loving Iron Fist, Shanks had taken to calling him big brother. And Marco soon followed suit. "Big brother Ling Tian, is that sword at your waist, Ace?" Shanks asked, eyeing the sword Ling Tian carried. "Yes, it was given to me by that rascal Roger," Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, though Ling Tian seemed indifferent. The pirates in the tavern were taken aback, not just the other pirates, but even Marco was astonished. Ace, after all, was the sword of the Pirate King, one of the 12 supreme grade blades. Yet as the saying goes, "Beneath great wealth lie brave men." "Hey, kid, hand over the Pirate King's sword." A group of pirates who were unfamiliar with Ling Tian stood up, demanding, "This is the sword of the Pirate King. If we possess it, we are bound to gain fame on the seas, not to mention becoming the next Pirate King or achieving a status akin to Whitebeard should be within reach. Oh, so you wish to seize my sword?" Ling Tian said, not even bothering to look at them as he spoke lightly. "Stop the nonsense," they shouted, preparing to attack Ling Tian. Seeing their approach, Ling Tian was ready to retaliate, but before he could make a move, Marco unleashed a phoenix flame, sending them, in the door, flying out of the tavern. "How dare you even think of attacking big brother Ling Tian? You're courting death." Marco stepped forward, addressing the group of pirates. You are Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." One of the pirates recognized him and exclaimed, "Get lost. You lot are not worthy to handle Roger's sword," Marco declared. Showcasing his prowess as a captain of Newgate's crew. As Ling Tian exited the tavern, he remarked, "Impressive, Marco." Hee. Marco scratched his head, blushing at the compliment. Observing Marco's bashful demeanor, Ling Tian contemplated Marco's future achievements. After a moment, he retrieved a capsule from his system space and handed it to Marco. "Take this," Ling Tian instructed. "What is this?" Marco asked, puzzled. "Enough with the questions, just swallow it. It will enhance your strength," Ling Tian explained. Upon hearing this, Marco promptly consumed the capsule. This capsule was a reward Ling Tian had obtained from a previous lottery, granting the consumer the ability akin to an ice fruit, albeit without elemental transformation. As Marco ingested the capsule, he felt a change within his body, though he could not discern its nature. "Big brother Ling Tian, what does this do?" Marco inquired, intrigued by the sensations coursing through him, as Shanks and Buggy, familiar with Ling Tian, approached out of curiosity. This capsule should allow you to wield the power of ice, similar to consuming the ice fruit. But it won't grant you elemental transformation capabilities. With your current abilities, you should be able to harness the power of ice. However, to fully develop that power, you will need to rely on yourself." Ling Tian elaborated. "Really?" Marco's eyes sparkled with excitement at Ling Tian's words. With a determined look, Marco pointed his hand at the ground, and in an instant, the buildings surrounding the tavern were encased in ICE. The Navy headquarters in Loguetown. A Marine reported to Vice Admiral Garp, "Sir, the structures on X Street have been frozen." "Ice? Could it be that rascal Kazan is here?" Garp pondered, recalling the young man who was always at his side. "A user of the ice fruit. I see. I'll go take a look." Despite his doubts, Garp decided to investigate personally. After all, tomorrow marked the day of Roger's execution, and he could not afford any missteps at such a critical moment. At the tavern on X Street, Ling Dian remarked, "Marco, for heaven's sake, control your abilities a bit better." He looked down at his feet, frozen in ice, and noticed Shanks, who was similarly encased, as well as Buggy, who was completely immobilized. With a swift motion, he delivered a loving iron fist to Marco's head. "Ouch, big brother Ling Dian, I didn't mean to," Marco protested, rubbing his head, feeling wronged. He had not anticipated the power of his new abilities. Enough excuses. "Hurry and undo this," Ling Dian threatened, raising his fist again. Seeing Ling Tian's fist, Marco quickly retracted the ice surrounding them. It's so cold. Achu, Buggy sneezed as the ice melted away, wrapping his arms around himself for warmth, joined by other patrons in the tavern, who were also shivering. Some even fainted from the chill. Honestly, Ling Tian sighed, delivering another loving iron fist to Marco's head. Utilizing his healing technique, Ling Tian began treating the townsfolk who had been affected. Hey, Marco. At least pay attention to me. You owe me a few 100 million berries for this, Buggy shouted, furious as he pointed an accusing finger at Marco, demanding compensation. True to his nature, Buggy was relentless when it came to opportunities for profit. Humph. Marco turned away, pretending he hadn't heard Buggy's demands. Hey, Marco, don't think you can ignore me just because you've turned away. If you don't pay me, I'll go straight to Whitebeard. Buggy's anger flared once more as he realized Marco was ignoring him. All right, Buggy, Shanks intervened, attempting to calm the situation. Shanks, I haven't even addressed you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become a devil fruit user. It's all your fault that I lost my treasure, Buggy retorted, directing his ire towards Shanks. As Buggy beheld Shanks, he was taken aback that this fellow had the audacity to impede his departure. And thus he bellowed at Shanks. Yes, my apologies, Shanks replied nonchalantly. All right, Bucky, Ling Tian said, having just finished tending to the civilians, and affectionately ruffled Bucky's hair. Brother Ling Tian, my treasure, Bucky exclaimed, noticing that Ling Tian too was blocking his exit. His expression one of utmost grievance. Yes, I hear you. How about this? When you arrive in Roria, I shall bestow upon you a trove of treasures. Fair enough. Ling Tian responded gently to Bucky, who, in the original tale, shared a fondness for him, especially considering Bucky's fortuitous and flamboyant personality and the fact that he was still his subordinate. Really, Brother Ling Tian? Bucky's eyes sparkled with hope as he promptly dislodged Shanks from his grasp and dashed to stand before Ling Tian. Well, Ling Tian mused, observing Shanks being flung aside with ease, marveling at the avaricious nature of a miser when it comes to wealth. In the original narrative, Nami, the notorious miser, had often dealt a severe beating to Luffy, the protagonist. Indeed, as long as you make it to Roria, I shall grant you the treasure. Hooray! Brother Ling Tian is the best, Bucky exclaimed, his body fracturing into pieces, some parts soaring into the air, leaving only his feet planted on the ground. I say, what are you rascals doing here? At that moment, Garp arrived on the scene. Oh, long time no see, Garp. Ling Tian greeted him without surprise, for the commotion stirred by Marco was bound to draw the Navy's attention. Garp recognized Ling Tian but then noticed the sword, Ace, hanging at Ling Tian's waist. Kid, what's that sword at your side? It is a relic entrusted to me by Roger, Ling Tian replied, stroking Ace at his side. Roger? Huh, I'm not dead yet. Garp squinted at him. What, are you attempting to seize a relic entrusted to me by Roger? Ling Tian placed his hand on Ace and Lightning, ready to draw his sword should Garp make a move. As he had yet to complete the system's task, Ling Tian could only wield the powers he originally possessed outside of Roria, where he commanded the abilities of this world. No, I have no intention of taking that sword. After all, no sword is more formidable than my fist, Garp retorted, looking at his right hand. Then what brings you here? I merely came to remind you not to cause a ruckus here. Ha ha ha. Understood. That was merely an accident. Ling Tian laughed heartily. As long as you understand, Garp warned before departing. Truth be told, he had considered apprehending Ling Tian and his companions on the spot, but with Roger's execution slated for the following day, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. After Garp left, Ling Tian took his leave alongside Marco and the others. Vice Admiral Garp, who was that just now? A sailor inquired, demonstrating remarkable courage by questioning Garp. Had Garp's temperament mirrored that of a Kainu in the future, this sailor would have met an untimely end. Fortunately, this naval officer was aware of Garp's character, which emboldened him to ask, "Oh, just a pirate?" Hardly noteworthy compared to Roger and his ilk, Garp replied nonchalantly, unaware of Ling Tian's solo suppression of Whitebeard and Roger. Otherwise, he might have swiftly eliminated Ling Tian right there. Although this Ling Tian was merely an embodiment of his entity. On October 16, 1497, in the Sea Circle calendar, it was the day of Roger's execution. The Navy escorted Roger to the gallows, and he ascended the platform alone. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, all witnessing the curtain fall on the Pirate King. Wah! Upon seeing Roger, Shanks and Bucky immediately began to sob. Observing this, Ling Tian placed a hand on the heads of both Shanks and Bucky. Shanks, Bucky, behold, your captain shall use his life to accomplish a great deed, one that will influence the world for years to come. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Shanks and Buggy lifted their heads to gaze at Roger on the gallows. As Roger seated himself atop the platform, he grinned. All right, let us get this over with. He smiled. He actually smiled. Roger was oblivious to the shock his smile instilled in the young ones present. Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you found? A pirate, eager for Roger's riches, shouted at the soon-to-be executed man. Surely, it's in the Grand Line, right? You must have it. The legendary great treasure. Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. A naval officer on the platform barked at the pirate, taken aback that someone would dare pose such a question in that moment. After all, Loguetown was under the watchful eye of the Navy hero, Garp. Even if they learned the treasure's location, escape would be impossible. With that mindset, the officer only scolded the pirate without immediately executing Roger, inadvertently creating a grave error. That unique great treasure, the pirate continued undeterred. One piece. Ha ha ha. Roger erupted into laughter at the mention of the pirate's words. Ling Tian watched Roger's jubilant demeanor and remarked to Shanks and Buggy, look closely, Shanks, Buggy. This is a historic moment. Your captain shall lay down his life to usher in a new era. Shanks and Buggy, captivated by Ling Tian's words, remained fixated on Roger atop the gallows. Unbeknownst to them, neither Shanks nor Buggy had any knowledge of what lay on the final island, Laugh-Tale, for when they reached it, Buggy had fallen ill, and Shanks stayed behind to care for him. Thus, they were the only two members of Roger's crew unaware of the treasures of Laugh-Tale. Do you desire my treasure? Speak not without permission. The executioner, taken aback by Roger's words, was momentarily flustered. Yet, in their hubris, they refrained from executing Roger immediately. If you want it, I can give it all to you. Seek it out. I have hidden all my treasures there. Just then, one of the executioners finally sensed something amiss and ordered another to commence the execution. As two swords pierced Roger's body, it signified the death of the Pirate King. However, the onlookers did not mourn Roger's demise. Instead, they erupted into cheers. The executioners, glancing at the jubilant crowd and then at Roger's lifeless form, realized the monumental blunder they had just made. It's over. Shanks, Buggy, you should leave first, Ling Tian instructed them. Alas, brother Ling Tian. What about you? Shanks, curious at Ling Tian's insistence for them to depart, queried. Though still young, Shanks understood that with Captain Roger's words, the Navy would undoubtedly not allow the pirates in Loguetown to escape unscathed. Thud. A fist of love struck Shanks atop his head. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Be off with you. I must retrieve Roger's body. After all, I have his ace. I cannot allow that scoundrel to be left to the Navy even in death. While the original narrative did not specify what became of Roger's body, given the nature of the world government, that would likely dissect Roger's remains, Ling Tian had no desire for Roger's body to fall into the hands of the world government. Brother Ling Tian, I understand, Shanks replied, grasping Buggy's hand and departing swiftly. Buggy, hearing Ling Tian's words, offered no resistance to Shanks. Navy, your execution has concluded, correct? Ling Tian approached the gallows step by step, the moonlight Moria, yet to be struck by Kaido's staff. Don Quixote Doflamingo, now donned in a pink coat, Dracula Mihawk, who had not yet earned the title of the world's greatest swordsman, Crocodile, cloaked in black, still unscathed by Whitebeard's lesson, and Monkey D. Dragon, preparing to establish the Revolutionary Army, whose face bore no traces of the infamous imprint. These future notorious pirates watched in curiosity as Ling Tian addressed the Navy. What does that lad intend to do? Kapu observed Ling Tian emerging from the shadows, a perplexed expression adorning his visage. Since the execution has concluded, I must take Roger's corpse with me, Ling Tian proclaimed, standing directly beneath the execution platform. Well, exclaimed the onlookers, incredulous that someone dared to claim the body of the Pirate King. They had never encountered such audacity. Surely the Marines would apprehend this brash youth. Ha ha ha, perhaps he's gone mad after hearing the Pirate King's words, murmured the other pirates, convinced that Ling Tian had lost his sanity upon hearing Roger's name. What are you babbling about, brat? The body of the Pirate King is not for you to take, shouted the execution Marines at Ling Tian. Boom. Before the words could fully escape their mouths, the Marines atop the platform collapsed unconscious. Fufu, the Conqueror's Haki, another individual worthy of kingship, chuckled Doflamingo, hidden in the shadows, as other knowledgeable pirates looked on in astonishment. The Conqueror's Haki, a rare trait found only in the most exceptional of rulers. This youth possessed the very aura of a king. Brat, do you intend to claim Roger's corpse without consulting me first? Kapu leapt onto the execution platform, confronting Ling Tian. Upon seeing Kapu, Long silently withdrew, as he often felt a twinge of discomfort upon encountering him. If Ling Tian were aware of Long's thoughts, he would surely quip, your father merely wishes to give you a finer tattoo. Kapu, you have already killed Roger. Is it unreasonable for me to retrieve his corpse? Ling Tian brandished Ace and Lightning, pointing them at Kapu. That sword, is it not the legendary Ace, one of the supreme blades once wielded by the Pirate King? My hawk had the sword in Ling Tian's hand. As a master swordsman himself, he instantly recognized Ace. A powerful swordsman like him was someone he would certainly wish to challenge, though Ling Tian had yet to make a move. Possessing Ace indicated he was far from weak. Only those with formidable strength could wield such a weapon. Brat, cease your grandstanding. Roger's corpse is not for you, Kapu retorted. Then I shall simply take it by force. Ling Tian declared, gripping both swords and leaping toward Kapu. Enough of your arrogance, boy. Kapu enveloped his fist in haki and struck Ling Tian back. Boom. Ling Tian was sent crashing to the ground by Kapu's punch. TCH, my physical strength has suddenly diminished. I'm still adjusting, Ling Tian thought, recalling that all his abilities were maxed out in Roria, while this incarnation was not. With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can seize Roger's corpse? Kapu laughed upon witnessing Ling Tian's defeat. Two-sword style. Ultimate move. Twin Dragon's Flash. Ling Tian shrouded Ace and Lightning in haki. Even when he was in Roria, his haki had reached its peak. Nevertheless, he decided to employ his two-sword style as a precaution. Sensing the haki emanating from Ling Tian, Kapu's expression grew serious. Steel Bone. Star-crushing fist. Poo, boom. As their weapons collided, Kapu was instantaneously knocked back by Ling Tian's strike. Although Ling Tian's swordsmanship could not rival Kapu's martial arts, his mastery of haki surpassed Kapu's by a significant margin. Even him would have to endure 2 strikes to escape Ling Tian's full-powered haki. Lieutenant General Kapu has actually been defeated by that kid. One Marine gasped in shock as he watched Kapu fly through the air. Cough, cough. Kapu pushed aside the debris that pinned him down, clearing his throat. Brat, I never expected you to grow this powerful in just over a decade. As Ling Tian anticipated Kapu's next words, a colossal golden Buddha materialized behind him. Buddha shockwave. Oh no. Ling Tian hurriedly enveloped his back with haki to counter Admiral Sengoku's attack. Boom, the Buddha's shockwave struck Ling Tian, but to no effect against his haki shield. It's Admiral Sengoku. Run. Countless pirates fled in all directions at the sight of Sengoku. Even my hawk hastily departed. He was not yet the formidable warlord of the sea he would become. For now, he was still liable to be captured by the Marines, especially as he was currently labeled a Marine hunter. Unexpectedly, the esteemed Admiral Sengoku resorted to ambush tactics. Once the shockwave subsided, Ling Tian turned to face Sengoku. Though he had turned, he remained vigilant, ensuring his entire body was shrouded in haki to guard against any potential sneak attacks from other foes. Employing any means necessary to deal with you pirates is only natural, Sengoku retorted, believing there was nothing wrong with his ambush, given that he faced an individual who had once been part of the Rocks Pirates. Sengoku, do you believe we pirates are the embodiment of evil while your Marines and the world government represent justice in this world? Indeed, we Marines are the justice of this world, Sengoku asserted firmly, having recently ascended to the rank of Admiral. Before becoming Admiral, Sengoku had witnessed the chaos wrought by the notorious Rocks, and as a Marine general, he had relentlessly pursued him. Thus, he had witnessed more atrocities committed by pirates than those perpetrated by the Celestial Dragons. Is that so? Then we shall see, Ling Tian responded, confident that Sengoku would come to understand the greater impact that the Celestial Dragons had on the world after experiencing the era of great pirates. It was precisely because of the suffering inflicted by the Celestial Dragons and their tyrannical rule that many had turned to piracy. Those who had grown up in poverty, without warmth or sustenance, found themselves emboldened by the power that piracy brought, striving for even greater authority. What would it take to enjoy more power? Naturally, it would involve exerting control over the common folk, instilling fear, and compelling obedience, allowing them to taste the privileges akin to those of kings. Enough idle chatter, Sengoku. I intend to take Roger's corpse with me. If you obstruct me, I shall take you down as well, Ling Tian declared, pointing Ace at Sengoku. Though his words were bold, the expression on Ling Tian's face, coupled with the haki he exuded, bore an odd juxtaposition. Very well, I will permit you to take Roger's corpse, Sengoku replied after a moment of contemplation. Oh, you are surprisingly agreeable, Ling Tian remarked, taken aback by Sengoku's willingness to relinquish Roger's body. However, I have one condition, Sengoku suddenly interjected. Tell. You must not set foot on the seas for the next 10 years. No matter where you hide, you cannot appear upon the ocean during this decade, Sengoku insisted. Ling Tian's power was formidable. Even Kapu had been struck down by him, so Sengoku sought to buy the Marines 10 years of respite. The new generation of Marines had yet to mature, and he aimed to buy time for their growth. He believed that by the end of the decade, Ling Tian would have aged, and the new generation of Marines would be ready to confront him. Unfortunately, Sengoku failed to consider that Ling Tian would not age as time passed. Agreed. I promise I will not appear on these seas for 10 years, Ling Tian replied without hesitation, as he intended to remain in Loria during that time. Sengoku signaled to Kapu to step away from Roger's corpse. Understanding the cue, Kapu silently vacated the execution platform. Then I shall take Roger's corpse. Ling Tian approached the lifeless body of Roger and absorbed it into his system space. Sengoku did not impede him, believing that Ling Tian would honor his word. Now, Ganner, Ling Tian stated before departing, as Sengoku and Kapu returned to Marineford aboard their warship. Publish a bounty. Elevate the bounty of the Sword Demon. Dokuri D. Ling Tian to 5.353 billion berries, Sengoku commanded a Marine upon returning to Marineford. Yes, sir, the Marine responded. Meanwhile, Ling Tian located Shanks and Buggy, who had left earlier. Brother Ling Tian. The captain's corpse, Shanks, upon seeing Ling Tian's return, spoke. Here, Ling Tian retrieved Roger's lifeless body from the system space. Captain. Both Shanks and Buggy cried out as they knelt beside Roger's corpse. Ling Tian chose not to interrupt their mourning, instead observing the poignant scene in silence. After a while, Shanks and Buggy turned to Ling Tian and asked, Big Brother Ling Tian, what will become of the captain's body? Indeed, Ling Tian replied, I intend to transport Roger's remains back to Roria, where they will be safer than anywhere else. He explained to Shanks and Buggy, secretly hoping to discover a resurrection item in the system's lottery shop. With that, Ling Tian returned Roger's body to the system space. Buggy, do not forget our agreement, he reminded Buggy, before his form dissipated into a wisp of smoke, a result of recalling his physical avatar. On the 17th of October in the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ling Tian retracted his physical avatar and returned to Roria. Once again, how is it that I have drawn nothing of value? Ling Tian lamented at the lottery shop before him. In his quest to revive Roger, he had exhausted all his accumulated lottery chances over the years, only to receive a hodgepodge of trivial items. Nevertheless, he did acquire several enhancements, such as the improved Grace, Sun from the 7 Deadly Sins. Alongside the modified ability full counter, the most exhilarating prize was the Fountain of Life from the Fairy Forest, a remarkable boon that could grant immortality unless afflicted by sealing-type skills. Under any other circumstance, one would remain unharmed regardless of the damage suffered. Upon obtaining this extraordinary item, Ling Tian immediately consumed it.as for the other two items. Grace, Sun, improved version, bestows power that intensifies with the sun's ascent. Reaching its zenith at noon, the system had modified it to ensure that even at night, one's physique would not diminish, and one would not become overly muscular unless actively utilizing the ability. Ling Tian had no immediate plans to use this power. He intended to wait for a suitable recipient. Full counter improved version reflects all offensive elements directed at oneself with multiplied strength. While this ability might not have been particularly formidable in the 7 Deadly Sins, in the world of One Piece, it bordered on the absurd point. One can only imagine if Ace had possessed such a skill. He may have been able to retaliate against Akainu's devastating blow. Ling Tian had drawn other powers as well, but he chose not to inspect them just yet. The following day, Ling Tian learned from the newsbird that his bounty had risen to 353 million berries. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, after months of travel, Buggy finally arrived at Roria. Hey, big brother Ling Tian, Buggy exclaimed as his ship approached the shores of Roria. Ling Tian had sensed Buggy's arrival and had been waiting for him. Ah, Buggy. Ling Tian greeted. Where's the treasure? You promised me treasure. Buggy clamored as soon as he disembarked, encircling Ling Tian. Thump. Ling Tian delivered a punch to Buggy's head. Enough with the noise, Buggy. He had not anticipated Buggy's fervent obsession with treasure. After receiving a punch, Buggy quieted down. Follow me, Ling Tian instructed, leading Buggy to where he had stored the gold acquired from the lottery. Since the gold held little value for Ling Tian, he decided to hand it over to Buggy. All right, Buggy exclaimed, immediately detaching his feet and flying towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian noticed Buggy's feet separating, so he picked them up and accelerated towards the interior of Roria. Keep up, Buggy. If you fall behind, there will be no treasure left for you. Ling Tian called back over his shoulder. What? Buggy gasped, realizing the urgency and hastening towards Ling Tian. My treasure, my treasure, he repeated in his mind. Before long, Ling Tian reached the location where he had stored the gold. Not bad, Buggy, he remarked, glancing back to see that Buggy had not lagged behind. One could only commend Buggy's relentless dedication to treasure. Huff, huff, big brother Ling Tian, where's my treasure? Buggy panted as he landed beside Ling Tian. lying on the ground. Ling Tian looked at the panting Buggy with curiosity. Did you not fly here? Why are you tired? Buggy suddenly realized. Oh right, I did fly here, why am I tired? They exchanged incredulous glances. Forget that. Big brother Ling Tian. Where's my treasure? Buggy refocused, remembering his purpose. Over there, Ling Tian said, gesturing toward a large pit. Buggy flew over and exclaimed, what is this? As he beheld the pit nearly overflowing with golden jewelry. Big brother Ling Tian, is all this for me? Buggy asked hesitantly, fearing Ling Tian might retract his promise. Yes, all of it is yours, Ling Tian assured him nonchalantly, having more in his system space. These were merely the fruits of his lottery endeavors over the years. All of it was of bronze quality, and Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Rarely did he even draw silver quality, let alone gold. Thud. Buggy, overwhelmed by excitement, fainted at Ling Tian's words. Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Buggy's dramatic reaction. It's just some gold. Why the fuss? He thought, before carrying Buggy back to his wooden cabin and laying him on the bed. That evening, as Ling Tian grilled some fish outside the cabin, he also prepared a pot of fish soup. Where did this pot for pig's feet come from? One could only say that they underestimated Ling Tian's unfortunate luck. As Ling Tian was grilling, he heard Buggy's voice coming from the cabin. Upon hearing it, he extinguished the fire and took the prepared fish soup inside. Where's my treasure? Am I dreaming? No, please no. Buggy cried out before Ling Tian even entered the cabin. Buggy, you are incredibly noisy, Ling Tian said at the doorway. Big brother Ling Tian. Am I still dreaming? Buggy exclaimed, pinching his cheek. Ouch, it hurts. I am really awake. Thump. Ling Tian delivered a love tap to Buggy's head. You should be pinching your own face. Ling Tian's irritation grew, and he delivered 2 more taps to Buggy's head. All right, drink this fish soup. After finishing, he placed the soup on the nearby table. I know. Buggy replied, but big brother Ling Tian, could you please go a bit easier next time? He said, rubbing the lumps on his head. Enough chatter. What made you pinch my face? Now hurry and drink the soup. Tomorrow morning, I'll give you something else, Ling Tian instructed before stepping outside. Upon hearing Ling Tian mention he would provide more the next day, Buggy instantly perked up. That hurts. Just as he was excited, Buggy's head collided with the wall, hitting the very lumps Ling Tian had given him. Truly unsettling, Ling Tian sighed, listening to Buggy's commotion from within the cabin. Big brother Ling Tian, what is the item you promised me? Buggy asked early the next morning, long before dawn had arrived. In truth, he was not interested in whatever Ling Tian had mentioned. He merely wanted Ling Tian to take him back to the gold mound to collect his treasure. After all, it had been Ling Tian who had led the way, and Buggy had flown too swiftly to pay attention to the route. Thus, it resulted in Buggy being utterly at a loss. Thud. A fist of iron, imbued with love, struck Buggy's head. I say, Buggy, it is still dark outside. However, the moment I recalled that brother Ling Tian intended to bestow something upon me, sleep eluded me. Buggy lamented while cradling his head. The mere thought of that mountain of gold filled Buggy with excitement, rendering him unable to sleep. You were thinking about those treasures, aren't you? Ling Tian remarked, perceiving Buggy's thoughts with a hint of sarcasm. Hee. Buggy sheepishly scratched his head. Enough of that gold for now. Follow me. Ling Tian withheld the location of the gold and led Buggy to the shores of Roria. What are we doing here, brother Ling Tian? Buggy inquired, gazing at the vast sea. Buggy, do you desire to grow stronger? Ling Tian asked, casting a glance at him. Grow stronger? No. I merely wish for gold, Buggy immediately retorted. Is becoming stronger more important than gold? Ling Tian, upon hearing Buggy's words, could only shake his head, thinking to himself, as expected of Buggy. Then, Buggy, do you believe you possess the strength to safeguard your treasures in this vast ocean? Ling Tian gestured toward the sea. Well, Buggy pondered for a moment. I suppose not, he admitted, acutely aware of his own limitations, not to mention, even formidable pirates could easily defeat him. So, Buggy, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you aspire to possess power akin to Roger's? Ling Tian slowly tempted Buggy. Ling Tian thought, why do I feel like one of those charlatans from martial arts films? Regardless, he was determined to make Buggy stronger. After all, when he departs from Roria, he would be invincible. And invincibility can be quite lonely. Thus, Ling Tian planned to cultivate a few obedient subordinates, just in case he could not alter certain matters during his decade in Roria. I want to possess the strength of a captain. Buggy declared resolutely upon hearing Ling Tian's words. Excellent, then take this. Ling Tian produced a luminous orb and placed it before Buggy. What is this? Buggy asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the golden orb. Absorb it, and you shall gain strength rivaling that of Roger. Ling Tian instructed. I understand, Buggy replied, and without hesitation, he absorbed the orb before him. As Buggy absorbed the orb, flames ignited upon his body, and a ring of fire gradually formed around him. Loguetown recognized that this was the consequence of Buggy absorbing a power not of this world. The will of this world sought to expel this force, yet it was forcefully merging within Buggy. Loguetown was aware that even the will of this world could not expel such power. For it was a divine gift from the highest deity. Not to mention, the world of the 7 deadly sins far surpassed that of the pirate world. The highest deity's mastery over rules could not be compared to that of the pirate realm. In the 7 deadly sins, the demon king cursed Meliodas with eternal life, and conversely, the highest deity could grant eternal life as well. Therefore, this divine gift, the sun, could not be repelled by the will of the pirate world. The ring of fire surrounding Buggy enveloped him, transforming into a colossal pillar of flame that shot into the sky. In the Navy headquarters. This is bad. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Look up. A sailor roused the slumbering Sengoku. Just as Sengoku was about to express his anger, he heard the sailor's words and immediately rushed outside. How terrifying. A second sun has appeared in the sky, Kizaru, Borsalino, remarked as he trimmed his nails. What on earth is happening? Akiji, Kazan, observed the other sun with a grave expression, sensing a presence of death emanating from it.in Mariewa. Quick, send CP0 to investigate. The 5 elders. The first to witness the second sun. Commanded. On the Moby Dick, old man, a second sun has appeared in the sky, Marco exclaimed while gazing at the celestial phenomenon. That direction is where Loguetown is. Could it be his doing? Newgate mused, looking toward the second sun over Roria. Crew, we are heading to Roria to investigate. Newgate commanded decisively. In Roria, goodness, Buggy absorbing the divine gift, the sun, has caused a second sun to manifest in the sky. Loguetown gazed at the heavenly body above. Astonished, although he knew the power of the highest deity's blessing was formidable, he had not anticipated its magnitude. Loguetown's observation hockey detected numerous individuals approaching Roria. A group clad in white garments with white masks sailed toward Roria. Witnessing this scene, Loguetown's lips twitched. Aren't you CP0 an intelligence organization? Shouldn't you be dressed in black? And do you think you can brazenly approach me without my noticing? As the naval vessel reached the vicinity of Roria, the CP0 agents descended upon it with swift steps. Loguetown drew the 2 swords at his waist, prepared for confrontation. I apologize, but I made a promise to Sengoku not to appear on the seas for 10 years. Therefore, to uphold my word, you must remain here. 1 sea and 1 sword create a realm, merging myriad seas and swords into a grand domain. Cleanse the malevolence of the world. Slay all wickedness, with the sword in hand. I embody judgment. With the sword in hand, I discern righteousness from evil. 2 sword style, the ultimate technique. Sword realm judgment. Boom. Pft. Crack. The entire sea of Roria, along with the CP0 naval vessel, was cleaved into 4 parts, extending from the sky to the ocean floor. Even the seabed was carved into 4 deep abysses. What a terrifying strike. One surviving CP0 agent gasped, awestruck by the monumental slash that spanned from the depths of the sea to the heavens. All done, Loguetown remarked with satisfaction, surveying the CP0 agents now entombed beneath the SEA.in Mariewa. Elders, we have lost all contact with CP0 dispatched to investigate the second sun. A CP0 member reported to the 5 elders. Useless. The world government invests so many resources in your training, and you cannot even handle such a trivial task. The justice god, Topman Wokuli, scolded. Send the Navy to investigate. The environment god, Marcus Mars, suggested. Understood, the CP0 member replied. Rushing to notify the Navy. After a full hour, Buggy finally completed the absorption of the divine gift. The sun, how do you feel, Buggy? Loguetown inquired, observing him from the side. Well, how should I put it, brother Loguetown? It only feels like a slight enhancement, Buggy responded, somewhat confused, as he reflected on the immense power he had just experienced. However, now that the integration was complete, he merely sensed a modest increase in strength. That's normal, Loguetown replied upon hearing Buggy's assessment. The divine gift, the sun, gradually enhances your power in tandem with the sun's ascendance. It is still morning, and the sun has only partially risen. Hence the enhancement is not immediately apparent. Buggy, come here, Loguetown beckoned. Buggy jogged over to Loguetown's side. Buggy, listen carefully. The ability I just bestowed upon you is a divine gift from the highest deity, the sun, Loguetown elucidated. What is the highest deity? Buggy inquired. His curiosity piqued. Loguetown, slightly exasperated by Buggy's odd focus, replied, the highest deity is the leader of the angelic race. Despite his frustration, Loguetown took the time to explain. Angels? Are there really angels in this world? Buggy asked in astonishment. Buggy exclaimed in astonishment, aware of the existence of sky islands in this world. Where? According to certain rumors, angels resided. However, having visited the Sky Islands himself, he knew full well that there were no angels to be found. Enough with the chatter. Listen to me carefully, Ling Tian interjected, noticing Baki's attention wandering to other peculiar topics. He promptly delivered a love-infused punch to Baki's head. Speaking of which, recently he had frequently employed his love-infused punches on Baki and his companions. Indeed, in Loguetown, Marco had also felt the impact of Ling Tian's love-infused fist, and upon arriving in Roria, Baki had suffered a few blows as well. Ouch, I understand, Baki grumbled, refocusing on Ling Tian's explanation of his abilities after receiving the punch. Listen closely, Baki. The grace of the Supreme God, Son, is a power that enhances one's strength with the emergence of the Sun. 18 noon. You can unleash your utmost might, but this moment lasts only a fleeting minute. During that brief span at noon, you will possess the strongest power in this world. Ling Tian elaborated on the grace of the Sun. In the original narrative, even Escanor at noon could not be bested by Meliodas in his annihilation mode, a form that even the Demon King regarded with a measure of trepidation. In the world of pirates, such strength would undoubtedly be considered top tier. But what about during the night? Baki inquired, intrigued by Ling Tian's assertion that the power of the grace of the sun could only be wielded when the sun was present. I say, he pressed. Ling Tian responded, momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, Baki's curiosity had finally landed on the right topic. Ahem. Ling Tian coughed to mask his embarrassment and proceeded to explain the situation for nighttime. If it is night, you will be unable to utilize the grace of the sun. You can only rely on the fragmented powers of your fruit. Wait, does that mean I'm still weak at night? Baki lamented, his tone one of despair. He had initially believed he could match Captain Roger, only to discover that he could only achieve such power in the morning. Oh, I forgot to mention, afternoon. Your abilities will gradually weaken until nightfall, when you will be entirely unable to use them. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Baki collapsed onto the ground, contemplating whether he should be arrogant during the day and hide at night or continue to live in a manner akin to his previous self. Get up, Baki. From now on, I will help you adapt to the grace of the sun, Ling Tian declared, intending to train Baki, just in case he inadvertently caused a calamity with his newfound abilities. Baki, recognizing the necessity of acclimating to his powers, stood up. All right then, let's begin, he exclaimed, activating the grace of the sun instantly, his muscles visibly expanded. Wow, incredible. Ling Tian, look, my muscles. They're growing. Baki exclaimed with excitement, running over to showcase his enhanced physique. Look at this, my muscles. Aren't they impressive? From now on, please call me Captain Baki, he proclaimed, filled with exuberance. I am invincible. No matter the navy or pirates, anyone who encounters Captain Baki shall be defeated. Enough already. Baki, you're being unbearably loud. Ling Tian could no longer tolerate Baki's antics and delivered another love-infused punch to his head. Honestly, Ling Tian, you have no appreciation for my achievements, Baki grumbled, sitting down and drawing circles in the dirt with a stick. Here, take this, Ling Tian said, tossing Baki a notebook. This was a compilation of techniques he had written down after witnessing Escanor's prowess in his past life, inspired by the grace of the sun. The notebook contained a variety of Escanor's techniques. What is this? Baki asked, perusing the pages. Merciless Sunday, Holy Sword, Escanor. Holy Lance, Escanor. Theon, Heaven and Earth. I alone prevail, usable only at noon. Ultimate. Heaven and Earth. I alone prevail. Ultimate, a transcendent ability that burns life force at noon, surpassing the limits of the grace of the sun. For the next few days, Baki remained in Roria, honing the powers of the grace of the sun. The first day of training was uneventful until Ling Tian lost track of time. Consequently, when noon arrived, the power of the grace of the sun surged uncontrollably within Baki, igniting Ling Tian, who was observing the training. Now, everyone witnessed Ling Tian sporting a bald head that gleamed like a luminous pearl, staring at Baki as he trained. Ah, my magnificent purple hair. When he first glimpsed the singed remnants of his purple locks, Ling Tian drew Escanor and lightning, charging at Baki. Naturally, Baki, with his fragmented fruit powers, stood unfazed, fortunate that Ling Tian had not coded his attacks with Haki. Ling Tian, can I take a break? Baki asked, struggling to hold a stone several times his own size, his arms nearly numb after 3 hours of effort. Stop whining. If you say another word, you'll be lifting for another 5 hours, Ling Tian retorted, his frustration evident. The rationale behind Ling Tian's sternness was twofold. Firstly, the grace of the sun in the original narrative consumed magical power. Yet Baki lacked such energy, relying instead on his physical stamina. Ling Tian discovered that as Baki's endurance grew, he could slightly utilize the grace of the sun even at night. Initially, Buggy could not wield the grace after sunset. But after inadvertently singeing Ling Tian's hair, he surprisingly managed to use the ability for a brief period as the sun dipped below the horizon. Ling Tian pondered this revelation, understanding that the grace of the sun functioned through magical energy. In the 7 deadly sins, a scanner could only draw on his magical power during daylight. However, exceptions existed. In the original tale, a scanner had tapped into his inner sun to access magical prowess at night. Thus, the grace of the sun did not strictly require the presence of the sun, but rather thrived in its light. The second reason for Ling Tian's ire was, of course, the state of his hair. After all, who could blame him for being upset about it being singed? Why are Whitebeard and the others coming? Ling Tian sensed the arrival of the Moby Dick within the waters of Roria. All right, Buggy, let us pause training. We have guests, he stated, making his way towards the shore where the Moby Dick was docked. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Buggy tossed aside the massive stone, muttering, it was just a bit of hair. As he hurried after Ling Tian, indeed, he was flying not in a manner that required separation from the ground. A closer look revealed a ring adorned with 2 feathers on Buggy's left index finger. This was a gift from Ling Tian, the Gale ring from the equivalent exchange module in his world, enabling flight. At the coast of Roria, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates was anchored. Before any crew members could disembark, Ling Tian leaped aboard the ship. What brings you here, Newgate? He inquired directly, seeking the reason for Whitebeard's visit to Roria. I came here because Newgate began to reply, only to be interrupted by the sight of Ling Tian's gleaming bald head. Garara, Ling Tian, what happened to your hair? Not only Newgate, but also Marco and Vista were taken aback by Ling Tian's luminous appearance. Ha 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 ha. Ling Tian, are you planning to become a monk? Ha 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 ha. With the opening from Newgate, they laughed without hesitation. Swish. Thud. Asx and listened to the laughter surrounding him. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation, causing everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, except for Whitebeard himself, to experience the brunt of Ling Tian's iron fist of love. Subsequently, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard, clutched their heads. Laugh, show me another laugh. Ling Tian said as he drew the 2 swords from his waist. Damn it, I just finished teaching Buggy a lesson, and now that I've finally forgotten about his baldness, you all start laughing. Upon witnessing Ling Tian draw both his swords, Marco and the others immediately covered their mouths. After all, they knew their father stood no chance against Ling Tian, although they were aware that Ling Tian would not kill them. A punishment was inevitable. Ling Tian, seeing Marco and the others covering their mouths, nodded in satisfaction and then sheathed his swords. Ling Tian, wait for me, called the tardy Buggy. Rednose, what are you doing here? Marco asked. Perplexed at Buggy's presence, you bastard Marco, who are you calling Rednose? Buggy fumed, grabbing Marco by the collar upon hearing the nickname. Sorry, Marco replied nonchalantly, glancing at Buggy tugging at his collar. What kind of expression is that? Marco, just like that guy Shanks. All right, Buggy, don't use that ability of yours again. If you burn down Newgate's ship, you're on your own, Ling Tian warned as he noticed Buggy preparing to wield the power of his ability. Buggy, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Although Ling Tian had mentioned that he would possess the pinnacle of power in this world by noon, facing the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard still left Buggy feeling somewhat apprehensive. Newgate, why did you come to Roria? Ling Tian asked, revisiting the earlier question. What are you doing? It's because of the second sun that appeared in the sky before. I suspect it originated from your direction. Newgate replied. If I said I didn't know, would you believe me? Ling Tian mischievously responded. Thud. Stop the nonsense. Just speak, Newgate said, delivering an iron fist of love to Ling Tian's head. X2 having experienced Ling Tian's iron fist of love, both Buggy and Marco immediately burst into laughter. Upon seeing Buggy and Marco laughing at him, Ling Tian shot them a glare. Buggy and Marco quickly assumed normal expressions upon catching Ling Tian's gaze. Well, it's true that the second sun was indeed created by me. The reason for its appearance was that Buggy absorbed the ability I granted him, Ling Tian succinctly explained to Newgate. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Newgate understood, recalling that Marco had demonstrated his freezing ability when he returned from Roguetown, explaining that it was an ability given to him by Ling Tian. Is there anything else? Gulalala, nothing else. However, Ling Tian, do you still have those wines from before? Bring me a few boxes, Newgate said. As his primary purpose in coming to Roria was to seek out Ling Tian's wine rather than to investigate the second son's appearance. I didn't expect you to be so fixated on my wine, Ling Tian remarked. Didn't I tell you? That was the last box, Ling Tian replied to Newgate, although he had drawn a few more boxes from a lottery. He intended to save those for future relationships. Despite his capabilities not necessitating the need for alliances, Ling Tian, born in a prominent Red nation in his previous life, adhered to the principle of avoiding violence whenever possible. "Kid, where did you hide those wines?" Newgate inquired, rummaging through his wooden cabin. When he had previously told Newgate that it was the last box, Newgate had vehemently refused to believe him and had immediately rushed to search through his wooden cabin. Disregarding the crew on board. "There really isn't any left, Newgate," Ling Tian stated exasperatedly, questioning if it was worth all the fuss over just some wine, especially when he had milk that tasted better. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Newgate began to gather the energy of the trimmer fruit in his right hand. "What, Newgate? Are you serious?" "Here, it's all right here," Ling Tian exclaimed, quickly pulling out some mana from his storage space upon noticing Newgate gathering the energy. Newgate, surprised to see Ling Tian produce the wine, initially intended to frighten him but was unexpectedly rewarded. "You little brat. I knew you had more." Thud. Recovering from his surprise, Newgate immediately swung an iron fist of love toward Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian covered his head, muttering, "I was just trying to look out for your health." Newgate disregarded Ling Tian's muttering and simply took the Mount that Ling Tian had just produced back to the Moby Dick. "Aboard the Moby Dick. Are you leaving already, Newgate?" "Gulalala, there is still much to do in the New World. Moreover, we came here to cough, not that its because I learned about the second son, so of course. I must return now." Ling Tian, hearing Newgate's words, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Newgate had come merely to mooch off his wine. However, Ling Tian said nothing and instead retrieved another box of Mount from his system space. Placing it on the deck of the Moby Dick, "This truly is the last one. Newgate. You must drink it sparingly," Ling Tian advised, as he did not wish for Newgate to encounter any mishaps due to excessive drinking. Yet, upon seeing the wine, Newgate grew excited and immediately carried off the Mount that Ling Tian had just produced, as if fearing someone else might take it away from him. "What, Ling Tian, let me drink a bit more. You truly are my good little brother." Thus, Ling Tian watched as the Moby Dick departed. Originally, Buggy had also intended to leave with Newgate and the others, but Ling Tian held him back. The upcoming matters would require Buggy's assistance, and it was impossible to let him go just like that. Although he had promised Sengoku not to appear at sea for 10 years, he simply could not resist the urge to alter some of the tragic events from the original story. The current timeline was the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, a year during which, according to the original story, no significant events occurred. The most notable incident was in 1499, when the infamous pirate Shiki the Golden Lion escaped from the notorious Impel-Down prison. Therefore, Ling Tian planned to use the next year to train Buggy in mastering the power of the sun's favor. In the following year, Buggy made remarkable progress, not only mastering the various abilities of a scanner but also developing new skills based on his splitting fruit. In 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ling Tian's predictions proved correct. As the notorious pirate Shiki the Golden Lion escaped from the so-called strongest prison in the world, Impel-Down, at the cost of his 2 legs. "What brings you here, Shiki?" Ling Tian inquired curiously. Observing Shiki floating in the air. A month after Shiki's escape from Impel-Down, he unexpectedly arrived in Roria. According to Shiki, it seemed that Newgate had informed him of Ling Tian's location. However, it was not entirely Newgate's fault, as he had maintained a good relationship with Shiki during their time in the Rocks Pirates. Their first battle had been against each other, so it was only natural for Newgate to inform Shiki of his whereabouts. "After such a long time, you make me, an old friend, float here," Shiki remarked without answering Ling Tian's question. "Come with me," Ling Tian said, leading Shiki to his small cabin. As for the possibility of Shiki suddenly attacking him, Ling Tian was unperturbed. After all, he currently possessed immortality and the pinnacle of power in this world, making it a simple task to subdue an injured Shiki. By the way, Shiki, what do you seek from me?" Ling Tian brought Shiki to his wooden cabin and inquired, "What is it?" Shiki replied, somewhat bashfully, "How is it, Shiki? After being imprisoned in Impel-Down for 2 years, you've become so timid. Speak plainly. If I can assist, I will certainly help you." Ling Tian spoke candidly, for he shared a good rapport with Shiki during their time in the Rocks Pirates. Thus, should there be any way for Ling Tian to aid Shiki, he would undoubtedly do so unless, of course, Shiki asked him to wreak havoc across the world. Ha ha ha. Shiki laughed heartily. "Indeed, after 2 years in Impel-Down, I have become so timid. I am the great pirate Shiki the Golden Lion." Ling Tian chuckled lightly at Shiki's declaration. "So, young Ling Tian, I've heard from Newgate that you possess a fine liquor here. Bring it forth, so I may taste it." Upon hearing Shiki's words, Ling Tian's smile faltered. What? Another one here to mooch off my liquor? How could Newgate spread such gossip? Didn't Ti tell him that was my last 2 crates? Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, Newgate had informed Shiki about the fine liquor just as he was sent to impel down. It was merely to alleviate the suffering of those 2 years that Shiki sought out Ling Tian for a drink. Well, Shiki, would you believe me if I said I had none left? Enough of that? Hurry and fetch it, Shiki retorted, delivering a playful punch towards Ling Tian's head. Why do you old-timers all resort to such affectionate punches? Ling Tian mused, recalling how Shiki was now behaving similarly to Newgate before him, and how even Garp often used such loving blows on Luffy. Indeed, a certain monkey fellow once remarked, "Do you see the mark on my face? It is a testament to my father's deep affection, which has yet to fade after all these years." Clearing his throat, Ling Tian reminded himself that he was not old, he was merely in his 30s. Cough, cough. Ling Tian cleared his throat and retrieved a crate of Mount to present to Shiki. Get lost, hurry and take this crate away, Ling Tian urged, eager to dismiss him. You just come to mooch my liquor. Do you know how many times I've won these bottles in a lottery? It's no easy feat to acquire them. Here, take this. Shiki handed Ling Tian a map, revealing the location of treasures he had previously seized. Oh, to think this isn't a mere act of mooching. Long live Shiki. Though he was not lacking in riches, the mere fact that he was not being taken advantage of brought him great joy. Especially after so many years of Newgate freeloading off his liquor, Buggy. Since Shiki had taken his liquor and departed, Ling Tian continued training Buggy. However, today, Ling Tian had no intention of training Buggy. Rather, he planned to seek out an old friend. As for who this friend was, well, if you read the title, you'd know. What's the matter, big brother Ling Tian? Buggy asked, immediately flying over upon hearing his name. Yet, from the tremor in Buggy's voice, it was clear how much he feared Ling Tian after a year of rigorous training, which had been akin to a living nightmare, even though he had indeed improved significantly. Don't be nervous, Buggy. We're not training today, Ling Tian said with a smile, having noticed Buggy's apprehension. Really? Buggy exclaimed, excitement coursing through him at the thought of a reprieve from training. Hey, you fool. Ling Tian swiftly teleported and caught Buggy just as he was about to leap into the sea. Fool, you haven't forgotten you're a devil fruit user, have you? Ling Tian admonished as he set Buggy aside. Buggy scratched his head in embarrassment, after a year of honing the power of the sun's grace. He had indeed momentarily forgotten his identity as a devil fruit user. All right, Buggy, let us go, Ling Tian instructed, manifesting a physical clone to accompany Buggy, having already learned of Ling Tian's ability to create physical clones while in Loguetown. Buggy was not overly surprised. The two boarded a ship and set sail. Once aboard, Ling Tian retrieved a black cloak and a pure white mask with black stripes from his system space. The black cloak belonged to Kamen Rider Eternal, known for its remarkable ability to nullify all attacks directed at its wearer. In the W film, had AG not discarded this cloak, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. The mask, on the other hand, was a modification of the rather unattractive original, transformed into a sleek white design. Big brother Ling Tian, why are you wearing a mask and a cloak? Buggy asked, perplexed. Ling Tian explained his agreement with Sengoku. To which Buggy responded, Big brother Ling Tian, do you have any more masks? That cloak looks so cool. Please, make one for me. Thus, for the next few days of sailing, Buggy incessantly chattered in Ling Tian's ear. Even after receiving several affectionate punches. It was only after Ling Tian crafted him a cloak and mask devoid of any special abilities that Buggy finally relented. Days later, Ling Tian and Buggy arrived at the waters of Wano. We've arrived, Buggy, Ling Tian announced, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the waterfall ahead. As the beast pirates had yet to grow in strength, there were no pirate patrols in the waters of Wano. Arrived. Where? Is this Wano, the land of the samurai? Buggy inquired, utterly unaware of Wano's circumstances, as neither Roger nor his crew had ever set foot there. Big brother Ling Tian, it's not above that waterfall. Is it? Buggy asked tentatively. Indeed, Buggy, we simply need to fly up there, Ling Tian replied, activating the wind ring to ascend, having drawn 2 from the lottery, one for himself and one for Buggy. Who are you? A figure clad in a suit, wearing a mask and sporting wings, addressed Ling Tian. This was one of the future calamities, the flame disaster. King, may I ask for your purpose? We seek Kaido, Ling Tian stated, adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict whenever possible. Wait here, King instructed his subordinates before soaring off toward Wano. Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing King depart. It was fortunate that he was on guard. For had it been Jack, he surely would have boasted, Do you know who I am? After a brief wait, a blue dragon emerged from the clouds, inquiring, Who seeks me? Who? who seeks the captain of the beast pirates. Kaido, Buggy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of Kaido in his beast form. Don't act like you've never seen such sights. You're a crew member of the Pirate King. After all, Ling Tian scolded, delivering a playful punch to Buggy. Roger S. crew. Who are you? Kaido narrowed his eyes at Ling Tian's words. It's been a while, Kaido. Ling Tian greeted him. It's been a while. Who on earth are you? Kaido squinted, unable to recognize Ling Tian due to his mask and cloak. You should recognize this, Ling Tian said, raising the sword at his waist. That sword. You are, Kaido began. But as he was about to utter Ling Tian's name, Ling Tian gestured for silence. Let us converse elsewhere, Ling Tian suggested. Very well, follow me. Kaido also felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to converse here. So he took Ling Tian to his Onigashima. Before leaving, Kaido instructed Rinjiue to keep a close watch over the place. Inside Onigashima, in Kaido's grand hall, he commanded, everyone, leave at once. No one is permitted to enter without my summons. After Kaido's statement, the rest of the individuals promptly exited, closing the door behind them. It's been a long time, Kaido. You've truly grown powerful, Ling Tian remarked, removing the mask from his face. Brother Ling Tian, is it really you? Kaido exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Ling Tian's familiar visage, having not laid eyes on him for decades. In the past, during the events at God Valley, he had been taken away by Newgate, leaving Ling Tian behind. Although Ling Tian had once assured him that they would reunite when his pirate crew gained notoriety, no one knew whether Ling Tian had survived those tumultuous times. Captured by the world government upon joining the Rocks Pirates, he had harbored no faith in the Navy's words. Back then, he had been too weak to resist Newgate's departure, and the years that followed brought no news of Ling Tian, leading Kaido to believe he had perished at God Valley. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Newgate, frequently clashing with him, convinced that Newgate was responsible for Ling Tian's demise. Had Newgate simply taken his brother away back then, Ling Tian might have been spared. Every time Kaido confronted Newgate, the latter was left bewildered, unaware of what had provoked Kaido's ire. Had he known the source of Kaido's grievances, he would have informed him about Ling Tian's situation in Red Area long ago. What's wrong, Kaido? Have you forgotten me after so many years? Ling Tian chuckled lightly. No. How could I possibly forget brother Ling Tian? Kaido shook his head vigorously. Brother Ling Tian, do you have an acquaintance with the beast Kaido? Buggy interjected, observing the exchange between Kaido and Ling Tian. Are you brother Ling Tian's new subordinate? Kaido inquired, glancing down at Buggy. You don't seem to possess much muscle. Kaido poked Buggy, then jabbed at his own muscular frame, clearly indicating that Buggy lacked the physical prowess he himself possessed. Since reuniting with Ling Tian, Kaido had shed his usual burdens. After all, he had established his pirate crew based on Ling Tian's earlier promise that they would meet again when his crew achieved fame. Now that he had found Ling Tian, he felt no need to further expand his crew. Truly childlike, Ling Tian remarked with a smile as he observed Kaido showcasing his muscles. Foolish Kaido, who are you calling a red-nosed clown? Buggy suddenly erupted, activating the power of his technique, Divine Favor. Sunday instantly, Buggy's form swelled to an enormous size, towering a head above Kaido. Wow, incredible! Kaido's eyes sparkled in awe at Buggy's transformation. The sight reminded Ling Tian of Luffy. All right, you two, cease the antics, Ling Tian admonished Kaido and Buggy. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, they immediately halted their playful banter, particularly Buggy, who, upon hearing Ling Tian's command, canceled his transformation and hid behind Kaido. What's the matter? Little brother, Kaido queried, puzzled by Buggy's retreat. The two had struck a bond of brotherhood through their playful antics. You imbecile Kaido, I am the older brother. Although they had pledged brotherhood, they had yet to determine who would take the title of elder brother. Then why are you hiding behind me? Kaido asked incredulously. Because you have no idea how terrifying brother Ling Tian can be during training, Buggy replied, still cowering behind Kaido. That's so. Kaido recalled his previous training sessions with Ling Tian during their time in the Rocks Pirates, causing him to retreat to a corner, trembling. Am I really that frightening? Ling Tian observed their reactions, bemused, questioning whether he truly appeared so intimidating. Well, aside from that shiny bald head. Kaido had noticed Ling Tian's baldness but refrained from laughing out of respect. Enough of this nonsense. Kaido, I came here to ask you to teach Buggy the techniques of armament haki and observation haki. Absolutely. Leave this matter to me. I will make sure to train your younger brother into a formidable warrior, Kaido declared, standing up and thumping his chest with pride. Why must it be you to teach me? Buggy protested immediately upon hearing Ling Tian's request. Buggy, what did you say? Ling Tian threatened, cracking his knuckles. And nothing, Buggy stammered, intimidated by Ling Tian's demeanor. Let us go, Kaido, we should start training. Buggy urged, dragging Kaido outside. Honestly, I'm only trying to help you both. Why are you so afraid of me? Ling Tian muttered as he watched Buggy pull Kaido away. Thus, Buggy remained on Onigashima to hone his hockey skills. The following day, while strolling through Onigashima, Ling Tian stumbled upon a cage and curiously inquired of the guard, who was imprisoned within, although he had a hunch. He still wished to confirm. This cage holds Lord Kaido's son. The guard trembled in response. Having witnessed the camaraderie between Ling Tian and their commander Kaido, he even remembered a moment when he saw Kaido being struck by this very individual without retaliation. Is that so? You need not oversee this area any longer. With that, Ling Tian effortlessly shattered the cage with a single stroke. Boom. As Ling Tian demolished the cage imprisoning Yamato, Kaido instantly sensed the disturbance. Could it be that my foolish son has once again destroyed her cage? With that, Kaido headed in the direction of Yamato's confinement. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, upon breaking the cage, discovered a white-haired girl bound within. Kaido, you scoundrel! How could you imprison such a delightful girl? Ling Tian thought to himself as he unfastened Yamato's restraints. Who are you? Yamato asked, bewildered upon seeing the figure adorned in a pure white mask. Quickly, escape, hurry. Otherwise, you'll be crushed. Yamato suddenly recalled Kaido's brutal nature and urged Ling Tian to flee. What a kind-hearted child, Ling Tian remarked, gently stroking her head, marveling at her innocence. Yamato, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, did not shy away, feeling a warmth she had never experienced before. Unlike her father Kaido, who only inflicted pain and hunger upon her, this stranger showed her kindness. Boom. At that moment, a cloud of smoke billowed from outside the cage. Quickly, you must escape, Yamato urged, realizing Kaido was approaching. Fear not, Ling Tian reassured her, lifting the petite Yamato into his arms. He couldn't help but find her adorably charming, questioning how Kaido could bear to confine such a lovely girl. You've escaped again, Yamato, Kaido's voice boomed through the smoke. Although obscured by the haze, he surmised that Yamato had gone berserk and wrecked the cage. Kaido, come here, Ling Tian shouted angrily upon hearing Kaido's voice. This is not right. That voice does not belong to Yamato. It seems to belong to. Yes, it seems to be the voice of brother Ling Tian. As Kaido pondered this, he stepped out of the smoke. Goodness, it truly is brother Ling Tian. Upon seeing Ling Tian holding Yamato, cold sweat immediately began to beat on Kaido's forehead. With a swift motion, Ling Tian appeared before Kaido, delivering a massive punch to his head. Before long, several large lumps had formed atop Kaido's skull. Bling bling. Upon noticing the bumps on Kaido's head, Yamato, nestled in Ling Tian's arms, instantly sparkled with excitement. What happened? Hearing the commotion, Buggy approached. Wow, brother Ling Tian. Who is this child? Is she your daughter? Buggy exclaimed upon seeing Yamato in Ling Tian's embrace. Thud. What a surprise. This is Kaido's daughter. Ling Tian, with a furrowed brow, punched Buggy lightly. Sigh. I can't believe Kaido has such an adorable daughter, Buggy exclaimed, his body nearly falling apart in disbelief at the revelation of Kaido's charming offspring. Indeed, however, it's astonishing that Kaido has imprisoned Yamato. Ling Tian glared at Kaido. Nanny. Buggy, hearing Ling Tian's words about Kaido locking up such a lovely girl, became enraged. Kaido, what is wrong with you? This is your daughter. How could you confine her? As he spoke, Buggy activated the powers of the sun god, preparing to give Kaido another thrashing. Grumble. At that moment, Yamato's stomach growled. Big brother, I'm hungry. She tugged at Ling Tian's clothes. Before Ling Tian could respond, Buggy shoved him aside and scooped up Yamato. Come on, little sister. I'll take you to find something to eat. Though Ling Tian was pushed aside, he felt no offense. Meanwhile, Kaido watched this harmonious scene and muttered, who told her not to want to be a general of the beast pirates? What did you say? Ling Tian shot a fierce glare at Kaido upon hearing his mutterings. Nothing, nothing, Kaido quickly retorted, sensing Ling Tian's intensity. Thus, Ling Tian and Buggy wandered around Wano country with Yamato, while Kaido was left to cool his heels. 5 days later, Ling Tian, wearing a pure white mask, found Kaido. Brother Ling Tian, are you leaving? Kaido asked incredulously, unable to believe that their reunion had lasted only 5 days. Big brother, please don't go. Isn't it better to stay here with Yamato? Yamato pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched Ling Tian's clothes. Yamato, dear, wait for me to finish my business, and I'll come back to accompany you, all right? Ling Tian gently patted her head. To be honest, he had matters to attend to. As Ace's birth was imminent, and many would perish on Badarilla Island due to Ace's fate. Okay, just be safe, big brother, the innocent Yamato replied to Ling Tian. Understood. When I return, I'll bring you a fiancé. All right. Ling Tian thought about Ace's relationship with Yamato from the original story. Sigh, brother Ling Tian, isn't that inappropriate? After all, Yamato is my daughter. Kaido immediately protested upon hearing Ling Tian's words about finding Yamato a fiancé. Shut up, Kaido. You're aware that Yamato is your daughter, yet you imprison her, Ling Tian scolded. Indeed, Buggy chimed in from the side. Yamato blinked her eyes, observing the exchange between Ling Tian and Kaido. All right. I'll wait for big brother to bring me a fiancé. Although she didn't understand what a fiancé was, seeing Kaido flustered made her happy. Here, take this. Your fiancé will come looking for you with the other half of this. Ling Tian handed a white Tai Chi jade pendant to Yamato. Yamato took the pendant, her face lighting up with joy. While Yamato was elated, Kaido sat forlornly in a corner, drawing circles. Buggy, I leave Kaido to you, Ling Tian instructed, glancing at Kaido, who was still drawing circles. Oh, by the way, I've heard you've been causing quite a bit of trouble for Newgate lately, Ling Tian said with a smile, observing Kaido. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Kaido stiffened. He knew that Newgate had a good relationship with Ling Tian. The reason he had gone to confront Newgate was also due to Ling Tian. Well, let bygones be bygones, but don't provoke Newgate again in the future, and remember to apologize to him. Now then, Buggy, Yamato, Kaido, may we meet again by fate. With that, Ling Tian took to the sky and flew away. Kaido, upon hearing Ling Tian's suggestion to apologize to Whitebeard, contemplated for a moment before informing Buggy and transforming into his beast form, flying towards Whitebeard's territory. A few days later, aboard the Moby Dick, Old Man, we've spotted Kaido ahead, a lookout exclaimed, noticing the dragon head flying towards the Moby Dick. Gu la 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 la. Is that little brat coming to challenge us again? Whitebeard laughed heartily as he stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, watching the dragon approach. Before long, Kaido landed in front of the Moby Dick. Gu la 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 la. Little brat Kaido. Are you here to fight again? TCH, Old Man Whitebeard, I'm not here to fight this time. Oh. Then what brings you here? I'm here to apologize for what happened before, Kaido stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nanny? Hey, am I hearing things? The beast Kaido is actually apologizing to us. The pirates aboard the Moby Dick were astounded. Gu la 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 la. Kaido, have you lost your mind? Whitebeard, knowing Kaido's penchant for reckless behavior, was skeptical. Yeah, have you made a mistake? We're the Whitebeard pirates, Marco added, flying in the air. Stop the chatter. You think I want to apologize to you, old man. If it weren't for brother Ling Tian, I wouldn't be here saying sorry. Kaido snapped angrily upon seeing their disbelief. Gu la 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 la. So it was because of Ling Tian. Huh. No wonder you're apologizing. Newgate understood immediately upon hearing Kaido's words. Kaido and Ling Tian had shared a special bond within the Rocks Pirates, with Ling Tian being more like a mentor to Kaido. And from now on, I want to come looking for a fight again. Brother Ling Tian said to let the past be the past. Very well. I'll do Ling Tian a favor and let bygones be bygones. However, Kaido, if you dare to show up again, don't blame me for being rude. Whitebeard took a sip of the Mount that Ling Tian had gifted him. TCH, I don't want to see you again in this lifetime, Kaido retorted before turning to leave. If Ling Tian were present, he would chuckle, for never seeing Kaido again was impossible, as her fiancé was indeed the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Since Ling Tian departed Wano country, he had been flying nonstop towards Batterilla Island. That must be Batterilla Island ahead, Ling Tian murmured as he gazed at the island in front of him. Which one is it? Garp's warship. Upon spotting Garp's ship on the shore, Ling Tian realized that Roger had indeed entrusted his wife, Port Asti. Rouge, to Garp for protection. Just as depicted in the original story. As Ling Tian arrived at Batterilla Island, Garp's observation haki immediately sensed his presence. Having promised Roger to protect his wife, Garp had been using his observation haki to prevent the world government from sending assassins after Rouge. That mask. Are you from the world government? As soon as Ling Tian stepped onto the island, Garp appeared before him in an instant. Whoa, Garp, are you really that fast? Ling Tian exclaimed, taken aback by Garp's sudden appearance. Could this truly be the world's strongest old man? Before the crossing of Ling Tian, the character setting of Garp was indeed quite absurd. Less nonsense, Garp declared, launching a powerful punch towards Ling Tian without hesitation, due to the pristine white mask Ling Tian wore. Garp instinctively assumed he was affiliated with the CP organization under the world government. Goodness, Garp, you waste no time in attacking, Ling Tian exclaimed, enveloping Garp's fist with his cloak, expressing his bemusement. Was it merely because he donned a pure white mask and cloak that he was mistaken for a CP agent? Upon reflection, Ling Tian realized that his attire indeed bore a resemblance to that of the CP operatives. However, he could hardly be blamed. It was the CP agents who, despite being an intelligence organization, consistently adorned themselves in white garments. To his astonishment, His haki had vanished. No, it was not just the haki, even his physical prowess had dissipated. Garp, feeling the absence of his armament haki and combat skills, was taken aback. In his experience, he had never encountered an ability that could devour haki. Nonetheless, the vastness of the sea held many wonders, and Garp quickly regained his composure. Who are you? Really? Garp scrutinized Ling Tian, beginning to suspect that he might not be one of the CP agents, as they typically operated in groups. If he were a spy, he would not flaunt the unmistakable garb of the CP. I am certainly not a CP agent, Ling Tian replied, retracting the cloak enveloping Garp's fist. Then what brings you to Bartolera Island? Garp inquired. I have come in accordance with Roger's promise. Ling Tian fabricated a story, which was not entirely a lie, as Roger had indeed once invited him aboard his ship. Although he had declined at the time, it could be considered an invitation, making him, in a sense, a third of Roger's crew. What? That rascal Roger entrusted you with that? Garp remarked, scratching his nose. Presently, Garp was contemplating entrusting Ling Tian with handling the CP agents arriving at Bartolera Island over the next few days, while he kept a watchful eye on Lucio. Based on Garp's earlier assessment of Ling Tian's capabilities, he recognized that Ling Tian was no weakling, and thus decided to leave those agents in his care. Since Roger entrusted you with protecting Lucio, keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals here on Bartolera Island. Garp instructed Ling Tian directly. This decision was not without its own calculations. While Ling Tian claimed to have been tasked by Roger to protect Lucio, Garp remained skeptical of Ling Tian's true intentions, believing it wiser to stay close to Lucio himself. Is that so? Ling Tian chuckled softly at Garp's words. At that moment, he felt an urge to boast. Do you see this mask on my face? It is a divine artifact capable of summoning countless immortal ninja legions. I really need to concern myself with that CP lot. My legions could easily exhaust them. Is that so? Garp instantly adopted a defensive stance upon hearing Ling Tian's words. Oh dear, no need to be so tense, old man Garp. Ling Tian quickly reassured him. What do you mean by that? Garp responded. Despite being a high-ranking officer of the Navy under the world government, he was unwilling to see the residents of Bartolera Island suffer due to the affairs concerning Roger's wife. As a seasoned naval officer, he understood the nature of the world government all too well but could not simply abandon the Navy. If he, a hero of the Navy, were to leave, it would spell disaster for them, leading to chaos among pirates and ultimately the demise of the world. The world government would only protect the celestial dragons, disregarding the lives of ordinary citizens. Just watch and see, Ling Tian said, extending his arms outward while murmuring, legions of the undead hidden in shadows, heed my call, awaken. As his words fell, circular black shadows emerged from beneath Ling Tian and Garp's silhouettes, transforming into figures clad in black garments. What are these? Garp gazed in astonishment, realizing he had not sensed their presence. It was worth noting that he was among the most formidable figures in the pirate world. These are my undead legions, Ling Tian stated, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing slightly. Ling Tian wanted to test the demeanor of a gentleman, as he had always found it incredibly cool when gentlemen exhibited flair in battle in his past life. However, the more pressing concern was to maintain his identity in front of Garp. Though he had interacted with Garp only a handful of times in this world, there was always the risk of Garp recognizing him. After all, he had been born in China in his previous life and held a strong sense of integrity. The undead legions, Garp scoffed. I find it hard to believe there exists such a thing in this world. Then, I invite you to test it, Captain Garp, Ling Tian said, stepping aside to allow Garp to proceed. You seem quite confident, Garp remarked, irritation creeping into his tone as he regarded Ling Tian's gesture. Boom, Garp unleashed a punch, obliterating a significant portion of the Ninja Legion. Unlike ordinary individuals, however, the Ninja Legion disintegrated into a puff of smoke rather than leaving behind corpses. Did I take them down? But what is this black mist? Garp questioned, bewildered by the phenomenon surrounding him. Do not underestimate them, Captain Garp. Ling Tian chuckled lightly as he warned Garp. Just as Garp was about to respond, he noticed the black-clad figures returning once more. Are these truly the same ones from before? Garp pondered, a hint of gravity settling upon him. If they were indeed immortal, it would pose a significant problem, given Ling Tian's willingness to honor Roger's promise. Garp surmised that Ling Tian was likely a pirate as well. May I conduct an experiment? Garp asked Ling Tian, who sat nearby. Ling Tian said nothing but nodded, inviting Garp to proceed. Garp approached one of the black-clad figures and affixed a badge to its chest. Boom! As Garp placed the badge on the shadowy ninja, he swiftly struck it down with a punch. The shadowy ninja exclaimed, Meow, I thought you were going to award me a badge. After Garp eliminated that shadowy ninja, another figure emerged from Garp's own shadow. Unlike the others, the shadowy ninja bore the badge Garp had just placed. Incredible, it truly is immortal, Garp marveled, unable to believe his eyes. The concept of immortality was exceedingly shocking in this world. Garp was aware that some individuals possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, but true immortality was a different matter altogether. Observing Garp's astonished expression, Ling Tian mused inwardly. In truth, I am also immortal. Thus, following Garp's experiment, Ling Tian dispatched the Shadow Legion to oversee various locations on Bartolera Island. Ready to eliminate any world government personnel that might appear, when Ling Tian encountered Lu Jiao, she was already 12 months pregnant with Ace. We need to find someone to assist Lu Jiao in childbirth. Ling Tian remarked, recalling that in the original story, Lu Jiao had perished after carrying Ace for 13 months. If Ace could be delivered at 12 months, perhaps Lu Jiao would be spared from death. Although the odds were slim, one could always hope. Understood, Garp agreed, recognizing that it was indeed time to assist Lu Jiao. Previously, Garp had hesitated to aid Lu Jiao due to concerns that the CP agents might arrive during the delivery. However, with Ling Tian's Shadow Legion at his disposal, Garp felt reassured. Meanwhile, in the waters near Bartolera Island, a world government warship was swiftly approaching the island. Commander, we are nearing Bartolera Island. The officer reported. A CP agent reported to another CP agent. Full speed ahead. The CP agent then issued a direct order. They had come to Bartolera Island because they had received intelligence that Roger had lived there for a time before his execution. The world government had dispatched them to investigate whether any traces of Roger's bloodline remained on Bartolera Island. As the warship appeared in the waters surrounding Bartolera Island, the Shadow Corps became aware of their presence. They swiftly melded into the shadows of the island. Currently, Ling Tian's abilities allowed him to summon only 20 shadow ninjas. However, their immortality rendered this limitation inconsequential. Thus, the shadow ninjas, having merged with the shadows, materialized directly on the CP's warship. Came the simultaneous screams of 20 CP agents aboard the ship. What happened? What's going on? The commanding officer turned to inquire upon hearing the commotion. To his astonishment, he discovered that the CP agents had been swiftly overwhelmed by a group of cloaked figures, leaving only 2 of his subordinates alive beside him. Who are you? The CP agent demanded, his anger rising as he gazed upon the fallen agents. They had not even reached Bartolera Island before suffering such heavy losses. The Shadow Ninjas did not respond to the officer's query. Instead, they hurled shurikens at the remaining CP agents. Iron block, shouted one CP agent. Clang! The shuriken struck the CP agent who had invoked the iron block, sparking a shower of embers. Shave. One CP agent instantly teleported into the midst of the Shadow Corps. Finger gun. Spot. With a swift motion, the agent unleashed a barrage of finger guns, obliterating all 20 Shadow Ninjas. Bang! Echoed the sound as the Shadow Ninjas disintegrated into clouds of smoke. What are these? The CP agent, bewildered by the sight of the vanishing figures, questioned aloud. Ming, return. The commanding officer, sensing an ominous turn of events, commanded the CP agent known as Ming to return. Just as Ming prepared to teleport back to the officer's side, he felt something grasping at his leg. Looking down, he saw a shadowy figure emerging from his own shadow. Iron block. Recognizing the danger, Ming invoked the iron block. Clang! Countless shurikens ricocheted off Ming's form. Gale kick. Ming executed a swift kick, dispatching the figure that had seized his leg. Shave. He instantly reappeared beside the CP officer. These fiends seemed to rely solely on shurikens. Let's deal with them using iron block, the CP officer commanded. Iron block, shouted 2 CP agents in unison, observing the CP's use of iron block. Each Shadow Ninja produced 6 shurikens and coated them with Hakai. As they were summoned by Ling Tian, they wielded 50% of his power. However, the black shurikens rendered the hockey coating nearly invisible. The Shadow Ninjas launched their hockey-infused shurikens. Dodge. The CP officer sensed something amiss and leaped away, shouting at the 2 agents still employing iron block. However, it was too late. 120 shurikens struck true, embedding themselves in the 2 CP agents. You should have spoken sooner, one agent lamented bitterly. The Shadow Ninjas, seeing that one CP agent had evaded their attack, ignored him and melted back into the shadows. Have they retreated? The CP officer pondered, somewhat perplexed. Did they consider him inconsequential because he was alone? Just as the officer entertained these thoughts, the entire ship disintegrated in an instant. Nanny. The CP officer sensed impending doom. Although he had not shown it earlier, he was a capable user of abilities. Moonwalk. Spotting the Shadow Corps as they demolished the warship, the officer activated Moonwalk to prevent himself from plunging into the sea. Yet, He underestimated the Shadow Corps powers. A shadow ninja emerged from the obscurity behind the CP officer, swiftly seizing his limbs. Nanny. The officer found himself unable to employ the 6 styles and fell into the depths of the ocean. I can't move. As a CP officer. To meet my demise here is unacceptable. These thoughts crossed his mind as he lost consciousness. The Shadow Corps did not relax their vigilance simply because the CP officer had submerged. They proceeded to ensure his life was extinguished before returning to Bartalala Island. Thus, the CP agents who ventured to Bartalala Island were consigned to the depths of the sea by the Shadow Corps. Meanwhile, in another location, Lugio had successfully given birth to Ace during the battle involving the Shadow Corps. However, upon witnessing Lugio's frail state, Ling Tian understood that even had they prepared a month in advance, Lugio's death was inevitable. The child was to be named Ace, a name chosen by him and Roger together. With her last breath, Lugio uttered Ace's name. Ace, is it? Ling Tian chuckled softly, placing a hand on the sword at his waist. Although he had long known Ace's name, he was curious as to why Roger had chosen to name his child after his own blade. So it is, Garp remarked, gazing at Lugio's lifeless form. He had anticipated this outcome ever since witnessing Lugio's determination to protect Ace during her pregnancy. He had been entrusted by Roger to safeguard Lugio and Ace. Yet now he felt he had failed. Admiral Garp. What? May I have Lugio's corpse? Ling Tian inquired. He had 2 reasons for wanting Lugio's remains. Firstly, he hoped to acquire a resurrection item in the future to bring her back. Secondly, even if he failed to obtain such an item, he believed Lugio should rest alongside Roger. Nanny, you wish to take Lugio's body. What do you intend to do with it? Garp frowned at Ling Tian's request. For some reason, it reminded him of that individual from Roguetown. I am a friend of Roger's, and it is only fitting that Lugio's remains be interred alongside his. Ling Tian explained, bowing with his right hand over his heart. That is acceptable, but I must know where you plan to bury Lugio and Roger. I wish to pay my respects. Garp agreed, permitting Ling Tian to take Lugio's remains, yet he required knowledge of their final resting place. Very well, on an island in the New World called Roria, Ling Tian disclosed the location of his current residence to Garp, unafraid of any potential mischief from him there, for in Roria, he was invincible. Even if him were to arrive, he would have to endure a couple of slaps before leaving. All right, I will allow you to take Lugio, but Ace must come with me. Garp felt no hesitation in relinquishing Lugio. As she was already deceased, however, he could not allow Ace to remain with Ling Tian, for he intended to train Ace to become a Marine. If Ling Tian were to learn of Garp's intentions, he would undoubtedly scoff at the absurdity of training the child of the Pirate King to be a Marine. No problem. Ace can go with you. Consider it a gift from me to him. Ling Tian presented Garp with a black pendant resembling a hook, which prompted no further objections from Garp. He simply cradled Ace and made his way outside. Ling Tian subsequently stored Lugio's body within the system space, where time would not cause it to decay. Roger's remains were also placed within the system space. 5 days later, to ensure that no CP agents would return to Bartalala Island, Ling Tian remained there for the full 5 days. Garp, having taken Ace, departed without further ado, leaving Ling Tian with the words, I leave the rest to you. At that moment, Ling Tian, upon hearing Garp's words, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. What does he mean by please handle my after-sales service? I am not a vendor, nor am I one of your subordinates in the Marine Corps. Nevertheless, for the sake of the residents of Bartalala Island, Ling Tian chose to remain there for 5 days. Well, it is time for me to depart. Ling Tian cast a glance at Bartalala Island before soaring westward. This year, there were not only the significant events surrounding Ace's birth, but also the catastrophic destruction of O'Hara. As for why he did not head to O'Hara first, it was because of his amicable relationship with Roger, while he had no ties to O'Hara. Thus, Ling Tian naturally prioritized Ace's situation, especially since Ace was under Garp's protection and faced little danger. In contrast, the scholars of O'Hara had dared to transgress the 800-year-old taboo, which meant that the world government would stop at nothing to eliminate the inhabitants of O'Hara. As for Nico Robin's escape from the world government's pursuit in the original narrative, that was due to the protection of Akiji. Therefore, Robin was not captured before encountering Luffy. However, with so many scholars in O'Hara, Ling Tian was uncertain whether his current avatar could safeguard them all. After all, the native residents of O'Hara would not willingly leave their homeland. In the original story, had the residents evacuated upon learning that their people were captured by the Navy, Robin would not have been the sole survivor of O'Hara. 3 days later, after an exhausting flight, Ling Tian finally arrived at O'Hara. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. O'Hara had become a sea of flames. He also noticed an ice-formed pathway on the water. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to leave 5 shadow ninjas to covertly protect Robin. While Robin had Akiji's protection in the original tale, Akiji would eventually become an admiral and could not provide constant oversight. Ling Tian was concerned that his presence might inadvertently lead to Robin's demise before she met Luffy. After assigning the 5 shadow ninjas to guard Robin, he surveyed Ohara, determined to seek out any remaining survivors. On a warship, Admiral Akainu had eradicated all of Ohara, leaving no one to escape. A Marine reported to Akainu, unaware that Akiji had allowed Robin to flee. All personnel, disembark, Akainu commanded. His absolute justice forbidding any survivors from remaining in Ohara. This should suffice, right? With the island in flames, there shouldn't be any survivors left, a Marine questioned, perplexed by Akainu's orders. Hearing this, Akainu, without hesitation, struck the Marine down with a magma-infused fist. If there are any survivors, do you have any idea what kind of impact that would have on this world? Immediately land on the island and ascertain whether there are any survivors, Akainu ordered vehemently. Understood. The 4 warships advanced towards Ohara. Led by 5 admirals, the other 3 ships were filled with hawkish officers, while the one that did not approach Ohara belonged to Akiji, that guy, Kazan. Akainu see that upon noticing that Akiji's ship was not heading toward Ohara. However, he could do nothing about it, as Kazan was his equal, and he had no authority to command him. Soon, the 4 warships reached Ohara, and the Navy personnel swiftly disembarked. Who are you? Akainu demanded as he stepped off the ship. Encountering a figure donning a white mask and cloak, that mask. Are you a member of CP? Akainu speculated, recognizing the mask as belonging to the world government CP agents. CP. No, I am not affiliated with them. The masked individual replied. This was Ling Tian, who had initially come to check for survivors in Ohara. However, upon his arrival, he spotted the 4 warships approaching and decided to drive them away first. As the situation could become troublesome otherwise, not a CP agent, then you must be a pirate, Akainu concluded. Identifying Ling Tian as a pirate. It seems you are indeed a pirate, he added, without a moment's hesitation. Akainu unleashed his magma fruit abilities, summoning a magma dog head that charged toward Ling Tian. You truly are impulsive, young man, Ling Tian remarked with a light chuckle as he effortlessly enveloped himself in his cloak. Boom. Did I take him down? Of course, when Akainu strikes, he certainly delivers. No, wait, he seems unharmed. A Marine observed the smoke created by Akainu's attack. Ling Tian stood unscathed, thanks to the powers of the cloak that rendered all abilities ineffective. Impossible, Akainu exclaimed in disbelief. Although he was not yet an admiral, his power was nearly equivalent to one. He did not expect to find himself unable to harm this masked figure. Is this all you can muster? Ling Tian taunted, snapping his fingers as shadow ninjas emerged from the darkness. What are these? The Marines looked at the sudden appearance of the shadow ninjas with trepidation. Do not panic. Eliminate them all. Akainu bellowed. The Marines, reassured by Akainu's command, steadied themselves, realizing that their presence on the ship indicated they were not weak. Thus, after an initial flurry of alarm, calmness soon prevailed. Then, let them entertain you. Ling Tian gestured grandly as an array of bizarre creatures emerged from the shadows. There were serpentine figures with whips for arms, a hammer-wielding being with pincers for hands, a creature with clawed appendages, and a stout, winged giant clad in armor. These were the various forms of the Ghost Shadow Legion. A fusion of abilities from the White Masks. While Ling Tian could summon the 9 commanders of the Ghost Shadow Legion, he deemed it unnecessary to do so in this situation. What in the world are these monsters? Akainu marveled at the sudden emergence of the creatures, astonished that his observation haki could not detect them, indicating their sudden appearance from the shadows. Now, Ghost Shadow Legion, drive them off this island, Ling Tian commanded. Soon, as the Ghost Shadow Legion displayed their myriad abilities, the Marines fell one by one at the shores of Ohara. After a while, only Akainu, 4 other admirals, and 10 vice-admirals remained standing. Well, Admiral, if you depart from Ohara, I shall let you go, Ling Tian remarked with a smile. In truth, he had no intention of sparing Akainu, but given the current strength of the Ghost Shadow Legion, it was somewhat challenging to restrain him. Even with the 9 commanders, retaining Akainu would not be guaranteed. Moreover, Akiji was watching from a distance. If Akiji were to freeze the Ghost Shadow Legion, Ling Tian would have no choice but to intervene personally. To be honest, he wished to avoid such an engagement unless absolutely necessary. Retreat, Akainu ordered after a moment of contemplation. Though his justice was unwavering, the current circumstances did not permit him to uphold it. Had Kazan been willing to assist him from afar, he would have undoubtedly continued the assault. However, considering Kazan's character, he would not assist himself. At least the current Kazan would certainly not come to his aid. The reason lies in the fact that he had ordered the destruction of a lifeboat at that time. While grappling with his own anger and questioning his actions, Therefore, the Kazan of today would not come to help him. At most, he would seek to preserve his own life after being defeated. A wise choice. Ling Tian promptly summoned the surrounding Phantom Legion back, allowing the Navy to depart. When the Navy arrived, there were still several hundred personnel. Yet now only 14 remained. Some of the other sailors had merely lost consciousness, while others had been eliminated by the Phantom Legion, and some, tragically, had their shadows devoured by the Shadow Eaters, likely to remain in a vegetative state for the rest of their lives. Thus, Ling Tian watched as they escorted the remaining Navy personnel back to their warship, departing from O'Hara. The abilities of that young man are indeed formidable. As Kaido left, a tall man rode a bicycle towards Ling Tian. This individual was one of the 5 vice admirals of the Navy, the future Admiral Akiji. Kazan, he acknowledged that, you know me. Of course, as a distinguished vice admiral of the Navy, there should be few who do not recognize him at sea. Ling Tian touched the mask on his face and spoke, uncertain of what Kazan was doing here. Logically, after Akainu's departure, Kazan should have also left. So, what brings you here? As he spoke, Ling Tian summoned the Phantom Legion once more. Although he understood that Akiji was not there to engage in battle, he still positioned the Phantom Legion around him. After all, one must not lose one's composure. Well, I'm merely reminding you, there should still be a living person over there. Kazan remarked, acknowledging that due to his identity, he could not rescue those still alive in O'Hara, including Nico Robin, which was a matter concerning his dear friend Saul. I understand. Ling Tian had already discerned through his observation haki that there was indeed a survivor in O'Hara. During his battle with Akainu, he had utilized spiritual techniques to maintain that person's life. In that case, Ghana. With that, Kazan rode away on his bicycle. Ling Tian, watching Kazan's figure vanish over the horizon, proceeded to check on the survivor in O'Hara. Who are you? Ling Tian was taken aback by the figure lying in a pool of blood. The individual had white hair and was clad in a brown coat. Most startling to Ling Tian was her resemblance to Robin. You are Robin's mother, Nico Olvia. Ling Tian promptly retrieved a collapsible house from his system space and expanded it on the ground, then carefully carried Olvia inside. Such severe wounds. Ling Tian observed gravely at Olvia's injuries. Although the situation was dire, he was determined to save her. Adhering to the principle that every life saved is significant. He made an incision on his wrist and fed his blood to Olvia. Having consumed the fountain of life, his blood possessed healing properties. In fact, if she were fortunate enough to receive blood from his heart, she might even gain immortality. This should suffice. After administering his blood to Olvia, her wounds visibly began to heal. Where am I? Olvia awakened to find herself lying on a bed in a wooden house. Wasn't I in O'Hara? Right, I was killed then. She recalled being targeted by the Navy's extermination order due to O'Hara's research on the blank century. You are awake. Ling Tian entered, carrying fish soup and some grilled fish. Although he wished to provide more variety, the devastation wrought by the Navy's extermination order had left O'Hara in ruins, with little else available. He surmised that within a month, O'Hara would be entirely submerged. Who are you? Are you with CP? Olvia questioned warily, eyeing Ling Tian, who wore a pure white mask. Only CP agents donned such masks across the seas, as other pirates refrained from wearing them, aware of their significance. Ling Tian set down the fish soup and grilled fish, momentarily speechless. While he wore a white mask, it was unnecessary for everyone to assume he was with CP. Do you think if I were with CP, you would still be lying here unharmed? After contemplating, Olvia recognized the logic. If Ling Tian were indeed with CP, she would likely be imprisoned. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, all right, eat this. You should focus on recovering your strength first. Though Ling Tian had saved Olvia with his blood, she remained physically weak. Wait a moment, Olvia called out as Ling Tian turned to leave. He paused, anticipating her inquiry regarding O'Hara. So, what has become of O'Hara? She asked, her concern evident. This is O'Hara. Ling Tian did not directly answer her question, but indirectly confirmed is that so. That's wonderful. Olvia sighed in relief at Ling Tian's words. If the house remained intact, perhaps O'Hara was not entirely lost. You should step outside and see for yourself. After saying this, Ling Tian exited, and upon hearing his words, Olvia's momentary relief was quickly replaced by anxiety as she rushed outside. Disregarding her weakened state, how could this be? Upon witnessing the scorched earth, Olvia could hardly believe her eyes. Though she was aware of the extermination order's terror, she never imagined it would be so devastating. Even reducing the tree of knowledge to ashes. Are there any survivors left in O'Hara? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she remembered that before losing consciousness, she had learned that there were lifeboats elsewhere in O'Hara. She had urged her daughter, Nico Robin, to board a lifeboat and escape. Yes, a young girl was rescued by Navy Vice Admiral Kazan. Ling Tian did not conceal the truth from Olvia, directly informing her that Nico Robin had left O'Hara. A young girl, Olvia asked cautiously, her heart hoping that the girl in question was indeed Robin. That girl bears a striking resemblance to you. Yes, Robin. It's Robin. That's wonderful. Olvia felt immense relief. As long as Robin had safely departed from O'Hara, everything would be all right. The next day, Ling Tian inquired, "So, will you join me in leaving O'Hara?" Truth be told, he was reluctant for Olvia to interfere with Robin's journey. He had previously informed her about Robin's fate and assured her that he had already sent someone to protect her. "Yes, I will leave O'Hara with you, but I wish to see Robin first." After reflecting on Ling Tian's words from the previous night, Olvia felt that Robin needed to grow independently. Being close to Robin might inadvertently cause her more trouble rather than protection. "Then, let us set off." Ling Tian summoned a sailboat from his system space and placed it upon the sea. "Your abilities are quite peculiar," Olvia remarked, intrigued as she observed Ling Tian conjuring a vessel out of thin air. Although she was aware that the seas were home to many bizarre and extraordinary powers, she found this particular ability fascinating. However, it was the first time she witnessed the ability to conjure objects out of thin air. Ling Tian chuckled softly but chose to remain silent. Although he possessed the ability to fly, Olvia did not share this gift, and without the wind ring, he could only navigate by ship. Before long, Ling Tian and Olvia arrived at the island where they were to guide Robin. "Robin," Olvia said, glancing at Robin, who was hiding in the corner, her heart filled with reluctance, despite Ling Tian having informed her of Robin's fate. How could a mother truly rest easy knowing her child was out in the world? "Olvia," Ling Tian said, stopping her as she attempted to approach Robin. Both Robin and Olvia were survivors from O'Hara. If it were just Robin, a mere child, it might have been manageable. The world government wouldn't concern itself too much with the child, but if Olvia, as an adult, were to appear in the world, they would stop at nothing to eliminate both Robin and Olvia. "I'm sorry," Olvia said, realizing the potential consequences of her presence before Robin. "It would be best to wait until Robin was older." "Let us depart," Ling Tian suggested as he noticed Olvia calming down. Olvia remained silent, following Ling Tian as they left. Their current location was in the West Sea, while Roria lay in the New World. They would first need to reach Sabaody Archipelago, then pass through Fishman Island to return to Roria. Previously, Ling Tian had flown straight from Mariehua, and due to his attire, the world government had not taken action against him. Half a month later, Ling Tian and Olvia finally arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Their ship docked at Island 13. "Let us go to meet an old friend," Ling Tian said, gazing at the 13th island of Sabaody Archipelago. In the original narrative, Shaki's bar was located here. Soon, Ling Tian brought Olvia to the front of Shaki's bar. As Ling Tian pushed open the bar door and stepped inside, he discovered that it was completely empty, which was to be expected. Approaching the bar counter, he remarked, "Why is there not a single soul here? Of course, ordinary folks wouldn't dare to come here," a woman smoking at the counter explained to Olvia. "Then, what can I get for you too? I am here to find someone. I only serve drinks, not people," Shaki replied upon hearing Ling Tian's request. Due to its proximity to the Navy headquarters, the bar frequently faced inspections from the Navy. If it were an ordinary establishment, it might not pose a problem, but it was also home to a troublesome man. "I seek Rayleigh, Silver's Rayleigh," Ling Tian stated, unfazed by Shaki's words, confident that Rayleigh was indeed present. "I'm afraid that guy is out and about. I have no idea when he will return," Shaki said candidly, not hiding the truth from Ling Tian. "Is that so? Rayleigh has stepped out." Ling Tian could only lament the timing of his visit. In the original story, Rayleigh was always wandering about. Although he had once been the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, he now lived a life of retirement. "Then, could I trouble you to coat our ship?" After realizing Rayleigh was not at Shaki's bar, Ling Tian requested her assistance with the ship. "You want me to coat your ship? My prices are rather steep," Shaki replied with a light chuckle. The emptiness of her bar was largely due to her exorbitant fees, which were beyond the reach of most patrons. Of course, the main reason was likely that Ling Tian was wearing a mask, preventing Shaki from recognizing him. Otherwise, she would certainly understand his relationship with Rayleigh. "Money is not an issue," Ling Tian stated, producing a large bag of berries from his system space. This was the bounty he had obtained from a lottery. Aside from the gold he had promised to Buggy, he had retained approximately 6 billion berries in his system space. Now, Ling Tian could utter the famous words of a certain mogul with a straight face, "I am not interested in money. Here is 100 million berries. I wonder if it is sufficient for our ship's coating." 1 billion berries. Olvia was taken aback, unable to fathom that Ling Tian could so casually produce 100 million berries. Wait, is it really that expensive to coat a ship? Olvia suddenly realized that while she had been in O'Hara, she knew well that the cost for such a service was far less than 100 million berries. The young lady is correct. The cost for coating is not this exorbitant. Although Shaki was somewhat astonished that Ling Tian could casually produce 100 million berries, she felt compelled to clarify that the price for coating did not reach such heights. Even considering her skill, that is fine. The remainder can go towards buying Rayleigh a drink. Ling Tian waved dismissively. Unperturbed. 100 million was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Shaki fell into contemplation, pondering who he might be, able to produce such a sum for Rayleigh, and what that implied about their relationship. Who exactly are you? Shaki could not contain her curiosity and inquired about Ling Tian's identity. Not only was Shaki intrigued, but Olvia also found herself curious about Ling Tian's true identity. Despite having traveled with him for half a month, she had yet to see his true face. Do you wish to see my true self? Ling Tian asked, a smile playing on his lips as he observed their inquisitive expressions. Shaki and Olvia remained silent, merely nodding, observing their gestures. Ling Tian unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki that enveloped the vicinity of Shaki's bar. What are you doing? Shaki questioned, sensing the conqueror's haki surrounding them, perplexed as it seemed to intentionally avoid her and Olvia. Did you not wish to know who I am? Ling Tian removed the pure white mask from his face. The reason he employed conqueror's haki was to prevent others from witnessing him. You are Shaki gasped, astonished. The swift sword demon, Don Quixote D. Ling Tian, he is a notorious pirate, second only to the late pirate king Gold. Roger, in terms of bounty in these waters. Although Shaki was taken aback by Ling Tian's identity, she was aware of his connection to Rayleigh and thus did not feel overly fearful. The swift sword demon, Don Quixote D. Ling Tian. Olvia, too, was shocked upon seeing Ling Tian's face. Although she had spent most of her time in the West Sea, she was still aware of Ling Tian's infamous reputation. After entrusting his ship to Shaki, Ling Tian began to wander around Sabaody Archipelago. Olvia remained at Shaki's bar, observing as Shaki coated the ship. Where is this? Ling Tian found himself standing in front of an auction house without realizing it. After some contemplation, he decided to take a look at what treasures might be found inside the auction house, especially since he suspected it was owned by Don Quixote da Flamingo, which could mean there were some impressive items for sale. Greetings. If you wish to participate in the auction, please pay 1,000 berries, a staff member at the auction house informed Ling Tian. This was the rule of Da Flamingo's auction house. Anyone wishing to participate must pay 1,000 berries. Ling Tian said nothing in response to the staff member's words and simply dropped the 1,000 berries onto the counter. Thank you. The next auction will take place tonight. Please be punctual. Late arrivals will not receive a refund, the staff member kindly explained, seemingly unconcerned about the potential consequences of not issuing refunds, as he knew who the auction house's owner was. That was the infamous Shichibukai, the underground world's clown, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and most people would not pay any mind to the 1,000 berries. Ling Tian, upon hearing the staff member's words, said nothing further and left the auction house to explore other areas. As night fell, the auctioneer announced, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the human auction." Ling Tian naturally took a seat in a corner of the auction house. Now, let us begin with the first item for auction. The auctioneer revealed the item on the table, the devil fruit. According to the verification from the devil fruit encyclopedia, this particular devil fruit is classified as a paramecia type, specifically the armor fruit. The host explains to the audience below that this fruit was collected by one of Don Quixote da Flamingo's subordinates. The devil fruit encyclopedia only records the name of this fruit, leaving other details unmentioned. Consequently, they have decided to auction it off, as no one knows the fruit's abilities. If it turns out to be a powerful devil fruit, that would be one thing, but if it is a useless one, then that would be truly unfortunate. Thus, the starting bid for this devil fruit is set at 80 million berries, with increments of no less than 3 million berries. The host announces the starting price, which is now at 83 million berries. Shortly thereafter, someone bids 90 million berries, followed by 93 million berries. Typically, the price of a devil fruit hovers around 100 million berries, making such a low-priced fruit quite rare. Consequently, many individuals aim to take advantage of this opportunity to bid for the devil fruit. 100 million berries. The price quickly escalates to 100 million berries. All right. 100 million berries. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, this devil fruit will belong to this gentleman. After the host announces that the price has reached 100 million berries, no one dares to bid further. Even with the host's declaration, the silence persists. as the price of a devil fruit typically stabilizes around 100 million berries, especially when its capabilities remain unknown. Therefore, once the bidding reached 100 million berries, no one was inclined to continue. Thus, this devil fruit would indeed belong to this gentleman. The host, recognizing the absence of further bids, decisively concludes the auction. He is aware that most attendees have likely perused the devil fruit encyclopedia, hence they are probably cognizant of the fruit's estimated value. The auction swiftly proceeds to the fifth item. At the commencement, staff members wheeled out a covered object, approximately 2 meters in height, shrouded in black cloth. Next, we present our fifth item. The host unveils the black cloth, revealing an elderly man confined within a cage. Upon the unveiling, a smirk flickered across Ling Tian's face as he recognized the imprisoned elder to be Rayleigh. Although Ling Tian knew from the original narrative that Rayleigh had sold himself to the auction house for a drink, he never anticipated witnessing Rayleigh engage in such activities so soon. Before long, Rayleigh was auctioned off to a young man. After the auction concluded, Ling Tian discreetly followed the young man who had acquired Rayleigh. Once they had distanced themselves from the auction house, Ling Tian distinctly sensed a faint aura of conqueror's haki. He realized that Rayleigh had taken action against his buyer. Only this little bit of berries? How impoverished. After incapacitating his purchaser with conqueror's haki, Rayleigh began to rummage through the man's belongings. Ultimately, he unearthed roughly 20,000 berries, as the majority of the man's funds had already been spent during Rayleigh's auction. Gazing at the berries in his hand, Rayleigh pondered whether he should consider robbing the auction house next time. How could the former vice captain of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh, resort to such measures? Ling Tian, observing Rayleigh's actions, could not help but feel amused. As the vice captain of the Pirate King, surely you could find a more dignified way to earn a living. Surprising, isn't it? It appears someone recognizes me. Rayleigh, noticing Ling Tian, expressed no surprise. He had sensed someone tailing the young man since leaving the auction house. He had not expected that this individual would be approaching him. That mask. Are you with CP? Upon seeing Ling Tian's attire, Rayleigh thought of the World Government CP organization. Ling Tian, hearing Rayleigh's words, remained unfazed, as he had become accustomed to being mistaken for a member of CP. No, I'm not one of those CP fellows. Although Ling Tian was used to being perceived as part of CP, he felt compelled to clarify. Then, who are you? Rayleigh, bold and unyielding, showed no fear towards Ling Tian and casually took a swig from the bottle at his waist. Despite having entered retirement, his abilities remained intact. You should know who I am by now. Ling Tian refrained from removing his mask. Instead, he retrieved a sword from his system space to show Rayleigh. Given that they were on Sabaody Archipelago, there was no telling if Marines might be lurking in the shadows. At present, Ling Tian was merely an entity projection. His observation haki had yet to reach its peak. So it was prudent to exercise caution. That sword. You are Ling Tian. The moment Ling Tian unveiled the sword, Rayleigh instantly recognized both the weapon and its wielder. Why are you wearing a mask? Although Rayleigh recognized Ling Tian, he failed to grasp the reason behind his masked appearance. Since Rayleigh did not attend Gold. Roger's execution at Loguetown, he was unaware of Ling Tian's pact with Sengoku. Well, that's a story for another time. Ling Tian chose not to divulge the reason to Rayleigh, fearing that knowledge of Roger's corpse being taken by him might incite Rayleigh to follow him to Redalonia. While it might not matter in the grand scheme, Rayleigh had once been Roger's vice captain, and while few may have recognized him in the first half of the Grand Line, many were familiar with him in the latter half. Should anyone discover Rayleigh's activities in the New World, it would undoubtedly attract the Navy's attention. Speaking of which, Rayleigh, how have you found yourself in such dire straits in retirement? Are you truly out of funds for your drinks? Rayleigh sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Roger's former vice captain, it was indeed a tad awkward to be seen resorting to such actions. If it were a junior, it might be more acceptable. But in the presence of peers, Rayleigh felt a hint of embarrassment. Well, it is what it is. I gave 100 million berries to Shaki. You really should refrain from such actions in the future. Noticing Rayleigh's discomfort, Ling Tian revealed that he had given Shaki 100 million berries. Upon hearing this revelation, Rayleigh remained unmoved, as he understood that once the berries had reached Shaki, barely a fraction would remain for him. If Shaki were willing to share some berries for drinks, Rayleigh would not have to resort to such means. I heard that little Buggy mentioned you intend to hand over your treasures to him. Rayleigh suddenly recalled Buggy's visit to Sabaody Archipelago, where he had mentioned Ling Tian promising him a substantial treasure. Indeed, I made such a promise to Buggy while at Loguetown. Ling Tian was candid, not shying away from discussing his agreement with Buggy. Furthermore, as Rayleigh processed Ling Tian's acknowledgement regarding the treasure promised to Buggy, he suddenly grew serious. Ling Tian, seeing Rayleigh adopt a grave demeanor, also ceased his playful attitude. Once, when Shanks visited Sabaody Archipelago, he mentioned that you had stolen Roger's corpse from the Navy. Rayleigh fixed Ling Tian with an intense gaze, as though poised to act at a moment's notice. If possible, Rayleigh wished to have one last meeting with Roger, even if it were only to speak a few words at his grave. Indeed, I did take Roger's corpse from the Navy. That is also the reason I wear this mask. I promised Sengoku that I would not set foot on the seas for 10 years. Ling Tian was forthright, directly sharing with Rayleigh that he had indeed taken Roger's body from the Navy, as well as the terms of his agreement with Sengoku. Then where is Roger's corpse? Rayleigh, overwhelmed with emotion, unleashed a tremendous wave of conqueror's haki that enveloped the entire first island, causing everyone present to lose consciousness. What is this? A marine, casually strolling on the first island while donning a dog-headed mask, felt the surge of conqueror's haki and was taken aback. Almost instantaneously, he dashed towards the source of the haki's eruption. Calm down, Rayleigh. Ling Tian had not anticipated that Rayleigh would react so excitedly upon hearing news of Roger. Suddenly, before Ling Tian could comprehend the situation, a dark fist sent Rayleigh flying. Kakakapu. Ling Tian immediately recognized the man in the dog-headed hat as Garp. Ah, I remember you, young man. You were one of Roger's subordinates, Garp remarked after knocking Rayleigh away, turning to see a familiar figure. This was none other than Ling Tian, who had crossed paths with Garp several times on Badarilla Island. Or rather, they had shared a few encounters. Young man, what brings you here? Garp inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Logically, pirates of the New World would not return to the first half of the Grand Line unless under special circumstances. Ah, it's been a while, Admiral Garp. Ling Tian responded with a gentlemanly gesture. I must say, Garp, your punches are quite formidable, he added, noticing Rayleigh had managed to stand up again. Both Rayleigh and Garp were among the world's top-tier powerhouses. So Garp's attack had not been overly damaging. And you are, Rayleigh. Garp exclaimed in surprise upon realizing that the man he had just struck was none other than Roger's first mate. He had not expected Rayleigh to be lurking in the Sabaody Archipelago, so close to the Navy headquarters. Long time no see, Garp, Rayleigh greeted, reminiscing. Indeed, it has been since Roger disbanded the crew. Garp recalled the days spent chasing Roger across the seas, particularly the shock he felt when Roger suddenly approached him to surrender. Yes, it has been quite some time, Rayleigh mused, often reflecting on his seafaring days with Roger while in Sabaody Archipelago. Although he had set sail because Roger had burned down his house, he had long since forgiven him after their extensive adventures together. By the way, Rayleigh, what are you doing here? Are you planning something? Garp asked, his expression turning serious as he glanced at the young man lying at Ling Tian's feet. Ling Tian, casting a glance at the unconscious youth, felt somewhat speechless. This is all Rayleigh's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Ling Tian quickly distanced himself from Rayleigh, not wishing to engage in a brawl with Garp. Rayleigh felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Ling Tian's words, as it was indeed he who had knocked the young man out. Rayleigh hesitated, feeling somewhat sheepish about robbing a commoner of money for drinks, especially since he had a bit of a reputation in these waters. Such news would not reflect well on him. Allow me to explain, Ling Tian said, finding Rayleigh's embarrassment amusing and deciding to share Rayleigh's embarrassing incident with Garp. Rayleigh felt an urge to choke Ling Tian, but having witnessed Ling Tian overpower both Roger and Whitebeard, he knew he could not stop him from divulging his past. Thus, Rayleigh could only stand by as Ling Tian recounted how he had sold himself to the auction house, how he had knocked out his own buyer, and how he searched for his buyer's berries. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, I never imagined you'd be in such dire straits post-retirement, Garp laughed, taken aback by the plight of the former first mate of the Pirate King. The Dark King Rayleigh, resorting to selling himself for berries. Rayleigh, feeling indifferent to Garp's jests, thought to himself that he had already lost face. By the way, young man, Garp said after finishing his laughter, I heard from Akainu that you prevented them from landing on O'Hara. When Akainu returned to the Navy headquarters, he was in quite a state. 5 warships with over 1,000 Navy personnel, yet only Akainu and a handful of others returned, some severely injured, others in comas. Becoming vegetative. He mentioned a man in a pure white mask who could summon black creatures. Garp immediately thought of Ling Tian, whom he had encountered on Badarilla Island, but he had not reported this to Sengoku at the time. One reason was that Garp was unsure if Ling Tian was indeed the person described, as Akainu spoke of black monsters while Ling Tian summoned a group of dark-clad individuals. The second reason was his promise to Roger, which contradicted his identity as a Navy hero. If the Navy discovered that he was protecting Roger's child, the world government would surely seek to eliminate him, even if they could not. Garp would no longer be allowed to serve as a Navy Vice Admiral. Yes, I indeed stopped them from entering O'Hara, Ling Tian admitted, unafraid of Garp's potential reaction. Garp, with his sense of justice, would never condone such actions. However, as a Navy officer, he could not defy the orders of the world government. When the order to bombard O'Hara with the Buster Call was issued, Garp found himself with no options. I won't concern myself with your affairs, but you ought to tell me how to awaken those who have lost their shadows and have fallen unconscious. Garp did not wish to meddle with O'Hara's matters but felt a duty towards the unconscious Navy personnel. After all, he was still a vice admiral. Apologies, Admiral Garp, but I must admit that I do not know how to wake them. Ling Tian replied, not wishing to revive those Navy men, as doing so would mean returning the shadows absorbed by the shadow-eating army. To restore those shadows, Ling Tian would have to eliminate General Minta of the shadow-eating army. A task he was unwilling to undertake. Very well, Garp conceded, understanding that many ability users cannot undo their powers. He assumed Ling Tian's abilities were similar. Garp felt that he had done his part in attempting to save the Navy personnel. And if he could not, then he had at least tried. After a brief exchange, Garp and Ling Tian parted ways. Ling Tian and Rayleigh returned to Shaki's bar. Shaki, I heard this kid gave you 100 million. Rayleigh exclaimed upon entering the bar. Although he suspected Shaki might not give him anything, he thought it worth a shot. After all, there was a chance she might actually hand him some money. Well, this is for you, Shaki said, tossing a bag of berries to Rayleigh. While she typically refrained from giving Rayleigh money, it was because she did not want him spending it on drinks, this time. The money was from Ling Tian for Rayleigh's drinking, so she felt she could not take it all back. Rayleigh was surprised when Shaki actually handed him some berries, and he quickly opened the bag. Is this all? He asked incredulously, as he found the bag contained only a small amount of berries. Ling Tian quickly estimated that there were roughly only about 1,000 berries inside. Goodness, Ling Tian thought. Feeling equally dumbfounded, he had given 100 million berries, and even after deducting the fees, there should have been around 80 million left. Yet Shaki had provided Rayleigh with this measly sum, not just Ling Tian. But even Olvia, who was nearby, felt speechless. However, as it was a personal matter, Olvia refrained from commenting. Moreover, since the berries were given to Shaki by Ling Tian, she felt she had no grounds to speak. So, young man, what's going on with Roger? Rayleigh inquired, stowing the berries away. Given Garp's presence earlier, he had refrained from asking Ling Tian about Roger, but now that they were among friends, he felt it was the right time. Would you like to accompany Ling Tian to see Roger's grave? Shaki suggested, understanding Rayleigh's sentiment, as it was only natural for him to want to see his captain. Only Olvia remained silent, observing the interaction between Ling Tian and Rayleigh. Do you wish to see Roger's remains? Ling Tian asked Rayleigh, for Roger's body was currently within his system space. Due to the ability of his entity clone, it was identical to his true self. Thus, Ling Tian's physical avatar can also retrieve Roger's corpse from the system space. Should Rayleigh wish to see it, Ling Tian is able to present Roger's body from the system space, within Ling Tian's domain. Roger's remains remain uncorrupted by the passage of time. Indeed, I wish to see the captain once, Rayleigh remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Unbeknownst to Rayleigh himself, he referred to Roger as captain this time. A departure from his usual practice of directly addressing him by name. On this occasion, Rayleigh unexpectedly called Roger captain. Very well, Ling Tian acquiesced to Rayleigh's request to view Roger's corpse. Xiachi, is there a larger area in the bar? Ling Tian inquired of Xiachi. Before retrieving Roger's corpse, he intended to procure the preservation chamber he had drawn from the lottery shop, which could maintain the integrity of the body. There is a relatively spacious area on the second floor. It is not open to the public. It serves as a storage place for the intelligence Xiachi has collected. Due to the disposal of some outdated information, the second floor retained ample space. Why do you need an open area? Rayleigh questioned. Perplexed. Wasn't it agreed that you would take me to see the captain's corpse in Roria? Ling Tian offered no explanation, merely gestured for Rayleigh to follow him upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Ling Tian noted the significantly larger space, with only the surrounding bookshelves housing various intelligence documents. I didn't expect Sister Xiachi to possess so much information, Ling Tian remarked. Observing the abundance of documents on the second floor. Haha, given the myriad happenings at sea, is it not normal to have a wealth of intelligence? Moreover, the Sabaody archipelago is a crucial passage to the New World. Xiachi explained, noting that she occasionally operates as an information broker in that space. Ling Tian reflected on Xiachi's words, acknowledging the Sabaody archipelago as the dividing point between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, thus necessitating a high demand for intelligence regarding the New World. He did not engage further with Xiachi, instead retrieving the preservation chamber from the system space. What is this? Rayleigh inquired curiously upon seeing an object he had never encountered before. Ling Tian did not respond to Rayleigh's question. Instead, He opened the lid of the preservation chamber and placed Roger's remains inside. "Captain," Rayleigh exclaimed, visibly moved at the sight of Roger's body materializing before him. "Why are you placing Roger's corpse in here?" Shachi asked, puzzled by Ling Tian's actions. Rayleigh and Olvia also remained uncertain about Ling Tian's intentions. "This device will prevent Roger's body from decaying," Ling Tian explained. Addressing their curious expressions, "What significance does preserving a corpse hold?" Indeed, although Ling Tian elucidated the purpose of the preservation chamber, they remained baffled regarding its utility. Meanwhile, Rayleigh fixated on Roger's body, awaiting Ling Tian's response. Eager to comprehend the rationale behind his actions. "Do you believe in resurrection?" Ling Tian posed a question instead of directly answering theirs, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you implying you possess the ability to resurrect Roger?" Rayleigh, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, grasped his shoulders with excitement, declaring that he would do anything to bring Roger back, regardless of the cost. Though they were not the chosen pirate crew, Rayleigh still wished for Roger not to perish in vain. "Perhaps one day, but I currently lack that capability," Ling Tian replied, unperturbed by Rayleigh's grip, understanding his sentiments. However, Ling Tian made it clear to Rayleigh that he did not yet possess the power to resurrect. To bring Roger back, Ling Tian would need to draw a resurrection item from the system's lottery shop. Moreover, he must preserve Roger's body in pristine condition, as many resurrection conditions require the corpse to remain intact. "Is that so?" Rayleigh collected himself, aware that while he yearned for Roger's revival, he understood that the concept of resurrection was intrinsically improbable. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope remained in Rayleigh's heart for Roger's return. "Although I currently lack the ability to resurrect Roger, I can facilitate a conversation between you and him." Ling Tian abruptly changed the subject, revealing that his system space contained a paper known as the Yin-Yang Communication Talisman, which permits communication with the deceased, albeit for only 3 hours. "Really? You possess such a power?" Rayleigh and Shachi, taken aback by Ling Tian's claim, found it hard to believe. While Shachi had heard of resurrection, she had never encountered anyone capable of conversing with the dead. "If I can speak with the deceased, can I converse with Dr. Cabber?" Olvia interjected, eager to communicate with Dr. Cabber of O'Hara, wishing to preserve the knowledge he had amassed. After all, Dr. Cabber held all the knowledge collected by O'Hara. "I apologize, Olvia. I can only enable communication between intact corpses and living individuals." Ling Tian informed Olvia of the talisman's limitations, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Given that O'Hara likely lay submerged beneath the waves, the possibility of locating an unblemished corpse seemed implausible. "Then, shall we begin?" After explaining the talisman's function to Rayleigh and the others, Ling Tian affixed the talisman to the lid of the preservation chamber. Indeed, the talisman does not require direct contact with the corpse, as it automatically detects nearby intact remains. As Ling Tian placed the talisman upon the chamber's lid, a swirl of green smoke emerged from within. Gradually, the smoke coalesced into a transparent figure resembling the body contained within the preservation chamber. "Where is this place?" the ethereal figure inquired. "Is that you, Rayleigh? Have you also passed on?" Roger's voice echoed as he recognized Rayleigh, who, upon hearing Roger's words, was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Roger's bluntness after such a long separation. "It has been quite a while, Roger," Ling Tian interjected, unable to ignore Rayleigh's astonishment, never anticipating that Roger would open with such a shock. "Who are you?" Roger asked, bewildered by Ling Tian's greeting. "Who are you, big brother? Do we know each other?" Realizing he still wore a mask, Ling Tian responded, "It's me," as he removed the mask to reveal his handsome face. "Ha ha ha, so it is the young lad Ling Tian. Why the mask?" Roger laughed upon recognizing Ling Tian's visage, having initially thought him an agent of CP, speculating that Rayleigh had somehow revived him through dubious means. Had Rayleigh known of Roger's thoughts, he might have reacted with indignation, exclaiming, "How could you doubt me after all this time?" "So, I am merely revived," Roger remarked, surveying the surroundings that did not resemble hell. "Not quite. I have merely returned your consciousness to the realm of the living," Ling Tian clarified, expounding on the current situation. Roger, upon hearing Ling Tian's explanation, grasped the circumstances and marveled at Ling Tian's extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, Ling Tian and the others left the time for Roger and Rayleigh to converse, descending to the first floor. There, Rayleigh shared with Roger the transformations of the seas, informing him that Shanks had risen to prominence. Now referred to as one of the emperors of the sea alongside Whitebeard and others, Roger expressed his amazement that the once small boy had evolved into a figure of great renown. "What of Buggy?" Roger recalled the red-nosed boy who had accompanied Shanks and inquired. "That rascal Buggy acquired a substantial treasure from young Ling Tian. His current whereabouts are unknown," Rayleigh replied. "Is that so?" Buggy's luck seems to be quite remarkable, Roger mused. Roger was aware of Buggy's fondness for treasure. Back when they were on Sky Island, Buggy had expressed a desire to take all the gold from there. However, Roger had intervened, advising Buggy to wait until he had his own pirate crew to claim it for himself. Thus, Rayleigh and Roger engaged in conversation on the second floor for a full 3 hours, during which Rayleigh revealed to Roger that they had a means to resurrect him. Yet, Roger declined, feeling that he was already dead and saw no need for resurrection. However, when Loguetown mentioned whether he did not wish to meet his child, Roger acquiesced to the notion of being revived in the future. On the third day, Loguetown's ship was finally ready, and they set sail. Loguetown stood on the deck, addressing Rayleigh and Shocky below. Rayleigh smiled, taking a sip of his drink. Their conversation from the previous night had been quite fulfilling for him. "Let us depart," Loguetown declared as he steered the ship directly toward the depths of the sea. As he only intended to traverse beneath Mariewa without making landfall on Fishman Island. Before long, they reached a depth of approximately 5,000 meters, where the vessel could pass directly under Mariewa. "Loguetown, look over there," Olvia exclaimed, startled by the surrounding sea kings. Sea kings typically only appeared in the calm belts of the Grand Line, though some could be found in the four seas. They were exceedingly rare compared to the abundance found along the Grand Line. During her archaeological expeditions from O'Hara, Olvia had only explored the earlier part of the Grand Line and had not ventured into its latter sections. "Those are sea kings," Loguetown remarked, chuckling at the mesmerizing sight of them swimming beneath the waves. Such a spectacle could only be witnessed in the world of One Piece. It was non-existent elsewhere. Generally, sea kings did not attack ships unless the vessels were illuminated by lights while navigating underwater. Loguetown's ship, despite being equipped with lights, was protected by his conqueror's haki, preventing any sea kings from launching an assault. Soon, they emerged from the depths and entered the latter part of the Grand Line. After 2 weeks of sailing, Loguetown and Olvia finally arrived at Redoia.istu. Olvia gasped in astonishment upon spotting Loguetown's physical form seated on the shore of Roria. Loguetown's clone nodded and explained to Olvia that he was merely a physical manifestation. Olvia was taken aback by this revelation. When the ship reached Roria, Loguetown recalled his physical clone and escorted Olvia to his small wooden cabin. "Please stay here. I have some matters to attend to," Loguetown instructed before departing. Olvia, without a word, settled into the cabin and began to write with the notebook and pen she had purchased earlier. She felt a profound responsibility to preserve the knowledge of O'Hara, for it now rested solely on her and Robin. After leaving the cabin, Loguetown returned to the seaside, where he noticed another ship approaching Roria. He had sensed its presence while recalling his physical form and had intended to ensure Olvia was settled first. Soon, a dog-headed warship appeared in the waters of Roria. "Isn't that Garp's ship?" Loguetown muttered upon recognizing it. The vessel soon docked at Roria. "Huh. Loguetown, what brings you here?" Garp exclaimed. Perplexed upon disembarking, he had come to Roria following a lead from a masked individual at Badarilla Island, who informed him that Luffy's body was buried there. Garp had not expected to find Loguetown here, especially knowing that Loguetown had promised Sengoku he would not set foot on the seas for 10 years. "I am living in seclusion here," Loguetown confessed candidly. "Well, since you're here, how about a friendly spar?" Garp suggested, eager to test his skills against Loguetown. The last time they had met in Loguetown, Garp had suffered defeat at Loguetown's hands, which had spurred him to train diligently ever since. "You wish to fight me?" Loguetown replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Absolutely," Garp affirmed, raising his fist. Loguetown regarded Garp's enthusiasm with bemusement. Challenging him in Roria was akin to seeking defeat. After all, Loguetown was virtually invincible in Roria, and even the entirety of the Navy would struggle against him. "Enough chatter," Garp declared, launching a powerful punch imbued with armament haki at Loguetown. In response, Loguetown executed a swift teleportation to evade Garp's blow. "Are you truly intent on fighting me, Garp?" Loguetown inquired, although he understood his own superiority. Armament haki, Six King pistol, Garp demonstrated his determination through action. Swordless style, first form, one day all blades. Loguetown countered with his own technique. The clash of Six King pistol and one day all blades generated a tremendous shockwave that reverberated throughout Roria. "Whoa," Loguetown exclaimed, feeling the tremors of Rodoria's ground, and quickly readied himself, reinforcing his defenses with armament haki. Loguetown braced himself against Garp's Six King pistol, only to be sent flying into the sea. Garp, puzzled by Loguetown's abrupt retreat, leaped into the water, prepared to either rescue Loguetown if he was a devil fruit user or continue his assault if he was not. "Damn it, he's actually pursuing me," Loguetown fumed as Garp plunged into the water. The reason he had retracted his powers on Roria was that their clash had been too intense. A moment's carelessness could have sunk the island. Spirit technique. Attack. Azure Sea connecting the sky. Loguetown unleashed a technique he had not utilized in a long time, propelling Garp over 1,000 meters into the air using the ocean's waters. Moonwalk. Garp, unaffected by being airborne, realized the force behind the water was merely ordinary. Let me test my new blade. Loguetown retrieved 2 swords from his waist, storing them in the system space before drawing forth a crimson blade from his inventory. All things in creation turned to ashes, flowing blade like fire. A colossal pillar of flames erupted skyward, vaporizing the surrounding seawater. What is this? Flames. Garp marveled at the towering inferno beside him. Could this brat be a flame fruit user? No. If that were the case, he shouldn't be able to operate underwater. Unable to fathom it, Garp dismissed the thought and coated his fist with armament hockey. Armament, ultimate technique, one-punch steel bone. Garp unleashed a punch into the air, sending a surge of black energy hurtling toward Loguetown. Flare. Loguetown swung his flowing blade like fire, directing a massive fire column toward Garp's black energy. However, upon contact, the flame dissipated instantaneously. Garp smirked, confident that this was his strongest move and believing it would defeat Loguetown. Bankai. Remnant Fire Great Blade. Loguetown, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his flare against Garp's black energy, activated his Bankai. A tremendous inferno shot into the sky, retracting into the Remnant Fire Great Blade. Following Loguetown's Bankai activation, the surrounding ocean was entirely evaporated, leaving the waters of the Roria Sea devoid of moisture. Even the fish at the seabed perished instantly. Beyond that, as Loguetown unleashed the Remnant Fire Great Blade, temperatures around the world began to soar. At the Navy headquarters, such a terrifying heat, Kazan exclaimed, astonished by the temperature in the air. He had attempted to use his ice powers to lower the temperature, only to be shocked to discover he could not use his ice fruit abilities. What on earth is happening? Sakaski was equally taken aback by the temperature, feeling his own magma rendered powerless in its presence. How terrifying, he remarked, echoing the dread of the sun from long ago. Borsalino, while trimming his nails, offered a sardonic comment. The atmosphere left warring states equally astonished. How frightening, Marco echoed, also feeling the temperature's impact. Gulalalala, it must be that brat Loguetown again. Newgate mused, attributing the phenomenon to Loguetown. In Wano, what on earth is causing this terrifying temperature? Buggy pondered, feeling even more shocked than the others. For he possessed the favor of the sun and thus comprehended the gravity of this heat better than anyone else. This temperature could likely harm me. Kaido, too, was astonished by the intensity, having never encountered such a fearsome heat before. Outside the Rayleigh Sea, the residual flame blade. North, ashes of heaven and earth. Loguetown struck Cap's dark energy with a single slash, instantly obliterating it. How is that possible? Cap exclaimed, incredulous as his most powerful move, honed over years of training, was effortlessly extinguished by Loguetown's blade. Loguetown paid no heed to Cap's astonishment and immediately released the residual flame blade's Bankai. He had not anticipated that within less than a minute, the coastline of Rayleigh would plummet over 500 meters. Primarily due to his inexperience with the residual flame blade. After releasing the blade, Loguetown leaped onto Rayleigh. What was that temperature just now? Cap, following suit with moonwalk steps, inquired of Loguetown. During their battle, Cap had paid little attention, but now, reflecting on Loguetown's explosive temperature, he believed that if such heat were directed at him, even his entire body enveloped in hockey would be annihilated in an instant. That is the power of my sword, Loguetown revealed, presenting the flowing blade of fire to Cap. Cap scrutinized the weapon in Loguetown's hand. Is this one of the 12 supreme great blades? He asked curiously, as he was a practitioner of pure martial arts and lacked knowledge of renowned swords. No, this sword does not belong to any category of great blades. While the flowing blade of fire can rival the 12 supreme great blades, it does not belong to that esteemed class. Cap found Loguetown's assertion puzzling. Although he was not a swordsman himself, the numerous sword masters within the Navy had honed his discerning eye to recognize the extraordinary nature of Loguetown's sword. I never imagined it was not part of the great blades. Then, what brings you here, Admiral Cap? Although Loguetown surmised that Cap was there to check on Lucio, he feigned ignorance, having only met Cap when he was masked. What? That fellow didn't inform you, Cap remarked, digging at his nose, assuming the masked individual would have relayed his intentions to Loguetown. I came to inspect Lucio's grave, Cap stated plainly. Loguetown led Cap to the temporary grave he had prepared for Lucio. On Bidale Island, his clone had informed Cap that Lucio's remains would be interred in Rayleigh, prompting Loguetown to create a false grave. The true body of Lucio was instead kept alongside Roger's remains within Loguetown's system space. Cap followed Loguetown to the side of the grave, observing it for any irregularities before departing. Due to Ling Tian's clever construction of the grave, which contained an object that simulated a corpse, Cap's observation hockey detected nothing amiss. After seeing Cap off, Ling Tian returned to his wooden cabin. Upon his return, he spotted Olvia diligently writing. "Were you battling someone just now?" she inquired, having noticed the extreme rise in temperature during Ling Tian's use of the residual flame blade. Although Ling Tian had set up defenses around his cabin to shield it from the heat, nearly all the trees above Red Area had been scorched. Vice Admiral Cap was here, but he has since left. Ling Tian replied truthfully to Olvia, relieved he hadn't brought her along, for the Navy would pose a significant threat if they learned of the existence of a survivor from O'Hara. Cap? That hero Cap? Olvia was taken aback by Ling Tian's words but quickly regained her composure, recognizing that this man was the highest bounty in the seas. Mere Cap would not be enough to render him powerless. Ling Tian nodded before retreating into his cabin to plan the next steps, contemplating changes he wished to implement. With 3 years remaining until the birth of the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, he had 20 years to fulfill the system's mission. Ling Tian needed to strategize for the upcoming major events. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, Luffy was born. In 1504, Ling Tian traveled to Fishman Island, meeting King Neptune and his daughter, Shirahoshi. By chance, he also encountered Fisher Tiger, who would later wreak havoc in Marie Joy's. In 1505, Ling Tian ventured into Shanks's territory, only to find Shanks absent from the New World, aware that he had gone to seize the Nico fruit, which would ultimately be consumed by Luffy. In 1506, Tiger visited Red Area, inviting Ling Tian to join him in rescuing slaves from Mariewa. Ling Tian agreed and, that same year, stormed Mariewa with Tiger, liberating the enslaved. During this time, he met Hancock and her sisters, enlisting Rayleigh from Sabaody Archipelago to escort them back to Amazon Lily. In the same year, Ling Tian encountered Arlong, who would later commit atrocities in Kokoshiya village, showing him 4 photographs and warning him never to harm those individuals should he encounter them. Although Arlong found the warnings perplexing, he nonetheless agreed, as the 4 photographs depicted Nami, Noki, Belmere, and AJI.AS for the origin of these photographs. They were certainly procured from the system. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, Shanks led his pirate crew to the East Sea, shrouded in mystery regarding his actions there, upon his return to the New World that same year. The world was astounded to learn that Shanks had lost an arm in the East Sea. This was particularly shocking considering he was renowned as a world-class swordsman, sharing a name with the formidable Mihawk. Yet he suffered such a loss in the so-called weakest sea. Following Shanks' misfortune, many believed that Mihawk had ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, Mihawk himself refuted this title, as rumors suggested he believed there was another swordsman capable of rivaling him. Shanks had once confided in Mihawk that there was a man on an island in the New World whose swordsmanship surpassed his own. In 1510, Ling Tian became aware of the formal establishment of the ASL crew in a certain locale of the East Sea, a trio that would later bring tears to countless fans. By 1511, in pursuit of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk arrived in Roria aboard his coffin-like vessel. He faced Ling Tian in a duel that would determine the world's premier swordsman. Ultimately, the Black Blade, Yoru, bore a small crack by the conclusion of the battle. When Mihawk re-emerged upon the seas, the entire ocean was taken aback, as the renowned swordsman had sustained a crack in one of the 12 supreme blades. It was at this moment that the populace began to believe the whispers of a swordsman even more powerful than Mihawk. Despite this, neither the world government nor the prominent figures of the underworld could extract the name of that swordsman from Mihawk. Only a select few acquainted with Ling Tian could surmise the identity of the one who had bested Mihawk. In 1512, a masked individual rescued a fisherman who was on the verge of execution from the Judicial Island, known as one of the 3 major institutions of the Navy. That year, the CP title became a laughingstock across the seas, as various pirates attempted to emulate the masked man by causing chaos on the Judicial Island, only to be apprehended by CP agents, thus slightly restoring the agency's reputation. In 1513, another world-shattering event occurred, involving Zephyr, known for his non-lethal approach, who nearly lost an arm to a pirate dubbed Whitebeard too. At a crucial moment, the masked individual who had previously stirred chaos on the Judicial Island intervened and saved Zephyr. Ultimately, the pirate claiming to be Whitebeard too was sunk beneath the waves, his fate uncertain. Following his rescue, Zephyr vanished from the seas, evading even the Navy's search efforts. In truth, he had accompanied Ling Tian to Roria, ostensibly to keep a watchful eye on such a dangerous figure. However, the reality of the situation eluded Ling Tian, who noted that Zephyr had settled in Roria, constructing numerous homes, indicating his intention to reside there. By 1515, Roria had been transformed into a small town under the influence of the navy led by Zephyr. With this transformation, the influx of visitors to Roria gradually increased. Ling Tian, having grown accustomed to solitude and wishing to keep Olvia hidden from Zephyr's gaze, relocated deeper into Roria upon Zephyr's arrival. In 1517, a pirate named Port Ace emerged, leading the Spade Pirates and rapidly rising to prominence in the seas thanks to his Mara Nomi abilities. In 1518, Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates, challenged the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and faced defeat, subsequently being adopted as Whitebeard's son and appointed as the 2nd Division Commander. In 1519, Garp visited Roria and discovered that Zephyr had established a town there. He urged Zephyr to return to the navy, but Zephyr declined, citing the need to monitor Ling Tian. Zephyr even attempted to persuade Garp to stay and retire with him in Roria, yet Garp refused, stating he would wait until Sengoku retired before doing so himself. Nonetheless, Garp promised to accompany Zephyr to Roria post-retirement. Zephyr did not press Garp further. In 1520, Ling Tian split his physical form and ventured to the East Sea. For the agreement with Sengoku had expired, allowing him to navigate the seas once more. During this time, former Vice Admirals Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino had ascended to the rank of admiral, each adopting the monikers of Akiji, Akainu, and Kazara respectively. That same year, Mihawk returned to Roria, challenging Ling Tian once more, only to face defeat yet again, leaving a scar from a sword on his chest. The inhabitants of the sea became curious about the identity of the one who had inflicted that scar upon Mihawk. In 1521, an announcement signaled the commencement of the storyline. Congratulations, host, for remaining in Roria until the plot began. All of your abilities are at maximum level. Quest issued. Quest 1. Become a member of Monkey D. Luffy's crew and accompany him to the final island. Raftel. Reward. Ability to traverse worlds. Quest 2. Venture out independently and prove your strength to the seas. No reward. I choose the first option. Ling Tian promptly made his selection, as it was evident to anyone that the first option was the more favorable choice, for it promised the ability to traverse worlds. Upon reaching Raftel aboard Luffy's ship, he could immediately explore other realms at his leisure. Set sail for the East Sea, Ling Tian commanded as he embarked on his journey. Attribute panel. Host. Dokri D. Ling Tian. Abilities. Sealing technique. Lightning. First seal. Ghostly calm. Unlocked. Second seal. Moonlit. Unlocked. Third seal. Barbaric. Unlocked. Fourth seal. Dominance. Unlocked. Fifth seal. Absolute blade. Unlocked. Sixth seal. Heaven and Earth One blade. Unlocked. Seventh seal. Ascending to the skies. Unlocked. Eighth seal. Blazing flame. Unlocked. Ninth seal. Apocalypse. Unlocked. Swordsmanship. 1 sword style complete. LV10, max level. 2 sword style complete. LV10, max level. 3 sword style complete. LV10, max level. Spiritual technique. LV10, max level. 0.3 types of hockey. Armament hockey. LV5, max level. Observation hockey. LV5, max level. Conqueror's hockey. LV5, max level. Physical clone. LV10, max level. Fountain of life. Immortality. Items. Supreme Great Blade. 12 works. A sealing technique. Lightning slash. Soul cutting blade. Flowing blade of fire. Remnant fire blade. Gale ring. Sword technique points. Spirit points. Lottery shop. Lottery attempts. Open. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown immensely powerful. Ling Tian reflected upon his attribute panel with a sense of awe. Soon, he arrived at the East Sea, having previously dispatched clones to observe Luffy's movements discreetly. Thus, he was well informed about Luffy's current situation, who was now adrift in a wooden barrel, upon receiving the memories from his clone. Ling Tian could only shake his head in disbelief. Wondering why Luffy had chosen such a rudimentary method of embarking on his journey, Ling Tian promptly set his course toward the nearest merchant ship to the wooden barrel in which Luffy floated. "Who was the most?" began a short, stout man in white, trembling as he spoke. "Most what?" the stout woman wielding a spiked club interjected before he could finish. Ling Tian recognized the stout man and woman. The short, stout man was Kobe, who aspired to be a Navy admiral, while the stout woman was Olvia, the first pirate Luffy had defeated upon setting sail. Naturally, the individual clad in a red shirt and straw hat beside Kobe was none other than Luffy himself. Due to Luffy's influence, Kobe finally articulated the words he had long withheld. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, Alita's expression darkened immediately. She could hardly believe that the timorous Kobe aboard her ship would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Not only Alita, but also her pirate subordinates were taken aback. They never anticipated Kobe would have the audacity to utter such defiance. They could only hope that Kobe's words would not bring them misfortune, for they were ill-equipped to withstand Alita's mace. Ha ha ha. Only Luffy found amusement in Kobe's declaration, laughing heartily as he seemed entirely unconcerned, or perhaps even unafraid, of Alita. Ling Tian, observing from above, couldn't help but chuckle at Kobe's boldness. What did you say, Alita? Upon hearing Luffy's laughter, seethed with rage. I aspire to be a Navy officer and capture scoundrels like you. Kobe thought to himself that since he had already insulted her, he might as well express everything in one breath, just as Luffy had suggested. Even if it led to his demise, it mattered little. Well said, young lad. Ling Tian, descending from the sky to commend Kobe, acknowledged that despite Luffy's encouragement, Kobe had indeed conquered his inner fears. Thank you for the praise, Kobe exclaimed, startled by Ling Tian's sudden appearance, but quickly regaining his composure to express his gratitude. Wow. Just as Kobe finished his thanks, Luffy knocked him over. You can fly? How is that possible? Are you also a devil fruit user like me? Luffy, captivated by Ling Tian's ability to soar, circled him with wide-eyed wonder, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. No, I am not a devil fruit user, Ling Tian clarified, well aware of Luffy's exuberant nature and finding no surprise in his reaction. Who exactly are you? Alita interjected, her ire rising as she perceived Luffy and Ling Tian's disregard for her presence. Me? Ling Tian pointed to himself and replied, I don't believe I owe you an explanation. You scoundrel, Alita, incensed by Ling Tian's retort, brandished her mace and swung it at him. In response, Ling Tian swiftly positioned Luffy in front of him. After all, Luffy, being a rubber man, would not feel pain from such an attack. Although Ling Tian was aware of Luffy's abilities, Kobe was not, and he was horrified when Alita's mace struck Luffy's head. Tears welling in his eyes. That was futile, Luffy remarked with his trademark grin. What? Alita was taken aback by Luffy's words. Previously, a blow from her mace would have settled matters, even if it failed to resolve the issue. It would at least injure her adversary. Because I am a rubber man, Luffy promptly explained, launching an elastic punch that sent Alita flying. Witnessing Luffy's display, Kobe and Alita's crew gaped in astonishment. Only in the world of pirates could one witness such events. Ling Tian quipped, amused by their reactions. Hey, what's your name? Luffy inquired after sending Alita airborne. Me. I am Ling Tian, the speed sword demon. Dr. D. Ling Tian, he declared, landing on the deck. Ling Tian, you say? Join my crew. Luffy exclaimed. Your crew? Ling Tian responded, landing on the deck. I am a man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed, spreading his arms wide, his iconic grin illuminating his face. Kobe, having heard this before, thought little of it. But Alita's crew was taken aback by Luffy's audacious claim. Does he even realize what he's saying? Oh, the Pirate King? So you intend to seek Roger's treasure? Just you alone? No, I shall first recruit some crewmates. I need a navigator, a cook, and a musician, Luffy stated, counting on his fingers. The Pirate King, you say? Very well, I shall join your ship, Ling Tian replied, as his objective was to board Luffy's vessel. Yash, Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Now, permit me to introduce myself. Ling Tian produced a bounty poster and laid it on the ground. I am the Speed Sword Demon with a bounty of 5,353,000,000 berries. Dr. D. Ling Tian. I look forward to serving you. Captain. 5,353,000,000 berries, you say? That sounds splendid. Although I have no bounty yet, one day my bounty shall surpass yours. Luffy responded enthusiastically. 5,353,000,000 berries. Gulp. While Luffy remained unfazed, Kobe and the others on the ship swallowed hard in disbelief. What's wrong, Kobe? Luffy asked, sensing something amiss with Kobe's demeanor. What's the matter, Mr. Luffy? Do you have any idea how outrageous his bounty is? 5.3 billion berries, Kobe exclaimed, eager to explain. Just 5.3 billion berries, Luffy shrugged nonchalantly. Picking his nose. Mr. Luffy, the 4 emperors of the sea only command bounties around 5 billion berries. Mr. Ling Tian's bounty exceeds that of the emperors by 300 million, Kobe elaborated. But it was evident that Luffy was oblivious to the significance of Kobe's words. Seeing Luffy's expression, Kobe felt that his explanation had fallen on deaf ears and chose not to pursue the matter further. Soon, Luffy and Kobe commandeered a small pirate ship from Alita's crew and set sail for the next island. With only the 2 of them aboard, while Ling Tian opted to fly, preferring not to be cramped on the tiny vessel. Mr. Luffy, if you are seeking the One Piece, that means you are heading to the Grand Line. Right, the place known as the Pirate's Graveyard, Kobe asked while rowing the boat. The The Grand Line isn't as terrifying as it sounds, Ling Tian interjected, descending to speak with Kobe. Mr. Ling Tian is a notorious pirate. Renowned in the Grand Line, Kobe remarked, realizing that Ling Tian, with his bounty of 5.3 billion, would certainly not find the Grand Line daunting. However, Luffy was merely a novice setting sail for the first time. Even if it is dangerous, I will go. I don't care if it costs me my life, Luffy declared resolutely, clutching his straw hat. Thus, I need to find formidable companions. What kind of person is this so-called pirate hunter? Luffy asked as he adjusted his hat. Are you referring to Zoro? I've heard he has been captured by the Navy, Kobe recalled, thinking of the tales he had heard about the pirate hunter. Zoro, while serving under Alita. He had once fervently hoped Zoro would rescue him from Alita's clutches. However, just days prior, he had received news of Zoro's capture, leaving him despondent. To his astonishment, he encountered Luffy, who had just sent Alita flying. What? He asked that week. Luffy muttered, reconsidering his desire to recruit Zoro. The pirate hunter Zoro. I heard he was captured while protecting a girl, Ling Tian added, recalling the original tale where Zoro was apprehended while saving a young girl from a restaurant. With the promise of his freedom in 10 days. What? So he is a good person? Luffy's interest piqued, and he reconsidered inviting Zoro to join them. If Zoro had been captured due to his weakness, Luffy would have dismissed the idea, but if it were for protecting the vulnerable, he would extend an invitation regardless of Zoro's strength. Is that so? I thought Zoro was a villain who got captured, Kobe remarked. Kobe found himself somewhat perplexed upon hearing Ling Tian's words. He had believed that Zoro had been captured by the Navy due to his misdeeds. In Kobe's eyes, the Navy epitomized justice, and he could not fathom the existence of scoundrels within its ranks. Ling Tian could only conclude that Kobe was still rather naive. Is that so? Then let us invite the one named Zoro to join us as our companion. Upon hearing Ling Tian's assertion that Zoro was not a villain, Luffy immediately stood at the bow of the ship, arms raised in joyous laughter. Before long, they arrived at Shellstown. After securing their ship, they set foot on the island, which boasted almost no notable structures, save for the massive Navy base that resembled a gigantic chimney. Where could that fellow Zoro be? Luffy pondered aloud as he strolled down the street. However, the people around him recoiled at the mention of Zoro's name. It seemed that speaking his name was taboo in this place. Kobe quietly remarked to Luffy, observing the crowd's reaction, they must fear being implicated. Ling Tian surmised that he understood their reaction. This island had been oppressed by Monka, and since Monka's arrival in Shellstown, no one dared defy his will or that of his son. But remember, Zoro was the only one bold enough to challenge them. Although Zoro was not a native of Shellstown, the people still feared the repercussions of being associated with him. Well then, let us first pay a visit to the Navy base. Kobe, did you not express a desire to become a Navy man? Luffy decided to search for Zoro's whereabouts at the Navy base. Indeed, perhaps Zoro is imprisoned there, Ling Tian agreed, recalling that in the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates' first encounter between the captain and his first mate occurred at a Navy base. However, at present, it was clear that the first mate would undoubtedly be himself. This must be the place. Soon, Luffy and Ling Tian found themselves before the entrance of the Navy base. It certainly appears to be, Ling Tian remarked, gazing at the large letters spelling Navy on the gate, rendered momentarily speechless. At long last, we've arrived. It seems this is where we must part ways, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Ling Tian, Kobe said, tears of excitement welling in his eyes as he stared at the imposing Navy gate. Yet, Luffy and Ling Tian paid him no mind and proceeded to scale the wall adjacent to the base. Luffy climbed while Ling Tian effortlessly soared through the air. Ling Tian, your abilities are incredibly convenient, Luffy exclaimed, enviously watching Ling Tian glide through the sky while he struggled to ascend. Is that so? Perhaps I shall grant you a similar ability in the future, Ling Tian mused, considering bestowing such gifts upon the members of the Straw Hat crew, especially since his lottery chances had become limitless after completing a prior task. Nevertheless, Ling Tian remained perpetually unlucky, having attempted the lottery thousands of times without ever drawing a resurrection item. How splendid, Luffy exclaimed, nearly losing his balance in his excitement. Mr. Luffy. Mr. Ling Tian, what are you two doing? Kobe inquired, watching the pair as they peered over the Navy's wall with curiosity. Is that Zoro? Luffy asked, spotting the bound figure within. It must be, he replied, confirming Zoro's identity. If we can just untie those ropes, we could easily set him free. Yes, that should be feasible, Ling Tian agreed, retrieving a camera from his system space to capture a few photographs of Zoro, as this was one of the rare instances of Zoro's less than glorious history. Please, refrain from uttering such foolishness. A man of his caliber has been captured. What hope do you two have? Kobe countered vehemently, recalling Ling Tian's earlier assertion that Zoro had been apprehended while protecting others. Thus, Kobe did not express the typical outrage regarding Zoro's imprisonment as seen in the original tale. Kobe soon realized that Ling Tian was not an ordinary individual but rather a formidable pirate with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Hey, the three of you. At that moment, Zoro noticed their presence and called out, "You're quite bothersome. Be gone." Is the renowned pirate hunter Roria Zoro truly captured by the Navy? I had thought that the one who declared, "I shall become the world's greatest swordsman," was formidable. Ling Tian remarked sarcastically, unimpressed by Zoro's bravado. Nanny? Zoro's irritation flared at Ling Tian's comments. If it weren't for protecting that girl, he believed that dealing with the Navy's colonel would be a trivial matter. "Ah, the world's greatest swordsman. Now that is befitting of a companion of the Pirate King," Luffy said, his interest piqued by Zoro's ambition. Ling Tian, wiping his nose, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Technically, he had already defeated Mihawk, thus claiming the title of the world's greatest swordsman for himself. Yet, he kept this to himself. At that moment, a ladder appeared beside Ling Tian, and a small girl climbed up. She gestured for silence, scanning the area for any Navy presence. Upon confirming the coast was clear, she lowered a rope and descended. Luffy and Ling Tian watched as the girl approached the Navy's execution ground. What does she intend to do? Luffy wondered aloud, puzzled by the girl's actions. Who knows? Ling Tian replied, offering no further explanation. Dangerous, Kobe exclaimed, panicking as he observed the girl running towards Zoro. You must stop her. She'll be killed. Yet, Luffy and Ling Tian remained unmoved. Ling Tian was confident that the girl would be safe, while Luffy simply trusted that Zoro would not harm her. One could not deny that although Luffy often appeared foolish, his judgment of character was remarkably astute. What is it? Zoro inquired as the girl approached. He had been bound due to this very girl, captured by the foolish son of the Navy colonel. Although he had willingly allowed it, he did not wish for her to become too entangled in this affair. You must be hungry. I brought rice balls, the girl said, fearlessly presenting the food she had made. Kid, do you want to die? Zoro growled, ignoring the offering. He did not want her to be harmed because of his predicament. Should the Navy discover her, without a doubt, she would meet a grim fate. Big brother, you haven't eaten in a while, have you? Here, the girl persisted, undeterred by Zoro's fierce demeanor. This act of kindness was a stark reminder that, were it not for Zoro, she and her mother might have already fallen victim to Barumabur. Zoro felt a flicker of happiness at the girl's earnest gesture, yet he firmly insisted, I'm not hungry. You must not bully others, she admonished as three figures entered through the execution grounds gate, with the central figure being Barumabur, the Navy colonel's son. Zoro's tension escalated upon spotting Barumabur. I didn't expect you to look so spirited. Roria Zoro. As Barumabur strolled along, he began to speak, yet his mind was preoccupied with devising a reason to execute Zoro. Indeed, from the very outset, Barumabur had no intention of honoring the agreement he made with Zoro. Rather, he sought to eliminate this source of embarrassment. Hey, Luffy, he called out, did you see that blonde-haired fellow? If Zoro wishes to board the ship, give him a good thrashing. Ling Tian pointed at Barumabur. Oh, Mr. Ling Tian. How can you say such a thing? Kobe, upon hearing Ling Tian urge Luffy to strike the approaching Navy officer, was utterly perplexed. That one. I understand now. Gum pistol. Luffy. Upon hearing Ling Tian's suggestion that Zoro would join him if Barumabur was dealt with, wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch that sent Barumabur flying. Boom. What? Zoro and the two Navy officers were taken aback, as the latter had not anticipated that someone would dare to strike the son of Colonel Monka in the execution ground. As for Zoro, he was surprised that the group acted so swiftly upon seeing Barumabur. You must be Roria Zoro. Come aboard my ship, Luffy said, approaching Zoro. Who are you? Zoro inquired. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy unceremoniously declared his dream to Zoro, indifferent to their surroundings. The two Navy officers nearby were astonished. The Pirate King? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? Zoro, taken aback by Luffy's declaration, couldn't help but think that such a goal was even more daunting than his own aspirations. Had Ling Tian been aware of Zoro's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly told him that his aspirations were overly naive. The world's greatest swordsman was he, and currently, he was invincible in every regard. Very well, if you can retrieve my sword, I shall agree to join your crew. Zoro conceded, understanding that staying here would lead to his demise. Without his sword, he had no means to defend himself. Moreover, only the Pirate King was worthy of having him as a crew member, and only the Pirate King could match his future stature. So you've agreed. Ling Tian was somewhat astonished by Zoro's response, recalling that in the original story, Zoro had only agreed to join Luffy after being warned that Barumabur would kill him. He had not expected Zoro to acquiesce simply upon hearing Luffy express his dream. Retrieve your sword, and you shall join my ship. Where is it? It was taken by that foolish son of Colonel Monka. Is that so? Upon hearing Zoro's words, Luffy immediately seized Barumabur and dashed outside. Hey, the direction is that way. Zoro, feeling relieved, soon realized that Luffy had taken Barumabur the wrong way. It must be noted that Zoro was not as directionally challenged at this point as he would become later. He still had the presence of mind to direct Luffy. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Luffy promptly turned and ran in the opposite direction. Ling Tian, seeing Luffy dash off, flew to Zoro's side and said, "You should eat the rice balls. The girl worked hard to prepare them." Zoro, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, said nothing but motioned for the little girl to feed him. Pfft. After Zoro finished the rice balls, Ling Tian cut the ropes binding him. "Are you a three-sword style swordsman?" Zoro curiously asked upon noticing the three swords at Ling Tian's waist. "Well, I suppose so," Ling Tian replied without denial, for upon acquiring the third blade, Flowing Blade, he had indeed unlocked the entirety of the three-sword style. However, Ling Tian seldom employed this style, primarily because he could not replicate Zoro's unique method of biting a sword while chanting the names of techniques. Colonel Monka, it seems that Roria Zoro has been rescued from the execution ground. An officer reported to Monka upon witnessing Ling Tian releasing Zoro. "What? Someone dares to defy my orders," Monka roared upon receiving the report. Having been under the influence of the hypnotic effects of the Zangao, he firmly believed himself to be the greatest on this island and would not tolerate anyone disobeying his commands. "Immediately execute that individual." "Yes, sir." Shortly thereafter, Monka arrived at the execution ground with a contingent of Navy officers. "Who are you to defy the commands of the great Colonel Monka?" he shouted upon entering the execution ground. "Can you handle this?" Zoro asked Ling Tian. As he currently lacked his sword and could muster only a fraction of his true power, he could only hope that Ling Tian would deal with the Navy officers. "Leave it to me." Ling Tian stepped forward, crossing his arms. No sword style. Raptor. With a sweep of his crossed arms, countless beast-like sword energies surged toward Monka. In an instant, the Navy officers were dispatched. As Ling Tian's primary target was Monka, the rest of the officers were merely knocked to the ground by the sword energies, while Monka was rendered unconscious by a direct blow from Ling Tian. A chorus of gulping sounds filled the air, as the Navy officers were utterly astonished that the tyrant Monka, who had oppressed Shell's town for so long, was subdued by the purple-haired man in a single move. "Remarkable," Kobe exclaimed, witnessing Ling Tian's effortless victory over Colonel Monka. Although he knew Ling Tian had a bounty of 5.3 billion berries, he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. A true powerhouse. Zoro chuckled lightly as he observed Ling Tian. Free at last. Although the Navy officers were initially stunned by Ling Tian's swift defeat of Monka, they quickly regained their composure. They began tossing various items into the air in celebration. What is the meaning of this? Their colonel has been defeated, and they are still so jubilant? Zoro pondered, bemused by the Navy's actions. I see now. They were compelled to act that way under the oppression of Colonel Monka. Wonderful. Kobe realized the significance of the Navy's actions. "Well, it seems so," Ling Tian said as he approached Zoro, laying out a cloth on the ground. "What are you doing?" Zoro asked, perplexed by Ling Tian's actions. "Having gone so long without food, it's time to eat." Ling Tian produced a plethora of food from his system space. "Oh, then I shall not hold back." Zoro, seeing the abundance of food, eagerly began to feast, having been starved for so long. In no time, Zoro polished off the entire spread Ling Tian had brought forth. Seeing this, Ling Tian could only retrieve more food from his system space. He had prepared a substantial amount before departing from Roria. Enough to sustain a 1,000-man pirate crew for 2 or 3 years. However, he suspected that such provisions would not last even a month aboard their pirate ship. "Why don't you join us for a bite?" Ling Tian called out to Kobe and the little girl, who were staring blankly. Upon hearing Ling Tian's invitation, Kobe and the girl hurried to Zoro's side and began eating. "Would you like some?" "There is plenty more." Ling Tian called to the Navy officers, holding up a piece of meat. "Can we really eat this?" the officers asked incredulously. They were utterly shocked that the purple-haired man would invite them, who had always bullied the villagers, to partake in a meal. Though they had not acted willingly in their oppression, they had nonetheless committed unforgivable acts. No worries. Come on over. Yes, Navy big brothers, please join us. The little girl chimed in, also inviting the Navy officers, knowing that they were not truly malevolent but were merely following Monka's orders. Upon hearing the girl's words, the Navy officers began to approach and partake in the meal. Zoro held no objections to their presence. Boom. Just as Ling Tian and the others were enjoying their meal, a figure suddenly soared from the Navy base. "How dare you feast on meat without inviting me?" The figure immediately sprang to its feet and rushed to Ling Tian's side, devouring the meat voraciously, even snatching the pieces that KB held in his hands. It became evident that this figure was none other than Luffy, who had just discovered Zoro's sword in a room at the naval base and was eager to return and invite Zoro aboard his ship. However, upon glancing over, he was taken aback to find Ling Tian and the others seated on the ground, feasting on meat. With Zoro's sword slung over his shoulder, he propelled himself into the air like a rubber rocket. "Apologies, Ling Tian said, observing Luffy's antics while he retrieved food from the system's space to offer to him. "You rascal, return my sword." Boom. Zoro had intended to reclaim his sword from Luffy, but was sent flying by a punch from the gluttonous Luffy. "You scoundrel, I shall have my revenge," Zoro muttered, having been thrust into the wall by Luffy's blow. Ling Tian, witnessing Luffy's behavior, couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. "So, where is our ship?" After finishing the food Ling Tian had provided, Zoro curiously inquired of Luffy, "Since you boast of becoming the Pirate King, I presume you have quite a few crewmates, correct?" "Right over there," Luffy exclaimed, leaping to a vantage point to point at the small boat he and KB had previously used. "Nanny, what about the crew?" Zoro felt a sinking sensation as he realized he was on a pirate ship. "Just the three of us." Ling Tian chuckled lightly, gesturing to himself and Luffy. Zoro's lips twitched, but he refrained from commenting. After all, having promised Luffy, he was not one to back out easily. "You are pirates, aren't you?" Just as Ling Tian and his companions finished their meal, a naval officer addressed them. Despite their victory over Monka, the fact remained that they were pirates while Ling Tian and his companions were part of the Navy, who would likely refrain from reporting Ling Tian's actions to headquarters. "Indeed, we are pirates," Luffy declared boldly, showing no concern for the officer's words. Ling Tian thought it would be futile to ask Luffy to lie. Such a personality was ill-suited for deceit. "Then, I must ask you to leave this island. In gratitude for your rescue of this land, we shall not report your activities to headquarters." The naval officer lowered his hat, seemingly to mask his embarrassment. He knew that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. Yet as a member of the Navy, he was expected to apprehend pirates upon sight. "Is that so? You truly are good people," Luffy replied, finding nothing odd about the officer's statement. It was only natural that as a pirate, he would be unwelcome in the eyes of the Navy. Zoro and Ling Tian followed Luffy as they headed toward their ship. "Aren't you all in cahoots?" The officer gazed at KB, who stood frozen in place. KB felt flustered. After all, he had once been a member of the Alrita pirate crew. Although he had only served as a cleaner, the Navy's intelligence capabilities could easily expose this fact, and if anyone were to reveal it, he would likely be thrown in jail before he could even join the Navy. Luffy, noticing KB's awkwardness, contemplated revealing KB's past to the Navy and giving him a good thrashing to assert that they were not associated. "What?" Just as Luffy was about to speak, Ling Tian covered his mouth to prevent the impending confrontation. "What are you doing, Ling Tian?" Luffy exclaimed, pushing Ling Tian's hand away. He did not understand why Ling Tian sought to hinder him. "Be quiet. Let me handle this," Ling Tian instructed, stepping forward to address the officer. "KB wishes to join the Navy. Although he is our friend, becoming a Navy officer is KB's aspiration." "What nonsense. You pirates intend to plant a spy among us?" An officer interjected before Ling Tian could finish. He found it hard to believe that someone who associated with pirates would willingly become a Navy officer. There surely was a conspiracy afoot. Ling Tian, undeterred by the officer's skepticism, continued, "I understand your disbelief. Soon, Vice Admiral Garp will arrive here, and when you speak with him, he will clarify everything." "Nanny, grandfather, he's coming here. This is bad. Ling Tian, Zoro, we must flee." Upon hearing Ling Tian mention Garp, Luffy immediately grabbed Zoro and Ling Tian, ready to escape. Due to childhood experiences, Luffy was deeply afraid of Garp. "Thud, that hurts." Ling Tian, seeing Luffy trying to drag him away, promptly delivered a punch imbued with haki to Luffy's head. Ling Tian, "Do you also possess the Iron Fist of Love?" Luffy whimpered, cradling his head. Garp would often tell him that every time he used haki to hit Luffy, it was an expression of his love. Thus, Luffy naturally assumed it was the Iron Fist of Love. "Indeed, this is my abundant affection for you," Ling Tian declared, shaking his fist, warning that if Luffy continued to drag him away, he would experience his love firsthand. As Ling Tian and the others bickered, the naval officers nearby swallowed hard. Had they just heard what they thought? Vice Admiral Garp, the legendary hero of the Navy, was coming here, and that straw-hatted brat claimed to be Garp's grandson. Did you hear that? Let KB join the Navy. After delivering a blow to Luffy, Ling Tian turned to the naval officers. Yes. The officers snapped back to reality, acknowledging that if Vice Admiral Garp truly allowed KB to join the Navy, they would have no choice but to comply. Even if Garp ultimately decided against it, they could still apprehend KB without issue. After all, the real threat lay with the purple-haired man. KB appeared to be nothing more than a frail boy. Loguetown nodded in satisfaction at the officer's response. Let us depart, Luffy, Zoro. Having conveyed what he needed, Loguetown led Luffy and Zoro back to their small boat. As they left, the Navy officers stood at the dock, saluting, before returning to their base to report Monka's misdeeds to headquarters. Marineford, Admiral's office. What? We have such scoundrels in our Navy. Sengoku's voice rose in anger as he listened to the report from the officer responsible for the East Sea. Understood. You may leave. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku picked up the Din Mushi to contact Garp, who had recently taken leave to return to the East Sea. Sengoku intended to have Garp handle this situation. Aboard Garp's dog-headed warship, Vice Admiral Garp, your phone call, a sailor announced, presenting a Din Mushi to Garp. Garp glanced at it groggily before taking the call. As he picked up the Din Mushi, the face morphed into Sengoku's. Hello, what's the matter? Sengoku, Garp replied, his tone nonchalant. Garp, there is a situation at the Navy base in Town that requires your attention. Sengoku paid no heed to Garp's laziness. Well aware of his colleague's character after many years of working together, Sengoku informed Garp of the events that had transpired in Town and instructed him to bring Monka to impel down. Upon hearing Sengoku's request, Garp's demeanor shifted, and he agreed to proceed to Town to bring Monka to justice. Change course, destination Town base. After hanging up on Sengoku, Garp commanded his navigator. Soon, Garp's warship arrived at Town. Vice Admiral Garp, the colonel stationed in Town, was somewhat convinced by Loguetown's claims upon witnessing Garp's arrival. Where is Monka? Garp inquired as he approached the colonel. Yes, Monka is currently confined in the base's prison. The colonel promptly escorted Garp to the Navy base's jail. Garp surveyed Monka and instructed Bogart to bring him aboard his ship. Oh, Vice Admiral Garp, there is one more matter. The colonel spoke with a hint of nervousness. For before him stood the illustrious naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. What is it? Garp remarked, casually popping a donut into his mouth. He had returned with the intention of preventing Luffy from setting sail to become a pirate. However, upon arriving at Windmill Village, he discovered that Luffy had already embarked on his journey. There was a purple-haired man who mentioned you would allow this young lad to join the Navy. The colonel said, pushing KB forward, now convinced of Loguetown's words. KB, feeling somewhat intimidated as he was thrust into the spotlight, never imagined he would meet such a prominent figure as the naval hero. Oh, the purple-haired man, do you have a photograph? Garp inquired, looking at KB with curiosity. Yes, here is his picture, the colonel replied, handing Garp a snapshot he had taken of Loguetown, who had been aware of it but was indifferent to its existence. How could Luffy be associated with this young man? Garp pondered, baffled as he observed Luffy's silhouette behind Loguetown in the photograph. He could not comprehend how someone of Loguetown's stature would befriend a mere nobody like Luffy. Have you encountered this individual? Garp pointed at the image of Luffy. Indeed, I have met the Straw Hat Kid, the colonel confirmed, regarding the figure Garp indicated. Which direction did they head? Garp asked urgently upon learning that the colonel was familiar with Luffy. If he could apprehend Luffy before he was issued a bounty by the Navy, he could thwart his aspirations of becoming a pirate. However, Garp was acutely aware that it would be exceedingly difficult to stop Luffy, being his grandfather and understanding Luffy's temperament all too well. Moreover, Loguetown seemed to be accompanying Luffy, making the prospect of retrieving him seem utterly fanciful. Yes, they appear to be heading towards Orangetown. The colonel conveyed without delay. Upon hearing this, Garp hastily made his way to his warship. Bogart, accelerate. Target, Orangetown. Garp commanded his aide as he boarded the vessel. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart acknowledged promptly. On Luffy's small boat. Loguetown, I'm so hungry, Luffy complained, languidly leaning over the edge of the boat. Did you not just eat? Zoro replied, somewhat exasperated. He had gone days without food without complaint, yet Luffy seemed to grow hungry at an astonishing pace. Once we reach the next island, I'll bring out the food for you, Loguetown remarked, casting a glance at the listless Luffy, who was indeed famished due to the nature of his rubber fruit. Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement at Loguetown's words. Loguetown felt an ominous premonition arise within him as he observed Luffy's gleaming eyes. Suddenly, Luffy shoved Zoro aside and began rowing the boat with fervor. By the time Loguetown registered what was happening, Luffy and Zoro had already vanished from sight. What the heck? What good does it do for me to have the food if you row that fast? Loguetown grumbled, activating his observation haki as he set off in pursuit of Luffy. On board the ship, hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Zoro shouted, startled by Luffy's sudden acceleration. clinging tightly to prevent himself from falling overboard. Ignoring Zoro's words, Luffy continued to row with unrelenting vigor. That must be the island ahead, Luffy proclaimed, spotting an island materializing in the distance. Fueled by newfound determination, he rowed even harder. Luffy, hurry. Stop. Zoro cried out as the boat hurtled toward the island's buildings. But Luffy paid no heed. Being made of rubber, he was unconcerned about the impending collision, though he seemed to have forgotten that Zoro was merely a regular human. With a resounding crash, the boat collided with a house in Orangetown. When Ling Tian arrived at Orangetown, he found Luffy sprawled on the ground, while Zoro was embedded in the earth. I swear I'll chop you up, Zoro exclaimed, rising in fury, ready to draw his sword against Luffy. Just then, a swarm of villagers converged, brandishing various tools. Ling Tian surmised that the villagers had remained in Orangetown due to Buggy's absence from the east. My apologies, Ling Tian said. Descending to address the villagers. What good is an apology? You must repair the houses you have destroyed. An elderly man in a yellow coat, wielding a harpoon, retorted. Ling Tian recognized him as the town mayor, whose name he recalled was Buttle. Yes, I understand, Ling Tian replied, agreeing to assist in the repairs of the homes wrecked by Luffy. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned his spiritual energy, restoring the damaged houses to their former state. Are you also a devil fruit user? Zoro inquired, intrigued by Ling Tian's swift restoration of the buildings. No, I am not, Ling Tian clarified, dispelling the notion. Ling Tian, I'm hungry, Luffy interjected suddenly. Thud, thud, thud. Before Ling Tian could react, Zoro landed several punches on Luffy's head. Knowing Luffy's rubbery nature, Zoro felt at ease in delivering the blows. All right, enough of that, Ling Tian said, no longer inclined to punish Luffy after witnessing Zoro's antics. Emergency, the Buggy pirates are coming, a villager shouted, sending the others scurrying back to their homes. Buggy, Ling Tian mused, puzzled. Wasn't that fellow training hockey in Wano? Although it was likely that Buggy had completed his training in observation and armament hockey over the years, he should still be in the New World. The Buggy pirates, are they villains? Luffy wondered aloud, recalling how the villagers fled upon hearing Buggy's name, reminiscent of Colonel Monka from Shell's Town. Who knows? Zoro shrugged. Despite being a former bounty hunter, he had never heard of the Buggy pirates' notoriety. This was hardly surprising, as Buggy had left his two subordinates, Moji and Kabeji, in the East Blue when he sought Ling Tian. Initially, Buggy intended to return for his subordinates after claiming the treasures Ling Tian had promised him, but to his astonishment, Ling Tian had granted him the boon of solar power and allowed him to study the 3 types of hockey under Kaido. Consuming much of his time a year prior, upon departing Wano, Buggy had planned to retrieve Moji and Kabeji to bring them to the New World, confident in his capabilities there. However, when he finally found them, they had already recruited numerous pirates, albeit merely ordinary folk. Buggy had considered abandoning these subordinates, but he had become utterly enthralled by being referred to as Captain Buggy. Thus, he resolved to establish the Buggy pirates and bolster their strength before venturing to the New World. Make way, Captain Buggy is here, a pirate at the forefront growled. Is that Renosed fellow Buggy? Luffy inquired, pointing at Buggy, who sat in a red chair, eyes closed in relaxation. Upon hearing Luffy's words, the crew members of the Buggy pirates froze in place, well aware that their captain despised being called Renosed. Who said I am a red nose? Buggy retorted. As Buggy, who was originally in a state of tranquil contemplation, heard someone audaciously refer to him as Red Nose. He instantly erupted in fury. He despised being called Red Nose more than anything else. Previously, when Whitebeard had called him by that name, he had immediately grabbed several knives and engaged in a fierce confrontation with him. Although the encounter had culminated in Buggy receiving a thorough beating, he had since grown considerably stronger. Thus, he resolved to challenge Whitebeard again when he ventured into the New World. Lads, bring me that fellow's head, Buggy commanded directly. The members of the Buggy pirates were immediately stirred by his words, eager to slay Luffy. Luffy and Zoro, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement as well. Ling Tian, having just utilized his abilities to repair a house, was currently perched atop the roof, thus remaining unseen by Buggy. Luffy, Zoro, ease up a bit. Don't kill them. I know that guy called Buggy, Ling Tian communicated to Luffy and Zoro through a sound transmission, a manifestation of his spiritual abilities. Upon hearing that Ling Tian was acquainted with Buggy, Luffy and Zoro decided to hold back their attacks. Kill them. The crew of the Buggy pirates charged at Luffy and Zoro. However, given Luffy and Zoro's prowess, they swiftly incapacitated the leading pirates. Buggy observed this scenario without surprise. His sharp eyes could easily discern that Luffy and Zoro were formidable opponents. although they had yet to reach a level where they could defeat him. It was clear that no one in the East Blue could rival their capabilities. Kapu? In no time, Luffy and Zoro had vanquished the crew of Buggy, leaving only Machi and Kabaji still standing. Machi, Kabaji, give them a try, Buggy commanded, having noted that these two had merely knocked out his crew without delivering lethal blows. While Buggy was unaware of their motivations, he decided to let Machi and Kabaji take a crack at it. Knowing full well that their skills were inadequate to contend with Luffy and Zoro. However, recognizing that these two would not resort to lethal force, Buggy saw this as an opportunity for his subordinates to hone their abilities. Yes, Captain Buggy, a man with a mane of white hair and a swordsman on a unicycle emerged, accompanied by a lion with a coat of white fur. Oh, Zoro, that lion is intriguing. And that white-haired fellow is fascinating too. Is that clothing or fur? It seems so interesting, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he observed Machi and the lion Ricky. That swordsman seems quite interesting as well. Zoro unsheathed the 3 swords from his waist, readying himself for a serious bout. Let me see if I can present your heads to Captain Buggy. Kabaji charged at Zoro on his unicycle. How amusing. Let us see if you possess the qualifications to claim my head. Zoro replied, meeting Kabaji head dash on. As a fellow swordsman, Zoro felt no inferiority to his opponent, especially as he aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman. Straw Hat Brat, I shall claim your head as well. Go, Ricky, Machi commanded, directing Ricky to engage Luffy. Machi typically orchestrated Ricky's attacks. Upon seeing Ricky charge towards him, Luffy immediately extended his arm, seizing Ricky's mane, and leaped onto the lion's back. What are you doing? Straw Hat Brat? Get off Ricky's back. Machi shouted angrily, realizing that only he, as Ricky's master, was permitted to ride him. Machi swung his whip, striking Luffy, but the rubbery nature of Luffy's body rendered him impervious to pain. Yahoo! Go, lion! Luffy cheered, reveling in his newfound ride, even contemplating bringing Ricky aboard his ship. Meanwhile, Zoro had exchanged blows with Kabaji a few times and discovered that while Kabaji's swordsmanship was inferior to his own, his acrobatic style rendered him a challenging opponent. Boom! Just then, as Zoro battled Kabaji, Luffy, riding Ricky, inadvertently collided with Zoro, sending him flying. Sorry, Zoro. Luffy offered an insincere apology. Kabaji, momentarily stunned by Ricky's impact on Zoro, suddenly noticed Luffy barreling towards him. Whoa, don't come near me, Kabaji exclaimed, rolling to evade Ricky's charge. Machi, keep an eye on Ricky. Kabaji shouted angrily at Machi after narrowly avoiding the lion's onslaught. I can't help it, since the Straw Hat Brat is on Ricky's back. He simply won't listen to me, Machi lamented, feeling helpless. Ling Tian, observing from the rooftop, felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that Luffy's reckless antics had not changed. Enough. Zoro pushed aside the weight pressing down on him. Visibly irritated. I'm going to slice him. With that, Zoro raised 2 of his swords above his head, bending them back against his shoulders. 3-sword style. Tiger Hunt. 3 arcs of blade light flashed, leaving 3 gashes on Ricky's body, causing the lion to collapse. Luffy was propelled forward by Ricky's fall. Sorry, Luffy, Zoro chuckled lightly, mimicking Luffy's earlier apology. Ling Tian, witnessing this, nearly burst into laughter, never expecting Zoro would adopt such a manner. Ricky, Machi cried out upon seeing Zoro incapacitate his beloved companion. The bond between them was akin to that of brothers. Fear not. I held back, Zoro explained, clarifying that Ling Tian had previously instructed them to temper their strikes, ensuring Ricky had merely been rendered unconscious. Now it's your turn, Zoro declared, pointing his sword at Kabaji. Let us settle this in one move, Kabaji replied, intrigued by Zoro's earlier technique. How fortuitous. Zoro positioned his dual swords in front of his chest, adopting a pinching stance. 3-sword style. Cow Demon, Brave Claw. Kabaji crossed his dual swords before his chest. 2-sword style. Acrobatics. Fire Tiger Leap. This technique was one Kabaji had perfected recently, derived from Baiji's ability. The Sun Crack. As their techniques clashed, Zoro's blade shattered Kabaji's sword into fragments, leaving an intersecting scar on Kabaji's chest. It's impossible. Kabaji gazed in disbelief at the wound on his chest. All right, Machi, Kabaji. Return, Baiji commanded, observing that his 2 subordinates had been swiftly dispatched by Zoro. His intention in letting them fight was merely to provide them with some practice. With that goal achieved, he deemed it unnecessary to prolong their battle. Machi and Kabaji halted their actions at Baiji's command. Well aware of the formidable strength their captain now possessed, Machi picked up Ricky, while Kabaji clutched his chest as they returned to Baiji's side. Rumble. At that moment, Luffy, who had been flung away by Ricky, sprinted back. Zoro, what were you doing? Luffy demanded angrily upon his return that I wanted to ride the lion again. Sorry, Luffy, Zoro replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Then I forgive you. Luffy instantly accepted Zoro's apology. Zoro grasped the implication behind Luffy's words. Realizing why Luffy often offered casual apologies, he was simply someone who easily forgave others. Ling Tian shared a similar sentiment regarding Luffy's nature. All right, you two brats, allow Captain Buggy to make your acquaintance. Buggy descended, prepared to engage personally. With his current abilities, facing Luffy and Zoro would be as simple as child's play. Hold on, Buggy. Ling Tian interjected, fully aware that Buggy's capabilities would be an overwhelming advantage against Luffy and Zoro. He leaped down from the rooftop. Big brother Ling Tian. Buggy exclaimed in shock upon spotting Ling Tian, immediately fracturing into pieces, startled to find him there. Buggy then attempted to pinch his own face. If you dare pinch my face, I shall toss you into the sea. Ling Tian gazed at Buggy's hand as it approached his face, instantly recalling past events in Roria. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Buggy halted his outstretched hand midair. All right, Buggy, he is my captain. Ling Tian introduced Luffy to Buggy, captain of a ship. Buggy, taken aback, stared at Luffy in disbelief, never imagining that someone like Ling Tian would become part of another's crew. He had expected Ling Tian to eventually establish his own pirate crew. Wait a moment, Straw Hat Kid. Why does your straw hat look so familiar? Buggy suddenly realized that he had seen Luffy's hat somewhere before. It's a gift from Shanks. Do you know Shanks? Luffy replied, removing his straw hat to share its origin with Buggy. This was the first time Zoro learned about the hat's backstory. Nanny, that straw hat actually belongs to that scoundrel Shanks. Buggy erupted in anger upon hearing Luffy's revelation. All right, Buggy, let's leave Shanks out of this, shall we? Ling Tian chuckled, patting Buggy's head. Buggy calmed down considerably due to Ling Tian's presence. Consequently, Luffy and Buggy quickly bonded. Hey, Luffy, how about we become brothers? A tipsy Buggy suggested, swaying as he draped an arm over Luffy's shoulders. Sure, but I want to be the older brother. Luffy readily agreed. No way, I must be the older brother. You can only be the third. Buggy immediately countered Luffy's claim. Why the third? Luffy protested, bewildered at being denied the title of elder brother. There are others for the second position, Buggy explained, referring to Kaido and Wano country. Although neither had yet determined who would take the title of elder brother. If Kaido were to learn that Buggy had appointed himself as the elder brother, a confrontation would surely ensue. During their time in Wano, Kaido and Buggy had clashed over this matter countless times, only ceasing their quarrels due to Yamato. I must be the older brother, Luffy declared, unwilling to relent, striking a pose as though he were ready to spar with Buggy. Observing Luffy's stance, Buggy merely took a sip of his drink and remarked, being the older brother means sharing meat with your younger siblings. Are you sure you want that title, having spent time with Luffy? Buggy had learned to navigate Luffy's character, cleverly using Luffy's fondness for meat to sway him. Ling Tian, sitting nearby, marveled at Buggy's newfound cunning. Unbeknownst to him, these skills had been honed during his time with Kaido, where one had to be shrewd to avoid ending up as the second in command. Nanny, I don't want to be the older brother anymore. Luffy quickly dismissed the idea of sharing his meat. Then it settled. You are the third now. Buggy tossed a pendant to Luffy, a token he had agreed upon with Kaido to signify a new brotherhood. Kaido possessed a black pendant, while Buggy's gift to Luffy was purple. This arrangement stemmed from Ling Tian having given Yamato a similar Tai Chi pendant, prompting Kaido to create his own to signify their identities. I also have two brothers, Luffy said, gazing at the pendant and recalling his siblings. Ace and Sabo. Though Sabo had passed, in Luffy's heart, he would always be his brother. Is that so? Then with me and Kaido, you now have 4 brothers. Following their brotherly declaration, Luffy and Buggy began to playfully tussle. Zoro observed from the sidelines, sipping his drink as he watched the antics of Luffy, Buggy, and the members of the Buggy Pirates. At that moment, Kabaji approached Zoro. Is there something you need? Zoro inquired. I'm Kabaji. Rorinoa Zoro. No. Zoro brother, please teach me swordsmanship. Kabaji knelt, earnestly requesting Zoro's guidance in swordplay. Although he was also a swordsman, his skills were limited to acrobatic sword techniques, without any genuine training. That he realized that to help Buggy in the new world, he needed to become stronger. In the past, he would not have cared, as his swordsmanship was more than adequate in the East Blue, known as the weakest sea. Oh, you want me to teach you swordsmanship? Zoro said, somewhat perplexed. Kabaji practiced dual wielding, while Zoro employed the 3-sword style. Thus, Zoro felt he lacked the qualifications to teach Kabaji. Of course, both styles were forms of swordsmanship with similar principles, but Zoro, still not a swordmaster, was unaware of this. You use dual swords. and I use 3, therefore. I don't have much to teach you. Perhaps you should seek guidance from someone else, Zoro concluded after some thought. Zoro, in truth, all swordsmen are the same. Whether dual-wielding or using 3 swords, it's all the same, Ling Tian interjected, clarifying the fundamentals of swordsmanship to Zoro. Regardless of whether it's 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, or 4, the essence of a sword lies in its sharpness and speed. Are you implying you understand swords better than I do? Zoro bristled at Ling Tian's words, feeling somewhat irked. After all, he had only witnessed Ling Tian using an unarmed style and had always perceived him as harmless. So Zoro doubted his swordsmanship could surpass his own, as he aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, your sword's edge is excessively sharp. A sword isn't always better for being sharper, Ling Tian remarked calmly, unbothered by Zoro's taunt regarding his swordsmanship. After all, he was fully aware of his own prowess. Then let's have a duel. If you can defeat me, I will concede that you understand swords better than I do. Zoro did not argue against Ling Tian's challenge. Instead, he prepared for a duel, recognizing that as fellow swordsmen on the same pirate crew, a contest of skill was inevitable. You wish to fight me? A formidable aura emanated from Ling Tian, not the conqueror's haki, but merely the fierce presence of a swordsman. After all, Ling Tian had become even stronger than Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. The mere aura he exuded was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Kabaji nearby had already fainted, while Zoro, surprisingly, did not succumb but instead struggled to maintain his composure, displaying remarkable willpower. Perhaps this was talent. The future world's greatest swordsman was destined to possess exceptional aptitude for swordsmanship. Although Zoro had yet to attain that title at the time of Ling Tian's arrival, both Ling Tian and the vast community of fans believed in Zoro's potential to become the world's greatest swordsman. Even after witnessing such a vast disparity, you still wish to fight me? Ling Tian inquired, genuinely concerned, although he knew Zoro would not back down. Even after recognizing the difference, I still wish to contest against you. I will not fall here. I am determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Ling Tian, seeing Zoro's steadfastness, drew his blades, thunder and flowing blade, ready fire. Such sharp blades. Are those the 12 supreme grade swords? Zoro, unable to think of any other swords that could compare, marveled at the sharpness of Ling Tian's weapons. Although he had encountered supreme grade swords before, none had matched the sharpness of Ling Tian's blades. The reason Zoro had not recognized the quality of Ling Tian's swords was that they were housed in a specially crafted sheath that concealed their true aura, which led him to believe Ling Tian was merely an unremarkable swordsman. No, these 2 swords have no rank, or rather, they have transcended the ranks of this world. Ling Tian explained the uniqueness of his blades. However, this time, Ling Tian did not intend to employ the full capabilities of his swords. He planned to engage Zoro in a contest of swordsmanship. Is that so? Then let us settle this with a single move. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Zoro chose not to inquire further, instead opting to settle their contest with a single decisive strike. Very well, Ling Tian concurred, ready to engage in a straightforward duel with Zoro. After all, their encounter was merely a friendly sparring session rather than a life-and-death struggle. Zoro, acknowledging Ling Tian's intent, crossed the hilts of his dual swords over his chest and began to whirl them in a graceful motion. 9 mountains and 8 seas, forming one world. Gather 1,000 realms to create a small 1,000 worlds, Zoro recited as he spun his blades. 1 sea and 1 sword constitute a realm. Merging myriad seas and myriad swords forms the grand realm. Ling Tian assumed a stance with both hands enveloping his sword, embodying the posture of an eagle, while he too recited verses. This realm rides upon 3. Without me, none shall be slain, purging the wicked from this world. Slaying all manner of evil. The 3-sword style, the ultimate technique. 1 great, 3,000. With his sword poised as an instrument of judgment, he sought to establish righteousness within his heart. Great 1,000 worlds, he declared. In unison, Ling Tian and Zoro, having recited their verses, charged at each other. The clash of steel echoed, clang, puffed. Much like Zoro's confrontation with Kabaji, his 2 swords, aside from the one he gripped firmly, swiftly split into several segments. Now do you comprehend the chasm that lies between us? But one day, I shall surpass you, Zoro remarked, reluctantly sheathing the Wado Ikemanji. Although he acknowledged the gap in their abilities, he had not anticipated it to be so vast. Zoro sensed that in the final moments, Ling Tian had tempered his strength, or else he might have met his end at the hands of Kuina. Isn't defeating me your dream? Ling Tian inquired, as he sheathed his lightning-infused blade. Rurouni. What? Zoro, taken aback by Ling Tian's words, found it difficult to believe, suspecting he might have misheard. Roar no Azaro, I am the speed sword demon, D. Ling Tian, with a bounty of 353 million berries, and I am also the world's greatest swordsman. Strive to surpass me, Roar no Azaro, Ling Tian proclaimed, scattering the photograph of his victory over Mihawk onto the ground. Zaro gazed incredulously at the images, realizing that Mihawk was no longer the world's greatest swordsman. However, he had not anticipated encountering the true champion here in the East Blue. Zoro harbored no doubts about Ling Tian's claims, for he saw not only the photographs of Ling Tian battling Mihawk, but also a bounty notice. The notice boldly read, Speed Sword Demon, D. Ling Tian, bounty of 5,353 million berries. Life and death are irrelevant. A person of such remarkable bounty could hardly be deceitful. After all, those of significant stature possess their own pride. Had Ling Tian known Zaro's thoughts, he would have assured him that he was overthinking. After all, who among the great figures of the sea was not a bit of a fool? I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Zaro, having scrutinized the photographs and the bounty notice, fixed his determined gaze upon Ling Tian. I await the day you surpass me, Ling Tian replied, confident that even as the pinnacle of swordsmanship, Zaro could indeed surpass him and become the world's greatest swordsman. Captain, we have captured this woman in the treasure vault. A member of Buggy's pirate crew appeared, bringing forth a woman with vibrant orange hair clad in a blue and white top and an orange skirt. What, is that Nami? Ling Tian exclaimed, surprised to see her brought forth by Buggy's crew, as he believed he had warned Arlong to keep her safe. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, Arlong had continued to extort berries from the villagers upon arriving in Kokoyashi village. Much like in the original storyline, the only difference was that upon seeing Nami and her companions, Arlong recalled Ling Tian's prior admonition to refrain from harming them, thus sparing Belmir's life unlike in the original tale. Are you attempting to steal Captain Buggy's treasure? Buggy seethed, unable to tolerate the thought of anyone daring to pilfer his coveted riches. That woman is an exceptional navigator, Ling Tian remarked as he observed Nami whispering into Luffy's ear. Is that true? Luffy, upon hearing that Nami was a navigator, immediately resolved to invite her to join his crew, as the Straw Hats were currently without a navigator and had merely been sailing aimlessly. While this was feasible, navigating the vast ocean without a skilled navigator could lead the ship into treacherous waters. Ling Tian, however, was unconcerned, confident in his own abilities. Wherever the ship may drift, he would remain unfazed. Yet Luffy and his crew could not afford such risks, for Luffy, being a devil fruit user, would be rendered helpless should he fall into the sea. Would you be my navigator? Luffy eagerly proposed to Nami. Now aware of her skills, navigator, don't joke around. Are you asking me to become a pirate? Nami retorted angrily, recalling how Arlong had threatened her to join his crew using the villagers' lives as leverage. Despite Belmir's survival in this version of events, Luffy, if you want a navigator, just choose any of my crew members, Buggy interjected, irked that Luffy would invite the very woman attempting to steal from him to join his crew. After all, Buggy's crew was filled with potential navigators, as most pirates at sea, aside from rare exceptions, possessed at least a modicum of navigational skill. No, Buggy, I want her as my navigator. Luffy firmly rejected Buggy's suggestion, insisting that he would not allow anyone else to take Nami as his crew member. Fine, Buggy acquiesced, recognizing Luffy as his brother and refraining from forcing his navigators upon him. Did you hear that? Woman, if you become my brother's navigator, I shall overlook your previous transgressions regarding my treasure. Buggy was determined not to let Luffy think of him as a miserly fellow, seizing this opportunity to showcase his brother's newfound prowess. Nami, contemplating Buggy's words, glanced between Luffy and Buggy, formulating a plan in her mind. If I agree to become your navigator, you must assist me with something in return. What, you dare to make demands of Captain Buggy? Buggy bristled at the audacity of the woman before him, especially since he had grown significantly in power and influence, even in the East Blue, not to mention the perilous New World. Buggy could command a multitude of pirates with a single wave of his hand. Yet this woman had the gall to request something from him, igniting his ire. All right, what is your request? Buggy, despite his initial anger, calmed down upon hearing Luffy's eagerness to agree to Nami's request, since his brother was willing to comply. Buggy felt he could not object further. I need your help to defeat the captain and officers of the Dragon Pirates. If you can accomplish that, I will agree to become your navigator. Nami stated her demand, recalling Buggy's bounty due to his previous escapades alongside Kaido in the New World, which had earned him a bounty of 1 billion berries. This was significantly more than Arlong's bounty, prompting Nami to seize the opportunity when Luffy invited her to join his crew. Is the Dragon Pirates really that formidable? Luffy asked, somewhat confused. In a way, You really don't know about the dragon pirates? Zoro interjected, incredulous at Luffy's ignorance. As a pirate in the East Blue, Luffy should have been aware of the notorious dragon pirates. Observing Zoro's disbelief, Luffy's previous ignorance became apparent. He seemed unconcerned with such matters. The dragon pirates. Are they the ones from the Dragon Paradise, the Fishman pirates? Evidently, Buggy had also heard of the notorious dragon pirate crew and was aware of their deeds in Kokasia village. However, as their actions had not directly impacted him, Buggy had chosen to disregard the dragon pirate crew at that time. After all, such occurrences were commonplace on the high seas. All right, I promise you that I will certainly send that scoundrel Arlong flying. Luffy readily agreed to Nami's request, oblivious to Arlong's fearsome reputation. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Nami fell silent. What she truly sought was Buggy's assistance. She was uncertain whether Luffy could defeat Arlong, but she was confident that Buggy could. Buggy, you and Nami should head to Kokasia village, Ling Tian suggested as Nami pondered her next move. Do you know me? Nami found it peculiar when Ling Tian called her by name, as she had not introduced herself. Of course I do. You are our navigator, Ling Tian jested. Nami did not respond to Ling Tian's playful remark, but turned her gaze toward Buggy, eager to discern if he would accompany her back to Kokasia village. Not a problem. Leave this matter to me. Buggy readily agreed to assist Nami in dealing with the dragon pirate crew, motivated by his loyalty to Ling Tian, his older brother, and the fact that Luffy was now his younger brother. Since Nami was Luffy's navigator, it was only natural for him to lend his support. Hey, Ling Tian, I want to help Nami too. Luffy expressed his discontent, feeling it was unjust for only Buggy to assist Nami. After all, she was his navigator. Ling Tian reassured them that continuing their journey would lead them to discover more companions. He elaborated that following Nami to Kokasia village might result in the loss of potential allies. For good measure, Ling Tian mentioned that he possessed an ability to foresee the future, though he cautioned Luffy that this ability was not always reliable. More companions, you say? I have a nagging feeling that an annoying character will join us. Zoro, who was recuperating nearby, remarked, sensing an ominous premonition but not entirely disapproving of it. Ling Tian, recalling Sanji, chuckled at Zoro's comment. Thus, after deliberation, Buggy set off with Nami to Kokasia village to confront the dragon pirate crew, while Ling Tian and the others embarked toward the next island. Before their departure, Ling Tian entrusted Buggy with his life paper. Buggy also provided Luffy and his crew with a slightly larger vessel. Initially, he had intended to give them a regular sailing ship, but Ling Tian had declined that offer. Ling Tian was not keen on missing the opportunity to encounter the Mary, which was why he had refrained from retrieving the large ship from his system's space earlier. Just as Ling Tian and Buggy departed from Orange Town, a dog-headed naval ship arrived at the harbor. Upon learning that Luffy had just left, Garp immediately dispatched a crew to pursue them. Quickly, Ling Tian and his companions reached the waters off Syrup Village, as the distance between the two islands was not great, allowing them to arrive in a short span of time. Captain Usopp, a figure with hair obscuring one eye and wearing a red skull cap, rushed toward a long-nosed man. What is it, Carrot Head? Why the fuss? Usopp inquired, puzzled by the urgency of Carrot Head's demeanor. Did he come up with another trick? No, the pirate crew? It's a real pirate crew that's coming, Carrot Head exclaimed, panting heavily. What? Carrot Head, what a fine tale. Usopp, thinking Carrot Head was joking, complimented him, as they had a history of fabricating stories in this village. However, Carrot Head quickly corrected Usopp, insisting he was not lying and that a genuine pirate crew was indeed approaching Syrup Village. Nanny. Usopp was taken aback, noticing that Carrot Head did not appear to be deceiving him. Real pirates, the kind that kill and burn. Onion Head and Bell Pepper Head also looked shocked. Usopp, no longer doubting Carrot Head, sprinted toward the shore and peered through his telescope, spotting a ship adorned with a typical pirate flag approaching. Pirates, real pirates, Usopp stammered, excitement building within him. Listen up, you three. Go warn the villagers and tell them to hide. Usopp commanded, his expression grave. The trio immediately dashed toward the village, fully aware that the villagers might not believe their warning, but they felt compelled to try. Trouble. Pirates are coming, they shouted as they ran. Have you all lost your minds? A group of villagers, armed with various farming tools, scolded them, as the four were notorious for their frequent deceptions, leading the villagers to dismiss their claims. Carrot Head and the others returned to Usopp, feeling defeated when they realized the villagers did not trust them. Usopp, understanding the situation, decided to revert to his old tactics of pretending to be a fearsome figure to frighten off the pirates. Oh, Ling Tian, look ahead, the island is right there, Luffy exclaimed, racing to Ling Tian's side, shaking him in excitement. With their ship's increased size, Ling Tian had opted not to use the wind ring for flight. instead sitting alongside Luffy and Zoro. Yes, yes, Luffy, please stop shaking me. Ling Tian, feeling a bit dizzy from Luffy's enthusiasm, pleaded. Luffy, still wary of Ling Tian's love punch, complied and released him. Soon, their vessel docked at the shores of Syrup Village, revealing a quaint little settlement. There's a village. Meat, 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 Luffy declared, his thoughts immediately turning to food upon learning of the village's presence. Ling Tian shook his head, bemused by Luffy's insatiable appetite. Be careful. Someone is there. Zoro, using his instincts honed from his days as a bounty hunter, sensed that someone was hiding in the grass on the slope ahead. There. Luffy eagerly scanned the area, trying to locate the hidden individual. Spirit technique. Wind shield. Ling Tian immediately conjured a protective wind barrier around himself, Luffy, and Zoro upon hearing their conversation. Just as Ling Tian activated the shield, stones began to rain down upon them from the slope, and pirate flags were raised from the underbrush. Wow, how impressive, Luffy exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as the flags unfurled. Is this really the time for admiration? Zoro retorted, observing that only 4 individuals were visible on the shore, none of whom had drawn their weapons. Ling Tian recognized that it was merely Usopp and his 3 companions, opting to remain silent. Ha ha ha. I am Usopp, captain of the infamous pirate crew that rules this village. People praise me and call me our captain, Usopp. Usopp boasted, waving a pirate flag. Although this introduction was entirely fabricated by Usopp, Ling Tian knew that while it may be a fabrication now, the future held different possibilities. If you intend to attack this village, I advise you to reconsider, for my 8 million subordinates will not spare you. Usopp spoke animatedly, gesturing grandly as if he truly commanded an army of 80 million subordinates. Incredible, Luffy exclaimed, his admiration for Usopp evident upon hearing the claim. Zoro and Ling Tian exchanged glances, their hands covering their faces in disbelief. We don't know this guy, they muttered, quickly shifting to the side. That's a lie. Zoro discerned immediately. It's a lie. Ling Tian concurred bluntly. I've been exposed, Usopp admitted, realizing he had been found out. Ling Tian looked at Usopp with an expression of exasperation. Should he not have maintained the ruse? After all, he had just declared, I've been exposed. Zoro, upon hearing Usopp's confession, informed Luffy of the deception. He accidentally said I've been exposed, Usopp protested, twisting his body in embarrassment. Zoro felt an uncanny familiarity with Usopp. Glancing between him and Luffy, these two are strikingly similar. They are both fools. What? Is it really a lie? Luffy turned, incredulous. Zoro regarded Luffy's reaction with disbelief. It was evident to anyone with eyes that it was a trick. Ling Tian also moved a few centimeters away from Luffy. Damn schemer. 80 million is a tad exaggerated, but I do have remarkable subordinates. Usopp hastily lied again, realizing that if he couldn't drive these 3 away, Syrup Village would be in peril. The trio hidden in the grass broke into a cold sweat, fearing that the pirates would soon storm the village, wreaking havoc. There are only 3, right? Zoro quickly assessed the situation. Just 3, Ling Tian confirmed, noting the 3 individuals brandishing a pirate flag. What? Only 3? Luffy couldn't believe it. He had envisioned a formidable crew of pirates. We've been seen through. The trio in the grass stood up. Anxiety etched on their faces. Run. They discarded the pirate flag and fled. Hey, don't run away. Usopp panicked as he watched them abandon him. Then he gazed down the slope at Ling Tian and the others, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. You're quite amusing. Luffy's interest in Usopp peaked at this moment. Furthermore, Luffy was reminded of the sharpshooter from the red-haired pirates, Usopp. You little brat, don't underestimate me. I am a man of great pride, Usopp declared, pulling out his slingshot. Because of my immense pride, people call me Proud Usopp. As he spoke, he prepared to launch his slingshot. Luffy, hearing Usopp's words, adjusted his straw hat, declaring, If you've drawn your weapon, you must wager your life. Ling Tian found Luffy's imitation of Shanks odd, unsure why Luffy would mimic his words. Meanwhile, Zoro considered Luffy's statement somewhat reliable. Usopp was taken aback by Luffy's declaration. He certainly didn't wish to die. I mean, this isn't a toy meant to scare people, Luffy boasted, while Ling Tian rolled his eyes, muttering, what else would a slingshot be if not a toy? Even as a weapon, it would only become effective once Usopp upgraded it. Zoro, smirking, drew his sword slightly from his waist. What stands before you is a true pirate. Zoro intended to intimidate Usopp, and Ling Tian, observing their antics, decided to play along, drawing his own blade. Usopp, witnessing their actions, surrendered, realizing that the words and aura of genuine pirates were indeed extraordinary. Incredible. Usopp knelt, fear overtaking him. Ha 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 ha. The trio laughed heartily at Usopp's reaction. Lingtian sheathed his blade, and Luffy explained to Usopp that he was merely imitating his idol, Shanks. Usopp was astonished to learn that Luffy knew the notorious pirate. In their ensuing conversation, Usopp discovered that Luffy was also acquainted with his father, Yasopp. He then invited Lingtian and the others to the village tavern for a meal. It's delicious, isn't it? Usopp said proudly, following Luffy, as this was the tavern of his home village. I once met Yasopp on Shanks' ship when I was young. Luffy did not respond to Usopp's comment, but instead mentioned that he had encountered Yasopp on Shanks' ship. Oh, my father was on Shanks' ship. Usopp felt a swell of pride upon learning about his father's past. Shanks, that red-haired kid? Lingtian interjected, noting that he was older than Shanks, claiming that now Shanks would call him Big Brother Lingtian. Red-haired kid? Do you even know who Shanks is? Luffy exclaimed, grabbing Lingtian by the collar. Yes, indeed. That's the infamous pirate, Shanks, Usopp added, feeling a bit disgruntled at Lingtian's casual reference to Shanks. Lingtian pushed Luffy's hand away, attempting to explain, that's right. Don't be fooled by my youthful appearance. I'm actually over 50. Over 50? Both Luffy and Usopp were taken aback by Lingtian's age, astonished that this seemingly young man was so advanced in years. Zoro, too, was slightly incredulous, though he had always recognized Lingtian's strength. Lingtian, are you truly 50? Luffy inquired, intrigued. Is that really true? Are you over 50? Usopp echoed, still in disbelief, suspecting that Lingtian, like himself, was merely another trickster. It's true. Lingtian affirmed. After a series of antics, Usopp excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, assuring Luffy and the others that mentioning his name to the tavern owner would grant them a free meal. Lingtian thought Usopp's claim about the free meal was just another fabrication. To their astonishment, when Luffy told the owner it was Usopp's treat, they indeed received their meal free of charge. After satisfying their hunger, Zoro and Luffy conferred about finding a ship. Naturally, their discussion was mostly one-sided, with Zoro talking while Luffy hardly listened. Zoro was accustomed to Luffy's demeanor by now. There's a large house over there. It must belong to a wealthy person. We should investigate, Lingtian suggested, pointing to a house visible from their location. He knew it was the residence of the village's affluent resident, Kaya, and also where Usopp had claimed to be headed. Is that so? Let us go take a look, Luffy exclaimed, dashing toward what he believed would be his first pirate ship, dismissing the previous two vessels as mere lifeboats. Lingtian and Zoro hurried after Luffy, knowing his unpredictable nature could lead to unforeseen trouble. Sure enough, upon arriving at Kaya's estate, they witnessed Luffy launching himself like a cannonball into the grounds. Lingtian and Zoro had grown accustomed to Luffy's impulsive behavior. Ah, Luffy declared. Successful landing, he proclaimed from the ground. Was that truly a safe landing? Zoro, listening to Luffy's words, scoffed. Isn't it clearly a failed landing? Meanwhile, Lingtian felt that, for Luffy, it was a successful arrival, considering Luffy was a rubber man. Are you all right? The kind-hearted Kaya looked at Luffy sprawled on the ground and immediately grew concerned, hastily asking I'm fine. I'm fine, Luffy replied. They all came from afar, drawn by my exploits. Usopp, fearing Kaya might be alarmed by Luffy's state, quickly fabricated a lie. No, that's not it. I have a request, Luffy interjected, eager to avoid becoming an unwitting member of someone else's pirate crew, even if it meant lying. Seeing Luffy unharmed, Lingtian tugged Zoro and soared into Kaya's estate. Honestly, always causing such chaos, Lingtian remarked. Hee, my apologies, Luffy responded, entirely oblivious to his blunders, prompting Lingtian to shake his head. If it were someone else, he would certainly have drawn his sword. However, with Luffy, Lingtian felt it was best to let it go. A request. For me? Kaya inquired, noticing Luffy appeared truly unscathed. What are you all doing here? Just as Luffy was about to ask Kaya for a pirate ship, a man clad in a suit approached. Clabater, the former captain of the Black Pirates, known as the Cunning Kuro, had grown weary of the pirate life filled with violence and sought to eliminate Kaya's family to inherit her wealth. Kaya's parents had indeed fallen victim to Kuro's machinations. Clabater, Kaya greeted the newcomer. Now, Kuro served as Kaya's personal butler and was one of her most trusted individuals. This is rather awkward. You are trespassing, Kuro stated, adjusting his glasses with a bent left hand. Who is that? Luffy, oblivious to the tension, blurted out. That is Clabater. These individuals are... Kaya began to explain that Lingtian and the others were not villains. But Kuro interrupted, denying her the chance to clarify. No need to elaborate. I shall hear your reasoning shortly. Now, please leave. Without allowing Kaya to speak further, Kuro issued an eviction order, although he was merely the butler at present. In 3 days, he would become the master of the estate. Thus, Kuro paid no heed to Kaya's sentiments. We want a ship, Luffy declared boldly, disregarding Kuro's dismissal and stating their purpose for being there. No, Kuro flatly rejected Luffy's request, considering all possessions within the estate as his own and unwilling to part with anything for these interlopers. Usopp, I've often heard tales of you, Kuro remarked, turning his attention to Usopp, who was hiding behind a tree. Realizing he had been discovered, Usopp emerged from his hiding spot. You're quite the topic of conversation in the village, Kuro continued, ignoring Usopp's expression. I hear you've been on numerous adventures. Remarkable for one so young. Kuro continued his monologue, unfazed by Usopp's demeanor. At the window, Kaya's expression shifted to one of concern as she anticipated Kuro's next words. You may call me Captain Usopp, feeling proud from Kuro's praise. Usopp interrupted him. He had no inkling of the disparaging remarks Kuro was about to make. Luffy and Zoro, catching on to Kuro's underlying intention, frowned in disapproval. Ling Tian, well aware of Kuro's forthcoming insinuations, chose not to intervene. On one hand, Ling Tian sensed the presence of a military ship landing in Xyla village, one of which he recognized as belonging to Garp, evidently pursuing Luffy. On the other hand, Ling Tian was curious to witness Usopp deliver a punch to Kuro. Captain, you say? Kuro mused, recalling his own past as captain of the Black Pirates. However, he displayed little reaction, merely adjusting his glasses as he continued. I've heard about your father. What? Usopp's comprehension dawned as he realized Kuro was not there to commend him. Clabater, don't say any more, Kaya interjected, attempting to silence Kuro. Yet, Kaya was too naive. Kuro, having already claimed the estate as his own, dismissed her protests. You are merely the son of a filthy pirate. Whatever you do, I shall not be surprised. At this, Luffy raised his head slightly, anger flickering in his eyes. He would not allow anyone to insult pirates. Kuro, however, seemed indifferent to Luffy's reaction. Might I ask you to keep away from my young mistress? Usopp, enraged by Kuro's remarks, could not tolerate anyone disparaging his father. You and the young mistress inhabit entirely different worlds. Is your motive monetary? How much do you desire? Kuro continued his unrestrained insults, causing even Kaya to lose her composure as she shouted, You've gone too far, Clabater. Apologize to Usopp immediately. Kaya, it's dangerous, Usopp cautioned, surprised by Kaya's defense, but still urging her to remain calm. Why should I apologize to such a barbaric individual, young mistress? Kuro scoffed at Kaya's command, retorting, I am merely stating facts that I truly pity you. You must harbor great resentment towards him, and towards that man who abandoned his family, valuing treasure more than kin. Clabater. Kaya could no longer endure Kuro's remarks and shouted again, hoping to silence him. You vile creature, do not speak ill of my father. Usopp descended from the tree using his grappling hook. Unable to contain his fury, why are you so agitated? In such moments, you should employ your renowned talent for deception, Kuro taunted, undeterred by Usopp's dissent. For instance, you could claim my father is merely a traveling merchant. Or perhaps that I share no blood relation with him. Enough with the noise, Usopp roared, incensed by Kuro's suggestion to deny his lineage. He launched a punch at Kuro's face, leaving Kaya in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. After all, Clabater was still her butler. Luffy and Zoro, while outwardly indifferent, felt a sense of exhilaration. They had long harbored disdain for this man and would have struck him had they not been wary of his status. Look, resorting to violence already, Kuro feigned injury, laboriously rising. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Ling Tian emerged from behind Luffy, applauding. Well done, Usopp, that was quite satisfying. Ling Tian praised Usopp, who suddenly felt bashful at the compliment. But what of it? You are undoubtedly the son of a filthy pirate, Kuro sneered again, observing Ling Tian's praise for Usopp. Usopp, incensed by Kuro's words, contemplated retaliating, but Ling Tian restrained him. What right do you have to speak of Usopp as a pirate? Former captain of the Black Pirates? Ling Tian directly exposed Kuro's disguise. Nay. Both Kaya and Luffy, as well as Zoro, were utterly astonished by Ling Tian's words, which mockingly pointed out that the scoundrel who had derided Usopp's father as a filthy pirate was, in fact, a former captain of a pirate crew. Luffy and Zoro, as comrades, held no doubts regarding Ling Tian's statement. However, Kaya was not as readily convinced. Upon hearing Ling Tian's remarks, Kuro displayed a flicker of panic, though he quickly regained his composure. As expected from someone who associates with Usopp, you must present evidence to support your claims. Kuro had little faith that the villagers would believe Usopp, the trickster. After all, he had masqueraded as a benevolent figure in the village for 3 years. I knew you would refuse to admit it, so let the professionals handle this matter, Ling Tian said, pulling Usopp a few steps back. Just as Usopp was about to express his anger, a shadow streaked down from the sky. Boom. The figure landed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Still causing chaos, I see, Ling Tian remarked as he observed the descending figure. As the smoke cleared, an elderly man clad in a white coat, emblazoned with the word justice on his back, stood before them. Grandpa. Upon seeing this figure, Luffy's scalp tingled, instantly recalling the events in Windmill Village involving Garp. Luffy. It seems there is something you need to explain to me. Garp turned to face Luffy. Grandpa, is this old man really your grandfather? Usopp asked Luffy, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this elderly figure. He could hardly believe that Luffy, a pirate, had a Navy grandfather. Zoro was equally surprised. Long time no see, old man Garp. Ling Tian greeted Garp. Oh, it's you, kid. Garp replied dismissively, clearly prioritizing his grandson. Garp. Hey Luffy, your grandpa's name is Garp. Isn't that the title of the Navy hero? Zoro immediately connected the dots upon hearing Ling Tian refer to the old man as Garp, recalling the hero who had captured the Pirate King and executed him in Loguetown. I don't know, Luffy nonchalantly responded to Zoro, completely oblivious to whether his grandfather was a Navy hero. Indeed, it is the Iron Fist Garp, Ling Tian interjected, assisting Luffy in answering Zoro's inquiry. Zoro was taken aback by Ling Tian's words but soon realized the truth. It was not surprising for someone of Ling Tian's stature to know such a figure. Just a small reputation, hardly worth mentioning, Garp said, digging in his nose and waving his hand dismissively. Navy hero. Kuro's cold sweat began to flow upon hearing their conversation. After all, this man had the capability to capture the legendary Pirate King. If his identity were exposed here, it would mean his doom. Who on earth are these people? The Navy hero Garp is the grandfather of that Straw Hat Kid. And the purple-haired fellow is conversing amiably with the Navy hero. The more Kuro pondered, the more he perspired. Although he had a certain reputation as a pirate, it was insignificant compared to Garp. Ling Tian observed Kuro, a faint smile gracing his lips. By the way, old man Garp, Ling Tian said, fixing his gaze on Kuro, this butler named Clabbit is supposedly the former captain of the Black Pirate crew. Could you look into it? Oh, you thought I couldn't prove your identity, did you? Allow me to demonstrate the capabilities of the Navy's intelligence network. Oh, this guy. Garp glanced at Kuro upon hearing Ling Tian's words. It was a startling revelation. This man indeed resembled the former captain of the Black Pirate crew. However, hadn't this fellow already been captured? Garp had frequently returned to the East Sea. Thus he had seen many bounty posters of pirates in the area. After contemplating for a moment, Garp pulled out a Den Mushi, intending to have Bogart take a look, given that Bogart was Garp's aide and often accompanied him back to the East Sea. Furthermore, Bogart was the one who typically reviewed those bounty posters. Garp had merely glanced at them, far from memorizing their details. After all, he was just a hands-off manager. Outside of combat, it was Bogart who handled all other matters. I swear. I am not a pirate. I am merely the butler of this estate. The young lady can vouch for me, Kuro exclaimed in a panic upon seeing Garp summoning someone. After all, according to the Navy's intelligence in the East Sea, he had already been apprehended. Thus, he doubted Garp would recognize him entirely. Even if Garp did recognize him, he could simply claim that he bore resemblance to the other Kuro. Let's wait for my aide to arrive before discussing this further, Garp stated. Unfazed by Kuro's pleas, Garp had heard of the Black Pirate crew, notorious for massacring civilians and even attacking the Navy on occasion. The charges were heinous. Garp could not abide the slaughter of innocent lives, let alone assaults on Navy personnel. Upon hearing Garp's words, Kuro vanished in an instant, but he soon reappeared. Just as Kuro attempted to employ his silent step, Garp swiftly seized him, for Kuro's technique was merely a rapid form of movement. The silent step was nowhere near as effective as the Navy's Six Powers technique, and even Kuro's fastest maneuver paled in comparison. Why are you running so fast? Garp pressed Kuro to the ground. Clabbit. Kaya was taken aback by Kuro's incredible speed, reinforcing her belief in Ling Tian's earlier assertion that Clabbit was indeed a captain of a pirate crew. Such speed. Zoro marveled at Garp's near-invisible velocity, pondering if this was the caliber of top-tier strength on the seas. Luffy, however, remained indifferent. He had long recognized Garp's formidable prowess. In Luffy's eyes, Garp was more powerful than anyone he had ever encountered. Soon, a man clad in gray attire, wearing a gray hat, and wielding a sizable sword appeared before Garp. Bogart. Could you determine if this fellow is a pirate? Garp asked upon Bogart's arrival, lifting Kuro for Bogart to inspect. He certainly bears a striking resemblance to Clabbit, but according to the intelligence from the East Sea, the original Clabbit has already been captured, Bogart assessed as he scrutinized Kuro. Moreover, he seems to lack Clabbit's signature weapon, the claw. Bogart searched Kuro's person, discovering no trace of the weapon that had previously defined him. Given that both Garp and Bogart pursued renowned pirates, Bogart instinctively assumed that Kuro would undoubtedly carry his weapon, the claw. Hearing Bogart's words, Kuro felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had hidden the claw after 3 years of working here. Lord Garp. Can I be released now? Kuro implored, having noted that Garp and Bogart had not found any evidence to confirm his identity. Garp, upon hearing Kuro's plea, began to suspect he had apprehended the wrong person. Although Kuro had just demonstrated his silent step, its weakness had led Garp to overlook his identity. Is this what you mean? Just as Garp was about to release Kuro, Ling Tian tossed a long, claw-like glove onto the ground. Earlier, when Garp arrived, Ling Tian had utilized his physical clone to seek out something that could affirm Kuro's identity. Indeed, this is it. This is the weapon of the former captain of the Black Pirate crew. Clabbit, the claw. Bogart picked up the claw Ling Tian had thrown, immediately recognizing it as Clabbit's signature weapon. Then there's no mistake, Garp declared. Bogart, take him aboard the warship. We will send him to impel down along with Kamenka. Upon witnessing Garp identify Kuro, Kuro attempted to reclaim his claw with a silent step, but Bogart effortlessly seized him in an instant. After all, as Garp's aide, he possessed considerable strength, having remained by Garp's side for so long. Let's leave it at that for now. Luffy, I believe you owe me an explanation. Once Garp resolved the matter with Kuro, he immediately turned his gaze towards Luffy.as for the explanation Garp offered. It was, of course, an attempt to justify Luffy's secretive escapade into piracy. The last time Ace departed, Garp had been unable to return to the East Blue due to other obligations, and by the time he was able to return, Ace's bounty had already been issued. Therefore, Garp intended to take advantage of the current situation, when Luffy had not yet been given a bounty, to bring him back. I aspire to train you into an exceptional marine, he declared. But I've already expressed my desire to become a pirate. Luffy retorted loudly, for even Garp could not dissuade him from his dream of piracy. You dare to shout at your grandfather, Garp exclaimed, seizing Luffy by the collar. My apologies, Gramps, Luffy stammered, recalling his previous experiences in Fsha Village. Consequently, these two characters, Garp and Luffy, stood there and promptly fell asleep. Look at them, asleep on their feet. Usopp marveled at the sight of Garp and Luffy dozing together. Truly, they are a family, Zoro quipped, while Ling Tian, having anticipated such an outcome, felt little surprise. Koya, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her earlier fears regarding Kuro's identity dissipating. Oh no, they've actually fallen asleep. Garp soon awoke, having gone without rest for an extended period due to a challenge to consume the most donuts. It was while reprimanding Luffy that he had dozed off. Upon awakening, he discovered Luffy, still fast asleep, and without hesitation, delivered a punch to Luffy's head. Wake up, Luffy. How could you fall asleep while receiving my loving discipline? Luffy jolted awake, feeling the sting of Garp's hockey-infused fist. Does it hurt? Aren't you made of rubber? How can you feel pain? Zoro questioned, puzzled by Luffy's reaction. The iron fist of love cannot be resisted. Garp chuckled, blowing on his fist. Ling Tian explained the concept of hockey to Zoro, intending to teach the Straw Hat crew the technique upon their arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. As for how Ling Tian would instruct them, that was of little concern. After all, with Kaido around, if he couldn't teach them himself, he could simply fly to the New World and summon Kaido to do it, given that Luffy was now effectively Kaido's brother. Imparting knowledge of hockey should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing Ling Tian's explanation, Zoro also expressed his desire for Ling Tian to teach him hockey. Hey, Ling Tian, don't say too much. What if my beloved grandson finds out? Garp admonished Ling Tian sharply. Is that so? Really? Luffy chimed in, suddenly attentive to their conversation after Garp's outburst, quickly grasping the implications of hockey. Oh no, Garp thought, realizing that Luffy had caught on to the discussion of hockey due to his earlier reprimand. How could he continue to reprimand Luffy openly now? He turned to Ling Tian with a look of reproach. Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was not his fault. Soon after, Garp, having finished scolding Luffy and recognizing his unwavering determination to become a pirate, refrained from further opposition. Instead, he offered Luffy some words of advice before escorting Monka and Kuro back to the Marine headquarters. Miss Koya, would it be possible for you to sell us a ship? Ling Tian inquired once Garp had departed. Koya agreed and sold them a sailboat, naming it after another one of her caretakers. Mary. Ling Tian retrieved some gold from his system space to pay Koya and used a universal medicine from his system to cure her illness. Had Chopper learned that Ling Tian had given Koya the universal medicine, he would have undoubtedly been shocked. Ling Tian was aware of this, which is why he still kept one last universal medicine in his system space. Well then, let us set sail. Luffy shouted from the deck of the Mary. Goodbye, Luffy. The next time we meet, we may be rivals, Usopp said, also deciding to venture forth and become a pirate like his father. What are you saying? We are already comrades, aren't we? Luffy replied, asserting their bond. Indeed, come on board. Zoro welcomed Usopp as a fellow crew member. That's right. We have always been partners, haven't we? Ling Tian added with a smile, inviting Usopp onto the ship. Usopp, somewhat astonished by their words, bid Koya farewell before boarding the Mary. Since I'm on the ship, I suppose I'm the captain, right? Usopp declared as soon as he stepped aboard. What are you talking about? I am the captain, Luffy countered without hesitation. Now that we have a pirate ship, we need to create a pirate flag, Ling Tian suggested, observing the playful banter between Usopp and Luffy. All right, a pirate flag it is, Luffy exclaimed, excited at the prospect. For what kind of pirate crew could do without a flag? Usopp immediately set about designing one. How about this? Usopp presented a pirate flag featuring a skull with a long nose. The result was predictable. Luffy promptly punched him, asserting that he was the true captain of the ship. After being reprimanded, Usopp obediently created a new flag adorned with a straw hat. Excellent. This is our pirate flag, Luffy declared, satisfied with the design. Subsequently, Ling Tian and Zoro hoisted the flag onto the sails of the Mary. After finishing this task, Ling Tian contemplated a lottery draw, recalling his promise to Luffy to procure a wind ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of ordinary water. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a small fan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a silver tier item, the wind ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gold tier weapon, true words, comparable to a fine sword in the pirate world. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gold tier weapon, the bloodthirsty demon blade, comparable to an unparalleled sword. Ling Tian executed a 50 draw and obtained 4 wind rings, 2 swords, and a variety of miscellaneous items. He promptly examined these treasures. Wind ring, a silver tier item that grants the ability to allow living beings to fly, albeit possessing only this singular capability. True words, a weapon comparable to a fine sword in the pirate world, once wielded by a renowned swordsman from another realm. However, it vanished following the demise of that great swordsman. Ling Tian, upon reviewing this description, harbored serious doubts about the weapon's origins, suspecting it had been acquired by the system following the swordsman's downfall. However, without evidence, he felt hesitant to voice his concerns. Bloodthirsty Demon Blade, a malevolent sword forged from the blood of an entire city combined with magical crystals by a demonic cultivator from a certain realm. Due to its ability to drive its wielder into madness, transforming them into a merciless killer, it was aptly named Bloodthirsty. Note: this blade possesses a unique ability that the host must discover on their own. Warning: use of this blade should be approached with extreme caution unless one possesses immense willpower. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mindless puppet, devoid of mercy. Ling Tian gazed at the bloodthirsty blade, which was said to rival the finest swords in the pirate world. Feeling somewhat astonished, this demonic weapon was indeed formidable, and beyond that, it harbored a unique ability. He contemplated testing its power. However, as he grasped the blade, he sensed an unexpected resistance emanating from it. What on earth? Is this what they call a weapon spirit? I refuse to believe it. Ling Tian could hardly fathom that a mere knife could reject him. He attempted to seize the weapon forcefully, with a resounding crash. The bloodthirsty blade unleashed a blinding crimson light, sending Ling Tian hurtling against a nearby rock, not far from the merry-go. This outcome was primarily due to Ling Tian's utter lack of defenses. Otherwise, the knife's power would have only caused him to stagger back a few paces. What's the matter? Luffy and Usopp, who were adjusting the cannons nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Zoro, too, leapt down from the lookout. To their astonishment, they found a knife radiating a sanguine glow embedded in the ship, while Ling Tian was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Ling Tian lay sprawled on the rock, gazing at a man brandishing the knife and pointing it menacingly at him. As he focused, he realized, wait, isn't that the legendary swordsman, Johnny? Hey, you! Johnny shouted at Ling Tian, his face contorted with rage. Ling Tian could surmise the reason for Johnny's fury. It was likely due to his crashing into the rock while Johnny was busy treating his companion. Joseph, exacerbating Joseph's injuries. Yes, my apologies, Ling Tian acknowledged, aware that his actions were somewhat disrespectful towards them. Apologies are of no use. Look at what you've done to my partner. Johnny berated him without a hint of gratitude. All right, I will help you heal your partner. Ling Tian, recognizing his fault, resolved to treat Joseph. After all, these two were Zoro's subordinates, and he felt compelled to assist rather than stand idly by, casting a healing spell. Ling Tian endeavored to mend Joseph's wounds, yet Joseph remained unconscious. This was due to Joseph suffering from scurvy, which meant that even with his injuries healed, he would not awaken without fresh fruit. Why hasn't Joseph woken up yet? Johnny snapped at Ling Tian, frustrated by Joseph's continued unconsciousness. He has scurvy and needs some fresh fruit, Ling Tian explained as he retrieved some fruit from his system space and fed it to Joseph. He should wake up shortly. After administering the fruit, he turned to Johnny for clarification. Johnny, though skeptical, softened his demeanor, especially since Ling Tian had healed Joseph's wounds. At that moment, a dark crimson beam shot up from the merry-go. This is bad, Ling Tian thought, recalling that the bloodthirsty essence still lingered on the ship. You stay here and take care of Joseph, he instructed before darting back towards the merry-go. Is he a devil fruit user? Johnny pondered, recalling the legends of the sea as he watched Ling Tian ascend. He considered following the crimson beam but hesitated, glancing at the unconscious Joseph. Moments earlier, upon hearing the noise, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp had hurried to the spot where Ling Tian had been, only to find he had already been blasted hundreds of meters away to the rocks. Where's Ling Tian? Luffy exclaimed, looking around in confusion. Usopp joined him in searching for Ling Tian, while Zoro remained unperturbed. Confident in Ling Tian's strength, what a sharp knife, Zoro muttered, gazing at the bloodthirsty blade embedded in the deck, his eyes visibly reddening. Luffy and Usopp, preoccupied with their search, failed to notice Zoro's transformation. Mine, Zoro murmured. No, wait, he added, clutching his head in confusion. Why? Why do you reject me? With me, you could wield the world's strongest power and achieve anything you desire. A raspy voice echoed in Zoro's mind. No. I will achieve my goals solely through my own abilities. Zoro shouted defiantly, swiftly distancing himself from the bloodthirsty blade. Luffy and Usopp, startled by Zoro's outburst, rushed to his side. What's wrong, Zoro? Is there an enemy? They inquired, alarmed at his agitated state. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I've encountered someone so intriguing. A raspy voice emanated from the bloodthirsty blade. Suddenly, they witnessed the blade levitate, a torrent of blood surging forth and coalescing into a blood-colored figure wielding the knife. You are a cursed blade, Zoro stated, fixating on the sanguine apparition. Cursed blade? What is that? Usopp's complexion turned pale upon hearing Zoro's words. Ha ha ha, cursed blade? Hardly. I am the illustrious demon blade. The blood-colored figure scoffed. A cursed blade merely possesses a hint of autonomy due to the countless lives it has taken. While I possess a complete spirit, a true spirit with intelligence, though I cannot yet manifest in human form, that day will come soon. Demon blade? Zoro questioned, perplexed by this unfamiliar term. Kid, I find you rather interesting. How about a duel? If you win, I shall become your weapon, and you will wield me as you see fit. The sanguine figure disregarded Zoro's confusion and boldly challenged him. It was intrigued by Zoro's ability to resist its allure. Should Zoro prove strong enough, it might even consider him a suitable master. In contrast, the figure felt an innate trepidation towards Ling Tian, sensing a dark energy within him that surpassed its own. It feared that one day, should it fall under Ling Tian's control, it might lose its consciousness entirely. Very well. If I win, you shall become my sword, Zoro declared, fixing his gaze on the blood-colored figure and the knife it wielded. Ha 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 ha. As expected of someone I have my eyes on, you possess spirit, the sanguine figure exclaimed, enveloping Zoro in a dark crimson beam. Zoro, Usopp cried out, alarmed as he witnessed Zoro being surrounded by the blood-colored figure's attack. He attempted to rush to Zoro's aid but was halted by Luffy. Usopp, this is Zoro's battle, Luffy stated firmly. Though he understood the peril involved, he recognized that this was a fight Zoro must face alone. What is happening? Just as Zoro was engulfed by the black-red beam and vanished, Ling Tian returned to the merry-go. Luffy and Usopp eagerly recounted the events that had transpired. Ling Tian, taken aback by their account, realized that while he knew the bloodthirsty blade was a demon blade, he had not anticipated it possessed self-awareness. He explained the nature of the knife to Luffy and Usopp, who were equally astonished to learn it had been forged from the blood of an entire city. Within the blood-colored beam, Zoro surveyed the bizarre, black-red space, feeling an unsettling sensation beneath his feet. Welcome to my domain, the blood space, the sanguine figure introduced, revealing that this was an alternate dimensional space created by its power. No one else can enter this realm. An alternate dimension. Zoro was taken aback, realizing the blade could generate such a space. Enough chatter, let us begin, the figure urged, pointing the knife at Zoro, prompting him to draw his weapon and engage in battle. All right, Zoro replied, unsheathing the sole remaining sword he possessed, the Watakimanji, as he had lost the other two during his previous encounter with Ling Tian. Thus, Zoro now wields only the Wado Ikamanji, with a single stroke. He unleashes the one-sword style, Flying Dragon. Flame.as Zoro brandishes the Wado Ikamanji, a white flame western dragon surges towards SH, Observing Zoro's technique, SH merely flicks his wrist, drawing forth a blade of energy that cleaves Zoro's fiery dragon in twain. Nanny. Zoro is taken aback as he witnesses his attack so effortlessly bisected by SH's strike. Damn it. One sword style. 36 troublesome winds. Countless beams of sword light emanate from Zoro's Wado Ikemanji. Is this all you can muster? SH regards Zoro's displayed prowess with a shake of his head, disappointment evident in his demeanor. He then lightly swings his blade to deflect Zoro's assault. As expected. A single sword is indeed quite formidable. Zoro, witnessing SH's nonchalant defense against his technique, grits his teeth in frustration. He swiftly sheathes the Wado Ikemanji. What? Are you planning to give up? SH's disappointment deepens as he observes Zoro sheathing his sword, believing him to be on the brink of surrender. However, as Zoro returns the Wado Ikemanji to its scabbard, his aura intensifies, not giving up yet. Interesting. SH's interest peaks at Zoro's surging presence. One sword style. Aye. Lion's Song. Zoro strikes at SH with blinding speed. Clang. Although this is Zoro's most powerful attack, it is easily parried by SH. Is this truly your strongest move? SH senses Zoro's momentum plummet after executing his technique, and irritation flares within him. How weak. You are truly feeble now. SH relentlessly strikes at Zoro, who can only grit his teeth and raise the Wado Ikemanji to fend off the onslaught. He is unwilling to concede. If only he possessed 3 swords, the outcome would surely differ. SH's blade sends Zoro hurtling through the air. Is this what you call a swordsman? Do you truly aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman? Can you fulfill the promise made with Kuina in such a state? SH mocks Zoro incessantly, his unique domain allowing him to delve into the deepest thoughts of those within. Am I to perish? Zoro muses as he lies on the ground. Having been thrown aside by SH, is this my heartbeat? No, this is the heartbeat of my weapon, the heartbeat of the Wado Ikemanji. Listening to the rhythmic thumping and gazing at the Wado Ikemanji beside him, Zoro recalls his promise to Kuina. I cannot fall in such a place. Zoro rises, clutching the Wado Ikemanji. Oh, you can still stand. SH observes Zoro's resurgence, a faint smirk gracing his lips, ignoring SH's taunt. Zoro sheathes the Wado Ikemanji once more. Are you going to use that same move again? You should know it holds no efficacy against me. SH shakes his head, expecting Zoro to unveil other techniques. Yet, Zoro disregards SH's words, shutting his eyes in concentration. Thump, thump. With his eyes closed, Zoro regulates his breathing, attuning himself to the Wado Ikemanji's pulse. SH, noticing Zoro's closed eyes, senses something amiss. Zoro's aura intensifies further. One sword style. Aye. Lion's Song. Zoro strikes towards SH with the same swiftness as before. SH recognizes that Zoro is different this time, swinging his blade towards him. Unlike before, Zoro's blade now makes genuine contact with SH, leaving a scar upon his form. SH's smile widens, his amusement palpable. Ha ha ha. You are indeed the one I have chosen. Turning to face the still-closed Zoro, he laughs heartily. Zoro remains silent, one hand wielding the Wado Ikemanji as he begins to perform slow, deliberate movements in the air. To SH's astonishment, Zoro appears to transform into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand clutching a sword identical to the Wado Ikemanji, while 3 mouths each bite onto a similar blade. What is this? Even someone of SH's caliber has never witnessed such a phenomenon. Yet, he senses a resemblance between Zoro's aura and his own bloodlust. Demonic Aura. 9 sword style. Ashura. 1 misty silver. Puffed. In a flash, several sword lights flicker, and before SH can react, he is cleaved into multiple segments. Huff, huff, huff. After bisecting SH, Zoro leans heavily on the Wado Ikemanji, gasping for breath. SH, quickly restoring himself, rises anew. Nanny, are you immortal? Zoro exclaims in astonishment at SH's rapid recovery. This body of mine is merely a manifestation of condensed blood. As long as my true form contains blood, I shall not perish, SH clarifies, revealing his nature. What distinguishes that from immortality? Zoro, hearing SH's explanation, feels a touch of exasperation. Do you wish to continue fighting? Zoro, propping himself against the Wado Ikemanji, struggles to stand. No, let's call it a day. I shall reluctantly become your weapon, SH remarks with a grin as he watches Zoro's valiant effort. Upon hearing SH's words, Zoro's vision dims, and he collapses. Observing this, SH releases his blood-red domain. Zoro, what have you done to him? Upon the dissolution of SH's domain, Luffy sees Zoro sprawled on the ground and immediately adopts a combat stance. Luffy, Zoro has merely fainted. Ling Tian reassures Luffy, sensing Zoro's condition. What is your intent? Ling Tian's gaze sharpens as he assesses SH. Intent? I merely wish to test my master's strength, SH responds quickly. fearful that Ling Tian might impulsively annihilate his consciousness. Ling Tian, surprised by SH referring to Zoro as his master, contemplates. What does this mean? Do I not measure up compared to Zoro? Nevertheless, Ling Tian refrains from voicing his thoughts, instead instructing Luffy and Usopp to carry Zoro back to rest. SH, witnessing Luffy and Usopp lifting Zoro, retracts his blood energy back into his true form and approaches Zoro's side. Ling Tian, observing SH, feels a mix of disbelief and resignation. It seems he has truly acknowledged Zoro as his master. Hey, benefactor, a voice calls from outside. Ling Tian recognizes this voice, knowing that Johnny and Joseph have followed him aboard the Mary. Luffy, please step outside and bring those two in, Ling Tian requests, standing by Zoro's bedside. Determined to remain vigilant in case SH intends to act against Zoro. Although Luffy had previously informed him of SH's motives, the nature of such a being imbued with such malevolence necessitates caution. Luffy, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, promptly kicks the door open and rushes outside. Hey, Luffy! Usopp exclaims angrily, chasing after Luffy as he violently forces the door of the Mary open. Soon, Luffy and Usopp, engaged in a playful scuffle, bring Johnny and Joseph into the room. The two newcomers enter, bewildered by the sight. Moments ago, the straw-hatted figure had summoned them inside, and now another long-nosed individual was bickering with him. They silently follow along into the space. Zoro. Johnny and Joseph exclaim upon seeing Zoro lying on the bed, each pushing Usopp and Luffy aside to approach their fallen comrade. Once separated, Usopp and Luffy cease their quarrel, turning to inquire what has transpired. Johnny and Joseph arrived at Zoro's bedside to find him unconscious, and immediately drew their swords, demanding an explanation from Luffy and the others. They asked for why they did not inquire about their closest ally, Ling Tian. It was simply because Ling Tian had previously saved Joseph, leading them to naturally assume that he was a person of good character. Upon seeing Johnny and Joseph brandishing their blades towards him, Luffy lowered his straw hat, preparing to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Usopp hid behind Luffy, silently cheering him on. All right, you lot, Ling Tian interjected, stopping them from escalating the situation. He was well aware that together, Johnny and Joseph posed no threat to Luffy, who alone could easily take them down. An author chimed in. You may not be aware of the prowess of the Sword Saint and the Blade God. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Luffy and the others paused. Zoro was merely unconscious. A bit of rest would suffice. Ling Tian then proceeded to explain Zoro's condition to Johnny and Joseph, who visibly relaxed upon hearing his reassurances. After several minutes, Zoro finally regained consciousness. Big brother Zoro, you're finally awake, Johnny exclaimed as he rushed to Zoro's side. You are Johnny. What are you doing here? Zoro questioned, perplexed by Johnny's sudden presence, as he thought he was still aboard the Mary. Had everything that occurred before been a mere fabrication? However, upon noticing Luffy and Ling Tian, he dismissed the notion. Joseph took it upon himself to explain to Zoro why he and Johnny were on the Mary. Oh, I see, Zoro said, relieved by Joseph's explanation. You just woke up. It's better for you to lie still, remarked Shikshu, floating nearby and addressing Zoro. The blade spoke. Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in unison, astonished to see the sword hovering and speaking. It's all right. My body is fine, Zoro assured them, waving his hand to indicate that he was indeed unhurt. You stay put. I need to discuss something with him. Johnny, Joseph, keep an eye on Zoro, Ling Tian instructed as he took Shikshu and stepped outside. Johnny and Joseph nodded vigorously, promising to take good care of Zoro. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp followed Ling Tian outside, knowing that Zoro was fine, and resumed their earlier task of adjusting the Mary's cannons. What is your purpose? Ling Tian inquired as he brought Shikshu to the stern of the Mary. Purpose? What purpose could I possibly have? Shikshu replied, a faint blood glow emanating from its blade. While others may be unaware of your true nature, I am not a cursed blade such as you could never willingly become someone else's weapon. And what of cursed blades? Do they not deserve the right to wield their own fate? Shikshu retorted, its bloodlight flaring with anger. Ling Tian hadn't anticipated that a simple comment would provoke such fury from Shikshu. My apologies, I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense, Ling Tian said, realizing he should have chosen his words more carefully. After all, the system had only indicated that Shikshu was forged from the blood of a city by a demonic cultivator. Without mentioning any harm it had inflicted upon others, that blame would fall upon the shoulders of that sinister cultivator. Calming down after Ling Tian's apology, Shikshu proposed, if you do not trust me, I can enter into a master-servant contract with you. Shikshu expressed a keen interest in Zoro, sensing that one day, it could manifest into human form while remaining by his side. No, there is no need for that, Ling Tian responded immediately. unwilling to enter into such an agreement. After all, Shikshu was Zoro's blade and had no need to sign a contract with him. However, it was imperative that Zoro sign a contract with Shikshu, though Ling Dian had no intention of signing a contract with Shikshu. He deemed it prudent to ensure that Shikshu and Zoro entered into an agreement. Very well, I accept your terms, Shikshu replied without hesitation, acknowledging that it was already Zoro's weapon, and that signing a contract would change nothing. All right, let us proceed, Ling Dian said. By the way, why did you not choose me as your master? In terms of strength, I should surpass Zoro. Ling Dian was curious as to why Shikshu had rejected him as a master. After all, in terms of both strength and experience, he believed he was superior to Zoro, and he could not fathom Shikshu's reasoning. Because I sense a formidable power within you. I do not believe I could control you. And I fear that being near you would lead to my own consumption, Shikshu explained after a moment of contemplation. It felt there was no reason to hide the truth. Firstly, it was already Zoro's weapon, and Ling Dian had no grounds to erase its consciousness. Secondly, it saw no merit in concealment. Upon hearing Shikshu's words, Ling Dian glanced at the lightning at his waist, understanding the implications of Shikshu's statement. The ninth seal of the lightning was known as Doomsday, possessing the ability to consume all, a true harbinger of destruction. Even Ling Dian, upon breaking the ninth seal, would lose all awareness, becoming a mere puppet driven by destruction. However, Ling Dian did not believe he would require such power in the world of pirates, even against beings like I'm. Acknowledging this, Ling Dian chose to cease the conversation with Shikshu. He led Shikshu into Zoro's room, only to discover it was empty. These fellows, Ling Dian mused, shaking his head, suspecting that Luffy had likely summoned Johnny and Joseph outside. Have you finished your discussion? Zoro asked as Ling Dian entered. Nodding, Ling Dian placed Shikshu beside Zoro. Zoro, sign the contract with him. Contract? Zoro queried, puzzled by Shikshu's presence next to him. Let us begin, Shikshu, Ling Dian instructed, ignoring Zoro's confusion as he initiated the contract ritual. Upon hearing Ling Tin's command, Shikshu's blade glowed crimson, and a strange totem emerged from its blade. The totem imprinted itself onto Zoro's chest, and soon a parchment inscribed with indecipherable characters appeared above both Zoro and Shikshu. Ling Dian recognized it as the master-servant contract. Drip your blood onto it, Shikshu advised Zoro. Following the instruction, Zoro bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the contract. Shikshu also released a drop of its own blood, which was distinct from Zoro's. It was its true bloodline essence. As both droplets touched the contract, they merged into a chain that encircled Shikshu. The contract is complete, Shikshu announced, its energy noticeably diminished, while Zoro's presence grew stronger. Ling Dian nodded, offering Zoro a few words of encouragement before departing. As Ling Dian left, Shikshu's blood enveloped Zoro. What are you doing? Zoro asked, intrigued by the blood covering him, though he held no concerns about Shikshu's intentions. He could feel a bond between his life and Shikshu. If he were to perish, Shikshu would not survive either. Without responding to Zoro's inquiry, Shikshu continued to envelop him in blood. My injuries have healed, Zoro said in shock, noticing that the sword wounds inflicted by Shikshu had vanished. Oh, you remember what I mentioned about my body's composition, Shikshu remarked after healing Zoro's injuries. Now that we are one, as long as my blood remains, you will not perish, nor will you suffer harm. Shikshu elucidated the benefits of their newly formed contract. Is it solely reliant on blood? Zoro inquired, curious, though he was a pirate. He had no desire for indiscriminate slaughter. Sensing Zoro's apprehension, Shikshu reassured him, it does not have to be blood. Any form of energy will suffice. For instance, food and certain metals can also be utilized. Due to his previous master's incessant bloodshed, the entity known as bloodthirst now finds itself sustained solely by sanguine energy. However, other sources can also replenish its vitality, albeit not as abundantly as fresh blood. Upon hearing Bloodthirst's words, Zoro felt a sense of relief. If it were mere food, he believed it would pose no significant issue. He even harbored a peculiar notion that the chef aboard their pirate crew was somewhat incompatible with him. Once Zoro's body had recuperated, he strode outward, wielding Bloodthirst and the sword Wadikamanji. Naturally, when discussing a pirate crew, one must think of the musician. It's the chef. As Zoro stepped outside, he overheard a conversation between Luffy and Usopp. What's this? Are we going to seek out the chef next? Zoro inquired curiously, having just forged a pact with Bloodthirst. It's because Johnny mentioned that Joseph's scurvy stemmed from a lack of fresh food. Hence our intention to find a chef, Usopp explained to Zoro as he emerged. Luffy nodded in agreement, although he was still rather keen on locating a musician. However, he deemed it a matter of fate. If we are to search for a chef, I happen to know an excellent place. Ling Tian recalled a pirate crew he had previously rescued on the Grand Line, known as the Chef Pirate Crew. The captain of that ship is now the head chef at the floating restaurant Bar Tai, and Sanji, The chef of the Straw Hat Pirates currently serves as Zeph's sous chef. Oh, really? Luffy exclaimed, extending his arm towards Ling Tian. Have you heard of the Baratai restaurant? It's the one situated on the ocean, right? Indeed, if we are in search of a chef, Baratai is the place to go. Johnny and Joseph chimed in, confirming their familiarity with it. After Ling Tian explained the situation regarding Baratai, Luffy expressed great interest, promptly setting their sights on it. With Nami absent from the ship, it was only natural for the task of navigation to fall upon Ling Tian. Wow, such a massive fish! Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he leaned over the railing of the Mary, gazing at a ship shaped like a fish ahead. Clearly, that S.A. ship, Usopp remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm at Luffy's misconception. Really? I thought it was a Sea King, Luffy replied, finally realizing his mistake. It's obviously a ship, came the chorus from Johnny and Joseph in the background. Are you all looking at the same thing? Zoro questioned, bemused by their focus on the floating restaurant. Indeed, Ling Tian echoed, sharing in the bemusement, for a naval vessel was sailing parallel to the Mary, heading towards the Baratai. A warship, Luffy exclaimed, turning to see the ship alongside them. Surprise evident on his face, Usopp, upon hearing Luffy's outburst, also turned around, yet he exhibited no sign of alarm upon seeing the warship. Ling Tian found this peculiar. Usopp, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? I am Captain Usopp. Usopp retorted nonchalantly. The truth was, Usopp's lack of fear stemmed from having previously inquired about Ling Tian's identity from Luffy. After all, during their time in Syrup Village, Ling Tian had engaged in a rather amiable conversation with Luffy's grandfather. When Luffy had tossed a bounty notice to Usopp, the latter's face had turned pale upon seeing Ling Tian's bounty, only to realize that they were likely crewmates. Shouldn't it be their enemies who should be frightened? Hence, Usopp was unfazed by the warship, especially with someone as formidable as Ling Tian around. Ling Tian observed Usopp's lack of trepidation, puzzled. Has Usopp's character improved? However, he chose not to voice his thoughts, instead redirecting his gaze towards the naval vessel. Meanwhile, Johnny and Joseph discreetly retreated back to the Mary's cabin, as Ling Tian and the others were pirates while they were bounty hunters, wishing to avoid detection. Though, even if they were seen, it wouldn't have mattered. What an unfamiliar pirate flag! A naval officer, dressed in a white striped uniform and sporting a pair of tiger-striped gloves, emerged. I am Lieutenant Hoppity of the Navy. Who is your captain? State your name. I am Luffy. I am Usopp. The duo replied in succession. The pirate flag was freshly minted just the day before. Upon hearing Usopp state his name, Luffy felt a twinge of jealousy, suspecting that Usopp was trying to usurp his position as captain. The pirate flag was drawn by me, Luffy declared. Little did he know, Usopp immediately countered that he had drawn the pirate flag. Luffy shot an irked glance at Usopp, but chose not to further argue. What exactly are they competing over? Bloodthirst, hanging at Zoro's waist, was equally curious about the competition between Luffy and Usopp. Who knows? Zoro mused, resolving within himself never to engage in such foolish rivalries. What are you two up to? Hoppity observed Luffy and Usopp with an expression of incredulity. Those two over there, I believe, are a pair of bounty hunters targeting small fry, Hoppity remarked, eyeing Johnny and Joseph, who were peeking out from the Mary's cabin. Nanny. Johnny and Joseph were incensed upon hearing Hoppity's words. Have we finally been captured by pirates? This is utterly ridiculous. Hoppity dismissed their outrage and continued, we should take our leave. Just then, a woman clad in a red dress stepped forward. Her intentions aligned with their destination, the Baratai. Can you genuinely claim these are bounty hunters targeting small fry? Johnny fumed as he pulled out a handful of bounty notices from his clothing. Ling Tian noticed that among the notices Johnny scattered, one bounty for a fishman was marked with a large cross. All right, let us enter the restaurant. How bothersome. Sink that ship, Hoppity ordered, ignoring Johnny completely. That man dares not regard us with respect. Next time, he shall pay dearly. Johnny and Joseph seethed at Hoppity's blatant disregard for them. Ling Tian picked up one of the scattered bounty notices featuring the fishman's image, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. This is the bounty for the fishman Arlong, he remarked. Johnny, noticing Ling Tian's grasp on the notice, felt compelled to explain, anxious that Ling Tian might not understand its significance. Indeed. But I've heard that the fishman Arlong was dealt with by a certain pirate crew called the Buggy Pirates. Johnny replied wistfully, as their original target had been Arlong. Although they currently lacked the strength to defeat him, they held firm in their belief that one day they would triumph over the fishman. Upon hearing Buggy's name, Luffy approached eagerly. We ought to retrieve our navigator. Ling Tian tossed Arlong's bounty notice to Luffy. Is that so? Then let us set off immediately, Luffy exclaimed, excitement bubbling at the prospect of bringing Nami aboard their ship. You fool, we must first find a chef, Ling Tian interjected, delivering a light punch to Luffy's head, albeit without the application of haki this time. I say, aren't you too mindful of the warship? Zoro remarked, amused by the exchange between Ling Tian and Luffy. Ha. Why not just take him down? Ling Tian observed Zoro's demeanor, which resembled that of a formidable adversary, yet he remained unfazed. Previously, when Zoro had mentioned that he could hear the voice of the sword Wado Ikamanji, Ling Tian had speculated that Zoro had likely comprehended the art of cutting iron. Therefore, he wished to see if Zoro could slice through this warship. Slice through this warship? Are you jesting? Zoro responded with a hint of astonishment. Although he had indeed grown considerably stronger since his battle with the Bloodthirsty, he believed he had yet to reach the level required to cleave a warship in twain. Intriguing. Let us give it a try. Bloodthirsty also expressed eagerness upon hearing Ling Tian's words. Ignoring Zoro, Ling Tian directly tossed the truth he had obtained from the last lottery to him. Zoro, catching the truth, felt a surge of anticipation. As he had never attempted to slice a ship before. 3 sword style, Bloodbird, predation. With Wado Ikamanji clenched between his teeth, Zoro drew the truth, and his bloodlust surged. He then swung a massive crimson bird towards the warship. Clang! 6 deep gashes appeared on the warship, cleaving it into 7 segments. Incredible, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of Zoro effortlessly slicing the warship. The fact that he had truly severed it astounded him. Usopp trembled at the sight of Zoro's feat. Of course. Indeed, Zoro is remarkable. Johnny and Joseph, though somewhat taken aback by Zoro's prowess, immediately praised him as loyal subordinates. Zoro, gazing at the severed warship, found it hard to believe. Ling Tian had anticipated such an outcome, given that Zoro had mastered the art of cutting iron. However, slicing a captain's warship was no trivial matter. Of course, Zoro was only capable of cleaving a warship of that rank. If it were a vice admiral's ship, he would likely leave only a mere scratch. Indeed, Zoro is extraordinary, Bloodthirsty remarked, somewhat inexplicably. Ha. What are you talking about? Zoro inquired, puzzled by Bloodthirsty's cryptic comment. No. I meant it is fitting that he is the master of this sword. Bloodthirsty quickly amended his statement. After all, Zoro had only severed the warship after the departure of Habedi, who was unaware that his vessel had been destroyed. He still believed that sound was merely the cannon fire of his ship bombarding the Mary. At the moment Zoro cleaved the warship, no one noticed a man stealthily rowing away in a small boat. Soon, the Mary docked beside Baratai. Unlike the original story, Luffy was not compelled to work for Zeph, as Zoro had destroyed the warship. Furthermore, due to the size of the Mary and the fact that the aforementioned man had not eaten in quite some time, Luffy and his crew arrived at Baratai even sooner than he did. Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat meat, Luffy shouted as he burst through the doors of Baratai. Ling Tian and the others had long since grown accustomed to Luffy's exuberant personality and found nothing amiss. On the other hand, Habedi, seated nearby, turned pale upon witnessing Luffy and his crew enter, realizing they had not been sunk into the sea. However, Habedi did not dare to speak, for if they had survived a ship's cannon fire, their strength must be considerable. Zoro also noticed Habedi but chose to ignore him. Someone like him was no longer worth Zoro's effort, unless he were to attack first, of course. Meat, meat, meat. Hurry up with the meat, Luffy exclaimed as he sat down. Welcome, guest. May I ask if you have any money? A man of disproportionate stature approached Luffy. I have no money, Luffy replied candidly to Patty, revealing his lack of funds. Without money, you are no guest, Patty retorted angrily upon hearing Luffy's admission. He would not serve those who were broke. In his view, money equated to divinity, while poverty rendered one worthless. Luffy was taken aback by Patty's sudden fury. This is our meal money. Also, please summon your head chef. Ling Tian tossed a bag of berries to Patty, indicating his desire to meet Zeph. Upon counting the berries, Patty's demeanor shifted to a bright smile. Very well, please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Luffy was astonished by Patty's rapid change in expression. What is wrong with this person? Usopp wondered, equally perplexed. Ling Tian and Zoro, however, were unperturbed, as they were seasoned travelers unlike Luffy and Usopp. Ha ha ha, what brings you here, young lad? An elderly man with a broken leg approached Ling Tian with a hearty laugh. Long time no see, Zeph, Ling Tian responded, feeling a sense of joy at reuniting with a friend from the East Blue. Likely the only ones he could claim were Zeph and Garp. What brings you here, young man? Zeph inquired as he took a seat beside Ling Tian, stroking his beard. Is this your friend? Usopp asked curiously upon witnessing the banter between the old man and Ling Tian. Ah, this is the captain of the Cook pirate crew, known as Red Leg Zeph. Ling Tian introduced Zeph to Luffy and the others. Oh, the captain of a pirate crew. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King, Luffy declared, stepping beside Zeph to introduce himself. As soon as Luffy proclaimed his ambition to become the Pirate King, The restaurant fell into an eerie silence. What had they just heard? The Straw Hat Kid claimed he wanted to become the Pirate King. Hobbity, seated in a corner, was more astonished than anyone else present. What did the Straw Hat Kid just say? Monkey D. Luffy. The surname Monkey. Isn't that the family name of Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy? Ha ha ha, the Pirate King? He certainly possesses audacity, but the Grand Line is not so easily traversed. Zeph chuckled at Luffy's declaration. Ahem, this is my captain, Ling Tian interjected, clearing his throat to clarify that Luffy was indeed his captain. Nanny, this guy is your captain? Zeph, aware of Ling Tian's strength, was taken aback upon learning that this straw-hatted fellow was his subordinate. Indeed, we intend to seek a chef here, Ling Tian stated plainly, revealing his purpose for visiting. After contemplating for a moment, Zeph thought of his sous chef, Sanji. Sanji's dream aligned with his own. They both sought the legendary All Blue, a sea said to contain every ingredient in the world. I do have someone in mind for you to take with you, Zeph said after considering. Damn old man, I have no intention of leaving here, a voice interjected from the side. A man in a suit glared at Zeph, clearly displeased. This was none other than Sanji, the sous chef of Baratai. Upon hearing Zeph's mention of someone he wanted to send away with the pirates, Sanji immediately understood that Zeph was referring to him, while he too yearned to set sail in search of the legendary All Blue. He felt compelled to remain, for Zeph had sacrificed his own leg to save him. Thus, Sanji resolved to stay and care for this man, who treated him better than his own father. At least until Zeph's passing. Sanji had no intention of setting sail. Enough chatter, Sanji. I said go, so go. A person like you will only harm my business here, Zeph commanded without hesitation. Damn old man, that's enough. Just because I'm not arguing with you doesn't mean you can push me around, Sanji retorted, knowing full well that Zeph likely had his best interests at heart. However, he was not ready to leave Baratai just yet. Bang! Just then, a pirate barged into Baratai and fired a gun haphazardly. Ling Tian recognized this figure as the infamous Akin, a character said to be behind all the scenes whenever someone was not visibly present. Welcome, guest. May I ask if you have any money? Patty regarded Akin, indifferent to whether he was a pirate or a potential threat. As long as there was wealth involved, Akin remained a client. However, if there was no money, he demanded, hurry up and serve me. Akin leveled his gun at Patty. The latter quickly deduced that Akin was likely broke, and with no money, he was no longer a customer. Patty swiftly knocked Akin to the ground, delivering several blows before dragging the barely conscious Akin and tossing him onto the deck of the Baratai. See, this is what happens when you have no money. I advise everyone against dining and dashing, or you'll end up like Akin. Sanji, witnessing Akin's fate, quietly retreated to the kitchen. May I take my captain to meet our future chef? Ling Tian asked Zep while observing Sanji's silent return to the kitchen. Do as you wish, Zep replied, limping away towards the kitchen. Come with me, Luffy. Ling Tian pulled Luffy towards the back of the Baraty's deck. Meat, meat, meat. Ling Tian, that's my meat, Luffy exclaimed, seizing all the meat from the table. Luffy. Both Zoro and Usopp shouted, and sensed that Luffy had taken all the freshly served meat, and they immediately set off to give him a beating. Fortunately, Ling Tian intervened, telling them they could order anything they wanted as it was his treat, allowing Luffy to evade Zoro and Usopp's wrath. What are you dragging me out here for, Ling Tian? Luffy complained as they reached the deck, but upon seeing Akin, he ceased his complaints and offered his meat to him. Here, eat up, Luffy said with a beaming smile. Are you pitying me? Akin retorted angrily upon receiving the food. Despite his hunger, his pride forbade him from accepting charity. If you don't eat, you won't see the sun tomorrow, Sanji chimed in, emerging with a bowl of fried rice, upon witnessing Luffy's act of kindness. Sanji felt a newfound respect for him, though Luffy remained oblivious to this fact. You're not so bad, he thought as he observed Sanji cooking for Akin. As Akin devoured the fried rice and meat. Luffy clapped his hands and exclaimed, All right, I've made up my mind. Made up your mind about what? Sanji was startled by Luffy's sudden outburst. He, you should be my chef. I decline, Sanji replied without a moment's hesitation. No, I reject your rejection, Luffy insisted stubbornly. Ling Tian and Zep watched the playful banter between their captain and Sanji with amused expressions. So, what do you think of my captain? Ling Tian asked. Humph, he is about on par with my boy, Zep replied, both men sharing a satisfied glance at the amusing exchange below. Meanwhile, Akin had finished his meal and was preparing to leave on his small boat. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Sanji, but accepting a meal from you might lead to repercussions. Akin knelt before Sanji on his vessel. What are you talking about? Sanji retorted, tossing the plate he had given Akin into the sea. Now there is no evidence, is there? Thank you very much, Mr. Sanji, Akin said. Bowing deeply. No worries, Sanji replied. Don't go hungry again, Akin, both Luffy and Sanji called out as they watched him depart. After Akin's departure, the banter resumed between Sanji and Luffy, continuing until Luffy's hunger compelled him to relent. Having consumed all the meat, Luffy returned to the dining area only to be swiftly restrained by Zoro and Usopp, who forcefully shoved meat into his mouth, courtesy of Johnny and Joseph. "Let go of me." "Zoro, Usopp," Luffy protested, glaring at his friends. Yes, open up," Ling Tian said, offering a piece of meat to Luffy, who eagerly accepted it. Had Ling Tian not withdrawn his hand, Luffy might have inadvertently bitten it off. "I want more." "Ling Tian, sure thing," came the reply, leading to a chaotic scene where Zoro and Usopp held Luffy, while Johnny and Joseph fed Zoro and Usopp meat, with Ling Tian continuing to serve Luffy. "You old coot. I'm the sous chef here." Just then, the second floor of the dining area collapsed, causing Zepp and Sanji to tumble down. "You're prone to conflict," Zepp remarked, belittling Sanji, "especially when you see a woman. You rush over to flatter her, yet can't cook a decent meal. For Baratai, you're merely a burden. You might as well join them as pirates." Zepp's words cut deep, exposing Sanji's shortcomings. "What? So you're just a lecherous toad?" Zoro ridiculed, eager to mock Sanji. "What did you say, Mosshead? Be careful or I'll kick you away," Sanji threatened, bristling at Zoro's comment. "I'll cut you down before you can kick me," Zoro shot back defiantly. "Look at that. You seem to get along just fine with them," Zepp commented as he observed the argument. "Who gets along with this lecherous toad?" Sanji and Zoro exclaimed in unison. "Isn't it obvious?" Luffy chimed in, laughing at the spectacle. Usopp also agreed that Sanji and Zoro were quite the pair. "You might as well join them in piracy," Zepp taunted. "Nanny, don't push your luck, old man," Sanji retorted, angrily grabbing Zepp by the collar. "How dare you grab the boss's collar? What kind of behavior is that?" Zepp scolded, breaking free of Sanji's grip and tossing him towards Ling Tian's table. Zoro and Luffy quickly cleared the food-laden plates from the table. "That was close. I almost missed out on the meat." Luffy sighed in relief upon seeing the food intact. "Watch it, lecherous toad," Zoro scolded Sanji. Realizing the food was unharmed, Sanji relaxed but intended to apologize to the guests, only to realize he was addressing Zoro's table, prompting him to remark, "What a pity it didn't land on you, Nanny." Zoro growled, furious that Sanji dared to mock him instead of apologizing. Had his hands not been occupied with plates, he would have taken action against the lecherous chef. "Listen well, old man. No matter how much you try to drive me away, I will remain here as a chef until you die," Sanji declared, ignoring Zoro's murderous glare. Zepp responded, "I have no intention of dying. I plan to live for another 100 years. It's wonderful that you can agree. Now you can become a pirate," Luffy said cheerfully. Oblivious to the underlying tension, Sanji quickly asserted that he had no desire to become a pirate and proceeded to set his overturned table right. "Don't you wish to apologize to us? Be careful, or I might report you, you lecherous cook," Usopp warned as he attempted to leave after Sanji restored the table. "Didn't I serve you rough tea? You should be grateful, long nose," Sanji shot back. "Unyielding. You looking for a fight, punk? I want you hold back," Usopp challenged, pointing at Sanji while turning to Ling Tian. "Take him down, Ling Tian. Not a chance. This guy could very well be our chef in the future." "What if that fellow poisons me in the dish?" Ling Tian outright rejected Usopp's request, stating that he had no desire to meet his demise by poison. Of course, this statement was merely intended to frighten Usopp. For Sanji, as a chef, would never stoop to such treachery. "Really?" Usopp exclaimed. "Hey, Luffy, can't we switch to a different chef?" Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Usopp was immediately startled and hurried to Luffy's side, pleading that he did not wish to have this chef. "No, I want him to be our cook." Luffy firmly refused Usopp's plea. However, Sanji, overhearing Ling Tian's remarks, affirmed that as a chef, he would never engage in such vile acts. Usopp, reassured by Sanji's words, was about to find him again for further banter when he realized Sanji had already vanished. "Ha ha ha, my Usopp captain must have scared him away." Usopp laughed heartily upon noticing Sanji's absence. Meanwhile, Ling Tian and the others indulged in a lavish feast, with Ling Tian reminding them to cherish this meal, for opportunities to feast in such a manner might not arise again. The reason for this, though left unspoken by Ling Tian, was clear to all. Once Nami boarded the ship, the Straw Hat Pirate's treasure would likely fall under her stewardship. As for Ling Tian's gold and berries, he intended to entrust them all to Nami, as his system space was already brimming with items, preventing him from utilizing his numerous opportunities for draws. With the transformation of Ling Tian's lottery mechanism into countless chances, an additional rule had been imposed. One must have at least one slot available in the system space to draw. Otherwise, the items would vanish into thin air. Initially, Ling Tian had felt little concern upon departing from Rhodolia. having already given away the gold he had acquired from his system space to Buggy. Thus, he believed the situation manageable. However, upon seeking out Luffy, Ling Tian found his system space filled to capacity with gold from his lottery draws. Regarding why he did not opt for 1,000 consecutive draws to secure valuable items, it was simply that Ling Tian insisted on proving he was not a mere unlucky soul, choosing instead to draw one by one. Consequently, all he obtained were gold pieces, and by the time he realized it, his system space was overflowing with the precious metal. Due to Luffy's insistence on inviting Sanji aboard, Ling Tian and the others had already lingered at Baratai for 4 days. Usopp, with the keenest eyesight, remarked from the lookout of the Mary, observing a shadow emerging in the distance. It seems to be a ship. A ship, Luffy exclaimed, scrambling up to the lookout to gaze at the approaching vessel. Oh, what a massive ship! A huge shadow loomed closer, revealing that it was Akainu bringing Kuro to Baratai for a meal. What is going on? Why does that ship look so dilapidated? Zoro pondered, studying the vessel with confusion. What kind of person could have reduced it to such a state? The bloodthirsty, a weapon capable of rivaling the supreme Great Blade, could discern that the ship had been brutally hacked apart. As the vessel neared Baratai, Akainu assisted Kuro in disembarking from their rickety pirate ship. That is Akainu. Luffy recognized him instantly. However, Akainu ignored Luffy, directly helping Kuro into Baratai. I apologize. Could you spare me some food and water? I have money, more than enough to pay, Kuro implored upon entering Baratai, for they had not eaten or drunk anything for an extended period, having been pursued by Mihawk after their ship was destroyed. Here, Akainu, give him something to eat, Sanji said, placing a generous bowl of fried rice before Kuro, who had once known hunger himself. He cared not whether Kuro was good or bad. To him, anyone starving was a guest. Ling Tian and Luffy observed Sanji's actions from the entrance of Baratai. Kuro, upon seeing the food, devoured it ravenously, having gone far too long without sustenance. Yet, within Baratai, all the chefs opposed Sanji's decision to feed Kuro, warning him of Kuro's true nature. As the other chefs explained Kuro's character to Sanji, Kuro, now sated, rose and swung a fist at Sanji. However, Ling Tian, having anticipated this treachery, instantly teleported behind Sanji and pulled him back. See, he truly is a deceitful scoundrel, many chefs and patrons of Baratai exclaimed upon witnessing Kuro's actions. Not only the chefs and guests of Baratai deemed Kuro a despicable villain, but even Akainu stood in disbelief at Kuro's behavior. Kindness is commendable, but do remember to safeguard your own well-being, Ling Tian advised as he drew Sanji away. Thank you, Sanji replied, astonished that Kuro would dare to attack him. This is not what we agreed upon. Captain Kuro. I brought you here under the condition that no harm befall this establishment, Akainu reprimanded Kuro. Moreover, that person is our savior. Yet Kuro disregarded Akainu, seizing him and forcefully twisting Akainu's right hand until the bones creaked ominously. Ling Tian winced at Kuro's actions. You scoundrel! Luffy rushed forward upon witnessing Kuro's treatment of Akainu, but Ling Tian restrained him, for this was Zeph's restaurant, and Luffy's fighting style could potentially wreak havoc here. This restaurant is quite splendid. This ship is now mine, Kuro declared as he surveyed Baratai. In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized before Kuro, grasping his neck with one hand. Before Kuro could comprehend the situation, he found himself lifted off the ground. Captain Kuro, whether you dine here or harm the chefs, I shall turn a blind eye. However, this restaurant is the dream of 2 individuals, and it is not yours to claim at whim, Ling Tian stated, his grip firm around Kuro's neck. Although he typically refrained from intervening, this was his friend Zeph's establishment. Furthermore, since losing a leg, Zeph had abandoned his all-blue dream in favor of establishing a maritime restaurant. You claim I cannot act, yet you do so yourself, Luffy remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Tian. Zeph, observing Ling Tian's actions, understood that his friend acted out of concern for him. Otherwise, Ling Tian would have no reason to intervene. Captain Kuro, Akainu watched as beads of sweat trickled down Kuro's forehead. Unable to fathom how Ling Tian had struck so swiftly. You scoundrel. Kuro attempted to plead for release, yet he was no match for Ling Tian's strength. Farewell. Next time, think before you speak, Ling Tian said, delivering a punch to Kuro's chest, producing a cracking sound as shards of gold spilled from him. Has he fainted already? Ling Tian mused, perplexed by Kuro's timidity. His punch, Bone Fist, Shatter Gold, had merely shattered the golden armor Kuro wore, and with his controlled strength, he had not harmed Kuro himself. Ling Tian had initially intended for Kuro to serve as a sparring partner for Luffy. Captain Kuro, what have you done to him? Akainu exclaimed, drawing his weapon upon seeing Kuro unconscious. Ling Tian cast a casual glance at Akainu, nonchalantly tossing Kuro to the ground. Nothing much. He merely frightened himself into unconsciousness. He briefly explained to Akainu before instructing the chefs of Baratai to bind Kuro with chains, lock him up, and once we depart, inform the Marines. Ling Tian directly instructed Patty to confine Kruik. Akin did not voice any objections this time, as it was indeed Kruik's fault, despite him being their captain. However, Akin was not one to distinguish between right and wrong indiscriminately. Still, he pleaded with Sanji for 1,000 portions of food. As their crew had yet to eat, this request was met with outright refusal from all the chefs at Baratai, as they could not be certain that, after being fed, Kruik's crew would not come to rescue him. Take this, it is 1,000 portions of food, Zep said, tossing a large bag to Akin. Hey, chef. The others were astonished to witness Zep actually handing over 1,000 portions to Akin, yet Zep paid them no mind. Instead urging Akin to leave with the food. Akin bowed his head in gratitude to Zep and prepared to return to his comrades with the provisions. A formidable presence has arrived, Ling Tian remarked. Sensing a figure rowing with a black blade outside, Luffy and the chefs from Baratai stepped outside, eager to see how Akin would deliver the food to Kruik's pirate crew and what their response would be. With a resounding crash, they beheld Kruik's already battered ship being cleaved in two. The ship has been sliced in half. Usopp gasped in shock, although he had previously witnessed Zoro cut down a naval ship. This was an entirely different spectacle. Kruik's vessel was significantly larger than the marine ship at Hoboti. Who was that? Zoro inquired, eyeing the man on a coffin-like small boat with excitement. Although Mihawk was no longer the world's strongest swordsman, he was still the second, and Zoro yearned for a challenge. Why won't you leave us alone? Even after we've fled here, Akin shouted angrily at Mihawk. Nothing personal, just passing the time, Mihawk calmly explained. Your method of passing time is indeed peculiar. Ling Tian chuckled in response to Mihawk's words. Isn't it because they see you rowing with a black blade? How did you end up here? Mihawk expressed surprise upon noticing Ling Tian, recalling that Zifa had informed him that Ling Tian had already left Red Area. I am navigating the Grand Line with our captain. Yes, I am Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy boldly declared, stepping forward to confront Mihawk. The Pirate King? You, a mere child? Mihawk scoffed, observing the countless pirates in this age of piracy who aspired to that title. Yet none had succeeded. I can, and I will become the Pirate King, Luffy asserted defiantly, staring at Mihawk. Mihawk regarded Luffy with a silent smile, his attention drawn to the straw hat atop Luffy's head. That hat seems to belong to Shanks, does it not? Mihawk, I initially set sail for you, Zoro confessed. Though my goal has shifted, I still wish to test your strength. He unsheathed his 3 swords. Is that the legendary swordsman second only to Ling Tian? The sword, sure we, remarked, eager to gauge the prowess of the fabled swordsman. With Zoro present, he felt assured of his safety. A talking sword. Mihawk was slightly taken aback by Shihue's comment. I apologize, I have no smaller blades. However, the aloof Mihawk displayed no emotion, instead retrieving a small knife. Though Zoro's strength had vastly surpassed his original counterpart, to Mihawk, the difference remained negligible. What do you mean by that? Zoro retorted angrily, recalling how Ling Tian had drawn 2 blades when they fought. While Mihawk appeared to underestimate him. In truth, Ling Tian had merely drawn 2 blades to spare Zoro from embarrassment. In a life-or-death duel, Ling Tian could have dispatched him effortlessly with just his bare hands. You have yet to earn the right to make me draw knight, Mihawk said dismissively, turning his head. As a top-tier swordsman, Mihawk recognized the gap between him and Zoro the moment Zoro drew his 3 swords. Do not underestimate me, Zoro shouted as he charged at Mihawk. Mihawk merely shifted his body slightly to evade Zoro's attack. Although he had previously been defeated by Ling Tian, that was due to Ling Tian possessing the world's strongest swordsmanship. How is this possible? How can our differences be so vast? Zoro pondered in disbelief as he swung his sword. With a swift motion, Mihawk wielded his small knife to repel Zoro. Pitiful weakling, you should now comprehend the disparity between us. 3-sword style, blood demon, sharp fang. Zoro, ignoring Mihawk's taunt, unleashed a blood-red figure that lunged at Mihawk. With a swift slice, Mihawk cleaved the blood-red maw in 2. Weakling, what do you hope to achieve by persisting? Mihawk inquired, intrigued by Zoro's unwavering resolve. My goal, to become the strongest, of course, Zoro replied confidently. The strongest? You certainly have grand aspirations. You think you can achieve what I cannot? Mihawk scoffed at Zoro's ambition, who sought to attain what even he had failed to accomplish. Indeed, I have made a pact with someone. I will become the world's greatest swordsman and ensure my name resonates through the heavens. Zoro declared resolutely, remembering his promise to Kuina that he would one day surpass the vice-captain and claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Zoro, sure we felt a strange sensation upon hearing Zoro's words. As if she too had made a promise long ago, but she could not recall it at present. Perhaps she needed to solidify her form to remember. Interesting, let me witness your strength, then, Mihawk replied. Now intrigued by Zoro's spirit, he sheathed his small knife and drew the black blade. Night. Ling Tian noticed that the fissures he had inflicted on Night had already healed. He understood that Night, being a black blade, could be nurtured with advanced haki to restore its wounds. Three-sword style. Grand Thousand Worlds. Zoro proclaimed as he spun his three swords and charged at Mihawk. Mihawk met Zoro's charge with his black blade. Night, poised to strike. Thud. The blade of Mihawk struck Zoro's chest, leaving a mark identical to the one on Mihawk's attire. Yet, when Mihawk turned, he was astonished to see that Zoro's chest was swiftly healing, returning to normal within mere seconds. Are you immortal? Mihawk marveled at Zoro's resilience, recognizing the similarity to Ling Tian's recovery ability. He had been astonished when Ling Tian revealed his immortality, and now he found this swordsman possessed the same gift. Immortal, perhaps, Zoro acknowledged, experiencing this power for the first time. Though sure we had mentioned it before, hearing it and experiencing it were two different matters. Mihawk, I have one final move, Zoro declared, aware that his three-sword technique had been easily countered by Mihawk, and he was eager to test his strongest technique alongside Sherwee. Zoro, are you insane? You will die. Sherwee exclaimed anxiously. I must know the extent of my gap with the vice-captain, Zoro responded, undeterred by Sherwee's warning. He had fought Ling Tian without him exerting his full strength, so he sought to measure himself against Mihawk's full power. Interesting. Bring it on, strong one, Mihawk replied, excitement glimmering in his eyes at the prospect of facing Zoro's ultimate technique. Apart from Shanks and Ling Tian, he had not encountered such fascinating individuals for quite some time. Hey, the vice-captain is now preparing a copious amount of food, preferably meat. Before the battle commenced, Sherwee addressed Ling Tian. Although Ling Tian was unaware of the purpose behind the food preparation, he still requested Zep to arrange for a substantial quantity of meat. Zep promptly instructed the chefs to return to Baratai and procure the meat. Upon hearing Zep's orders, the other chefs quickly dashed back to the kitchen to prepare the meat. Three-sword style blood magic. Blood demon. Zoro wielded three swords, and a colossal shadow of the blood demon materialized behind him. Oh, how cool, exclaimed Luffy and Usopp, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the blood demon looming several meters behind Zoro. However, Ling Tian noticed that Zoro's complexion had turned pale upon the emergence of the blood demon. Not only that, but Sherwee's blade was also quivering slightly. Ling Tian surmised that the blood demon could only be summoned by utilizing the entirety of Zoro's and Sherwee's blood. Demonic Moon Shadow. Zoro swung his three swords forward, and the blood demon charged directly at Mihawk. Upon witnessing the blood demon, Mihawk swiftly raised his black blade, Yuru, in defense. However, this was a technique born from Zoro's and Sherwee's very lifeblood. It was not something that Mihawk could easily repel. The blood demon pushed Mihawk back several steps, even causing the fissure on Yoro previously inflicted by Ling Tian and later mended by Mihawk to widen further. It was only when Mihawk was forced to the edge of the shattered deck that the blood demon vanished. Seeing this, Mihawk broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had underestimated the attack. He had thought he could withstand Zoro's move, yet he had not anticipated its overwhelming power. Of course, had he retaliated, he could have shattered Zoro's technique. After executing the blood demon, Zoro collapsed. Sherwee instructed Ling Tian to bring the meat to his side. Upon hearing Sherwee's request, Ling Tian immediately employed his spiritual powers to place the meat served by Zep beside Sherwee. He then observed as the pieces of meat vanished one by one. Noticing that Zoro's blood energy began to replenish as the meat disappeared, after Sherwee absorbed all the meat present, Zoro quickly regained his strength. Hey, Zoro, do you want to die? Do you have any idea how perilous that move is? Sherwee solidified a crimson corporeal form while embracing Zoro. Ling Tian found himself somewhat bewildered by the blood-colored figure that Sherwee had manifested, for previously, Luffy had described Sherwee as male. Yet, the form now before him resembled that of a woman. And Ling Tian felt an uncanny familiarity with it. Kuina. Zoro, dazed, gazed at Sherwee, as if he were seeing Kuina. However, upon focusing his gaze, he realized it was merely a blood-colored silhouette. Why have you transformed in this manner? Zoro inquired, feeling a sense of peculiarity towards Sherwee. Despite his question, Sherwee offered no response and retreated back into the blade. Ling Tian, recalling the resemblance between Sherwee's earlier gel-like figure and that of Dasky, pondered, could it truly be Kuina? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that Sherwee hailed from a realm of cultivation and could not possibly be Kuina. Roria no Zoro, your strength is commendable. How would you like to become my disciple? Mihawk addressed Zoro as he regained consciousness. He was intrigued by Zoro's potential, which he believed was nearing its zenith. Thanks to Ling Tian's presence, Mihawk was now even more formidable than in the original narrative. Yet that was the extent of it. Your disciple? Zoro, taken aback, felt a surge of curiosity. He had not expected the world's second greatest swordsman, Mihawk, to offer him such an opportunity. Ling Tian was equally astonished. Never expecting Mihawk to propose taking Zoro as a pupil, although in the original story, Mihawk had acted as a mentor of sorts to Zoro, that was only because Zoro, after learning of Ace's demise, desperately sought strength and implored Mihawk to teach him swordsmanship. Now, however, the circumstances were different. I apologize, but I must decline. At present, I still need to accompany our captain on the Grand Line. Zoro firmly rejected Mihawk's offer. Although he harbored a desire to become Mihawk's apprentice, after all, he had promised Luffy to journey with him to the Grand Line. No worries, Zoro. Becoming Mihawk's disciple is entirely feasible. Moreover, training under Mihawk does not necessitate remaining at Mihawk's side. Ling Tian contemplated, his mind racing with a plan that could elevate the Straw Hat crew's strength rapidly. All right then, I shall become your disciple. After a moment of hesitation, Zoro agreed to Mihawk's proposal. Upon hearing Zoro's acquiescence, Mihawk prepared to remain and impart some techniques. However, after a brief period of instruction, Mihawk set sail on his small boat. Before departing, he handed Zoro a piece of his life paper, assuring him that they would meet again in the future. Indeed, we shall meet again, Ling Tian mused, nodding to himself as he considered his plans. Sanji, would you like to join my crew? After concluding matters with Mihawk, Luffy resumed his pursuit of Sanji. I refuse. Although Sanji had been intrigued by Zoro's earlier temper, he still wished to care for Zepp at Baratai for the time being. Zepp, aware of Sanji's intentions, conspired with the chefs at Baratai to belittle the food Sanji prepared. They even attempted to expel Sanji from Baratai, but as Sanji leaned against the restaurant's wall, he overheard Zepp and the others conversing. Realizing that Zepp's remarks stemmed from a desire for him to pursue his dreams, Sanji resolved to join Luffy and the crew on their journey to the Grand Line, not wanting to disappoint Zepp's expectations nor forsake his own aspirations. After packing some belongings, Sanji prepared to set off with Luffy and the others. Sanji, take care not to catch a cold, Zepp called from the second floor of Baratai. Upon hearing Zepp's words, Sanji paused, tears streaming down his face. He recalled the leg Zepp had sacrificed to save him, and the time Zepp had gone hungry to ensure Sanji's full belly. Boss Zepp. At that moment, Sanji turned and knelt before Zepp. For a long time, I have truly been indebted to you. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget. In Sanji's heart, Zepp was not merely a boss. He had long regarded him as a father figure. The chefs at Baratai, moved by Sanji's heartfelt words, began to shed tears as well. Observing from the second floor, Zepp felt deeply touched. He too had long considered Sanji as his own son. Ling Tian. I entrust my boy to you. Zepp called out to Ling Tian. He. Luffy chuckled at the sight of Sanji and the chefs at Baratai. Lying in the cabin of the Going Merry, Zoro's lips curled into a smile upon hearing their conversation. Kawina. Zoro reminisced about his childhood friend, Kawina. Unbeknownst to him, after he uttered Kawina's name, the blade Shirshiwe, which he had placed in the corner, trembled slightly. Let us set sail, Luffy declared with enthusiasm. Next, we shall retrieve our Navigator. Ling Tian stood behind Luffy on his left side. Navigator? Luffy and Usopp spoke in unison, as they were unaware of Nami's involvement since they had joined the crew later. Ling Tian proceeded to explain Nami's situation to Usopp and Sanji. Upon hearing that Nami was a beautiful woman, Sanji's interest peaked immediately. So, we are heading to Kokoyashi village, the territory of that fishman Arlong. Johnny interjected, realizing the implications of Ling Tian's words. Fishman. Upon hearing Johnny mention the fishman, Sanji immediately rushed over. One of his aspirations for venturing out to sea was to reach the legendary Fishman Island. Johnny responded to Sanji, albeit puzzled about what could be exciting him. Colorful Kappa. In the room nursing his injuries, Zoro couldn't help but scoff at Sanji's enthusiasm. Fishmen. In the Grand Line, three major powers have long been maintaining the balance of the seas, while en route to Kokoyashi village. Joseph and Johnny elucidated the circumstances of the Grand Line to Sanji and Usopp. Meanwhile, Luffy was engaged in training with Ling Tian. Since their meeting, Luffy had hardly been involved in any fights, prompting Ling Tian to decide to train him. Three major powers. Sanji suddenly recalled some unsettling matters upon hearing Joseph's words. One of those powers is the Seven Warlords of the Sea. They are a group of pirates sanctioned by the Navy. Joseph continued to explain to Sanji. Pirates recognized by the Navy. This was the first time Sanji had ever heard of such a thing. How could pirates possibly be endorsed by the Navy? Ignoring Sanji's astonishment, Joseph proceeded to inform him about what to be cautious of in the Grand Line. Currently, the 7 warlords include Zoro's mentor, Dracula Mihawk. The notion that such a formidable individual could be one of the 7 warlords left Sanji somewhat incredulous. After all, how could someone as powerful as Mihawk accept such an identity? Aside from that, there's also the Logia-type Sand fruit user, Crocodile, the Don Quixote family's highest authority and Paramecia-type String fruit user, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Paramecia-type Shadow fruit user, Gecko Moria, the captain of the Fishman pirate crew, Jinbei, the Paramecia-type Sweet fruit user, Boa Hancock, and the one who previously defeated Arlong, the Paramecia-type Chop fruit user, Buggy. Joseph laid bare all he knew about the 7 warlords. Of course, this was information Joseph had previously received from Ling Tian while discussing Arlong's matters. He also knew that Buggy was actually Luffy's brother. So what? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, puzzled. What does that have to do with that Fishman Arlong? That Fishman Arlong was once a member of the Fishman pirate crew. This could potentially spark a fierce clash between the 2 7 warlords. Joseph explained. I see. Sanji and Usopp replied nonchalantly. After all, what did a battle between 2 7 warlords have to do with them? Hey, you both don't know that the clown Buggy is Luffy's brother, do you? Joseph speculated, observing their indifferent demeanor. Nanny, X2 both Usopp and Sanji were taken aback, having no idea that Buggy was Luffy's sibling. Just then, Luffy emerged from the back of the Mary. He had just been training with Ling Tian and, despite a few hours of practice, had yet to grasp even the basics of Haki. I'm so hungry. Yes, Sanji replied, promptly heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Ling Tian pondered whether it was his lack of teaching ability or Luffy's inherent lack of combat talent. He leaned towards the former, considering that in the original story, Luffy had mastered the basics of Haki after only a few days of training with Kaido. Ling Tian planned to provide further instruction on Haki once they reached Kokoyashi village. Should that fail, he would have to summon Kaido for assistance. Before long, the Mary sailed into the waters once occupied by Arlong Park. Boom. A gigantic sea king suddenly appeared before the Mary. Oh, it's enormous. Luffy exclaimed, immediately captivated by the sight. It must be enough to feast on for quite some time, he thought. Sanji, exhaling a puff of smoke, contemplated how to prepare the Sea King. Ling Tian was somewhat perplexed. Had Buggy and his crew not encountered this Sea King, or had they simply spared it? After some contemplation, he let it go. If the Sea King was unharmed, then so be it. Following a brief tussle, Luffy and his crew had the Sea King tow their ship. Under the Sea King's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Kokoyashi village. Hey, Nami, we're here to pick you up. Upon their arrival at Kokoyashi village, Luffy shouted excitedly. He was eager for Nami to join their crew, especially as they were about to enter the Grand Line and needed a navigator. As for Ling Tian and Zoro, both being swordsmen, they understood the significance of Luffy's call. Soon, a group of villagers emerged from Kokoyashi village, with Nami among them. Nami, unable to meet Luffy's gaze, felt conflicted. Now that Kokoyashi village was safe, she was reluctant to leave. Though she had promised Luffy she would be their navigator, she harbored doubts about pirates after the ordeal with Arlong. Ling Tian observed Nami's demeanor and surmised her feelings. After all, she had not shared their previous experiences. Miss Nami, Sanji spun around and approached her instantly. TCH, colorful Kappa, Zoro mocked upon witnessing Sanji's antics. Nami, may we rest here for a few days? Noticing Nami's expression, Ling Tian also wished to take a brief respite and impart some Haki training to Luffy and the others. Pirates, what do you intend to do with Nami? Aiken rushed forward to confront Ling Tian, shouting in defiance. Ling Tian disregarded Aiken's outburst and focused on Nami. He understood that Nami's dream was to chart the world's seas, and thus she would inevitably set sail one day. Her current reluctance to join them stemmed from her unfamiliarity with their intentions. All right, you may rest here for a few days, Nami, seeing the smiles on Ling Tian and Luffy's faces, acquiesced. After Nami's consent, Luffy and the others settled in Kokoyashi village. However, the villagers remained distrustful, allowing them only to procure supplies. Ling Tian was indifferent after enduring years of oppression from pirates. Their aversion was entirely justified. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Ling Tian called the 4 of them over. What's up? Zoro inquired, puzzled by Ling Tian's serious demeanor. How much do you know about the Grand Line? Ling Tian directly posed a question regarding their knowledge of the Grand Line. Bypassing Zoro's inquiry. Nothing, Luffy replied honestly. Ling Tian was not surprised by Luffy's response. After all, he had set sail with only a small boat. Not to mention the Grand Line, Luffy likely knew little about even the East Blue. The Grand Line was home to all blue and a multitude of unsavory characters, as Sanji pointed out. Powerful swordsman, Zoro remarked, glancing at the 3 swords at his waist. Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words. He had expected Zoro and Sanji to possess at least some knowledge of the Grand Line. You were correct, but I must inform you of a crucial ability that one must master in the Grand Line. Haki. Ling Tian said, extending his hand, enveloped in armament haki. Haki? Zoro inquired, intrigued by this unfamiliar term. You should be aware that there are 3 types of devil fruits in the sea, Ling Tian asked, not providing an explanation. Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, Sanji responded, having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. Ling Tian nodded and continued, the Paramecia and Zoan types of devil fruits can be directly attacked. However, the natural element is a peculiar case, no matter what techniques you employ. It is impossible to strike at those endowed with natural abilities, unless, of course, one exploits the weaknesses of the devil fruits. Ling Tian was explaining this to Luffy and the others while sketching several humanoid figures in the sand. It was surprising to discover just how formidable the captain truly was. Indeed, that fisherman Arlong couldn't withstand even a single blow from the captain. A pirate ship adorned with a red-nosed Jolly Roger was hosting a grand feast. This was none other than Buggy, who had just assisted Nami in defeating Arlong, and now they were setting sail towards the Grand Line. Ha ha ha. As long as Captain Buggy is here, there is nothing to worry about. Buggy, flattered by his crew's words, became rather boastful. While it might be perceived as arrogance, Buggy indeed possessed the strength to back it up. Long live Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy is the strongest. Cheers praising Buggy resounded. Who are you, exactly? Kabaji inquired, gazing at the man devouring meat nearby. When did this fellow board their ship? The man, feasting heartily, wore a hat with a laughing face on one side and a crying face on the other. Around his neck hung a black pendant resembling a magatama. This was none other than poor Dusty. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. My apologies. The food on your ship is simply too delicious, Ace said, immediately bowing an apology upon hearing Kabaji's remark. Having learned politeness from a young age, Ace would sincerely apologize whenever he felt he was in the wrong, regardless of the situation. It is quite all right. Please, eat. This little food is of no concern to Captain Buggy. Buggy waved his hand dismissively without even glancing at Ace. The other members of the Buggy Pirates, hearing his words, remained silent. They were not the same as in the original narrative. They were now a warlord pirate crew, one of the 3 major powers of the seas. They certainly had some bravado, especially since Ace had so courteously apologized earlier. Before long, the feast aboard the Buggy Pirates concluded. Thank you very much for the meal. Ace expressed his gratitude once more to the other members of the Buggy Pirates, having eaten to his fill. No problem at all. The other crew members waved their hands, indicating it was of no consequence. During the feast, they had become quite familiar with Ace and learned that he was the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Wait a moment, kid, Buggy said, knowing Ace was about to leave and intended to see him off. However, as Buggy turned, he noticed the black magatama pendant hanging around Ace's neck. Instantly, he felt uneasy, for the black pendant resembled the white one Ling Tian had given Yamato. Ace turned upon hearing Buggy's words, looking somewhat puzzled. Where did you get that black pendant around your neck, kid? Buggy scrutinized Ace, hoping that Ace's pendant was merely something he had found. If so, he would have a way to confront its original owner. He certainly did not wish for someone to easily take Yamato away from him. After spending many years in Wano, Buggy had come to regard Yamato as his own daughter. His precious cabbage could not simply be whisked away by someone else. Even if the pendant truly belonged to Ace, he would have to test this kid. I've had it since I was born, Ace replied, pointing to the pendant around his neck. He spoke the truth, mentioning that Ling Tian had entrusted the black pendant to Garp upon his birth, intending for Garp to give it to Ace later. Garp had thought it was a gift from Roger's crew, thus not giving it much thought. Hold on a second, kid. You can't leave just yet, Buggy said, grabbing Ace. Machi, set sail at full speed. Head straight for the nearest island. Buggy commanded Machi without caring how Ace struggled against him. Ace, puzzled by Buggy's sudden aggression, thought it strange. Hadn't they just been friendly? What was he up to? Before long, the Buggy Pirates ship arrived at a deserted island. Kid, Buggy tossed Ace onto the island and immediately his muscles swelled tremendously. Hey, Captain Buggy, are you serious? Kabaji exclaimed in shock at Buggy's transformation. Even during his confrontation with Arlong, Buggy had not utilized the powers of the sun's favor but had only employed the strength of his Hakai. It seems so. Machi gulped as he watched Buggy. Although they were aware of Buggy's transformation, it was their first time witnessing him battle in this form. What on earth was going on? Ace, having been inexplicably cast onto the deserted island, felt bewildered. Why did the Buggy pirates, who had just been so friendly, now seem intent on annihilating him? Stop your prattling. Buggy hurled a fireball toward Ace. However, Ace remained stationary, and as the fireball exploded, he emerged completely unscathed. For as the user of the Marimara Nomi, he was impervious to flames, unless Buggy's flames were significantly hotter than his own, given that the feast had lasted from yesterday into the morning. Buggy's flames were not particularly fierce. Though uncertain of the situation, Ace declared, "If you want to fight, I'm ready whenever you are," as he formed his hands into a gun shape, launching fire bullets at Buggy. Buggy scattered in pieces to evade Ace's fiery barrage. A dual devil fruit user, Ace exclaimed, astonished to see Buggy employing another ability. Yet Buggy paid no heed to Ace's surprise. He was determined to give this kid a proper thrashing for daring to take his little cotton-padded jacket. Buggy's hockey-imbued fist crashed into Ace's abdomen, sending him flying. Ace hadn't anticipated encountering someone who wielded hockey in the first half of the Grand Line, while he knew Buggy was a warlord. Not all warlords possessed hockey. For instance, that fool, Gecko Moria, lacked hockey. Ace had assumed Buggy was the same. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Buggy exclaimed angrily upon seeing Ace fall so quickly. And do you think you can be my Yamato's fiancé? Yamato is far stronger now than in the original narrative. After training with Kaido and Buggy, she nearly possesses the strength of a vice admiral. Thus, it was imperative for Ace to possess formidable power. Otherwise, how could he protect Yamato in the future? Fire Fist. Ace retorted, launching a blazing punch toward Buggy. Is that all you've got? Buggy countered, conjuring a mirror of flames with his finger. This mirror devoured Ace's Fire Fist. This was a defensive technique Buggy had developed after receiving the sun's favor. In the original story, Ace had been too arrogant to require such a defensive move. However, after multiple encounters with Kaido and Wano, Buggy had devised this defensive technique to counter Kaido's overwhelming might. The realm of the sun could absorb fire-based attacks, even Kaido's fiery breath. Even attacks outside of flames would incur only minimal damage against the realm of the sun. Ace quickly realized that Buggy's abilities somewhat suppressed his flames. Nevertheless, as a combatant relying primarily on his devil fruit powers, Ace found himself at a disadvantage. Firefly. Fireball. Ace emitted countless sparks that danced around Buggy like fireflies. Boom. These firefly-like sparks erupted around Buggy, creating a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Buggy standing unscathed. After numerous battles in Wano against Kaido, Buggy's physical prowess, while not on par with Kaido, was nonetheless among the elite in the world. Impossible! Ace exclaimed in shock at the sight of Buggy's unharmed state. His attacks had failed to leave even a scratch on Buggy. Damn it! Flame Ring, Great Flame Emperor. Ace conjured several massive spirals of fire, coalescing them into a sun-like fireball, which he hurled at Buggy. Holy sword! Iskano! Buggy, with his right hand shaped like a blade, slowly waved it forward in a straight line. Boom! Ace's Great Flame Emperor was cleaved apart by Buggy. Not only that, but Ace himself was also bisected by the strike. However, as Buggy did not code his attack with hockey, Ace, being a Logia user, emerged unscathed. Unbelievable, Ace thought, gazing at the fissure left by Buggy's holy sword. Iskano on the ground. Buggy's strength was now nearly comparable to that of his father. Realizing this was Ace's utmost power, Buggy stepped forward, enveloping his fist in hockey, and delivered a punch to Ace's face. Captain Buggy, Kabaji, and Machi watched in shock as Buggy struck Ace. They were baffled by their captain's actions. If Buggy could read their thoughts, he would have scolded them, saying, "How could you possibly understand the feeling of having your precious cabbage taken by another?" Kabaji, Machi, and the members of the Buggy pirates merely watched as Buggy continued to pummel Ace. Buggy, however, was mindful not to exert excessive force. He kept at it until noon, as during that time, the power of the sun's blessing would be notably enhanced. If he were to inadvertently defeat Ace, it would spell trouble with Yamato. Take him inside to recuperate. Remember to use the finest medicinal herbs for his recovery, Buggy commanded his crew as they carried the bloodied Ace away. Those who were close to Ace hurriedly lifted him inside. Be careful, don't injure him further. Buggy, observing their frantic demeanor, promptly punched the heads of a few pirates. You're the ones who hurt him. The pirates thought silently, though they dared not voice their grievances. Captain Buggy, why did you hit Ace? Kabaji questioned, perplexed as he watched Ace being carried away. Yes, indeed, he is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, Machi added, approaching Buggy. Ricky, standing beside Machi, echoed his confusion. You know nothing. That guy dared to try and elope with my daughter Yamato. I could never allow that. Buggy retorted angrily at Kabaji's words. Daughter? Kabaji and Machi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did their captain have a daughter? Who was his wife? They pondered. However, Buggy paid them no heed. That scoundrel dared to take my beloved Yamato. Buggy lamented, clutching a towel in tears. Yet, he reflected, being the second in command of Whitebeard's crew, Ace must be quite wealthy. No, I cannot use Yamato to gain riches. But having taught Ace a lesson, I am certainly better suited to care for Yamato than Kaido, Kabaji, and Machi. Witnessing their captain cry and laugh while biting the towel, silently withdrew. Soon after, Ace awoke in the infirmary of Buggy's ship. Buggy, upon hearing Ace stir, entered and instructed everyone else to leave. What do you intend to do? Ace asked, perplexed at the sight of Buggy seated beside him. He had expected to be imprisoned after being defeated, not to awaken in a recovery room, informed by the crew that Buggy had ordered their treatment. You little brat, do you know where that pendant around your neck comes from? Buggy inquired solemnly. Ignoring Ace's question. Ace glanced down at the pendant. Yamato said it was a symbol of her fiancé, he recalled, remembering their encounter in Wano when Yamato had shown him a matching white pendant. They had even made a promise that when he returned to Wano, they would wed. That time, Yamato had relentlessly clung to him, and he had reluctantly agreed to her insistence. Nanny, you actually met Yamato? Buggy exclaimed, shocked. Kaido had allowed Ace to escape from Wano. Buggy thought it necessary to teach Ace a lesson. Listen closely, you brat, Buggy said, yanking at the bandages wrapped around Ace. The bandages were tugged. Ace cried out in pain, but Buggy ignored his protests, continuing, Ace, if you ever cause Yamato distress in the future, I will not let you off easily, even if you are the second in command of Whitebeard. It won't matter. Ace, swallowing hard at Buggy's words, realized that Buggy's assault stemmed from his concern for Yamato. During their time in Wano, Kaido had pursued him in his beast form, spewing flames. And it was only thanks to Yamato's intervention that he had escaped unscathed. Had he been captured back then, it would have been disastrous. After Buggy's tirade, he finally relented once Ace repeatedly assured him that he would never betray Yamato. Once Ace had healed, Buggy transformed into a merciless drill sergeant and subjected Ace to rigorous training. Unable to endure Buggy's relentless methods, Ace ultimately fled in his small boat. Buggy, seeing Ace escape, made no attempt to pursue him. After all, the strong were never fragile flowers in a greenhouse. It was better for Ace to venture out on his own. After all, who would dare harm his son-in-law on these seas? Ace had Whitebeard and Kaido, two of the four emperors, and Buggy himself, who was nearly their equal, backing him. In Kokoyashi village, Lingtian was explaining the concept of haki to Luffy and the others. Following this, Lingtian began to teach them how to harness haki. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, in the flower garden, who exactly are you? M inquired. Gazing at the armored figure before him, he had not anticipated that someone could silently infiltrate the depths of Mariewa. I am the messenger of the divine, the man replied languidly. God, that's laughable. I am the god of this world. M scoffed at the self-proclaimed divine messenger. As he prepared to use his devil fruit powers to subdue him. A terrifying aura emanated from the man. Im found himself immobilized by this overwhelming power. Will you defy my command? A colossal eye materialized behind the armored figure. Understood, my lord, Im said, kneeling before the gigantic eye. Gato, stay and assist him. After the enormous eye left behind such a statement, it vanished. In the village of Kokoshiya, a notification chimed, detecting the arrival of beings from another world into the pirate world through a special method. Ding! The attribute panel has been updated. As Lingtian guided Luffy and the others, a voice suddenly resonated in their minds. Upon hearing this voice, Lingtian instructed Luffy and the others to continue their training while he examined the newly updated attribute panel. Attribute panel host, Doker D. Lingtian combat level, 30,000 in normal state. Abilities, Sealer Lightning. All layers from the 1st to the 9th have been unlocked. Swordsmanship, 1 sword style complete. LV10. Max level, 2 sword style complete. LV10, max level, 3 sword style complete. LV10, max level, Spirit Technique. LV10, max level, 3 colors haki, Armament haki. LV5, max level, Observation haki. LV5. Max level, Conqueror's haki. LV5, max level, Physical Clone, max level, Spring of Life. Immortal Body Possessions, Supreme Great Blade 12 Crafts, A Sealer Lightning / Soul Blade, Flowing Blade of Fire, Residual Fire Blade, Gale Ring. Sword Technique Points, Spirit Points, Lottery Shop, Lottery Attempts, Open. Lingtian, gazing at the updated attribute panel, discovered the addition of a combat level. This combat level seems familiar. Lingtian pondered. He also noticed that the updated attribute panel appeared to allow him to view others' information. Consequently, Lingtian proceeded to check Luffy's information. Monkey D. Luffy, combat level, 9,000 ability, Paramecia rubber fruit user, false, Zoan human fruit mythical beast type Nico form, true. Here's the voice of all things Conqueror's haki, not awakened. Luffy's combat level is merely 9,000? Ling Tian found this surprising, as according to the strength values assigned by Judicial Island to CP9, Luffy should currently be around 4,000 to 5,000. Indeed, it seemed that Luffy might not even reach that strength value at present. Reflecting on this, Ling Tian then checked Zoro's information. Roria Zoro, combat level, 12,000 abilities, 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style, 9 sword style Conqueror's Haki, not awakened. Zoro's combat level is astonishingly 3,000 higher than Luffy's. Ling Tian was equally astonished by Zoro's information, never expecting Zoro's combat level to surpass Luffy's. However, this was understandable, since boarding the ship, Zoro had continuously challenged formidable foes, starting with Kabeji, then Ling Tian, followed by Bloodthirst, and culminating in a battle with Mihawk. Thus, Zoro's growth was quite natural. Ling Tian also checked Sanji and Usopp's combat levels. Sanji's combat level stood at 8,800, while Usopp's was merely 2,000. Yet, Ling Tian observed that when Usopp picked up his slingshot, his combat level surged from 2,000 to 4,000. An entire doubling. In Mary Geos, I sensed a presence that resonates with our own. Immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Kaido instructed him. He then handed a drop of his blood and a watch to him. This watch can detect the location of those with a similar ability to theirs, and that drop of blood can bestow immense power. After receiving Kaido's blood and the watch, Im commanded the Gorosei to have CP0 locate the individual indicated by the watch. She handed the drop of blood to the Gorosei, not believing that such a force-enhancing substance would come without side effects. Even a devil fruit has its own drawbacks, such as the inability to swim. She refrained from informing the Gorosei about Kaido, but to ensure she had capable allies, Im also warned the Gorosei not to utilize that drop of blood. The Gorosei handed the watch and the drop of blood to a CP0 agent, instructing him to find the person indicated by the watch and bring them here. The CP0 operative was codenamed Vulture, following the watch's guidance. Vulture arrived at the Navy headquarters. As a member of the World Government's CP organization, Vulture directly utilized the 6 powers to enter the office of Admiral Sengoku. What brings you here, CP? Sengoku remarked with a hint of resignation as he regarded the CP operative, although he was displeased with CP's casual intrusion into his office. The Navy, after all, was a subordinate organization of the World Government, and CP0 was a direct branch of the World Government. Logically, CP0 was considered the direct superior of the Navy. Of course, the Navy would never acknowledge CP0 as their superior. I have come here under the orders of the Gorosei to locate an individual, and I kindly ask for your cooperation, Admiral Sengoku. Vulture informed Sengoku, revealing his mission, which stemmed from a direct command of the Gorosei, thus rendering him unconcerned with Sengoku's authority. Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing Vulture's words, finding it unusual that someone would come to their Navy headquarters to search for a person. Nevertheless, Sengoku complied with Vulture's task, as Vulture had already stated that he was acting on the Gorosei's orders. While Sengoku could disregard Vulture's words, he could not ignore the direct orders from the Gorosei, who was not someone to be trifled with. Why have we been summoned? Admiral Sengoku, Akiji lazily inquired while seated in the conference room. However, upon noticing Vulture beside Sengoku, he fell silent. Not only Akiji, but even Kizaru and other vice admirals remained quiet. What is CP0 doing here? Only the hot-tempered Akainu disregarded Vulture, bluntly voicing his thoughts. Yet, Sengoku paid no heed to Akainu, well aware of his volatile temperament. Engaging further with Akainu would likely lead to complications. Soon, all the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters had gathered. So, who are you looking for? Sengoku addressed Vulture once the vice admirals and admirals were assembled. Of course, Garp was absent, as he was currently vacationing in the East Blue. Vulture raised his right hand, indicating the watch, which emitted a red light pointing toward the languid Kizu. Admiral Kizu, I kindly ask you to accompany me, Vulture stated, the red light of the watch directing at Kizaru. Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing Vulture's words. Are you suggesting that Kizaru is a spy? Sengoku questioned Vulture. Although Kizaru often exhibited a carefree demeanor, Sengoku could not believe that Kizaru was a traitor. Admiral Sengoku, I did not imply that Kizaru is a spy, Vulture clarified in response to Sengoku's inquiry. The Gorosei merely instructed him to bring the individual indicated by the watch to Mary Geos, without asserting that the individual was a spy. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku consented to allow Kizaru to accompany Vulture to Mary Geos. This is rather alarming, Admiral Sengoku. Is there any way I can avoid this? Kizaru responded nonchalantly. If there were any issues, that would likely stem from the entity within him. He had a premonition that he could not accompany CP0 to Mary Geos. If he did, He might never return. Kizaru, you should accompany him, Sengoku noted, finding no strangeness in Kizaru's response, as he was accustomed to Kizaru's demeanor. My apologies, Admiral Sengoku, but I cannot accompany him to marry Geos. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru immediately expressed his refusal. That individual had previously stated that Mariewa was not under the control of the 5 old geezers, but rather governed by a person named Im. Thus, Kizaru could not venture to Mariewa when necessary. He could only utilize the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi to depart from Marineford. After all, there was no one left in Marineford to whom he could tether himself. Indeed, unlike the purely naval admiral depicted in the original work, Kizaru was undoubtedly an undercover agent. Upon hearing Kizaru's remarks, the Eagle intended to respond with force. Come back, Eagle. At that moment, the voice of the 5 elders echoed in Eagle's mind. After hearing this, he left with a retort. We'll see. Sengoku found it somewhat peculiar that the Eagle, who had just been poised to strike, departed so easily. However, once the Eagle had left, Sengoku cast a meaningful glance at Kizaru, realizing that Kizaru's earlier actions were preparatory for escape. Why was I not permitted to simply retrieve Kizaru? Upon returning to Mariewa, the Eagle promptly addressed the 5 elders. Unlike other CP agents, he was not subordinate to the 5 elders. He was the chief commander of CP0 and was aware of Im's existence. His rank was equivalent to that of the 5 elders, and he was not obliged to obey their commands. Lord Im has stated that if it concerns Kizaru, let him remain for now. The finance warlord interjected. Kizaru's abilities were still required to create the pacifista, hence the desire to keep him around. Upon hearing that it was Im's directive, the Eagle chose to say nothing further. What is the current status of the pacifista? The finance warlord inquired, addressing Vegapunk through a transponder snail. We're almost there. We just need Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi abilities to complete it, Vegapunk replied. Hurry up and finalize the pacifista. If Moria dares to refuse assistance, eliminate him directly. After all, he has lost his value, the finance warlord concluded, severing the connection. Days later, in Alabasta, amidst the rain. Who are you? Crocodile asked, gazing intently at the figure who had suddenly appeared before him. The cloaked individual had materialized without a hint of warning. No need to be anxious, Crocodile. The figure nonchalantly took a seat and placed a vial of blood on the table. Let us strike a deal, Crocodile. What kind of deal? Crocodile inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke as he eyed the vial. I can grant you immense power, but you must eliminate the Nefertari family, the direct royal lineage of this nation. The figure explained, shaking the vial before Crocodile. Immense power? Are you suggesting you are stronger than I? Crocodile scoffed at the notion, dismissing it with disdain. Even Whitebeard would not dare to make such claims. The figure snapped their fingers, and Crocodile was instantly scattered. However, he quickly reformed his body. What do you think would happen if I directly struck you with haki? The figure taunted. Cold sweat dripped from Crocodile. This individual had managed to overpower him without his knowledge. You need not eliminate the Nefertari family members immediately. Simply do so during your time in Alabasta, the figure continued, recognizing that Crocodile would not act against them until he acquired the Pluton. Thus, they did not press Crocodile further. Very well, I accept your conditions. Crocodile eventually acquiesced after a moment of contemplation. He was a pirate, and a ruthless one at that, willing to go to any lengths for power. Killing the Nefertari family would not weigh upon his conscience in the slightest. Ha ha ha. Now that is the resolve of a warlord, the figure remarked, leaving the vial behind as they departed. Crocodile stared at the vial, lost in thought. After the figure exited the rain-soaked area, they changed back into their usual attire. Had Sengoku been present, he would have recognized that this individual was dressed similarly to the Eagle when he had visited Marine headquarters. Eagle, are you not concerned about handing that over to Crocodile? A fellow CP agent, also donning a white mask, asked in confusion. I do not trust the old geezers of the 5 elders. Let Crocodile have a taste first. The Eagle explained. You will remain here to monitor Crocodile. If necessary, you may engage him directly, the Eagle instructed, leaving the agent in Alabasta. He was well aware of his subordinate's abilities. In Alabasta, no one could rival him. Not even Crocodile. This agent was personally trained by him, and was nearly as formidable as the admirals of Marine headquarters. The CP agent, upon hearing the Eagle's orders, remained in Alabasta, masquerading as a wanderer to keep watch over Crocodile. Unbeknownst to them, the world of pirates was undergoing a monumental transformation. By the way, Ling Tian, who could possibly master that? Zoro remarked, observing Ling Tian as he demonstrated how to harness haki. Ling Tian responded, feeling somewhat baffled by Zoro's comment. Did I not explain? Just grab it like this, and then it all comes together, Ling Tian said, extending his hand to showcase the application of haki. Who could possibly master that? Sanji and Usopp echoed Zoro's sentiments. Is that so? It's quite simple, Luffy chimed in, extending his hand to cover his fist with a layer of dark energy. He had suddenly grasped the technique upon hearing Ling Tian's simple instructions. You actually managed to learn it. The trio stared at Luffy's hockey-covered fist, their expressions contorted in disbelief. Ling Tian, observing Luffy's demonstration, was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been jesting with Zoro and the others. Ling Tian speculated that perhaps Luffy's familiarity with hockey stemmed from being repeatedly struck by Garp during his childhood, thus allowing him to learn it in such an unconventional manner. You all should take some time to recuperate. Just then, Nami approached with some food. Upon seeing the provisions in Nami's hands, Luffy dashed over and began devouring the food voraciously. As he munched, he attempted to speak, though none could comprehend his words. Finish eating before you talk, Sanji remarked, walking over. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Luffy declared, I want you to be my navigator. Forget it. I will never become a pirate. Nami replied, outright rejecting Luffy's invitation. Ling Tian remained silent, sensing an impending misfortune. You should leave quickly, Nami stated before departing. Miss Nami, Sanji exclaimed, turning to follow her. Ling Tian seized Sanji, reminding him that they had been warned by the villagers not to enter the village. Boom! At that moment, an explosion erupted from within the village. Something's wrong. Let us check it out, Ling Tian urged, swiftly heading towards the source of the commotion. Miss Nami, I'm coming, Sanji exclaimed, turning to enter the village. TCH, what a foolish river sprite, Zoro muttered, observing Sanji's antics. Hearing Zoro's remark, Sanji began bickering with him as they raced toward the explosion. Luffy, meanwhile, packed up the remaining meat, and Usopp followed, trembling with fear. Before long, Ling Tian reached the site of the explosion, where he found a figure cloaked in a mass of dark energy. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as Captain Mouse. Had Buggy not eliminated Captain Mouse when he dispatched Arlong, Itorio, Chofu, Ling Tian, disregarding everything else, summoned a colossal bird of purple flames that swiftly whisked Colonel Mouse away from the village of Kakoja. Even in battle, it was imperative not to engage within the confines of Kakoja. Roar! The moment Colonel Mouse was liberated from the village, he unleashed a furious roar that shattered the flaming avian. How could this fellow possess such formidable power? Ling Tian marveled at the destruction of the giant bird. Astonished. In the original narrative, Colonel Mouse wielded no power whatsoever. He merely relied on Eren to assert his dominance in Kakoja. How had this Colonel Mouse transformed into such a formidable adversary? Moreover, Ling Tian felt a peculiar familiarity with the dark substances enveloping Colonel Mouse. Zoro and Sanji, arriving on the scene, immediately sought to unleash a torrent of attacks upon Colonel Mouse. Just as Zoro and Sanji's skills were about to connect, the dark matter surrounding Colonel Mouse seemed to possess sentience, manifesting into two hands that seized Zoro and Sanji by their necks, propelling them away. Witnessing this, Ling Tian swiftly employed his dual sword technique to sever the dark tendrils constricting Zoro and Sanji. He then unleashed a flurry of sword energy to confine Colonel Mouse. However, this confinement would last only a few minutes. In that brief interval, Ling Tian utilized the system's information gathering feature. Name, Colonel Mouse faction. Navy combat level, 20. 000 ability. Ability amplification. Ability amplification enhances the user's combat level to 40,000. This individual is indeed troublesome. Ling Tian gazed at the system's display of Colonel Mouse's information, somewhat taken aback. After employing his ability, this fellow was even more formidable than in his normal state. Zoro, Sanji, stand back, Ling Tian said, his expression growing grave. This adversary's baseline power exceeded Zoro and Sanji by several thousand combat levels. If he activated his ability, he would likely reach the pinnacle of strength in the pirate world. Rubber, machine gun. Just as Ling Tian finished speaking, Luffy leaped from behind and launched a barrage of rubber punches at Colonel Mouse. Hey, Luffy, Ling Tian exclaimed, attempting to intercept Luffy's reckless charge. Boom! Colonel Mouse expelled a mass of dark substance that ensnared Luffy against a tree. Honestly, Zoro, Sanji, go rescue Luffy, Ling Tian commanded before charging once more at Colonel Mouse. Dual sword style, one-tooth charge. Ling Tian transformed into a sharp fang, lunging at Colonel Mouse. Roar! A tremendous force erupted, sending Ling Tian flying. The immense energy shattered his ghostly prison. Warning. The enemy's combat level has significantly increased. The enemy's combat level now surpasses that of the host. Please exercise caution. The system's voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Realizing that Colonel Mouse had activated his amplification ability, Ling Tian thought, you truly know how to create chaos. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, having freed Luffy from the dark substance, voiced their frustrations. Wah. Luffy, rescued by Zoro and Sanji, immediately began apologizing. At that moment, the dark mask that Zoro and Sanji had removed began to writhe, transforming into a shadowy figure. Zoro, be careful. Hisaku, sensing the presence of the dark figure, warned Zoro. What on earth is that? Sanji remarked, observing the ominous silhouette. Ling Tian also took note of the situation surrounding Luffy. However, upon inspection, he discovered that the combat level of the shadowy figure was merely 15,000. Consequently, he instructed Luffy and the others to handle that situation themselves. His priority was to confront Colonel Mouse, and he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, Colonel Mouse's current strength could annihilate the entirety of Kakoja in under an hour. 3-sword style. Ghost Celestial Star. Ling Tian drew his 3 swords from his waist and unleashed 3 stellar blades toward Colonel Mouse, sending him hurtling backward. With the utilization of his 3-sword style, Ling Tian's combat level surged to 40,000. All things in nature turned to ashes, flowing blade like fire. After propelling Colonel Mouse away, Ling Tian activated the flowing blade of fire, raising his combat level to 50,000. 3-sword style, fire principle, heavenly flame prison dragon. To prevent Colonel Mouse from ravaging Kakoja, Ling Tian employed the fire principle in conjunction with the flowing blade of fire. A massive fire dragon surged toward the airborne Colonel Mouse. The dark matter surrounding Colonel Mouse erupted, forming a shield before him. Boom! Upon impact, the fire dragon was repelled by the dark substance. What is that? Ling Tian caught sight of an armored apparition behind Colonel Mouse. At that moment, Colonel Mouse's combat level surged to an astonishing 60,000. Heaven and Earth, 1 sword unleashed. Dual sword style, 2 sword 1 flow. To preempt the armored figure from thwarting his attack once more, Ling Tian dispelled the 6th seal of lightning, unleashing the sword of Heaven and Earth. His body was enveloped in a violet armor, significantly enhancing his swordsmanship. His combat level now reached a staggering 100,000. Crack. In an instant, the dark substance utilized for defense by Colonel Mouse was shattered by Ling Tian. After dismantling the dark matter, Ling Tian swiftly eliminated Colonel Mouse. This time, the armored figure did not reappear. Bang! Huff huff huff. After vanquishing Colonel Mouse, Ling Tian plummeted to the ground. He realized that upon retracting the seal of lightning, he had become immobile. After some contemplation, he understood that although his various abilities had reached their peak, his lack of dedicated training in physical combat rendered him vulnerable. Just now, merely unsealing the 6th layer of lightning had exhausted all his stamina. A few moments prior, Zoro, Sanji, let's take him down, Luffy exclaimed, rallying with Zoro and Sanji against the shadowy figure. Rubber rubber, pistol. 3-sword style, 180 troublesome winds. The trio unleashed their respective abilities to assault the shadowy figure. The dark figure adeptly evaded their attacks with a swift motion, appearing behind them and delivering a devastating kick that knocked them down. That's a move your grandfather used before, Luffy. Zoro recognized the shadowy figure's maneuver as the 6 powers technique known as Saru and Erasure. Watch out, green algae head. Sanji, observing Zoro's distracted state, swiftly intervened to shield Zoro from the impending attack of the dark figure. The shadowy figure, seeing its ambush thwarted by Sanji, retreated momentarily. Step aside. You colorful kappa. Zoro pushed Sanji away, eager to confront the threat. What the hell, green algae head? Can't you at least say thank you? Sanji retorted angrily as Zoro shoved him aside. Just then, the shadowy figure conjured 3 blades from its hands and mouth. As the blades materialized, it unleashed 3 arcs of curved sword energy. This is the 180 troublesome winds, Zoro exclaimed, astonished to see the dark figure mimic his technique after witnessing it just once. 3-sword style, 180 troublesome winds. Zoro countered the shadowy figure's attack with his own. The 2 techniques collided, canceling each other out. Zoro, Sanji, let me handle this. Luffy, who had been waiting for a moment to intervene, rose to his feet, pushing Zoro and Sanji aside. He squatted into a horse stance, pressing the flesh on his legs to pump blood through his body like a pneumatic system. Second gear. After completing this preparation, steam began to billow from Luffy's body. This was the exclusive ability of a rubber man, which Ling Tian had previously explained to him. Rubber rubber, IT pistol. Luffy swiftly approached the shadowy figure and, with a single punch, sent it flying. What astonishing speed! Sanji exclaimed, gazing at Luffy, whose body was enveloped in steam. Noticing that even his second gear could not defeat this dark figure, Luffy resolved to give it his all. He inserted his right thumb into his mouth and took a deep breath, blowing into his hand. Third gear. As he exhaled, Luffy's right hand began to swell, expanding until it resembled a giant's arm. What in the world is this? Zoro was taken aback, witnessing Luffy's colossal arm for the first time as he prepared to unleash it. With a mighty swing, Luffy executed the Gum Giant pistol, striking the shadowy figure with tremendous force, reducing it to a puddle of black liquid. After using third gear, Luffy immediately expelled the air he had infused into his right hand. This is bad. Luffy, Sanji and Zoro rushed to his side as Luffy was sent flying, ultimately catching him thanks to Sanji's adept legs. That was truly perilous. Sanji sighed in relief as he held Luffy tightly. Why have you shrunk? Sanji gasped, shocked to see Luffy had reverted to his smaller form, causing the cigarette in his mouth to drop to the ground. Zoro, equally astonished, pondered whether they would now have to follow this child into the Grand Line. It's all right. It's only temporary. Luffy reassured them, as it was his first time employing the balloon technique, though he had been forewarned by Ling Tian about its side effects. I say, can you two take care of me for a moment? Ling Tian interjected from the side, bemused at how Sanji and Zoro rushed to catch Luffy while he merely fell freely. After all, he was the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Sanji and Zoro hurriedly carried Luffy over to him. In Mariehua, amidst the flowers, is it truly a failure? Kaido lamented, sensing that his brief control over Captain Mouse had dissipated. Captain Mouse had previously obtained a drop of his own blood from a pirate, and during Buggy's encounter with the fisherman Arlong, he inadvertently came into contact with it. Initially unfazed, Kaido had sensed a hostile power opposing his own abilities, prompting him to incite chaos in Cocoa Village through Captain Mouse. According to the adults, the strongest in this world only possesses a power level of 40,000. To think that this individual could reach 100,000 is indeed terrifying. Kaido recalled Ling Tian's explosive power level with astonishment, realizing that even in his ordinary state, he only reached 90,000. That individual could wield a strength of 100,000. Since defeating Captain Mouse, the villagers had treated Ling Tian and his companions with much more kindness, allowing them to enter the village. Straw Hat lad, I entrust my daughter to you, Belmere declared, leading Luffy to a hillside. Indeed, Straw Hat, if you cause Nami to shed a tear, I swear I shall not let you off lightly. Akane followed Belmere's lead with a fierce demeanor. Luffy nodded at their words, pledging that he would never allow Nami to cry. You better take this seriously, Akane admonished Luffy, seizing his collar. Belmere watched their interaction with a smile, confident that Luffy would uphold his promise, having observed that he was unlike other pirates throughout her investigations. Belmere, Noki, I'm off, Nami called to the pair as they came to see her off. Belmere, I am truly grateful for your care over the years, Nami said, tears welling in her eyes as she embraced Belmere. For Nami, an orphan, Belmere had been like a mother, treating her with love despite her capricious nature. You are my daughter. Caring for you is what a mother ought to do, Belmere replied, holding Nami tightly. After exchanging a few words, Nami boarded the Mary. With Luffy's declaration of departure, the Straw Hat crew finally welcomed their navigator. Nami is going to chase her dreams, Belmere sighed, watching the Mary set sail. As a mother, all she could do was support Nami in her pursuit of dreams. Aboard the Mary, to celebrate Nami as joining us. Here are some berries, Ling Tian said, handing Nami several bags of berries. What is this? Nami's eyes sparkled at the sight of the berries. Counting nearly 1 billion. Ling Tian relished the delightful taste of the cleansing cream after bestowing such a fortune upon her. The following day, prices have risen again. Nami grumbled at the newspaper, which had increased in cost. The paper parrot, hearing her complaint, sighed in resignation. It's not my decision to raise prices. What good is your complaint to me? Nami, despite her wealth of 10 billion berries, still grumbled over a few extra berries. Nevertheless, she placed the berries into the paper parrot's bag, stating that she would not purchase if the prices continued to rise. Usopp, witnessing her frugality, scoffed at her for being stingy despite her vast wealth. Nami retaliated, arguing that daily purchases would only inflate costs further. Why, it's just one to eat. Luffy protested as he was kicked away by Sanji while attempting to pilfer oranges from Nami's orchard. Colliding with Usopp, who was adjusting his chili star, Luffy inadvertently caused chili juice to splatter into Usopp's eyes. Soon, a column of flames erupted from the Mary, prompting Ling Tian to use his spiritual powers to assist Usopp in removing the chili from his eyes. What's the big deal? Eating one orange, one tea hurt. Sanji is just stingy, Luffy whined, sitting on the railing of the Mary. Sanji firmly rejected his claim. Yes, here you go. Ling Tian, seeing the situation, tossed a few oranges to Luffy, which he happily accepted. Having purchased them from Belmere and Cocoa Village, they created a ruckus, for bounty notices fell from Nami's newspaper. What is this? Ling Tian picked up the fallen notices to examine them. Unlike the original, which featured only Luffy's bounty, this time, Zoro, Sanji, and Ling Tian's bounties were also included. Straw Hat Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bounty, 35 million berries. Roria no Azaro. Swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. Bounty, 30 million berries. Sanji, Cook of the Straw Hat Pirates. Bounty, 28 million berries. Speed Demon Lingtian, Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Bounty, 5.55 billion berries. It's a bounty notice, Lingtian announced, handing the 4 notices to Luffy and the others. Hee, I have a bounty of 35 million berries, Luffy exclaimed happily, clutching his notice. 30 million, not bad, Zoro remarked, a smile creeping onto his lips. The amount didn't matter as long as it surpassed someone else's. Why is my bounty lower than the moss heads? Sanji grumbled, initially pleased but quickly dismayed upon seeing Zoro's higher bounty. Notably, Sanji's bounty notice featured a photograph rather than a drawing. What on earth is going on? Nami gasped, staring at Lingtian's notice in shock. Usopp rushed over, intrigued by the notice in Nami's hand. Lingtian, how did your bounty become so astronomical? Usopp was also taken aback by the bounty placed on Lingtian. And among the Straw Hat crew, only Luffy and Zoro were aware of Lingtian's true identity. Lingtian offered no explanation, merely stating, I am quite famous. To celebrate their newfound bounties, Luffy planned to host a banquet. However, due to the meager food supplies aboard the ship, Sanji stubbornly refused to hold the feast. Ultimately, it was Lingtian who resolved the issue by producing food he had stored in the system space. Lottery, Lingtian remarked, gazing at the emptiness of his system space with a smile. The system initiated 1,000 consecutive draws. With determination, Lingtian decided to proceed with the 1,000 draws. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a bronze level item, 10 million berries. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a bronze level item, 30 million berries. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a diamond level item, the 8 Gates of Duenjia training method. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a purple gold level item, Yuan in cultivation, 1 hour duration. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a platinum level item, a Sharingan. Nanny? Lingtian stared in confusion at the Sharingan that had appeared in his system space. Was this meant to turn me into Kakashi? However, Lingtian understood that he was unlikely to become as inept as Kakashi. For the items awarded by the system could be utilized at will, unlike Kakashi's affliction. Contemplating, Lingtian began to examine these rewards. 8 Gates of Duenjia training method. Diamond level item. An explosive martial arts technique created by a powerful taijutsu ninja from the Naruto world. Consisting of 8 gates, the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, death gate, view gate, surprise gate, and the death gate. Each gate opened inflicts a certain degree of harm on the body. And reaching the final death gate will inevitably lead to death unless a miracle occurs. Note, as the host has already completed previous tasks, this skill will not reach its maximum level. Yuan in cultivation, 1 hour duration purple gold level item. A cultivation method from a certain immortal world that converts to a fighting level of 500. 000, easily dominating any opponent. Sharingan, platinum level item, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan from the Naruto world, one of the most prestigious bloodline limits, capable of evolving through the user's emotions, ultimately transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. Note, as the host has already completed previous tasks, this skill will not reach its maximum level. After contemplating these rewards, Lingtian decided to focus on training the 8 Gates of Duenjia to rectify his physical deficiencies. Attribute panel, 8 Gates of Duenjia. Opening gate unlock conditions. Complete 10,000 squats, 10,000 sit-ups, and 10,000 push-ups. Wow. As expected of the notoriously difficult 8 Gates of Duenjia, the unlocking conditions for just the opening gate are astonishingly arduous. After utilizing the 8 Gates of Duenjia, Lingtian proceeded to activate the Sharingan. Sharingan, activation condition, possess chakra. Nanny, possess chakra. Lingtian was bewildered upon seeing this requirement. How was he supposed to acquire chakra? Never mind, he thought. I'll focus on training the 8 Gates of Duenjia. With that in mind, Lingtian began his training aboard the ship. What's wrong with him? Why is he training so hard? Zoro observed Lingtian's relentless training while munching on meat. Who knows? Sanji remarked, bringing out more food as he glanced at Lingtian. Nami stood at the bow, studying the sea chart and planning their next destination. Meanwhile, Usopp was tinkering with his assortment of peculiar gadgets. Here, I want to go here, Nami, Luffy declared, pointing to the Roguetown icon on the chart. What are you talking about, Luffy? That place is home to the legendary White Hunter. Nami immediately rejected Luffy's proposal, looking at the Roguetown icon. No, I'm the captain, and I want to go there, Luffy insisted, asserting his authority over the ship's direction. I want to see it too, Zoro added. Approaching. That's where the Pirate King was executed. And they say the Pirate King Roger was a master swordsman. Zoro's interest in Roguetown matched Luffy's enthusiasm. Sanji expressed that they needed to procure more food since their supplies had been depleted during the banquet. Ling Tian, however, was indifferent to their destination. Seeing that everyone aboard intended to go to Roguetown, Nami reluctantly agreed, but insisted that Luffy and the others promise not to cause trouble there. Luffy eagerly nodded in agreement. Yet Ling Tian and the others harbored deep skepticism regarding Luffy's commitment, especially Zoro, who had been tricked by Luffy numerous times. Ling Tian ignored their banter and continued training aboard the ship. While Luffy and Usopp began fishing nearby, before long, the Mary reached Roguetown. Yahoo! As soon as they arrived, Luffy launched himself like a rubber rocket into the air. Nami, witnessing Luffy's sudden departure, was bewildered. Didn't they agree not to cause trouble? Why did he just take off? Zoro and Usopp exchanged knowing glances, fully expecting Luffy's antics. All right, I need to buy some food, Sanji said, watching Luffy soar away as he disembarked from the Mary. Zoro also planned to explore. Having acquired 3 swords, he decided to wander Roguetown instead of searching for more blades. It's better for a directionally challenged person like you to stay on the Mary, Sanji remarked, recalling Ling Tian's description of Zoro as directionally challenged. Ling Tian commented, "There are no secrets that can be hidden from me." Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zoro, eager to prove his navigational skills, dashed toward Roguetown. Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Zoro's antics, predicting that he would end up lost in Roguetown again. Meanwhile, Usopp and Nami watched as Ling Tian ran back and forth in the same spot at the port. Ling Tian must be directionally challenged too, Usopp quipped. Observing Ling Tian's erratic movements, Nami nodded. Then decided to head to Roguetown to buy some clothes, especially since she now possessed a fortune of 1 billion berries and, having evaded the Navy's bounty, felt no concern. Usopp, seeing Nami headed to Roguetown, opted to stay behind and watch the Mary.as for Zoro. No, it's not this way. Zoro. It's over there. Over there. Not that way. Due to Zoro's directionally challenged nature, his companion, Bloodfang, continually pointed the right way. Yet, despite Bloodfang's guidance, Zoro often strayed off course, prompting Bloodfang to transform into a small crimson figure, tugging at Zoro's sleeve to lead him. On Ling Tian's end. Haven't I been here before? Ling Tian felt a sense of deja vu as he stood before a familiar scene. Shocked at the thought of becoming as lost as Zoro. He quickly sprinted, hoping to find a different path. As a result, the people of Roguetown saw a purple-haired man running back and forth at a crossroads. What is that person doing? I don't know. He must be insane. Let us stay away from him. Roguetown's townsfolk, bemused by Ling Tian's nonsensical antics, began to distance themselves from him. Meanwhile, Sanji, while procuring food, discovered a prize from a competition, a giant tuna. A rarity in the East Blue. Naturally, Sanji won the contest and claimed the enormous tuna. Luffy, on his mad dash, aimed to see the execution platform where the Pirate King met his end. However, he soon encountered Smoker. At that moment, Smoker, unaware of Luffy's bounty, did not recognize him. By the way, how do I get to the execution platform? Luffy, with an air of bravado, posed a question to Smoker regarding the execution platform. Smoker, taken aback, pondered how anyone could desire to venture to such a grim place. I seem to have lost my way, Luffy admitted, scratching his head in frustration. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before, Smoker remarked, recalling that he had not encountered Luffy during his time in Loguetown. I've just arrived at this island, and this town is quite vast, entirely different from Windmill Village, Luffy candidly shared with Smoker. Why do you wish to go to the execution platform? Smoker inquired, his curiosity piqued. As a naval officer stationed in Loguetown, he understood the significance of the execution platform. I want to see the place where the Pirate King was executed, Luffy boldly confessed, revealing his intention to visit the site of Gold. Roger's demise. Smoker was left in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Are you unaware? Luffy observed, scrutinizing the immobile Smoker. Wait a moment. It's over there, Smoker finally responded. As a wisp of smoke emanated from his collar, guiding Luffy toward the execution platform. Is that the way? Thank you, Luffy replied, following the trail of smoke while expressing his gratitude. Captain Smoker. That is the infamous pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Monkey D. Luffy, one of the Marines, informed Smoker after Luffy had moved away. Smoker's lips twitched in irritation at the tardiness of the information, though he refrained from chastising the Marine and instead transformed into smoke, propelling himself toward the execution platform. Meanwhile, on another front, Ling Tian, aided by a positioning bracelet, finally found his way without further confusion. The reason he had not lost his way before was solely due to the bracelet's ability to guide him to those he sought. Having drawn only one such bracelet, He refrained from entrusting it to the notoriously directionally challenged Zoro. Aren't you going to take a look? Ling Tian asked, as he reached a rooftop that afforded a view of the execution platform. There stood a man cloaked in green, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's father. Monkey D. Dragon. No words are necessary for a man's farewell. One day, we shall meet again upon the seas. Dragon declared, gazing toward the execution platform without turning. You perceive things quite clearly, Ling Tian remarked, taking a seat beside Dragon. Having Luffy by my side poses greater danger, especially considering he has his own adventures to undertake. Is that so? Then do you not think my presence aboard Luffy's ship puts him in even greater peril? Ling Tian chuckled in response to Dragon's words. Dragon contemplated for a moment, reflecting on the identity of the man beside him, whose bounty now surpassed even that of the legendary Roger, which had been a mere 5.3 billion berries. In this vast ocean, few possess the capability to harm you, Dragon finally replied. According to the intelligence gathered by the Revolutionary Army, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was akin to Ling Tian. Another, Kaido of the Beasts, was both his disciple and brother, while Shanks, also one of the 4 emperors, regarded Ling Tian as a subordinate. 3 of the 4 emperors had ties to Ling Tian. Even if Ling Tian were to be imprisoned and impelled down, his allies would dismantle it within moments. Quite the spectacle is about to unfold, Ling Tian observed, a smile gracing his lips as he pointed toward the execution platform. At that moment, the area surrounding the platform was teeming with villagers from Loguetown and pirates alike. A bespectacled magician stood over Luffy, who was pinned to the execution platform. Ling Tian recognized him as the current captain of the Blackbeard pirates, the magician, Zango. You shall pay with your life for injuring our captain, Zango declared, pressing down on Luffy. Previously, when they had arrived in Syrup Village, they learned that their captain, Kuro, had been captured by the legendary marine hero. They discovered that it was the Straw Hat pirates who had led to Kuro's downfall, prompting them to lay an ambush for the Straw Hats in Loguetown, which culminated in their confrontation today. In the eyes of pirates, the captain represented the strongest force within the crew. Thus, upon receiving the bounty poster for the Straw Hat pirates, they focused solely on Luffy's bounty, overlooking Ling Tian's. Please, I won't do it again. Save me, Luffy pleaded beneath the weight of Zango. How could I possibly save you? You fool, Zango retorted mockingly. This is the fate of those who oppose us. The rotund Buggy added. Do you have any final words? It's not every day we have such a large audience, Zango said, brandishing a hypnotic circle toward Luffy. I am going to become the Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed boldly at the site where Roger had met his end, uttering his legendary vow. The declaration sent shockwaves through the gathered villagers and pirates alike. He aims to become the Pirate King. They murmured in disbelief, particularly in the very town where the Pirate King had been executed. Your son certainly has spirit, Ling Tian remarked, amused by Luffy's declaration. Dragon merely smiled at Ling Tian's words, standing up and extending his right hand, summoning a gathering of storm clouds above the execution platform. Then I must go to retrieve our captain, Ling Tian stated, leaping down. Then you may journey in peace. Zango laughed, dismissing Luffy's claim. Become the Pirate King? What a joke. You are about to be executed here. Zango sneered as Luffy struggled futilely against his bonds. Wait, just as Zango prepared to carry out the execution, Zoro and Sanji emerged from the crowd. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy exclaimed, his spirits lifting at their arrival. Zoro, noticing Luffy's plight, was momentarily taken aback. How could the pirate hunter Zoro be part of the Straw Hat pirates? A girl in the distance, observing through binoculars, was left bewildered. What kind of foolishness is this, Luffy? There should be limits to your jokes, Zoro chastised. If this is merely a sideshow, I shall join in as well. We just need to rid ourselves of these filthy pirates, Sanji added, cigarette in mouth and hands in pockets. However, upon Zoro and Sanji's arrival, Zango intended to strike Luffy down immediately. The duo raced toward the execution platform, only to be intercepted by members of the Blackbeard pirates. While the crew members were no match for Zoro and Sanji, they still presented a formidable obstacle. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Ling Tian. I'm sorry, but I'm about to die, Luffy declared with a cheerful smile. He smiled, Smoker mused, recalling the execution of Roger, as he saw Luffy's grin reminiscent of the Pirate King, just as Zango's hypnotic circle was poised to sever Luffy's head. A bolt of lightning struck the execution platform. This electrifying moment left a young bystander below in stunned amazement. Ha ha ha. So you are still alive, Luffy exclaimed, picking up his fallen straw hat with a grin. Do you believe in gods? Zoro queried, sheathing his swords. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here, Sanji urged, finding Zoro's words absurd. Enough with the talk of gods. We need to leave now. Ling Tian approached Luffy and his companions. Addressing them directly. At that moment, Smoker commanded the Navy to surround all the pirates present. What a nuisance, Ling Tian remarked, surveying the Navy surrounding them. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted from Ling Tian's being, causing the nearby Navy and pirates to collapse unconscious. This was the result of Ling Tian employing his Conqueror's Haki. What is happening? Zoro questioned, bewildered by the fallen Navy personnel around them. You did this, didn't you? Ling Tian, Sanji, taking a puff from his cigarette, gazed at Ling Tian. Enough chatter, we must leave at once. A storm is imminent, and we must set sail before it arrives. Ignoring the shock of Zoro and the others, Ling Tian insisted they depart immediately. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, said nothing further and followed him. Where on earth is the sea? Zoro grumbled as they ran. Luffy, ever optimistic, remarked that the rain was too heavy to see clearly. Ling Tian urged them to stay close, particularly keeping an eye on Zoro. Who is that lady? At that moment, a woman appeared before them, wearing glasses and a sword at her waist. Zoro felt uneasy upon seeing Dashiji, recalling how she bore an uncanny resemblance to Kuina, whom he had seen injure her own eyes. Consequently, Dashiji demanded that Zoro clean up the Navy base to compensate for her injury. Strangely enough, despite Zoro's prolonged presence at the Navy base, no one had recognized his identity. Roria Zoro, I never expected you to be a pirate, Dashiji said with a dark expression. You deceived me, she accused, as if Zoro had wronged her in some way. What did you do to her? Zoro, Sanji questioned, immediately directing his attention to Zoro upon hearing Dashiji's words. Shishio, upon hearing Dashiji's remarks, trembled slightly, as if to say Zoro was truly inhumane. I didn't deceive you. You simply never asked my name. Zoro retorted. One would think there was something undeniably ambiguous between you two. I shall not allow a scoundrel like you to wield that famed sword, Wadakamanji. I must reclaim it, Dashiji declared firmly. As a sword enthusiast, she absolutely could not permit a renowned blade to fall into the hands of a pirate, believing it would cause the sword to weep. And you must be the speed sword demon, Ling Tian. I also intend to retrieve the lightning-infused sword, Riboku no Hka, and Ace. I will not allow them to weep either. Dashiji recognized that Ling Tian possessed 3 renowned swords. Although she understood she was unlikely to defeat him, as a sword enthusiast, she could not simply allow the famed swords to remain with a pirate. In a flash, Ling Tian teleported behind Dashiji and struck her, rendering her unconscious. He had no desire to waste time with her. A storm was approaching. Even he could not guarantee they could leave before the storm hit, as the forces of nature were formidable. All right, let's depart, Ling Tian said, lifting the unconscious Dashiji and placing her in a sheltered spot away from the rain. Seeing this, Zoro said nothing. A simple resolution to the predicament was preferable for him. Soon, they returned to the Thousand Sunny. Strange, why hasn't Smoker followed us? Ling Tian mused, looking towards the direction of Loguetown. Meanwhile, on the streets of Loguetown, a figure draped in a green cloak confronted Smoker. Why are you aiding the Straw Hat Kid? Smoker asked, puzzled by the presence of Dragon, the most wanted criminal in the world government. Why? Because he is my son, Dragon replied, though he refrained from stating it so plainly, instead adopting a rather pretentious tone. What reason could possibly prevent a man from setting sail? He chuckled. On the Thousand Sunny, Nami commanded, quickly, lower the sails. We are setting off now, as she directed Luffy and the others to lower the sails. Zoro and Ling Tian hastened to comply. Sanji swiftly stowed the provisions they had purchased in Loguetown into the kitchen. Usopp stood atop the lookout, scanning the vicinity for any approaching threats, knowing that even the slightest disturbance could spell disaster for them. Once Zoro and Ling Tian had lowered the sails, Ling Tian rushed to the helm of the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, Luffy, upon witnessing their departure, did nothing but sit in his special seat, grinning. Set sail, Luffy declared. Waving his arm, Nami, observing Luffy's demeanor, contemplated how she would definitely give him a good thrashing once this was all over. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. Everyone had grown accustomed to Luffy's antics and made no complaints. Just as Ling Tian and the others finished their preparations, a tremendous storm surged towards the Thousand Sunny. Luffy was blown off the ship by the gale. Seeing this, Ling Tian instructed Zoro to take the helm, then swiftly flew over to catch Luffy and return to the ship. Thanks, Ling Tian, Luffy gasped, relieved to be back on the Thousand Sunny. Ling Tian paid no heed to Luffy's gratitude and immediately used his spirit technique to stabilize the balance of the others on board, preventing them from being thrown overboard. The storm was too fierce. Steering the ship towards their intended destination was no longer feasible. Certainly, Ling Tian possessed the ability to use his spirit technique to counter the storm, shielding the ship from its effects. However, he knew that if he released the technique maintaining the others' balance, they would be instantly swept into the sea. while the others could likely manage. Luffy was a devil fruit user. If they were unable to find him promptly, it could spell disaster. Before long, the Thousand Sunny drifted beyond the storm's reach. Although the rain continued to fall heavily, they could now proceed. There is the guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line lies at the end of that beam, Nami announced, gazing at the distant lighthouse. The others also regarded the beacon, filled with anticipation for their journey into the Grand Line. Before we enter the Grand Line, let us hold a ceremony, Sanji suggested, placing a wooden barrel at the bow of the Thousand Sunny. The others gathered around the barrel upon seeing it. I seek the all blue. Sanji stated, being the first to place his foot on the barrel. I aim to become the Pirate King. Luffy followed, and although it would be customary for a captain to go first in other pirate crews, it mattered little in the Straw Hat crew. I aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro then proclaimed, voicing his long-held dream. I wish to solidify my physical form, Shishio declared, transforming into a blood-red figure and placing his foot atop the barrel. Initially startled by Shishio, Nami grew accustomed to him over time and was no longer fearful. They often collaborated on navigation matters, and after the incident in Baratai, Shishio had continuously used a feminine silhouette for his blood-red form, thus fostering a close bond with Nami. I strive to create a world map, Nami added, placing her foot on the barrel as well. I wish to witness the beauty of the world. Ling Tian followed suit, placing his foot and the tip of his lightning-infused sword upon the barrel. I wish to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp trembled as he timidly placed his foot on the barrel. Set sail. With Luffy's declaration, each member struck the barrel with their feet. To the Grand Line. They all echoed in unison after striking the barrel. Soon after, the rain ceased. Nami, have we yet reached the Grand Line? Luffy, seated in the first-class section, turned to Nami and expressed his grievances. Nami responded, informing Luffy that they had only departed from Roguetown 2 days prior, questioning how they could possibly reach the Grand Line so swiftly. The weather was splendid. The tempest they had recently endured felt like a mere figment of imagination. Sanji, gazing at the magnificent weather, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Usopp, meanwhile, was peering through his telescope, observing something in the distance. Ling Tian continued to practice the 8 gates technique aboard the ship. Having already completed 10,000 squats and sit-ups, he had only 3,000 push-ups remaining before unlocking the first gate. Hey, a large flock of birds spotted off the starboard side, Usopp exclaimed, observing a massive congregation of birds to the right of the merry. A flock of birds, Luffy echoed, intrigued by Usopp's words. Yes, and there's something enormous floating on the surface of the sea. But I can't quite discern what it is, Usopp remarked, lowering his telescope to scrutinize the mysterious object with his sniper goggles. Could it be a fish? Luffy immediately thought of the Sea King that had bitten off Shank's arm. It was often said that seabirds tend to gather above large fish, a notion that Sanji, having once been a chef at sea, readily affirmed. Luffy, go catch it for lunch, Sanji suggested, presuming it was indeed a large fish. Despite knowing Luffy's devil fruit powers, all right, I'm on it, Luffy declared, employing his powers without hesitation. Gum Gum Harpoon, that kid is exceedingly convenient, Sanji remarked, watching Luffy's elongated arm with a grin. Luffy successfully grasped an unidentified object with his outstretched hand. I got it. Quite sizable, isn't it? Luffy observed, looking at the object he had reeled in. Wait, how do you plan to let it down? Sanji exclaimed in shock as Luffy brought his arm back horizontally. Sanji swiftly leaped out of the way, but Zoro, who had been napping nearby, was not so fortunate, getting knocked into the sea by Luffy's arm. Sorry, Zoro, Luffy called out without even glancing back. You absolute fool, Sanji retorted, seemingly forgetting his previous comment about Luffy's convenience. One day, I'll definitely take him down, Zoro growled, having been fished out of the water by Usopp. That's not a fish at all, Sanji stated, gazing at the small girl Luffy had caught. Indeed, it's a little girl, Nami remarked in astonishment, taken aback that such a young child had ventured out to sea. She pondered what circumstances could have compelled her to do so. Strange, is she a mermaid? Where's her fin? Luffy approached, curious at Nami's comment, only to be teased by Usopp about how the girl bore no resemblance to a mermaid. Ling Tian, having heard the commotion, approached, with only 1,000 push-ups left before unlocking the first gate. Let us take her inside to rest, he suggested, assessing the girl, recognizing her as part of the ancient dragon storyline. Sanji gently carried the girl, named ABI's, into the cabin. Sanji, I'm hungry, Luffy announced as Sanji was bringing ABI's to her bed. Sanji, resigned, began preparing a meal upon hearing Luffy's request. I'm hungry too, Sanji. I know. Me as well. Please, make me a portion too, Nami interjected. At your service, Miss Nami, Sanji replied, promptly attending to their requests. Before long, Delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen. ABI's, awakened by the enticing scents, sat up abruptly, inadvertently colliding with Usopp, who was tending to her. Ouch! Usopp exclaimed before he could even speak. You're awake. You seem more energetic than I expected, Nami stated, ignoring Usopp's plight. Luffy turned his attention to ABI's. You must be hungry. I'm making you some soup, Sanji kindly offered, preparing a bowl of soup and a plate of food for her. As a chef, he felt compelled to feed anyone in need. Regardless of who they were, ABI's, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, soon came to a realization. How fortunate, she exclaimed, recognizing that this was not her tiny boat. Did you encounter a disaster? What is your name, Nami? Speculating that ABI's might have faced calamity. Thought it prudent to introduce herself first. ABI's, having been captured by the Navy, had grown wary of others. Haha, true enough. My name is Nami, she replied with a smile, introducing herself. I in the kitchen is Sanji. The one clad in an apron and looking fearsome is Zoro. The one sprawled over there is Usopp. And the one doing push-ups is Ling Tion. I am Luffy, the captain of this pirate crew. Nami introduced everyone aboard. However, as she began to introduce Luffy, he interjected himself. Upon hearing Luffy's proclamation, ABI's was taken aback, shocked to discover she was aboard a pirate ship. Pirates, ABI's gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. We're headed for the Grand Line, Luffy declared, oblivious to any discomfort ABI's might feel regarding their identity. What's wrong? She has gone still, Luffy remarked, completely unaware of the impact his declaration had on ABI's. She has probably startled to hear you're a pirate, Ling Tion quipped from his push-up position. Most people would be frightened upon realizing they're on a pirate ship, considering pirates are typically known for their violence and plunder. Indeed, we are pirates. Luffy finally grasped Ling Tion's point, prompting the others to internally critique his lack of awareness. So, what will happen to this child now? Zoro gazed at ABI's, who was startled by Luffy's words, and spoke up. Luffy, upon hearing Zoro's comment, shrugged it off, suggesting they could think about it tomorrow. Afterward, Luffy and the others began to indulge in the food prepared by Sanji. However, since ABI's had fainted from fright, Sanji placed her portion back into the unlocked refrigerator. 99, 96, 9997, 9998, 9999, 10,000. Ling Tion was counting the repetitions of his push-ups nearby. Ding, congratulations, host. You have fulfilled the unlocking conditions for the first gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia. The first gate, Open Gate, is now unlocked. The system's voice resonated in Ling Tion's mind after he completed 10,000 push-ups. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ling Tion proceeded to examine the unlocking conditions for the second gate. Rest Gate. The requirement for the second gate was to defeat a powerful master of physical techniques within a virtual space. Ling Tion was somewhat taken aback by this condition. He had expected the requirement for the Rest Gate to involve more push-ups. Nevertheless, he set aside his thoughts and directly entered the virtual space. Ling Tion, Zoro, noticing Ling Tion's sudden disappearance, stood up with a hint of vigilance. Luffy and the others quickly began searching the Mary for Ling Tion. However, Nami and Shirshue did not join in the search. Having seen Ling Tion vanish, Shirshue used her abilities to inform Nami that Ling Tion had likely entered another dimension. Upon entering this alternate space, Ling Tion found himself facing a man clad in a green jumpsuit, with thick eyebrows and a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. No way, is that Rock Lee? Ling Tion was astonished to encounter this character, famed for his physical prowess in the early chapters of Naruto. Rock Lee positioned one hand behind his back and raised the other, readying himself for combat. Ling Tion, sensing the abilities within him, discovered that aside from his physical techniques, all other powers had vanished. He understood this was due to the system and was not overly shocked. 8 gates of Duenjia. First gate, open. Second gate, rest. Rock Lee directly opened the second gate, rest. First gate, open. Ling Tion, 2. Activated the first gate he had just unlocked, enveloping his hands and feet in armament haki. After doing so, he charged at Rock Lee. Steel fist, bone crushing. Ling Tion threw a powerful punch at Rock Lee. Lee merely lifted his hand slowly to block Ling Tion's attack. What? Ling Tion was taken aback that his move was thwarted so swiftly, and he instinctively retreated. Observing Rock Lee, Ling Tion felt a sense of gravity. This version of Rock Lee was not the same as depicted in the original story. Currently, Rock Lee, having only unlocked the second gate, was already nearly on par with most physical powerhouses in the pirate world. If rated by combat level, Ling Tion, having opened the first gate and covered in armament haki, had a combat level of 20,000, while Rock Lee, having opened the rest gate, reached approximately 25,000. Ling Tion realized he was likely not a match for the rest gate Rock Lee. yet he refused to concede. Just as Ling Tian contemplated, Rock Lee swiftly closed the distance, kicking Ling Tian into the air. How is this possible? Ling Tian stared in shock as he saw the bandages entwined around him. Realizing they were the Lotus of Lianhua. Isn't this technique only usable after unlocking the third gate, Life Gate? Feeling helpless against the binding bandages and recognizing Rock Lee's superior strength, Ling Tian knew he could not break free. Boom! Ultimately, Rock Lee delivered a powerful punch that sent Ling Tian crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. After being struck by Rock Lee's attack, Ling Tian spat blood. As his blood dripped onto the ground, the system space began to collapse. Moments later, Ling Tian appeared on the Mary with blood trickling from his mouth. Hey, how come the injuries from the system carry over to reality? Ling Tian grumbled, feeling the blood at the corner of his mouth. He had assumed that injuries sustained in the system space would not affect the real world. Ding. Unless the host is killed, injuries from the virtual space will be fully returned to the host. Isn't this a virtual space? How can there be such a rule? Moreover, am I not supposed to be immortal? Why haven't I healed? Ling Tian lamented as he felt the pain coursing through his body. This was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries since arriving in the pirate world. Previously, he had always been the one inflicting wounds. Ding. The host's immortality does not automatically heal injuries sustained in the virtual space. It merely ensures the host does not perish. Damn it. Ling Tian cursed upon hearing the system's words, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Hey, Ling Tian. At that moment, Sanji, who was searching for Ling Tian on the Mary, noticed him suddenly appearing on the deck. How did you get so badly hurt? Sanji exclaimed, taken aback by Ling Tian's injuries. He understood the kind of power Ling Tian possessed, and it was evident that someone remarkably strong must have inflicted such damage. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Luffy and the others rushed over, equally astonished by Ling Tian's injuries. However, they quickly regained their composure and helped Ling Tian into a room, where they performed simple first aid. Cough, cough. Soon, Ling Tian regained consciousness. Ling Tian, are you all right? When Ling Tian awoke, he found Luffy and the others gathered around him in concern. I'm fine, he reassured them, noting their worried expressions. What on earth happened? How could someone like you get so badly hurt? Zoro inquired, unable to comprehend who could inflict such harm on Ling Tian, a top-tier powerhouse in these waters. Nothing serious. I just overdid it during training. Ling Tian decided against revealing the details of the virtual space. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Luffy and the others sighed in relief, initially fearing there had been an attack on the Mary. They were surprised to learn it was merely a result of Ling Tian's own training. That night, in a corner of a cabin aboard the Mary, a small girl was huddled under a blanket, trembling. This girl was ABI's, who had been captured by Luffy earlier that day. Why? She pondered, distressed. Why? After escaping from the Navy with great difficulty, was I rescued by a pirate ship? As she spoke, her mind conjured images of Ling Tian and the others as wicked pirates. In her imagination, Luffy even donned the cloak of the Pirate King. Roger, gurgle. Just then, Abi's stomach growled unexpectedly. Blushing at the sound, she contemplated finding something to eat. As she walked, she inadvertently stepped into a trap set by Sanji to prevent someone from stealing food. Fortunately, the trap did not ensnare ABI's. Instead, it caught Luffy, who was attempting to pilfer food. Not you again, Luffy. Sanji, hearing the commotion, walked into the kitchen and turned on the light, only to find Luffy trapped in the massive mouse trap he had designed. What are you doing? Sanji turned to see ABI's awkwardly crouching nearby. ABI's, caught by Sanji's gaze, could only offer an embarrassed smile. After assessing the situation, Sanji could only shake his head and return to preparing food. You told me you'd help, so don't just go eyeing the ingredients. Sanji admonished Luffy, who was devouring meat voraciously. Luffy had a notorious habit of raiding the ingredients Sanji stored in the refrigerator, often leading to the disappearance of some very rare foods. Hey, I'm just hungry. As Luffy munched away, he spoke up, revealing that due to his rubber-like physique, he was often quite famished in the evenings. Consequently, he would stealthily venture into the kitchen to indulge in midnight snacks. The other crew members had long grown accustomed to Luffy's nocturnal escapades, so they paid little mind to his antics. What's the matter? Aren't you eating? You didn't have anything during the day, did you? Sanji remarked, disregarding Luffy and instead focusing on the motionless ABI's. ABI's turned her head away in silence, ignoring Sanji's presence, misinterpreting her avoidance as fear of being poisoned. Sanji assured her that he had not laced her food with any toxins. Yet, ABI's remained mute, vehemently shaking her head. Observing her reluctance, Sanji warned her that if she did not eat soon, Luffy would devour her portion. If you're not going to eat, then hand it over to me, he added. Just as he finished speaking, Luffy lunged forward, attempting to snatch Abi's meal. In response, Abi swiftly grabbed her food and consumed it all in one go. Delicious, she exclaimed, acknowledging Sanji's culinary skills. Luffy and Sanji exchanged amused glances upon hearing her praise. Luffy proudly asserted that Sanji was his chosen chef, and Abi expressed her delight at tasting such exquisite food for the first time. Finally smiling, aren't you? How adorable, Nami commented, watching Abi's beam with satisfaction from the kitchen doorway alongside Bloodlust. Since Luffy had fallen into one of Sanji's traps, they followed him into the kitchen, though they merely observed from the entrance. Concerned that Abi's might be frightened by too many people, they refrained from entering. As for Ling Tian, he did not accompany them. Having recovered from his injuries, he had returned to the virtual realm to challenge Locke once again. You were frightened because you heard we are pirates, right? Nami gently approached Abi's. Don't be scared. We are not villains, Bloodlust added, joining her side. However, Abi's, who had felt somewhat reassured by Nami's words, was startled by the sudden appearance of the blood-red figure beside her. Nami quickly reassured her that Bloodlust was not a bad person. You want to sell me off, will you? Abi's inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had heard tales of pirates in these waters known for their ruthless behavior, seizing children to sell for a profit. How could we? Usopp interjected, insisting that they were not the sort of pirates to engage in such acts. Why do you all look so terrifying? Zoro remarked, entirely unaware that he was the least qualified to make such a statement. With a face like yours, how dare you say that? Usopp teased, floating over to pinch Zoro's cheek. Enraged, Zoro retaliated, and a playful scuffle ensued between them. Watching Usopp and Zoro's antics, Abi's began to feel that perhaps Luffy and his crew were not the villains she had envisioned. Would you like some more, miss? Sanji asked, ignoring the ruckus and approaching Abi's. Nami also took the opportunity to clarify that they were not the pirates she had imagined. Abi's, now cheerfully reassured, requested another bowl. As you wish, Sanji said with a smile, picking up a bowl for her. I want some too, Luffy chimed in, seizing the moment. Sanji, acknowledging Luffy's request, offered to serve him as well, prompting Luffy to complain about Sanji being overly generous. The following morning, Luffy and Zoro raised the anchor of the Mary and lowered the sails. What's going on? They wondered as the ship quivered after they completed their tasks. Then Sanji spotted Abi's emerging from her quarters, enveloped in smoke. Hey, what did you do? He asked, puzzled by her smoky appearance. Abi's explained that she was preparing a meal and beckoned Luffy and the others to join her for breakfast. Luffy burst into laughter at her words, though Zoro felt a sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, Zoro's intuition proved accurate. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a bowl of a dark, unidentifiable substance. The crew collectively thought it resembled charred coal, yet out of consideration for Abi's, they refrained from voicing their concerns. I'm so hungry. Is breakfast ready, Sanji? Just then, Ling Tian, bandaged from a night of training, walked in. Seeing Ling Tian in such a state, Abi's immediately suspected that Luffy and the others were deceiving her, intending to fatten her up for a good price, and promptly fainted. Huh, why did she faint? Ling Tian questioned, bewildered by her sudden collapse. Nami and the others exchanged glances, exasperated. Can't you figure it out? It's because of you, they retorted, pointing at Ling Tian. He, realizing their implication, sighed and remarked on Abi's fragile mental state. Nevertheless, Ling Tian carefully lifted Abi's and placed her on the nearby bed before asking Sanji for some food. As for the questionable dish she had prepared, Sanji suggested they not waste it and consume it all. So spicy. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro exclaimed in unison after tasting Abi's culinary attempt, promptly guzzling water. Luffy, on the other hand, declared it delicious. Is it really that extreme? Ling Tian asked, bemused as he witnessed them drain an entire jug of water. He then sampled a bit from Usopp's bowl. So spicy, Ling Tian exclaimed, quickly retrieving several large containers of water from his system space. That's ridiculous, Nami and the others remarked, watching him finish off the jugs. Ling Tian felt a sense of frustration. The others, being accustomed to the pirate lifestyle, were unfazed by the spice, while his body, being that of a pure blue star human, could not withstand the heat of the pirate world's cuisine. Even with most of his abilities maxed out, he remained vulnerable to the fiery flavors. Once they had finished their meal, Abi's regained consciousness. Don't come any closer, she stammered, clutching a blanket as she glanced between Luffy and the bandaged Ling Tian. No, I'm the vice captain of the ship. Ling Tian quickly clarified, assuring her that his bandages were the result of training. Upon hearing this explanation, Abi's relaxed slightly. By the way, what's your name? Nami inquired, stepping closer to her. My name is Abi's. She replied. Abi's, what a lovely name, Bloodlust added, smiling from the side of her bed. Now, ABIs no longer felt intimidated by bloodlust presence. So, ABIs, what led you to drift alone at sea? Nami asked, voicing her long-standing curiosity. I escaped from a Navy ship, ABIs confessed candidly. A Navy ship? Luffy echoed, intrigued. 3 days ago, during a violent storm, I fled from a Navy vessel. You actually set sail in a tiny boat during a storm? That's reckless, Nami exclaimed, astonished. After all, their ship, the Going Merry, had nearly been swept away in such tempestuous weather. Truly reckless. You must be a devil fruit user, Ling Tian remarked, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. Although it is true that he understood Abi's predicament, which left her with no choice but to resort to such a method to evade the Navy's capture. Being a user of a devil fruit meant that a single misstep on a night of torrential rain could result in being swept into the sea and subsequently drowned. A devil fruit user? You truly are reckless. Nami was taken aback to learn that Abi was a devil fruit user as well. She was well aware that once a devil fruit user fell into the ocean, they would be rendered immobile. This is for you. With this, you need not fear the sea anymore. Shirshue presented a bracelet to Abi, which would generate a protective energy shield around her upon contact with the ocean, keeping her safe from the water. This was a creation of Shirshue's own abilities. Initially, she intended to give it to Luffy, but decided to prioritize Abi for now. Thank you. Abi smiled as she observed the bracelet adorning her wrist. That's wonderful, Abi. Nami expressed her genuine happiness upon witnessing Shirshue's gesture. Now, Abi no longer had to dread the prospect of drowning in the ocean. By the way, what crime did you commit to be captured by the Navy? Sanji inquired while washing the dishes. Generally, the Navy did not apprehend ordinary individuals, especially not young girls like Abi. Such matters were typically the domain of pirates. However, it was evident that Abi's situation was far from ordinary. Since you had to escape from a warship, it implies that you were not merely visiting, correct? Zoro, a close companion of Sanji, chimed in. Unlike Sanji, Zoro understood that not all Navy personnel were virtuous, having once been bound for execution by them in Shell's town. Well, that's because, Abi hesitated, shifting uncomfortably. What is it? Are you a villain? Luffy interjected bluntly. Abi quickly protested, insisting that she could never be a villain. Is it because of the Millennium Dragon? Ling Tian, perceiving Abi's discomfort, spoke up directly. How do you know about the Millennium Dragon? Abi responded, astonished, as she had never spoken of it before. Ling Tian explained, I once visited this place, where the legend of the Millennium Dragon is well known. According to the legend, the bones of the Millennium Dragon can be fashioned into a potion for immortality. He stated his fabricated excuse. Ling Tian found it absurd that the Navy sought the bones of the Millennium Dragon. If such bones could grant immortality, how could the world government possibly let the Millennium Dragon go? An elixir of immortality. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Nami expressed her astonishment at Ling Tian's words. As a woman, she naturally wished for eternal youth, especially in a world where women age so swiftly. Of course not. How could such a thing exist in this world? Abi exclaimed loudly, although she had no idea whether the bones of the dragon could indeed create an elixir of immortality. However, she would never allow anyone to harm the dragon. Ling Tian, recalling the surgery fruit, pondered that the immortal surgery could indeed grant eternal life. Moreover, based on videos he had seen from his previous life, it was highly likely that him had undergone such a surgery. I was merely speaking in jest. Please do not be upset, Nami quickly clarified. Noticing Abi's anger, it was clear to her that the creature known as the Millennium Dragon held great significance for Abi. Let us set aside the matter of the Millennium Dragon for now. Abi, where is your home? Sanji asked, recognizing Abi's discomfort at the mention of the dragon. Military Island, Abi replied obediently, revealing the location of her home. Military Island? Luffy echoed, puzzled as to why an island would be named after a warship. Why is it called Military Island? Nami inquired, echoing her curiosity. Ling Tian, who understood that the island was named thus because it resembled a warship, listened as Abi explained why her home bore that name. After some discussion, Luffy and the others decided to escort Abi back to Military Island. Set sail for Military Island, Luffy declared from his special seat. Nami and Shirshue began consulting the nautical charts to find the direction to the island. Hey, trouble ahead. Navy ship spotted to the left. Usopp shouted from the lookout, spotting the approaching warships through his telescope. Navy ships? Are they here to capture me? Luffy exclaimed with excitement, thinking that these Navy personnel had come specifically for him, especially since he had just received a bounty. How could that be? Even if they were here to capture you, they wouldn't send so many ships, Nami remarked, observing the numerous vessels approaching. So many ships, it's like I'm a huge target. Luffy ignored Nami's comment, lost in his own excitement. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, exasperated by Luffy's delusions. Knowing he was only worth a bounty of 35 million, and that it was improbable for the Navy to dispatch so many ships for him. It's the 8th Division of the Navy. Abi recognized the approaching ships as they drew nearer. The 8th Division? Nami echoed, confused. They must be the ones who captured you, Ling Tian stated, observing the ships. Abi nodded in affirmation. Are they villains? Luffy asked. His worldview simplified to good and evil. Naturally considering himself to be among the good, not just him, but anyone who provided him with food was a friend in his eyes. Sort of. After all, we are pirates, so to us, the Navy is essentially villainous. Ling Tian remarked as he perched on the railing of the Mary. Is that so? Are they really villains? Luffy prepared to teach the approaching Navy a lesson. The current Luffy was notably different from the one in the original story. He had already learned Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Destroying a few warships led by a captain would be a trivial matter. Wait, Luffy. Let me try out my new techniques first. Ling Tian intervened. Wanting to test the martial arts he had honed during his battles with Lee in the virtual space. First gate. Open. Ling Tian's forehead veins bulged as he activated the first gate of the 8 gates. With the 8 gates opened, he began to run through the air. Running through the air? Sanji watched in astonishment. Although he had heard of the Navy's 6 styles allowing for such movement, it was his first time witnessing someone actually perform it. Ignoring Sanji's surprise, Ling Tian dashed towards the Navy ships. As for how he could run in the air, it was thanks to the lessons he had received from Zephyr while in Red Alaria. He had spent 2 arduous years learning the moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles, demonstrating just how poor his aptitude for martial arts was. Without the system, he might still be an unnoticed character. Captain Nelson, someone is running through the air from that pirate ship. A sailor reported to Captain Nelson of the Navy. What are you afraid of? Just shoot him down, Captain Nelson ordered as he spotted Ling Tian. Upon hearing the command, the sailors immediately aimed their cannons at him. A barrage of cannonballs was fired from the warship towards Ling Tian. Hakushu. Tenryu. Ling Tian untied the bandages binding his hands and hurled the incoming cannonballs back at the ship. This technique was a result of his recent training with Lee, based on the Hakushu style. The cannonballs, they're coming back. The sailors aboard the warship were taken aback by Ling Tian's actions. Nelson, upon witnessing Ling Tian hurl the cannonball back, also hurriedly reacted.